At first, he was just an ordinary high school student, living a peaceful and unremarkable life in modern society. Then, for some godforsaken reason, this young man was suddenly transported to a completely unfamiliar world. Before he could even get his bearings, Atui was tied up and used as bait for a monster, all before he could figure out a way to escape this messed-up situation. As night fell, the two kidnappers suddenly screamed, "It's here!" Their panicked voices echoing through the pitch-black darkness. Surrounding the small, cramped boat, the silhouette of a giant water monster emerged, its body covering the entire surface of the water. Its body coiled and then thrashed violently, and every single movement sent the river's surface into a chaotic churn. Master Truong's face turned pale as he blurted out, "We're screwed." The feeling of imminent danger hit him instantly. He recalled what he had heard, his voice trembling with disbelief. Didn't they say the water monster was only half a man's height? The reality before him was far beyond his imagination. The sheer size of the monster was enough to take your breath away. With just a slight twitch, it caused the boat to tilt sharply, nearly capsizing it in the middle of the current. Truong's face turned ashen. His eyes filled with sheer terror as he faced a situation that was completely out of his control. "Holy crap, it's huge," he exclaimed, the words bursting out in pure horror at the colossal creature. Seeing the dark shadow closing in, he cried out, "It's coming this way," his heart pounding like a drum. Master Truong planted his feet firmly, lowered his center of gravity, and settled into a ready combat stance. He thought to himself, "The forbidden arts I've spent a decade secretly training, a single punch to shake the heavens. The time has finally come. This is the moment I've been waiting for all these years." With a surge of determination, he roared with all his might, "This punch contains 10 years of my power. Do you think you can take it?" The moment he finished speaking, the water monster had already risen to his level, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its massive jaws opened wide, poised to devour everything, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the air. In a single bite, the boat's hull was crushed, sending wooden splinters flying amidst the churning water. Truong and Atui were thrown about, left clinging precariously to a piece of wreckage that hadn't completely overturned yet. He screamed in panic, I can't die here." Fear completely consumed him. In a desperate frenzy, he whipped his head around, his eyes landing on the tightly bound Atui. Without a moment of hesitation, the man drew a knife and stabbed straight ahead, the action unfolding in an instant of pure chaos. The blade pierced through the boy's hand, and the intense pain nearly caused Atui to black out. His hand could no longer grip the wreckage, and his body lost its only support. Atui fell into the water, and a stream of fresh blood spread endlessly through the cold current. His hands were tied so tightly that he couldn't move, rendering any attempt to resist completely meaningless. His only option was to bite down hard on the rope, but no matter how hard Atui strained, it didn't do a thing. The spreading scent of blood attracted the water monster's attention, causing it to immediately swim toward him. Atui was fighting for air, his eyes fluttering open and shut as his consciousness faded with each passing wave. A thought echoed in his mind as he felt death closing in. "I'm really not going to make it." In his despair, the image of his father appeared before his eyes, accompanied by an urgent voice calling out to him. The familiar sound called, "Atui, you idiot, wake up," as if it were pulling him back from a deep abyss. In that moment, he just wished this vision was real, just so he could see his father one more time. Atui's trembling hand reached forward, mustering the very last bit of strength he had left. He hoped he could touch his father's hand, to grasp the only thing remaining in his mind. But reality was cruel. What he touched was only the cold side of the wreckage beside him. And right there, etched into the wood, was the carving of a father and son, a familiar and unmistakable mark. Atui realized that this was his father's boat. Old memories came flooding back. He had just lifted his head and gasped for a few seconds of air before his body was pulled under again. Immediately after, Atui was dragged forcefully downward by the water monster, his body completely out of control in the swirling current. A scream escaped his lips but was quickly swallowed by the water, the sound vanishing in an instant. Atui gritted his teeth and tried to fight back, using every last ounce of willpower he had to not give up. The water pressure bore down on him relentlessly, a crushing weight enveloping him as the world around him grew darker and darker. I tried my best. Dad, was the thought that surfaced in his mind as his breath finally gave out. I'm so sorry. A wave of helplessness washed over him as his consciousness started to fade. Soon, every movement around him became sluggish, as if time itself was stretching out. Atui was dragged away mercilessly by the creature, his body drifting along with the cold, pulling force. He sank straight to the bottom of the water, the light from above quickly vanishing. The moment the water monster's vision cleared, the situation became a matter of life and death. Atui's consciousness was hazy, and before he could even react, something changed below him. In the dark water, a clear notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Spirit Nexus is being activated. An emotionless voice echoed within his fading consciousness. Collectible Nexus Spirit detected. The text continued to appear, one line after another. Collection successful, the confirmation message stated, devoid of any emotion. Water control ability can be awakened. The message sent a jolt through his consciousness. Immediately after, several more notifications appeared one after another without stopping. Water, Ape Nexus Spirit is collectible. Collecting. Collection complete. Refinement successful. Initiating body restoration. Suddenly, Atui's eyes snapped open, his consciousness yanked back to reality. He found himself still underwater, his mind completely blank. Hadn't I already died? The feeling of drowning from moments ago was still vivid, the fresh memory not yet faded. Atui was startled once again as a faint blue light began to emanate from his body. Why does it feel like I'm walking on land even though I'm in the water? It's like the resistance is gone, he thought, staring at his hands in bewilderment. The system announced that the water current control ability had been successfully acquired, with the message displayed right before his eyes. You are consuming stamina to control the water current. A clear reminder popped up. What shocked Atui even more was that this water control ability didn't hinder his body at all. It allowed him to breathe naturally underwater, feeling completely normal. The wounds on his body had also healed, leaving no pain or discomfort. Just then, a cold, immense pressure suddenly came from behind him. The water monster's eyes were wide open, staring intently at Atui with a ravenous gaze. It immediately lunged forward, its massive body closing in with ferocious speed. Reacting in panic, Atui threw his hands up to shield himself, his mind tensed, but no impact came. The surroundings suddenly became unusually silent. When he opened his eyes, he saw the water monster held fast in front of him. Glowing blue currents of water were wrapped around its body, forming a binding layer. Atui stood frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. Did I create these water currents? A thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the system that's always mentioned in novels? This means that in the water, I'm no longer restricted. I can even control it. The water monster thrashed wildly, its body struggling to break free from the bindings. A worried expression appeared on Atui's face, his eyes fixed on the struggling monster before him. This control ability had a time limit. He couldn't maintain it for too long in this dangerous situation. The moment the time was up, his advantage would completely crumble, and the danger would return. At that point, the water monster would immediately counterattack, and his chances of survival would be practically zero. Atui quickly realized that dragging this out was definitely not a good idea, as he forced himself to think of a way to completely subdue it. The system suddenly issued a notification. Blood Rune Dominion ability successfully acquired. The message appeared clearly in his mind. Effect: use the host's blood to inscribe a suitable ancient rune. The text continued, line by line. The rune can establish a contractual relationship with a water beast. This information instantly sobered him up. Atui's face lit up. His spirits immediately lifted after the intense pressure. This is it. A decisive thought formed in his mind. The water monster continued to close in from the front, its massive body blotting out his vision. It shot straight up from below, its ferocious momentum completely undiminished. Atui immediately took action, quickly utilizing the ability he had just grasped. He used his water control skill to hold the creature firmly within his grasp. The water monster's assault was temporarily halted, unable to get any closer. After a period of violent thrashing, the pressure on him began to increase noticeably. In the end, it still managed to break free from its bonds, and the situation grew even more tense. At that moment, Atui's hands began to show distinct changes. Dense red markings appeared on his skin, spreading further with every breath he took. He activated his power and acted immediately, allowing himself no room for hesitation. Atui charged straight toward the water monster, his will leaving no path for retreat. His eyes were bloodshot, his spirit strained to its absolute limit. A thought flashed through his mind. So, is this a battle of willpower? The moment that thought appeared, the feeling of defeat seemed to creep closer and closer. Atui's face gradually transformed, with strange, identical patterns appearing on his skin. The image of himself gasping for breath in an oxygen tent suddenly resurfaced clearly in his memory. Atui told himself that he had to survive. He could not fall, no matter the cost. He unleashed his power once more, yelling, "You beast, submit to me now." Pouring out every last drop of his energy, he struggled with it until they both surfaced on the shore. Lying sprawled on the grassy riverbank, Atui let out a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The water monster's form also emerged from the water, but its initial ferocity was gone. Atui looked straight at it and said confidently, "Of course. I finally managed to tame this monster." Information about the monster immediately appeared. Peak Lord Atui. Refined. Marsh Spirit Water Ape. Fusion rate 5%. Essence of the Water Marsh none. Water Attribute Control. Tai Hoa Crocodile. Requires 80 points of Water Marsh Essence to evolve. Evaluation. Marsh Spirit Water Ape. Origin. The Great Lord of Huaiguo can awaken the hidden potential in weak and insignificant beings. Atui calmly gave an order. "Don't worry, just stay here for now. I'll call you if I need anything." After taming it, a spiritual link formed between him and the creature, allowing them to communicate at any time. The water monster turned and dove down, gradually disappearing beneath the calm surface of the water. Atui rubbed his growling, empty stomach as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. "I need to get home and find something." A practical thought quickly surfaced: some food and a good rest. Fortunately, Atui's memories already contained a map of this area, helping him quickly get his bearings. The distance from here to his home wasn't far. He just needed to walk a little further to reach a familiar place. The scenery quickly changed to a peaceful village, and the atmosphere of daily life began to emerge. Butler Trin led a few people into the village. Among them was Dao Truong, wearing an unreadable expression. The villagers behind them whispered amongst themselves. "Who are they? Are they heading to Atui's house?" "It's Dao Truong and people from the trio residence again. Looks like Atui's caused more trouble." As soon as he heard the name Atui, Lilapa flinched, his expression changing drastically. Oh no, Atui's in trouble. The worried thought was written all over his face. The four of them didn't stop, marching straight to Atui's front door. As he walked, Dao Truong grumbled to himself, "If that brat Atui is dead, his inheritance will be mine, which is just enough to make up for this failed mission." He cursed under his breath. It's all that weakling Zhang's fault. With that thought, he kicked the door wide open, a fake smile curling on his lips. Butler Trin stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room, looking as if he'd been anticipating this for 10 days. But their smug satisfaction didn't last long, as the scene before them made them freeze in their tracks. Inside the house, Atui was sitting and yawning lazily, looking completely relaxed, which was the last thing they expected. He was so shocked he could only point a trembling finger. "You. How are you still alive?" Atui glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and asked nonchalantly, "What are you all doing here?" Trin Huang showed clear annoyance, his voice icy. "What's all this nonsense about being alive or not?" He frowned and continued, "Why are you always in such a hurry?" Dao Truong immediately bowed obsequiously. "Lord Trin, that's him, that Atui fellow." Trin Huang sneered. "Oh, so you're Atui. I'm surprised you're still alive. You must have the devil's own luck." Dao Truong chimed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That's right. Weeds are always the hardest to kill." Trin Huang didn't bother saying more, simply waving his hand to signal them to act. The atmosphere immediately turned hostile, with all the pressure bearing down on Atui. Startled, Atui stumbled back and shouted, "What do you want?" Dao Truong let out a cunning laugh and threw a punch into his stomach, making him double over in pain, still asking questions. He loudly accused, Old Master Zhao hired the great martial artist Master Truong to subdue the water monster for the sake of the village. And what did you do? You dared to conspire with the water monster, causing Master Truong's death and bringing heavy losses to the Zhao Manor. He continued to pile on the blame. You even put all the villagers in grave danger. Atui retorted angrily. You're the ones who set a trap. You used me as bait for the water monster. Dao Truong snarled, getting right in his face, his voice filled with feigned indignation. You caused Master Truong's death, and you still have the nerve to come back. He pointed a finger right at Atui's face and cursed. You've got some nerve. Not only that, you're a monster. The word monster hung heavily in the air, striking like a bolt of lightning in the small house. Painful memories from his past life instantly flooded Atui's mind. The image of an outcast, an orphan constantly framed as a thief, became crystal clear. The mocking, cold stares from all those years ago felt as if they were happening all over again. Atui clenched his fists, an uncontrollable fire of rage igniting in his eyes. The goon jeered. Ooh, look at that. The monster's eyes are showing again. If you've got the guts, why don't you try and hit me? Atui's hands tightened, his breathing grew ragged, and his eyes blazed with fury. He enunciated every word, his voice as sharp as a blade. A monster. If I'm a monster, then I'll show you what real cruelty looks like. Without hesitation, Atui lunged forward and punched the goon square in the face, sending him staggering back with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Atui stood his ground. Even if his powers were exposed, he would never bow his head in submission. A fierce will to survive erupted within him, screaming that he could not fall here. Atui struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the grip of the surrounding henchmen. The moment he broke free, his body swayed and he collapsed to the ground, his strength nearly gone. Even so, Atui's gaze remained cold and resolute, showing no intention of begging for mercy. The fire of battle burned brightly as he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, even if I really become the monster you say I am, I'll still take a pound of flesh from you. Dao Truong snapped his fan shut with a loud, frustrated crack that echoed through the tense space. His face was twisted with rage as he bellowed, How dare you lay a hand on me? Steward Trin, I told you, just drag him back to the Zhao Manor. Aren't we short on people to feed? That thing. This fatherless, motherless brat seems like a perfect fit. Trin Huang narrowed his eyes at Atui, his expression full of malice. He spoke slowly, his voice cold and cruel. You have two choices. 1. Become old Master Zhao's adopted son, and we can let this matter go. Or 2, I'll chop off your legs right here. Today, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding villagers began to whisper. Another adoption. I heard that anyone who enters the Zhao Manor is never heard from again. The manor has been taking in people so strangely lately. The murmuring hadn't died down when an old but resonant voice called out, I'd like to see who dares to bully little Atui here. Everyone immediately turned to look. A thin but dignified figure leaning on a cane stepped forward. It was the village chief. He struck his cane firmly on the ground, his voice deep and powerful. I'm not dead yet. Trin Huang froze, his face darkening, suppressing his anger. He pointed at the old man and shouted, You meddling old fool, you, before he could finish. The village chief's eyes widened as he cut him off. Me what? This old man holds a position granted by the imperial court. Do you dare assault a public official? Humph. Even your old Master Zhao has to show me some respect. If you still don't know your place, this old man will lie down right here and die, and we'll see what you dare to do then. The words struck like a heavy blow. Trin Huang's face turned crimson with rage, but he didn't dare to act out. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. You ungrateful old man. I won't lower myself to your level today, but just, you wait. This isn't over. With that said, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, the air still heavy with tension. Dao Truong shot a venomous glare at Atui and sneered, Just like your father, you don't know what's good for you. He quickly followed the people from the Zhao residence and left. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and after some more chatter, the villagers dispersed one by one. The village chief watched their figures disappear into the distance. then turned to Atui and said slowly, "Some troubles are best avoided if you can." Atui bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, village chief. I'll remember your words." The village chief nodded in satisfaction and left. The remaining crowd also scattered, leaving Atui standing all alone. He lowered his head and clenched his fists, a sense of unease rising within him. Being saved once is one thing, but what about for a lifetime? I can't just keep relying on others forever, Atui thought, looking up at the deep blue sky above. A fierce determination surged through him. This system is my only chance. Just as that thought formed, the system's notification panel appeared before his eyes. Essence of the water domain detected. Beast evolution progress plus 0.1. Atui stared blankly at the text. Essence of the water domain. A strange new feeling washed over him. He walked to the edge of the lake, the dim moonlight reflecting in his eyes, creating an indescribably mystical aura. Atui raised a hand to his forehead as if sensing something. After taming the Taihoa crocodile, he could summon it any time through their mental link. The surface of the lake began to ripple gently, with circles spreading outwards. The movement of the water seemed to herald the arrival of a creature. A massive shadow slowly rose from beneath the water's surface, its faint aura spreading out. Atui waited anxiously, his heart pounding, but then the lake's surface quickly grew calm again. Before him was just a tiny crocodile, no bigger than his forearm. Atui frowned at the creature in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion. "Where's my giant crocodile?" Instantly, a line of information appeared. Tamed water beasts can freely adjust their body size to control energy consumption. Evolution progress +1 has been recorded. The current chibi crocodile form indicates extremely low energy consumption, making it highly suitable for long-term companionship. Atui's eyes widened in amazement before he burst out laughing. He thought to himself, as expected of the system, it even accounted for an ability like this. Before his smile could fade, he suddenly remembered something important and turned to look at the small crocodile beside him. "That's right. Where did you find that essence of the water domain? Lead the way." The crocodile bobbed its short little head, then plunged into the water with a clean, decisive splash. Atui took a deep breath to prepare himself, then quickly dived in after the small crocodile. Beneath the clear water, the small crocodile swam with agility. Its tiny body was incredibly nimble. It led Atui into a moss-covered cave, and the enclosed space gradually opened up. Faint light pierced through the water's surface, slowly filtering into the cave. These rays of light intertwined, forming shimmering bands of color and creating a strangely magical atmosphere. Atui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This cave was truly a rare and magnificent sight. Inside, strange plants grew everywhere, with each branch emitting a faint glow. Their roots twisted like tentacles, casting an eerie blue light that enveloped the entire space. Just then, the system's voice rang in his head. "Treasure plant containing essence of the water domain detected. Please select an absorption method. Master." Atui was stunned for a moment, further confirming that this world truly held countless wonders. An earth treasure from the legends, something I've only ever heard about, is right here in front of me, he mumbled to himself. He recalled the rumors about the Lord's backyard, where rare spirit herbs were said to grow at the bottom of a cold pond. Old Master Zhao used to use those things to attract martial artists. If I could find some for myself, the possibilities would be endless. Atui shook his head, dismissing the thought. For now, these treasure plants were precious enough. He bent down and picked up a branch, his eyes filled with excitement. I wonder how much essence of the water domain this will provide. Atui turned to the little crocodile and chuckled. "Hey, you should help me out a bit." The moment the crocodile heard the word, work, it flopped onto its back, belly up, making its feelings perfectly clear. Atui froze, completely helpless. "You're so lazy. I should just call you immovable instead." Resigned, he could only gather the treasure plant branches in the cave by himself. After gathering enough, Atui climbed back onto the shore and carefully examined the strange plant in his hand. Without hesitation, he took a bite. A refreshing coolness spread through his mouth as a strange energy flooded his body, and a notification panel appeared. Absorbed water, essence of the marsh, marsh spirit, water ape fusion, rate +2. Accumulated water essence of the marsh +10. Atui took a deep breath, feeling the surging current of energy circulating throughout his body. He continued to pick up the remaining spiritual plants, putting them in his mouth to absorb them one by one. Notifications for water essence of the marsh +1 continuously rang in his consciousness. Soon, his stomach was completely full and he couldn't eat anymore, so Atui sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. Just then, the system panel appeared again. Refine Marsh Spirit Water Ape. Fusion rate 7.5%. Water Essence of the Marsh 0. Water Beast Commander. Tai Hoa Crocodile can evolve by consuming 800 points of Water Essence of the Marsh. Atui stared at the notification panel in astonishment, his eyes quickly scanning the fusion rate and evolution sections. The line about the Water Beast's evolution appeared clearly before his eyes. After a brief thought, Atui decided to prioritize strengthening himself, unhesitatingly pressing the option to enhance himself. Instantly, a stream of light blue energy spread throughout his body, and he felt a new power awakening within him. His body gradually transformed, his muscles grew more agile, and the water around him seemed to respond to his will. At this point, his ability to control water currents reached a force of 45 kilograms, enough to face those who had once bullied him. He would need to accumulate more for a few more days. He couldn't absorb anything else today. Atui pondered. His most important problem right now was still money, and with autumn about to end, his hunting would soon be interrupted. Suddenly, a loud plop sounded right next to him, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Atui looked down to see a large fish that had just landed right at his feet, lying still on the wet ground. Surprised, he turned to see the small crocodile looking back at him smugly, its tail swishing gently in the water as if showing off its accomplishment. Atui burst out laughing, hugging the little crocodile and praising it repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad at all. You've got potential. My money crisis is temporarily solved. All I have to do is sell this fish at the market. The next morning, he headed to the market in completely different spirits, with a clear plan in mind, holding the heavy coin purse. He smiled with satisfaction. One large golden carp sold for a full 80 wen, which was quite a profit. He realized the merchants here were easier to persuade than the vegetable sellers in his past life. It turned out that doing business wasn't as hard as he'd imagined. With his finances and water essence of the marsh stable for now, Atui just needed to find the right time to settle the score with Lai Dao Truong. Just as he thought of the man's name, a voice called out from behind him, "Well, if it isn't Atui." "Oh, what happened a few days ago was just a small misunderstanding. I was actually looking for you to apologize." "What a coincidence. My boat is nearby. Let's have a nice meal and clear up this whole misunderstanding." "Don't worry, it'll just be the two of us," Lai Dao Truong said with a wide smile, but his eyes held a cunning glint. He thought to himself, "Just the two of us. Let's see where you can run then." But Atui wasn't one to be easily trapped. He smirked, a knowing smile flashing in his eyes. Looking straight into the man's scheming eyes, he replied calmly but sharply, "Great, just the two of us. That makes me feel very safe." At that moment, the system displayed a notification panel. 80 when received. Water Beast Immobile. Marsh Crest. Water Ape Fusion Rate 7.5%. Night fell. A dim moon hung over the small courtyard as shadows danced on the ground, and the air grew cold. In the silence, Lai Dao Truong knelt panting, his face covered in wounds and dried blood. Trin Huang stood coldly before him and said, "The experiments in the manor have run into some problems recently. Quite a few people have already died." Trin Huang looked at Lai Dao Truong, the corners of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. "The manor is short on ingredients for pill refinement, and Atui is an orphan with no relatives. You understand, don't you?" Lai Dao Truong lowered his head and clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. "I understand. That brat Atui won't escape. I'll tie him up and bring him back tomorrow." Trin Huang leaned down close, his eyes filled with sinister intent. "If you do this well, Old Master Trio will ask those lords to help you achieve immortality." Hearing that, Lai Dao Truong's eyes lit up, and ambition burned like a fire in his chest. His whole body trembled with excitement. "Really?" he blurted out, unable to hide his eagerness. "I'm going to become an immortal, too." "Of course. Trin Huang replied with a cold smile, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Lai Dao Truong was so agitated that he ripped his shirt open, revealing a body covered in a web of scars. On his torn skin, strange, crimson characters were still clearly visible. A truly chilling sight. He threw his head back, his eyes bloodshot, and laughed like a madman. I'm going to become an immortal. I'm finally going to make it. The scene changes to the calm surface of a river reflecting the dawn. Mist drifted gently like a silver ribbon, and a small boat floated lazily on the water. On the boat, a pot of fragrant fish porridge was simmering. Dao Truong stirred a bowl and said with a wicked smile, "Ah, a tui. Look around. The scenery here is beautiful, isn't it? And there are no other boats out today." As he spoke, he secretly dropped a red pill into a tui's porridge, then said in a falsely cheerful voice, "Let's have a nice meal together and put this whole misunderstanding behind us." A tui furrowed his brow, his eyes full of suspicion. "Are you sure there are no other boats around?" Dao Truong laughed and nodded firmly. "Of course, I've already checked the area thoroughly." He secretly pictured a tui writhing in agony from the poison on the boat where no one could hear him, and a cruel smile spread across his face. "As long as you drink this porridge, no one will come to save you, no matter how much you scream." But just then, a tui suddenly stood up, his eyes as cold as daggers stabbing right into him, and his voice was low as he said, "Well then, that's perfect." Dao Truong flinched, his face turning pale. "A tui, you." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful jet of water suddenly shot up, wrapping tightly around his face in an instant. Dao Truong's eyes widened as he thrashed in panic, feeling the water flood his nose and mouth, suffocating him. His hands trembled as he struggled, but it was useless. A tui stood motionless amidst the waves, observing coldly, his expression as blank as if he were watching prey on the verge of death. Night fell once more, the sky pitch black, with the dim moon casting a shimmering light across the water's surface. Dao Truong slowly regained consciousness, his mind groggy and his memories fragmented and chaotic. His body was numb from being bound so tightly that he couldn't move even a single inch. He looked around in terror and saw a tui sitting there, smiling faintly but coldly. "You slept quite well, didn't you?" A tui's voice was impossibly light yet chilling enough to send a shiver down Dao Truong's spine. He trembled and stammered, What are you going to do?" A tui stretched leisurely, his gaze indifferent but his voice sharp. "I hear that you received quite a few benefits for luring me to the Trio Mansion. At least 2 taels of silver, I'd say." Hearing this, Dao Truong's face turned deathly white, and he quickly pleaded, "A tui, please, let me explain." But the boy didn't even bother to look at him, merely glancing into the distance as he spoke slowly, his voice dripping with mockery. "Do you recognize this place?" Dao Truong frantically darted his eyes around, his whole body shaking and his face pale. Isn't this the place where it happened that night? The water monster? Right. At that very moment, the water's surface churned, and a massive dark figure rose up behind the boy. Under the dim moonlight, the water monster's sharp teeth glinted with a cold light. The scene before him created a terrifying and suffocating sense of dread. Dao Truong's eyes bulged, his mouth hung open, and his body went rigid as his voice caught in his throat. The water monster." A tui chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the giant crocodile's chin as if playing with a pet. "It used to be a water monster." "That's right. But now it's my pet. Weren't you the one who called me a monster?" Dao Truong trembled and collapsed to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Monster. You truly are a monster. Please spare my life. I can tell you everything." A tui remained unfazed, his cold gaze sweeping over him, his voice light but sharp. "Then explain. Why does Butler Trin want me in the Trio Mansion? And why have they been recruiting more people recently? What exactly is their scheme?" Dao Truong didn't dare hide anything anymore, his body shaking as he confessed. "Those people. They are all ingredients for old Master Triu to refine his immortality elixir. He needs living souls to refine the medicinal materials. He uses them to create the longevity elixir. Of all the people who were taken into the mansion, not a single one has ever walked out alive. After hearing this, Atui fell silent, his expression darkening as he said in a low voice, "So, you've captured quite a few innocent people, haven't you?" Dao Truong frantically tried to defend himself. No, I was forced. I had no other choice." But his heart was filled with venomous hatred. "One day, old Master Trio will make you wish you were dead." The boy didn't let him speak further. A sharp stone had already appeared in his hand. The stone flashed and sliced across Dao Truong's neck in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood spurted out as Atui stared at him with ice-cold eyes. His voice was as light as a passing breeze. "But you've seen far too much." Dao Truong's eyes bulged wide, his mouth agape but unable to form words, as his body convulsed before being dragged straight down into the cold, dark water by the crocodile's claws. Atui sat quietly on the boat, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light in the darkness, silently calculating. "They want to drag me into the mansion to be refined into an elixir. If I don't deal with them soon, I'll be the one who ends up dead." A light wind blew across the water, creating small ripples. As he took a deep breath, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "It seems I need to find a backer strong enough to buy me time to become more powerful." Beneath the river, a strange energy on Dao Truong's corpse glowed eerily before sinking deep into the depths, vanishing without a trace. The personal status panel appeared. Gold pouch, 2 tails, crocodile spin, unavailable, water ape fusion, 5%. On the water's surface, a stork suddenly landed on the bow of the boat. It immediately flew away in a panic when a hand swung in its direction. Atui climbed onto the boat, soaking wet from head to toe but with a smile playing on his lips. He looked at his own hand and exclaimed happily, "Having real power is incredibly convenient." Atui poured the fish from his basket to take stock. "It's been 3 days since I killed Dao Truong. During this time, I've been pretending to be a fisherman, going out to sea in the morning and coming back to sell fish at night, and I haven't gone near Lotus Lake." The new boat was a recent trade. The old one was exchanged for Dao Truong. Everyone who heard the story clenched their fists in anger. That bastard Dao Truong deserved to die. Atui grew tense as he concluded that the Trio family would definitely not let this go. Dao Truong's sudden disappearance would sooner or later lead them right to him. He frowned, telling himself that the only way to protect himself was to quickly become a martial artist. Atui had already figured out his next move. The fastest way to become a martial artist was to join a dojo. In Bin Duong town, there were 3 dojos, and the strongest was the Duong Thi Dojo. He had done some research and heard that the headmaster of the Duong Thi Dojo possessed legendary strength, capable of bending metal and shattering large rocks, which was why it remained firmly at the top. Atui lowered his head, calculating. As long as he could join this dojo, the Trio family wouldn't dare to act rashly. After all, a missing dojo disciple would be a huge headache for them. He looked up, scratching his head in frustration. To get into the dojo, he needed at least 5 to 8 taels, but he only had 2.8 taels on him. It looked like he'd have to earn more money. The Tai Huan Ngach looked up at him, its gaze filled with confusion and curiosity. Atui quickly regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face. Worrying was pointless. His body had gradually adapted after the last level up, and his spirit had grown stronger. Maybe he could even tame a few more beasts like Immovable. He walked to the bow of the boat and looked down at the water with excitement. "Let's get back to fishing." Atui dived into the water and immediately felt a distinct change in his body. After his awakening, his movements underwater had become increasingly agile. He glanced to his side and said excitedly, "Immovable. Let's keep our competition going. Racing you is good practice." The Tai Huan Ngach glanced back, its actions showing it agreed. Beneath the surface, a powerful vortex swirled, sending pressure waves radiating outwards. Atui shot forward confidently, compressing the water beneath his feet and then letting it explode. This was the art of water control. He had calculated it carefully. The weakness of this technique was its lack of endurance and how quickly it drained his energy. But for a short burst, his speed was nearly unmatched. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past him in an instant. The sight immediately caught Atui's attention. What was that? When he got a clear look at its shape, he realized it was a treasure fish from this world. Some special creatures had evolved, possessing extraordinary value and power. This species of fish, living in swamps and deep rivers, was known as the treasure fish. Looking closer, Atui realized there wasn't just one, but two of them. A delighted grin immediately spread across his face. It was rare enough to find one, but today, he'd found two. The two treasure fish swam past each other up ahead, their speed anything but slow. Atui pointed and gave a decisive command. Immovable, you go get that one. The Tai Hoan Gach immediately shot forward, its body rapidly swelling in size. It locked onto its target, its eyes glowing brightly as it charged straight ahead. In the other direction, Atui swam in pursuit just as quickly, not missing a beat. He looked down and cursed himself. Damn it, I should have brought a fishing net. The water around Atui began to swirl, forming a protective layer. He reached his hand forward, activating his water control ability. One of the treasure fish was caught in the current, unable to react in time. Atui lunged, quickly wrapping his arms tightly around the fish. Having caught his target, he broke into a joyful smile. Got it. Right behind Atui, a monstrous shadow appeared, its eyes glowing brightly in the dark water. The system panel appeared, displaying information. Gold, 2.8 tails, immovable. Marsh-dwelling water ape, fusion compatibility clearly displayed. Atui put his prize into the basket, calculating as he worked. Today's haul wasn't bad, enough to exchange for a good sum of money. Suddenly, a long object wrapped tightly around him, constricting his body. Atui was yanked backward, completely losing his balance. Before he could even react, he was dragged away, spitting out a mouthful of red blood. A Phi moved closer, its ferocious appearance becoming clear beneath the water. Atui gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as a sense of unease washed over him. What is this thing? He then recognized his attacker, a man-eating, six-whiskered catfish from the bottom of the Ningyatin River. What terrible luck. Atui immediately sensed the danger. His opponent was about to launch another attack. Atui was half a beat faster and struck first, launching a direct attack with his water control. Afai's eyes widened, its reaction a moment too slow, clearly not expecting this attack. This gave Atui a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how dangerous that was, and how lucky he was to react quickly enough. But the opponent immediately closed the distance again, startling him. This thing was truly cunning. Looking closer, Atui suddenly noticed its expression. This creature. It seemed to be smiling. Just then, Afai underwent an unusual change, its aura fluctuating violently. Tai Hoan Gach immediately swung its tail, striking the opponent without a hint of hesitation. Tai Hoan Gach's reactions in the water were incredibly fast, its movements fluid and decisive. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Afai's neck. Atui nodded in approval. Good job. It can't move. Atui braced himself against a rock on the riverbed, taking the opportunity to regulate his breathing. Immediately after, he shot upwards, telling himself that at this point, it was win or die. Atui decided to use his own blood as a catalyst to activate the blood domination talisman for the fight. He gritted his teeth and thought, I have enough spiritual power. I can definitely subdue it. The system sent continuous warnings. This action will overload your spiritual power. It is recommended that the host cease immediately. Depleted spiritual power will cause your control over the water beast to backfire. The host is urged to stop this action at once. Cease this action immediately. Warning. Spiritual power is approaching critical levels. Stop now. Overload warning. Atui's eyes suddenly blazed with intense light as he pushed his will straight forward. That state seemed to affect Afai in return. After a struggle, Afai gradually lost all its strength to resist. The boat above continued to drift lazily with the current. Atui struggled to climb out of the water and onto the boat's deck. He lay on his back, panting heavily. He'd finally made it back. That catfish's spiritual power was insane. One slip-up and he would have been done for. A faint smile appeared on Atui's lips as his eyes glanced to the side. But, looking at the calm water ahead, he felt extremely satisfied. This haul was not small. The system provided another prompt. Six-whisker catfish has been dominated. Evolution is possible. Consume 800 points of water essence to evolve into a tiger head catfish. Atui sat up, resting his chin on his hand as he made a decision. "You're so chubby. I'll call you A-Fi." He poured the fish from his basket onto the deck. It was time to process his gains, but just then, he saw Tai Hoangach open its mouth, revealing a small treasure fish inside. Atui gently turned its head and praised, "Immovable. You truly are reliable." The boat's deck was now piled high with all sorts of fish, big and small. He picked a small fish and put it in a pot to cook, wanting to eat it first to see if it would enhance his strength. After he finished eating, only the fish's clean skeleton remained. Atui picked up a piece and looked at it with satisfaction. It would be nice to keep a small part of it as a souvenir. Immediately after, the system announced, "Water essence plus 18. Atui looked closely at the number. 18 points, a profit equivalent to 18 pieces of essence. He rubbed his chin, calculating. If a small fish was worth this much, a large one would be at least 3 times more, possibly over 50 points. His current fusion rate was 7.5%. With this, it would definitely surpass 10%. Atui crossed his arms and looked at the pile of fish, reminding himself to be patient. The most important thing right now was his tuition fee, but it looked like he had enough. Atui's inventory updated with new items: gold, 2.8 taels, immovable, a Phi. The swamp cauldron bore the identity of a water ghoul, with its fusion status displayed at 7.5%. The sense of connection still felt ethereal and not completely stable. The scene quickly shifts to a crowded market square. This is Cow Market in Nghia Huang City, where the sound of footsteps and the breath of life merge into a bustling rhythm. Atui walked to the center of the market, his eyes scanning back and forth, taking in every movement around him amidst the constantly jostling crowd. He suddenly noticed an unusual corner, and curiosity sparked within him. The Moon Festival was just last month, so what kind of celebration was this? Kiet Zhuang held a fish high above the crowd and shouted his sales pitch. "Look here, this is a once-in-a-century treasure fish, weighing 1 catty, 3 taels, and 6 mace. I am Tran Kiet Zhuang." The crowd immediately gathered around excitedly to see, chattering non-stop. "A treasure fish. It's real. That kid from the Tran family is really something else." The commotion also drew Atui's attention, because he himself had once caught a treasure fish in a similar situation. He squeezed through the tight circle of people, asking them to make way, only to be met with annoyed glares. "Isn't this that kid from the Luong family? What's the big rush?" Kiet Zhuang immediately held the treasure fish out in front of him to show off, a sharp movement as if he wanted to pull all the attention onto himself. Atui moved in closer, facing him and boasting loudly, "Our upper wharf is truly blessed by the river god, catching 2 treasure fish in 1 day." A man standing nearby frowned in annoyance and cut in. "What nonsense are you talking about? The Tran family's kid only caught 1. Right after that, he reached into his bamboo basket and rummaged around, his firm voice ringing out through the crowd. "I said the second one isn't his." Atui then lifted up a tattered-looking treasure fish, deliberately emphasizing each word, "It's mine." The surrounding crowd not only didn't believe him, but burst out laughing in ridicule. You're calling an ugly fish like that a treasure fish. You probably just found some random fish and are trying to sell it for a high price." The laughter echoed on and on, causing Atui to turn his head, a sense of indescribable helplessness rising in his heart. Kiet Zhuang placed a hand on his hip, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk, his eyes glancing at the scene before him with a look of smug satisfaction. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance and approached, and a murmur spread quickly. "Isn't that a red snow base?" Hote strode into the middle of the crowd, and everyone quickly recognized his identity. "Isn't that the great master from the Duong clan martial arts hall? It's really him. His presence is truly extraordinary." Hote walked straight up to Kiet Zhuang and asked directly, without beating around the bush, "How much?" Kiet Zhuang was a bit flustered, sweat beading on his forehead as he scratched his face and replied, "Master, whatever you think is reasonable." Hearing this, Hote asked further, "How much does this one weigh?" Kiet Zhuang immediately answered, 1 catty, 7 taels, and 6 mace." Hotei's lips curved into a slight smile, and then he gave a clear price. Well then, 3 taels. Are you selling? Hearing the good price, Kit Shuang immediately perked up and replied without hesitation. 3 taels, sold. At that very moment, Atui suddenly held up his fish and interjected, his voice ringing out clearly, "Master, please take a look at mine." The surrounding people immediately showed their contempt upon hearing him, their words pouring out in a rush. "Look at yours too, you Luong family kid. You're truly shameless. If you anger the great master, we'll all be dragged down with you." That's right. Hotei's eyes widened as he observed it carefully, recognizing its origin with just a glance. Oh, this is a spinehorn fish. Atui happily held the fish higher, immediately reporting its detailed information. That's right, 1.5 caddies, 2 taels, and 1 mace. So this is called a spinehorn fish. Hotei held up one finger and casually named his price. This one is 6 taels and 5 cents. Are you selling? The entire surrounding crowd was stunned in unison, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. 6 taels and 5 cents. My God, my family hasn't had 6 taels of silver in generations. Even Kiet Shuang's face turned pale, and he stood frozen on the spot, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Someone hidden in the crowd uttered a venomous reminder. Be careful you don't earn money you won't live to spend. Atui paid them no mind at all, his face beaming as he immediately replied, sold. Kiet Shuang silently slung the fish basket back over his shoulder, turned, and left the crowd without another word. Atui clasped his hands in front of his chest, his attitude a mix of reverence and curiosity as he spoke up and asked, Master, I'd like to ask why my fish could sell for double the price of the red snow base. Hotei maintained a calm expression, patiently explaining in detail the hard scales of the spinehorn fish can be used as medicine, made into medicinal pills, which have the effect of refining one's qi and blood, helping to break through a blood barrier. I am currently facing this difficulty, so it is extremely useful to me. After hearing the explanation, Atui bowed his head deeply, his obedient attitude clear. So that's how it is. Thank you, Master. It's a good thing I managed to keep the hard scales of that little fish intact. Time passed quietly, and the sky above gradually took on the colors of sunset, its warm light blanketing the entire market. Atui sat huddled in a corner of the street, taking out his money and counting each coin in his hand. 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, a figure silently approached from behind, the closeness of their breath causing a slight shift in the air. Lapba unexpectedly threw an arm around Atui's shoulder, raising a hand in hearty praise. Well done. Kid, you've really brought honor to the people of our small town. Atui was slightly startled, then gave a sheepish smile, beads of sweat on his brow, and replied, Oh, it's you. I never got to thank you properly for that day. Lapba took the opportunity to grin slyly, holding out his hand to bargain. Then just give me the 6 taels. Atui's face immediately darkened, his annoyance obvious. Atui quickly tucked the silver deep inside his shirt, then suddenly remembered something else. Oh, right. Let me ask you something. Do you know what the recruitment fee is for the Duong Clan Martial Arts Hall? Lapba nudged him hard in the arm with his elbow, a smug look on his face. You're asking the right person. My dad is planning to send me there. He rattled off the details clearly. Old Man Duong's Martial Arts Hall charges 7 taels without room and board. 10 taels includes lodging. 20 taels adds medicinal baths, and food is separate. The price is higher, but its reputation and strength are far superior. After hearing this, Atui silently did the math. 7 taels plus the contribution fee. Add the 6 taels and 5 coins from today and the 130 wen from before, for a total of 9 taels and 2 cents. More than enough. Having finished his thought, he pointed behind him, his voice full of excitement. Then let's go sign up together tomorrow. Lapba was taken aback, then lightly punched him. Huh, so you're a big shot now. Huh. Well then, no problem. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Found, treasure, fish, again. Atui immediately felt a sense of unease and instinctively turned his head to look back. The scene abruptly shifted to another place. the quiet and heavy Trio Manor. At the Trio residence, Trin Huang bowed his head and reported that head clerk Truong had gone missing, and the current clues point to a kid named Luong Ku. The man standing above listened and replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to bother me with such trivial matters every day. Handle it yourself." His expression darkened, his eyes half closed as if he were silently plotting something. Atui's inventory was now displayed: 2 untouchable copper coins, a Phi, and the Marsh Cauldron Water Monkey, with a fusion rate of 7.5%. As day turned to night, the small boat drifted silently, floating on the dark surface of the water. Atui stood on the boat, his hands deftly slicing ingredients with practiced, neat movements. The Tai Hoa alligator lying beside him glanced over at him as he cooked. The pot of broth bubbled vigorously, its fragrant aroma spreading throughout the boat. A steaming pot of fish soup was quickly finished, its rich flavor wafting through the air. Atui picked up a bowl of the soup, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he laughed enthusiastically and praised, "So good." Atui tilted the bowl, pouring some soup out for them, and said, "Here, you guys have some too." Just then, a new notification came from the system: Essence of the Water Marsh plus 24. Atui could clearly feel the change in his body. The treasure fish was truly extraordinary. The essence flooded him, refreshing his body and noticeably increasing his strength. He turned to Afai with a joyful expression. "We really lucked out this time. To think Afai actually found a treasure fish." Atui looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. "That's right. It's time to level up. 18 from last time, plus 24 from this time." With that thought, he reached out and pressed the familiar system screen. Atui looked at his own hand, feeling the new power surging within him. The system immediately displayed a detailed panel. Peak Lord Luong Ku, Refining Marsh Spirit, White Water Monkey, Fusion Rate 11.7%, Essence of the Water Marsh, Water Beast Taming, and various evolution plans. Atui clenched his fist and punched the air, a longing rising within him. It would be great to have a sparring partner right now. He tried channeling his magic and silently assessed that his water control ability had indeed improved significantly. Atui looked down at his 2 water beasts and suddenly noticed that just by drinking some leftover soup, the points needed for their and A5's evolution had decreased. The system immediately sent a notification. Water Beast Taming. Tai Hoa Alligator. Consuming 779 points of Essence of the Water Marsh can evolve it into a Rotwood Alligator. Water Beast Taming. 6 Whisker Prayer Fish. Consuming 779 points of Essence of the Water Marsh can evolve it into a Lakehead Prayer Fiend. Atui held the Marsh Cauldron in his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. This thing is truly miraculous. Was it created by someone? Or was it born of nature? He carefully observed each of its faces. One resembled a Yinglong, another a giant ape like Wujuki. A third was a deity with a human head and a snake body. And the last face was the mysterious great emperor Hao Bao. Atui clenched his fist and told himself, "Overthinking this, right now, won't solve anything." His emotions surging, he silently made a decision. Tomorrow. I'm going to the martial arts hall. I have to get stronger quickly to deal with the Trio family. The next day broke with a gentle sunlight spreading over a clear and pleasant morning. Lapba raised his hand high, shouting with an excited expression, "Let's go." Atui turned to his side, his face full of curiosity, and asked, "Master, about how long until we get there?" Lapba smiled brightly, pulled Atui forward by the hand, and pointed across the street as they walked, saying, "Luong Ku, look at that person over there." After a considerable walk, the two finally arrived at their destination, the bustling Tran Bin Duong Square. The two of them blended into the crowd, making their way deeper into the lively area filled with chatter and laughter. Lapba took a bite of a steamed bun and almost teared up from the heat, muttering, "So hot." Atui stopped in front of a blacksmith stall, watching intently before offering a straightforward compliment. "Wow, he's really skilled." Afterward, the two continued to weave through the crowd to watch a martial arts performance, surrounded by endless cheers. The scene suddenly shifted to a gloomy alley, where dim light blanketed the narrow passage. A fierce-looking man spoke up, asking, "Are you sure the kid you mentioned is going to pass through here?" Vuong Thang narrowed his eyes and sneered, his voice firm with certainty. Of course. The corner of his mouth curled as he recounted the details. I heard it with my own ears. He made plans with that kid from the Lai family to go to the martial arts hall and register today. Yesterday. That brat sold something for 6 taels and 5 mace. Vuong Thang pointed at the ground, emphasizing fiercely, "Do you have any idea how much money that is? You couldn't get that much even if you sold your wife." The other guy immediately stated his terms. 6 toils and 5 mace. We won't get hauled off to the yamen for this. Will we? Vuong Thang scoffed. What do you know? Giving that much money to the martial arts hall is such a waste. We're just helping him manage his finances. Vuong Thang glanced down the path ahead and instructed in a low voice. To get to the martial arts hall, he has to take this route. Not many people pass through here now, so it's the perfect opportunity. When he saw 2 figures approaching in the distance, he immediately alerted his underlings. Quiet down, here they come, here they come. Lapba cracked his knuckles and stretched, then turned to ask Atui, "Hey, once I master all this, how many guys do you think I'll be able to take on?" Atui observed him with a serious expression and replied, "I don't know." Atui quickly glanced around, a sense of caution rising within him, as he wasn't even sure of his own current strength and what would happen if they ran into a few people. Suddenly, one of the men from the group stepped forward, shouting loudly. He grinned provocatively, his voice cold and menacing. Well, well, if it isn't you. Kid, we meet again. Now, hand over all your money to me." Vuong Thang lifted his chin arrogantly and gave them a choice. Either you hand over the money or we'll bury you right here on the side of the road. Atui showed no sign of panic, calmly replying, "In that case, I choose to bury you guys on the side of the road." Enraged by his words, Vuong Thang roared, raising his fist as he charged forward. "You're asking to die." But Atui was a step ahead, countering first with a straight punch toward his opponent. Another thug couldn't contain his aggression and immediately rushed in to attack, cursing. "You little punk." Atui's eyes flickered as he saw it coming, his body reacting before he could even think, dodging by a hair's breadth. He immediately struck back, decisively grabbing his opponent's hair without any hesitation, seizing the opportunity. Atui used his strength to throw the man straight at Vuong Thang. The man who was hit got a bloody nose, his face turning pale with fear. A look of unconcealed terror flashed across Vuong Thang's face before he could even recover. He took another full-force punch straight to the body. Lap Ba, standing on the side, was sweating, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "So fast." The fight was over in 9 minutes. Atui lowered his head to look at the ground, clearly seeing the results of what he had just done. He clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and praised himself internally. "Just as I thought. My body's physical structure has improved significantly." Lap Ba approached him, a look of complete confusion on his face, and asked, "When did you get so strong? Why do you even need to find a master?" Atui scratched his head, avoiding eye contact, and replied vaguely, "Maybe. I'm just a genius." After saying that, he turned and walked straight ahead, not forgetting to remind his friend, "Let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the enrollment." Lap Ba watched him go in silence, his expression wavering for a moment. But he didn't say another word. After walking for a while longer, the two of them finally stood before a large, imposing estate. Truong Tung clasped his hands and stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Truong Tung. You 2 junior brothers can call me senior brother Truong Tung." Atui and Lap Ba simultaneously clasped their hands, smiled, and returned the greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Truong Tung." The man in front gestured for them to follow. "Please, come with me. I'll take you to another training exercise and explain everything about the dojo." When they arrived, Truong Tung stopped and pointed, introducing them. "This is senior brother Ho. He will be teaching you from now on. He is a direct disciple of Master Duong." Atui's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the man's identity. It was the martial artist who had bought fish from him the other day. Hearing the introduction, the other man turned his head in surprise. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled in recognition. "Oh, it's you two." Truong Tung was also surprised by this. What a coincidence. Senior brother Ho. You know these two junior brothers. He happily turned and explained, the bone meal I use for my cultivation. I bought it from this little brother's stall. Truong Tung pointed behind him and continued his instructions. Well, that's great then. You two go train with senior brother Ho. You can stay at the dojo tonight. The two immediately clasped their hands and bowed, seriously greeting senior brother Ho. Senior brother Ho waved them forward, urging, come with me, junior brothers. Next, I'm going to test your physical aptitude. Hearing the words, physical aptitude, Atui broke out in a cold sweat, a tense look in his eyes. Seeing this, the senior brother chuckled and explained, don't worry, we just use it to determine the best training method for you. Atui spoke up to ask a question. We don't yet understand what the martial path is. We hope senior brother can explain the principles to us. He lifted his chin, gazing into the distance, and began to analyze slowly. The martial path is divided into 4 major gates: skin, flesh, bone, and blood. He continued to explain each gate. The skin gate focuses on the skin itself, making it tough and difficult to tear. The flesh gate greatly increases your physical power, allowing you to overpower someone with one hand. The bone gate helps you release that power more naturally. You'll be able to shatter stones and break tablets. The blood gate is just the final touch, enhancing your strength across the board. He raised a single finger for emphasis. But the core of it all is one word: training. An ordinary person's training will always have a limit. To surpass that limit, you need 2 things: method and medicine. To put it simply, it's like having a textbook and the right supplements to go with it. After hearing this, both of them mumbled to themselves, committing it to memory, method, and medicine. He nodded in confirmation and clarified. That's right. Method refers to a training discipline. For example, here at the Duong Clan Dojo, we use the 3 fists method. Only with a proper method can you have a ladder to climb higher. Atui's curiosity grew, and he looked back to ask, so if methods are cultivation techniques, then what about medicine? He explained it simply. The path of cultivation is a steep and treacherous staircase. If you want to climb it quickly and steadily, you need a handrail, and that handrail is medicine, he added. For example, the bone scraps you guys sell are the very medicinal ingredients we need. Atui felt a secret sense of relief. With the mystic cauldron, this would be much easier. He smiled reassuringly. You two junior brothers don't need to worry. The path of martial arts is long. The most important thing is to take steady steps. Atui cheerfully extended his hand and offered, thank you, senior brother. In that case, please test my foundation for me. In the distance, a group of people stood silently, watching the entire exchange. Dien Tai squinted into the distance, his voice filled with doubt. Is that really the guy third young master trio was talking about? Lo Dien Tai. Someone behind him confirmed quietly. That's right. All you have to do is drive those two out of the martial arts hall. A vicious look crossed Hak Nguyen's face as he nodded in agreement. Consider it done. I, Triu Hak Nguyen, will handle this for you. The scene shifts to another location, where a person enters and reports. My lord, this boy. Luong Ku is only 15 years old. He's an excellent ingredient for pill refinement, and he's the same age as the third young master. Hearing this, Trin Huang immediately began to scheme. If they could just capture him and use him to refine a pill, young Master Trio's body would recover. Hong Vien showed his interest. Nguyener has been weak since childhood. Finding a rebirth embryo of the same age is incredibly difficult. This Luong Ku is indeed the most suitable. But he was still hesitant. I heard the kid is about to join the Duong clan's martial arts hall. It will be difficult to make a move on him with Duong Dong Hung around. After listening, the messenger bowed his head and left. Then, my lord, this subordinate will take his leave. A picture of Atui fell onto the cold ground. The person who picked up the picture glared with determination. I must consume the immortal pill and escape this mortal coil. Anyone who stands in my way. Hak Nguyen's face was ferocious, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lap Ba pointed with a trembling hand, his face flushed. I can't believe this kid has the best aptitude, while mine is only upper mid-grade. The person behind him shook his head in disbelief. It's a conspiracy. Atui glanced away, thinking to himself. This is what you call talent. A dejected Lap Ba chased after him. Wait for me, Atui reminded him firmly. Hurry up and get to the training grounds. His eyes snapped open as his consciousness slammed into an unfamiliar reality. A wave of shock washed over him as he took in the completely foreign surroundings, his breath catching in his throat before he could even process what was happening. Lap Ba only needed a single glance to recognize the person standing opposite him. That familiar face belonged to Tran Kiet Shuang. Old memories instantly surfaced, and his expression darkened. He strode forward, his eyes cold and his voice a low growl. What are you doing here? Tran Kiet Shuang put his hands on his hips, tilted his head back and retorted, Why can't I be here? If you can be here, why can't I? Enraged, Lap Ba closed the distance until they were face to face, veins bulging on his forehead. You little punk. Kit Shuang didn't back down, his gaze sharp. What? You want to fight? Atui quickly stepped between them, forcing a strained smile to mediate. His voice was soft. We're all from the same hometown. Just forget it. Forget it. He turned and greeted him in a friendly manner. Hey, Brother Kiet. Tran Kiet Shuang was from Nghia Huang town, 2 years older than him, and famous for his fishing skills. His relationship with his former master had always been pretty good. Atui kept smiling and took the initiative to ask, So, Brother Kiet, you came to practice martial arts too? The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Kiet Shuang clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. That's right. In this day and age, who doesn't want to be powerful? That's why I sold all my fish last time, saved up enough money, and came here. Atui then excitedly suggested they head to the training grounds immediately, saying that senior brother Ho had already started teaching. Lap Ba turned in a panic and urged them on. Right. If we don't go now, we won't be able to join. A powerful punch was thrown, the force of it tearing through the air as it shot forward. The movement was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. All around them, a crowd of martial arts students stood shoulder to shoulder, each of them training hard. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and the sound of ragged breaths. Lap Ba's face was bright red. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his whole body trembled from overexertion after just a short period of training. Behind them, the others also looked like they were struggling, their heavy movements showing that their stamina was being rapidly depleted. He raised his hand high, took a deep breath, and shouted, Stop! The resounding command made everyone's movements halt in unison. He turned and instructed them. Everyone is permitted to take a short break. Instructor Ho will return this afternoon to continue the lesson. His words were brief but clear. Lap Ba collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. I'm so tired, he whined. I'm already starting to feel like giving up. Kit Shuang just lowered his head and shook it slightly, his eyes filled with contempt. Useless. A shrill voice suddenly cut through the air. I was just wondering where that fishy smell was coming from. The tone was dripping with sarcasm. Dien Tai gritted his teeth, hands on his hips, his face a mask of disgust. The stench is killing me. Can you scram and get away from here? His cronies chimed in. Yeah, were you three born in a fish's belly or something? He held his hand out in front of the three of them, shamelessly demanding money. Each of you gives us 2 taels of silver, and we'll let you 3 stay here. Hearing this, Lap Ba shot to his feet in anger. You. Kit Shuang quickly blocked him, his voice low. Calm down. Don't cause trouble for senior brother Ho. Atui observed them intently, his entire body tense. He knew in his heart that with his current strength, he couldn't possibly deal with these 3. Dien Tai cracked his neck and knuckles, his expression dark. What's wrong? You want to go a few rounds? Come on then. I'm just about to break through a critical point anyway, and I'm itching to test my skills. Hearing that, Atui immediately grew tense and started calculating. A breakthrough. If he's really on the verge of one. The consequences of fighting him now would be unimaginable. Yen gritted his teeth in fury, his anger surging uncontrollably. Damn it. Just then, senior brother Ho's cold voice rang out. Lo Dien Tai, what are you 3 doing? He pointed behind him and gave a decisive order, his tone leaving no room for argument. If you have nothing to do, go over there and hold a horse stance for an hour. Dientai reluctantly lowered his hand, his face twisted in a scowl, but he still managed to growl, "Consider yourself lucky, kid." "But there's no place for a coward here," Senior Brother Ho repeated in a stern voice. "Didn't you hear me?" Dientai didn't dare hesitate and quickly ran off. "Coming." Senior Brother Ho. Behind them, Lappa cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you bastard." Qi Chuang remained calm and advised, "All right, cursing him behind his back is useless." Atui lowered his head in thought, reminding himself, "It all comes down to strength. I have to seize every moment to get stronger." Then he looked up and said loudly to the other two, "Lappa, Brother Keet, I need to go home for a bit." Atui immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction, shouting back as he went, "Please ask for a leave of absence for me this afternoon." Lappa stood there, stunned and confused. What's up with Atui? Kiet Shuang was just as bewildered and could only shake his head. Who knows? But Atui had already sensed the danger. The Lotus Implement. Danger. There's an enemy. This is the thing that helps me get stronger. I can't let anything happen to it. Night fell, and the other two paced around the area, their eyes constantly scanning the darkness. Lappa put his hands on his hips and looked up anxiously. "It's been a whole day and that kid still hasn't come back," Qi Chuang replied calmly. "If the boss isn't worried, why are you in such a hurry? Maybe Atui has his own business to attend to." Lappa turned angrily to confront him. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Kiet Shuang, also losing his temper, shot back. "You really are asking for a beating." "Kid," suddenly, a loud noise from behind them shattered the tense atmosphere of the dark night. Dientai's arrogant voice rang out, "It seems the heavens are smiling on me today, letting me run into you two." He leaped out, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You don't have Senior Brother Ho to protect you today." The two of them gritted their teeth, their gazes locked forward, the air as tense as a bowstring about to snap. Dientai raised his hand, his expression ferocious and his voice ice-cold. "Let's see if I don't cripple the both of you." The scene quickly shifts, leaving the confrontation and focusing on Atui amidst a field of swaying reeds. By now, his body was submerged deep beneath the water's surface, the light from above gradually being swallowed by the depths. Atui rode the Taihoa crocodile as the beast silently carried him down into the deep water. His face was tense, his thoughts in turmoil. Afai had already reached the mystic gate and was still forced to flee. So what kind of creature could command those two messenger beasts? Peering out from behind a current, Atui squinted into the distance. There it is. The deep gouges on the bottom made his heart sink. Damn it. Whatever made these marks must be enormous. The two beasts behind him suddenly trembled, reacting visibly to an unseen pressure. Atui stared straight ahead, quickly calculating in his mind. Last time. After eating the abalone, my fusion rate reached 11.7%. My water control is at 70 caddies. My perception range increased by 1 meter. And my grasping range is now 6 meters. Cold sweat continuously beaded on Atui's forehead, and each breath became heavy. He lowered his voice, his entire body on high alert. What is that? Is that the monster? As he observed the visible parts, Atui trembled slightly. Is this a serpent? When its complete form was revealed, his pupils contracted. This thing is way too big. Atui slowly backed away, keeping a safe distance. With a body like this, has it already become a spirit beast? According to Instructor Ho, anything that surpasses the mystic gate is called a spirit beast. And this size, I'm afraid it really is one. He quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation. But it probably isn't too strong. Otherwise, A5 wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Atui stared ahead, doubt rising in his heart. Can I do this? I have no plan at all. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze wavering. Getting stronger is supposed to follow a plan. But this situation is too sudden. The vicious image of Dao Truong flashed in his mind. You monster. His voice echoed with contempt. Just like your father, you don't know your place. Dientai's cold words cut through the air. There's no room for 3 cowards like you here. Atui's face paled and he lowered his stance. But danger and the unexpected have always been a part of my life. He understood clearly. Fate-changing moments require taking risks. Important things often happen unexpectedly. Only the small stuff needs a thorough plan. A fire of anger ignited within him. Atui gripped his weapon tightly. I refuse to accept this. I don't have a habit of handing over what's already in my hands to someone else. His eyes darkened as the memory surfaced. That bastard Truong wanted to take my life. And so he died. Atui steadied his mind, his fighting spirit soaring. You want to steal my lotus implement? Then let's see who's more capable. The two beasts under his command immediately shot forward, their bodies tearing through the water. Atui followed closely behind, moving between them. Go. On the other side. Kiet Chuang took a hit, half of his face swelling up as his body staggered. Dien Tai squatted down and admitted with a smirk, "You're pretty tough." "So, where's that other friend of yours?" Kiet Chuang fell to the ground, his hand managing to grab a rock nearby. He threw it with all his might, and the rock smashed straight into Dien Tai's face, sending him to meet his maker. Dien Tai's face darkened, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped down, crushing his opponent with immense pressure. Dien Tai's eyes widened, his voice chillingly cold. "It looks like you two are really asking to die today." He turned his head and ordered his men behind him. "3 of you, go guard the gate for me. I want to torture these two." Slowly, the men behind him immediately responded, "Yes, sir," and quickly dispersed. Lap Ba struggled to his feet and threw a punch with all his strength. "You bastard." Dien Tai swung his arm in a clean motion, instantly catching Lap Ba's fist. He twisted his opponent's wrist sharply, the reverse force making Lap Ba freeze in agony. Dien Tai crouched down, a sinister smile plastered on his face. "Damn you. You sure talk a lot. Go on, say more." His voice was a long, mocking drawl. He casually brushed Kiet Chuang's hair aside, his gaze mocking and scrutinizing. "And you. Those eyes of yours have quite a bit of spirit." Dien Tai held 2 fingers in front of Kiet Chuang's face, threatening him bluntly. "I'm going to gouge out these eyes of yours and let my 2 hounds use them for martial arts practice." Lying far behind, Lap Ba still managed to scream, trying to stop him. "You son of a bitch, stop." His voice was hoarse with rage. Those 2 fingers slowly moved closer, until they were just an inch from the eye. A blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere. It was immediately followed by a sharp, commanding shout. "Stop." The order echoed with authority. In Atui's inventory, the status was clear: gold, 2 cents, immovable. The information was displayed coldly. Consuming 740 points of water essence can evolve it into a rotting alligator. A Phi, by consuming 700 points of water essence, can evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. The marsh-top water monkey has a fusion compatibility of 11.7%. Cutting back to the underwater battlefield, the giant crab's pincer suddenly clamped down on a large boulder. With just a slight squeeze, the solid rock instantly shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. Atui reacted instantly, swerving his body to dodge just in the nick of time. He gritted his teeth, feeling the immense difficulty. "Damn it! This crab's shell is completely unbreakable." Without further hesitation, Atui immediately gave the command. "Immovable. Wrap it up." His voice was decisive. The flowering alligator immediately charged forward, its jaws clamping down on the crab's pincer to hold it in place. Atui seized the opportunity, quickly using his water flow control technique, causing the current to wrap tightly around the target. Just then, a Phi accelerated from behind, its body slicing through the swift current. Atui coughed several times, his face turning pale. "This is bad. I lost control of my spiritual power and injured myself." The crab spirit's pincer began to shake violently. Its resistance clearly felt through the water. It quickly curled up, forming a defensive posture to protect itself. A Phi immediately seized the chance, charging straight into the center of its defense. Cao Lian, watching from the sidelines, smiled with interest and praised. "Nice one." A Phi pushed into a corner. The crab spirit's anger erupted violently, and the aura around its body became chaotic. It repeatedly stomped on the bottom, each stomp sending shockwaves through the water. The crab spirit swung its leg, crushing the lotus roots that lay beneath it. Atui's eyes widened, his brows knitting together tightly. "It's using them." My lotus roots. The shock was clear in his expression. He no longer hesitated, immediately charging forward to launch an attack himself. But his body couldn't take it. Atui suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breathing becoming erratic. He was forced to retreat, creating distance to regain his strength and catch his breath. Atui couldn't swallow his rage. "You will die here today." His killing intent was palpable. The crab spirit scuttled sideways overhead again, its massive shadow falling over Atui. Atui observed it carefully and suddenly understood. "So you have a weakness too." His eyes flashed with realization. The crab spirit swung its pincer down hard, but Atui managed to dodge it in the water. The tension was clear on his face, his heart pounding in his chest. Atui immediately ordered his two beasts to coordinate. Immovable, Afai. The command was clear. The two beasts charged forward at the same time, moving in to support his attack. After a bit of observation and a few clashes, Atui finally realized that no matter how it was injured, the creature instinctively protected its abdomen, which meant its belly had to be its weak spot. He swung his weapon back, building momentum as his voice dropped low. "I've been planning this move for a long time." As he compressed the water current, he controlled to its absolute limit into the tip of his wooden spear. Atui gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Right now, he could only burn all of his spirit power to barely create 2 rings, giving the wooden spear 2 stages of acceleration. Just then, the system issued a cold warning. "Spirit power is critically low. This will cause the water beast to rebel. Host, please cease your actions." Though his body was falling apart, Atui's expression remained resolute, his voice low as he said, "But like I said, let's see which one of us really has what it takes." A powerful burst of light suddenly erupted at the center of the battle, tearing through the water in an instant. The spirit crab had no time to react, its enormous body taking the full brunt of the direct hit. Atui's sharp weapon pierced straight toward its target. Ngo Dien is mine. His overwhelming will poured into the attack. The surge of power tore through the spirit crab's body, its aftershocks rippling through the surrounding water. An expression of uncontrollable excitement spread across Atui's face. I did it. I won," he exclaimed, his emotions overflowing. Atui closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a relieved smile after the life-or-death moment. Under the water, only a prolonged silence remained, along with strings of slowly dissolving bubbles. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze filled with astonishment at being alive. Atui shot up, grabbing his head. "How did I pass out like that?" he asked in a bewildered voice, his memory feeling fragmented. Recognizing his surroundings, he smiled brightly at the two beasts. "Did you two save me?" "Thank you." Atui stood up straight, rubbing his head wearily. "My head hurts so much. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when using that move next time." Suddenly, his eyes widened, his gaze drawn to something unusual in another direction. Atui turned and saw a giant object lying there. "What is that?" Recognizing it immediately, he asked in alarm. "Is that the spirit crab? Did you two bring it up here too?" Thinking of its value, Atui swallowed hard. "How much aquatic essence will this crab provide me with?" The Taihoa crocodile stood up and pointed with its claw toward a spot in the distance. Atui moved closer to observe, his eyes curious. "It's a female." He bent down to check inside, his expression changing. "What is this? Are these crab eggs? It's a shame. If I could have tamed this big crab, my power would have." An idea flashed in his mind as Atui stared at the eggs. "Wait a minute, I couldn't tame the big crab. But inside these crab eggs are baby crabs." He sat down in front of them, considering carefully, can the blood domination talisman tame what's inside these eggs? Atui took out a sharp shard and, without hesitation, cut the palm of his hand. He used his blood to touch the blood domination talisman's inscription, his movements slow but decisive. The pattern immediately spread, the symbol becoming clear as it followed the lines of blood. Atui stared without blinking, his voice stuttering. Did it work? The egg began to vibrate slightly, its outer shell moving with each pulse. A small claw slowly broke through the shell, revealing itself. A baby crab crawled out, its glistening eyes reflecting the light. A notification appeared. Successfully tamed stone clam crab. Evolvable. Can consume 8,000 points of aquatic essence to evolve the stone clam crab into a stone clam crab king. Inventory updated. Currency. 2 tails and 2 mace. Consuming 740 points of aquatic essence can evolve it into a rotten garbage crocodile. A Phi can consume 700 points of aquatic essence to evolve into a tiger head catfish. Fisthead can consume 8,000 points of aquatic essence to evolve into a stone crab king. Marsh cauldron. Water monkey fusion rate, 11.7%. The 2 sides of the crab shell split apart, revealing the meat inside. When a tui finished eating, the system immediately announced fusion rate, 10.4%. The stats continued to rise rapidly without stopping. Fusion rate, 14.7%. Fusion rate, 18.8%. The growth didn't stop there. The fusion rate shot up to 36.6%. A tui couldn't hold it back and let out a roar, his aura erupting violently. The 3 beasts in the water below looked up, their gazes focused in anticipation. A tui looked down at his body, stunned to realize that all his wounds had vanished. The 3 beasts looked up at him, their eyes sparkling as if they were looking at a divine being. A tui examined his muscles, his mind completely shaken. The fusion rate increased to 36.6%, on top of the physical boost from the abalone. I also gained an additional buff from the fusion rate itself. A tui looked down at his inverted reflection in the water, clearly feeling the changes happening within him. The circulation of his blood and energy was more distinct than before, with every pulse giving feedback. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with excitement, and recalled Instructor Ho's words. He was getting very close to breaking the blood barrier, even surpassing his initial predictions. A tui casually tossed the remaining crab eggs down below, saying, "You two can have the rest of these eggs in crab meat. The meat is hard to preserve, and each egg only gives 6 aquatic essence points, which is just too little." He raised his hand and gave a brief instruction. "Just leave Fisthead alone. It's too cruel for our own kind to eat each other." The small crab was named Fisthead because it was only the size of a fist. A tui's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly calculated in his head. As long as he could break through the blood barrier within a month, he could become an official student of the martial arts hall, and then the Trio Manor would no longer be a threat. A tui smiled decisively, his mind made up. The next step was to return to the martial arts hall and prepare for tomorrow morning's training. At that moment, a cold voice cut in from behind him. "Stop right there." A figure approached, his voice full of annoyance. "Lu Dientai, that's enough out of you." Lo Tu Hoi frowned, his expression stern as he emphasized, "The martial arts hall has its own rules." Dientai turned his head and sneered. "Well, if it isn't Instructor Lo, don't blame me for not warning you. Dealing with these guys wasn't my idea. I'm representing the 3rd young master trio." Hearing that, his face immediately darkened, and his aura grew heavy. Lo Tu Hoi's voice was cold as he pressed him. "I wonder if this dog of yours follows the rules of the martial arts hall, or the rules of the Trio Manor?" Faced with the direct question, Lo Tu Hoi fell silent, not daring to utter a word in rebuttal. Dientai, feeling emboldened, stepped forward, pointing and laughing loudly. "Look at this guy. It's only been a few days since he left the Trio Manor, and he's already forgotten who his master is." He continued his taunts. "Back then, if the Trio Manor hadn't taken you and your father in, would you be where you are today? Wouldn't it be better to just be a good dog who clings to life? Do you really have the guts to stand up for them? Go on, fight me yourself." Dientai smirked menacingly as he reminded him. "Have you forgotten? Your father is still in the Trio Manor if you say something nice. Maybe I'll put in a good word for you." Lo Tu Hoi's entire body trembled slightly as he forced himself to bow his head in humiliation. "Father, as long as I can protect my family, I don't care what happens to me. I'm sorry." Dientai laughed loudly and pointed straight at his face. "Yes, that's it. Just be an obedient dog like this. Lo the dog has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" Suddenly, a glob of spit shot straight into his face. Kiet Shuang, lying on the ground, burst out laughing, his laughter hoarse but full of mockery. He cursed at him bluntly. "You bastard. I just can't stand your petty little tricks. You're a real disgrace. Tai's eyes widened in fury as he wiped the spit from his face, his gaze turning venomous. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Lap Ba, making no attempt to hide his malice. Tai pressed down with more force, his voice a low growl. You're a hero, aren't you? Keep it up. He flashed a vicious smile and declared, I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to break your friend instead. Kiet Shuang roared in anger. You son of a bitch. If you've got the guts, come at me. Tai stood with his hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly. You think someone is going to come and save you now? Instructor Ho isn't here, without him. What kind of backing do you two have? Right behind him, one of his underlings was suddenly struck, blood spraying from his nose. Startled, Tai immediately whipped his head around to look toward the source of the commotion. A figure slowly emerged through the thin mist. Atui stepped forward, his eyes blazing, his entire aura completely different from before. He glanced down at his two friends lying on the ground, and killing intent surged within him. Kiet Shuang looked up, his voice weak as he called out softly. Atui. Atui gritted his teeth, rage exploding from him. I'm gonna take you all on, every last one of you, he declared without hesitation. I'm going to knock out every single one of your teeth. High above, two figures were silently observing the entire scene. Senior Brother Ho turned and said in a low voice, Master, it's all my fault. I was so happy about breaking through the blood barrier today that I drank too much and arrived late. That's why this happened. Dong Hung looked down below, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I never realized this Lo Tiu Hoi was such a cold person. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly remarked, Lo Tiu Hoi's personality might be a bit detached, but his heart is still in the right place. Today, however, he was stopped. Dong Hung continued to observe before calmly concluding, this is one of the reasons he can't break through the blood barrier. A martial artist without courage is like a man without breath. Senior Brother Ho leaned in and explained quickly. As soon as he entered the martial arts hall today, Lu Tai was already close to his own breakthrough. He stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Dong Hung's eyes suddenly widened, his gaze fixed with interest. Wait a minute. That boy's blood energy is a little unusual. A simmering power radiated from around Atui, his rising aura unconcealed. Tai spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. Break me. You think you can do that? Down below, Atui clenched his fists, his voice low and steady. I already told you I would. He charged straight ahead, his aura exploding, declaring he would crush every last one of them. Tai, completely unfazed, pointed and commanded, You're nothing but a lowly fisherman. Get him for me. Atui spun around and threw a powerful kick, his movements sharp and without a hint of hesitation. He nimbly dodged every attack from the encirclement, his footwork constantly changing direction. Immediately after, Atui spun into a counterattack, his back fist striking its target. The arrogant Diengia was hit and roared in fury. Eat my kick. He turned his head and snarled, You rotten brat, stop messing around. The moment Diengia shouted, he was met with a slap to the face. Atui's eyes widened, not backing down an inch. Now it's your turn. Tai remained arrogant, his blood chi flaring. You think beating them means you can match me. This is the sign of entering seclusion. Atui's brows furrowed, his determined gaze unwavering. Tai narrowed his eyes in return, their auras clashing violently. The two of them charged forward at the same time, meeting head-on without any attempt to evade. Atui gritted his teeth, his entire body tensing with the impact. He threw an uppercut, striking his opponent squarely on the chin. Tai staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in pain. Atui gave a cold smile, his eyes filled with confidence. Is that all you've got? Tai pulled out a sharp knife, his voice dropping to a growl. You're nothing but. He lunged forward, stabbing straight at Atui's stomach, nothing but a stinking, empty vessel. Tai repeatedly pulled the knife out and stabbed again. Who do you have to back you up? You're just a fatherless orphan, all alone. What the hell are you? The blade pierced deep into Atui's palm, blood dripping to the ground. Atui's expression turned ice cold. You are truly shameless. He gathered his strength and threw a heavy punch. You disgusting coward. Tai took the hit, his body collapsing face first onto the ground. Only then did Atui take a deep breath, slowly regaining his composure. Dien Tai lifted his head, trembling as he begged, Don't come any closer, Lu Tu Hoi." He kept shouting accusations. "Aren't you going to do anything?" As an instructor, he's attacking a fellow disciple. He gritted his teeth and stammered. A familiar voice rang out decisively. "That's enough." A hand holding a staff slowly appeared in midair. Dong Hung coldly announced, "Lu Dien Tai, Tiet Din Ningia, Vu Vi Long, Hang Ku Tat. The 6 of you are no longer welcome at this dojo." He turned and gave another order. "Lu Tu Hoi, get yourself to the detention room and wait for me to deal with you." Tu Hoi bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Master." Hearing this, Atui immediately understood. Master. Could he be the legendary Duong Dong Hung, Master Duong? Dong Hung lowered his gaze, staring intently down at where Atui was sitting. Atui gritted his teeth, tension rising within him. "I made such a huge mistake. The dojo probably won't let me stay. Damn it." Dien Tai's voice echoed in his head. "Who do you have to back you up? You're just a fatherless orphan, all alone." He could only accept the truth. In the end, it really was hopeless. Dong Hung lowered his voice and asked slowly, "Are you Luangku?" Atui bowed his head in confirmation. "Yes." The atmosphere grew heavy. He gave a very slight smile and made an offer. "Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" His calm words carried a weight that filled the entire room. He stood frozen, staring at his own hands with a dazed expression. 2 words echoed in his mind. "What?" It felt as if he had just been pulled into another world. Dong Hung extended his hand, the gesture slow and clear, an undisguised show of goodwill, as if awaiting a fateful decision. Atui's inventory immediately updated. Funds: 2 tails and 2 mace. Untouchable. Consume 726 points of essence of the water marsh to evolve a Phi into a rotting garbage alligator. Consume 685 points of essence of the water marsh to evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. Fist technique. Consume 8,000 points of essence of the water marsh to evolve into stone crab king. Marsh-dwelling water. Ape fusion rate. 36.6%. Each line of text appeared coldly. The scene shifts to the Duong Manor. The space here was dead silent, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere that made anyone who entered instinctively lower their voice. A group of servants huddled together, whispering. "I heard the old master is officially taking his 9th personal disciple today. They say he's just a young punk." The news spread like wildfire. Just then, a girl walked in and called out, "Young Master Luong." Her clear voice echoed through the quiet hallway. Several other young women followed behind her. "Holding outfits," the girl said. "These are the clothes and accessories your senior brothers and sisters have sent for you. We sisters are responsible for helping you put them on." Atui replied awkwardly, "That's not necessary. Could I trouble you ladies to wait outside for a moment? I'll get dressed right away." Hearing this, the girls covered their mouths and giggled softly, then turned and left without another word, giving him his space. Ashoe stepped all the way into the room, closed the door, and let out a long sigh as the tension slowly began to dissipate. He silently calculated in his head. It had been 2 weeks since he defeated that Lu Yan Kai, and every detail was still crystal clear. He recalled soaking in the medicinal bath to heal, thinking about how his own wounds, as well as those of Chen Jie Chang and Li Li Bo, had been almost completely healed by Master Yang. Looking at the neat pile of clothes before him, Ashui told himself that he was no longer alone. He had a master, senior brothers and sisters, and he had people to rely on. A cold determination ignited within him. Zhao Manor. "I will defeat you all next," he thought, his will as sharp as a newly honed blade. The scene shifts to another corner of the manor, where a voice drones on, "The way I see it." Junior brother Liang was truly hanging by a thread that night. It was senior brother Hugh. He continued excitedly. "Can you imagine? Someone who had only been at the martial hall for a day defeated an opponent on the verge of a breakthrough." His eyes were wide with amazement. Hearing this, Zijo cut in. "All right, little 7, I've been hearing that from you for 2 weeks straight." Chang Song chuckled and added, "For Master to notice junior brother Liang at first glance, he must truly be a phoenix among men." Just then, Cao Rang and Zhao Qin walked over. She placed a hand on Zizhou's shoulder and teased. Fourth senior brother. Could it be you're jealous of our little junior brother? What did you get him this time? He replied in a low voice. I gave him a tungsten arm guard. It was just a small expense. Standing nearby, Lu Gang heard this and grinned with amusement. Senior brother Hu chimed in with a laugh. Senior sister. Stop teasing fourth senior brother. Saving up that much money must have been really tough for him. Just then, a Shui's figure appeared behind him. The moment senior brother Hu saw him, he called out, Little junior brother is here. His voice was clearly filled with joy as a Shui stepped out. The hem of his robe swayed gently in the breeze, and his upright posture made him stand out from the crowd. A Shui was now dressed in an outfit far more formal and dignified than before, and his entire aura had changed along with it. Seeing everyone waiting, he took the initiative to greet them. Senior brothers? Senior sister? His voice clear and without a hint of hesitation. A Shui took a step forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and said with sincere gratitude, I, Liang Zhu, thank all my senior brothers and sisters for their gifts. Lu Gang chuckled at his words and spoke up. I haven't given you mine yet. His expression suggesting he had been waiting for this moment. He presented a block of metal and said, Junior brother, I've prepared something excellent for you, a block of high grade, pure hard alloy. Lu Gang added, when you have time, you can come to my shop and tell me what kind of weapon you need. Receiving such a valuable gift, a Shui replied respectfully, thank you. Senior brother Lu. Once the gifts were exchanged, Chang Song urged them. All right, everyone. The gifts have all been given. Let's hurry to the main hall. Don't keep master and mistress waiting. Right, senior brother Hu replied. The scene transitions to the Zhao Manor, where the atmosphere is completely different. The piece overshadowed by an indescribable, heavy feeling. Inside the manor, Zhengxiang hesitantly reported to Hong Yuan, My lord, his trembling voice betraying his anxiety. He broke out in a cold sweat and continued, Baldy Protector Zhang. We found him. But his unfinished sentence only heightened the tension. The scene of disemboweling that man flashed through his mind. Li had said, the thing. Inside his stomach, it's gone. The memory made his heart pound erratically. The moment Zhengxiang finished speaking, he was struck with a hard slap. Useless trash. Hong Yuan roared, his fury erupting without restraint. Veins bulged on Hong Yuan's neck as he screamed. Do you have any idea how much trouble we'll be in if this gets out? If the authorities come knocking, you can just hand over your own head. Terrified, Zhengxiang quickly said, My lord, it's all because of that Liang Zhu. He must have been the one who killed Baldy Zhang, which allowed Shu Duo to escape. This only enraged Hong Yuan further. He threatened. And another thing about Liang Zhu, according to Zhao Er, he's now a direct disciple of Yang Dongxiang. Do you want to find out just how sharp Yang Dongxiang's blade is? Hong Yuan violently grabbed Zhengxiang by the hair and ordered, Listen to me carefully. I don't care what methods you use. Find that thing now. Zhengxiang stammered in fear. Why, yes. Hong Yuan's expression darkened. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. The name. Liang Zhu, repeating endlessly in his mind as he suppressed the killing intent in his eyes. The scene immediately cuts back to the Yang Manor, where Dongxiang's voice rings out clearly. Liang Zhu, getting straight to the heart of the matter, sitting next to his wife. Madam Shu, he looked directly at the young man and asked, You know how to repay gratitude. You are braver than most, and you work with sincerity and diligence. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? A Shui immediately knelt, his expression solemn as he replied without a moment's hesitation. This disciple is willing. Standing nearby, senior brother Hu and Chang Song both smiled upon hearing this. Dongxiang continued with his teachings. My disciples must remain humble, persevere through hardship, respect their master and the Tao, and be filial to their families. Elsewhere, Lu Gang and Zhao Qin listened intently to every word. Dongxiang continued, emphasizing, You must not harm your fellow disciples. You must not be unfilial or commit the 5 grave offenses. You must not do evil or use your strength to bully the weak. Do you understand this clearly? A Shui bowed his head in response, his voice firm. This disciple, Liang Ju, understands completely. His attitude was exceptionally serious. Dongzhong announced in a deep voice. Good. After you serve the tea, you will officially be my Yang Dongzhong's ninth direct disciple. From this day forward, no one can bully you, and no one can insult you. Your master will be your pillar of support. Do you understand? He clasped his hands tightly, his gaze resolute as he answered. This disciple, Liang Ju, understands. His determination was plain to see. Outside the Yang Manor, the sky was high and blue, with white clouds drifting slowly. The peaceful atmosphere was a stark contrast to the undercurrents within. In the courtyard below, the disciples were still training diligently, their backs soaked with sweat under the scorching sun. A sharp command rang out, "Take a half-hour break." The sound shattered the tense rhythm of their training. Everyone immediately sat down to rest, their breathing ragged and sweat pouring down their faces. No one spoke an unnecessary word. One person said in a low voice, "Did you hear? That guy, Liang Ju, became Master Yang's direct disciple." The person next to him replied, "Yeah. Talk about a rag storage's story for a dirt-poor nobody." The first person lowered his voice even more. "The best part is, Lu Yankai and his gang got kicked straight out of the martial hall." His voice was filled with glee. "Model." The other person nodded back. "Of course. They say there's another mastermind behind them." And just then, Hawk Nguyen overheard them from a distance. His expression immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, that wretched Luong Ku." As night fell, Senior Brother Ho sat chatting with Atui. He asked, "Junior Brother, do you know what the 4 gates and 7 paths are?" Atui replied, "I only know that skin, flesh, bone, and blood are the first 4 gates. I'm not too clear on the 7 paths that follow." Senior Brother Ho then explained, "The 7 paths are, in order, rushing stallion, wolf smoke, beast tiger, python elephant, heavenly dragon, smelting furnace, and rainbow transformation." He continued to describe them. It begins with the image of a man galloping with his warhorse, the rushing stallion realm. At its peak, one can hold back dozens of charging horses without their body even budging. Next is the scene of a person with a sword facing a fierce wolf, the wolf smoke realm. Their blood energy rises like wolf smoke, soaring several feet high, and its explosive aura makes those nearby feel as if they're surrounded by a pack of wild wolves. After that is the image of a man standing with a ferocious tiger, the beast tiger realm. His blood energy surges like a rising tide, and a normal person who looks at him would be paralyzed with fear, like a rabbit facing a fierce tiger. Then comes a burly young man beside a savage elephant, the python elephant realm. Every step they take makes the ground tremble. They can collapse mountains and block rivers. Truly worthy of the title of a great general on the battlefield. Finally, there's the scene of a person standing before a majestic dragon, the heavenly dragon realm. At this stage, a person is like a heavenly dragon themselves, breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth. With a single leap of 3,000 zhang, they can fly straight into the clouds, becoming the martial saint of a nation. At this point, Senior Brother Ho rubbed his chin and said, "As for the smelting furnace and rainbow transformation realms, I'm not too sure. I've only heard that masters who reach this level have grown their feathers and wings and are capable of ascension." After hearing this, Atui fell into deep thought. The martial path in this world is this incredible. If I can reach ascension, could I possibly return to my old world? He looked up and asked, "I wonder what realm Master has reached." Senior Brother Ho didn't answer right away. He stood up and asked in return, "Little Junior Brother, do you know how many martial arts dojos there are in Binduong town?" Atui held up 3 fingers and guessed, "Probably 3. His voice tinged with uncertainty. Senior Brother Ho turned his back and replied, "The other 2 dojos exist because they're only strong enough to survive in Binduong town. But Master Duong is here because this place is his hometown." He turned back to look Atui straight in the eye, his gaze sharp as he continued. "Our dojo has been ranked #1 for many years because Master Duong is the only martial artist in Bin Duong Town who has reached the Beast Tiger realm. Hearing that, Atui's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, the Beast Tiger realm. With the system's help, I can definitely reach that realm quickly. Senior Brother Ho chuckled and slowly advised, that's all for this morning's lesson. Little junior brother, there's no need to be hasty about realms. Only by taking steady, firm steps can you progress. Atui cupped his hands and replied, thank you, senior brother. Inwardly, he was excited. This way, the pressure from the trio manor will lessen. The next step is to quickly catch the treasure fish, break through the skin gate, and become a true martial artist. The scene shifts to a clear river. Atui stood on a small boat, his eyes focused intently on the water's surface. As he emptied a basket of fish onto the boat, he muttered, I can't get them to help me catch fish. The boat's hold isn't big enough anymore. Maybe I should consider getting a bigger boat. Atui rubbed his chin and sighed. It's a shame I couldn't find the treasure fish. I wonder when I'll finally be able to catch one. He then opened his system panel, scrolling through it as he said, my integration level has reached 37%. If I can just catch it, I might have a chance to break through the skin gate. The information on the system panel appeared clearly, line after line of data scrolling before his eyes. Just then, a single feather drifted down gently, immediately catching Atui's attention. The river current suddenly began to churn into a violent whirlpool. The constant impact of the water made the small boat rock violently, its hull tilting, unable to stay balanced. Water splashed onto his face, and Atui reflexively raised a hand to shield himself, crying out in confusion. What's going on? His heart pounded from the sudden turn of events. A sense of dread washed over him as Atui stammered, what is that thing? His gaze wavered as he looked down into the swirling water. In the dark center of the whirlpool, two beastly figures were locked in a fierce struggle. Atui squinted, trying to get a better look, and guessed, is that a toad biting down on a giant bird? The image became clearer. On one side was a massive, blazing crimson flame, and on the other, a huge, ferocious river god. The two creatures clashed repeatedly in the raging water. After a violent struggle, the river god couldn't hold on any longer. Its enormous body went limp and plunged straight into the deep water. The impact of its weight sent a massive wave surging up from the river. The wall of water rushed towards Atui, about to engulf him, and he cried out in terror, this is bad. Atui was thrown from the boat into the river. The vessel capsized, spilling all the fish from its hold, and he yelled in a panic, my fish. The aftershock from the current was too much for the wooden boat. Its hull splintered into pieces and broke apart in the middle of the whirlpool. Atui struggled in the rapids, watching helplessly as his boat disintegrated. His strength was fading in the cold river. Suddenly, the crimson flame let out a piercing shriek. The sound wave compressed the air and spread out across the entire area. The sonic aftershock slammed directly into his mind. Atui clutched his head to brace himself, screaming internally, danger. This is a spiritual attack. His consciousness began to fade. Atui could no longer resist as his body was pulled straight down into the depths of the river. An unknown amount of time passed before Atui opened his eyes to find himself lying on the riverbank, his breathing heavy and his body completely exhausted. Just then, a small crab named Curly Head crawled out in front of him. The sudden sight made him jump with a startled cry. Atui pushed himself up, his head still spinning. He asked in confusion, did I just pass out? You guys saved me again. He rubbed his forehead, trying to calm himself, and muttered, that bird's cry from before. Is that what made me dizzy? I can still feel it lingering. Looking up at the dark sky and the still churning whirlpool, Atui marveled to himself. The power of this demon is terrifying. But the monster that captured it must be even more frightening. Exhaustion washed over him, and Atui lay back on the grass, lamenting. This was all for nothing. The boat is destroyed. The fish are gone. I'll have to postpone my plan to break through the skin gate. Just then, a Tai Hoa crocodile slowly approached, its form appearing in his line of sight and immediately grabbing his attention. Atui propped himself up, looked at it, and asked with a hint of confusion in his voice, "Why can't you move?" Taihoa opened its mouth, revealing a large fish inside. Atui's heart pounded when he saw it. This is a red blood carp. I can finally try to break through the skin gate. An image of a deep red drop of blood appears as an illustration. Blood chi represents a martial artist's physical strength. But a martial artist isn't strong because they have a lot of blood chi. Rather, their strong constitution allows them to condense it. Demon meridians are distributed throughout the body. The blood chi isn't the powerful cause, but the powerful effect. The effect drives the cause, creating a continuous, unending cycle between the two. The scene shifts to a simple house at night. A yellow lamp flickers gently, and a profound silence fills the space. Atui carefully placed an incense stick into the incense burner, his slow movements showing absolute concentration. He sat cross-legged in meditation as the incense smoke gently wafted around him. In front of him, a pot of hot fish soup steadily radiated warmth. A thin wisp of smoke danced before his eyes. Atui closed them, his mind gradually sinking into a state of deep tranquility. Atui recalled when senior brother Ho gave him the soul-condensing incense, saying, "This is called soul-condensing incense. It can easily help a martial artist break through their gates." The heat in Atui's body surged, and sweat poured out of him endlessly. He muttered, "The key to breaking through the skin gate is to refine the chest cavity key." Then, he picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and said, "Every time I finish refining my blood chi, I can replenish it with this fish." Atui tensed his body, every muscle fiber standing out in sharp relief. He told himself, "This is the 38th time already. I'm just a little bit away." He once again remembered senior brother Ho's teachings. The key to breaking through the skin gate is to use the blood chi from your internal meridians to stimulate the fascia and skin all over your body, thus achieving skin refining. At this moment, Atui focused his entire spirit on cultivation. A red stream of ki gradually appeared in his chest as the instructions echoed in his mind. Blood ki is the condensed essence, the very root of life. The stream of ki grew stronger and stronger. Atui gritted his teeth and endured as the warm ki spread from his chest, merged with his blood ki, and flowed through the bones of his limbs to the fascia and skin, transforming into heat. An illustrative image appeared, showing a human body radiating intense heat. This state is precisely the process of skin refining taking place. At the crucial moment, Atui's heart began to beat rapidly and powerfully, each thump echoing clearly in his chest. Atui opened his eyes, panting heavily, and said with exhaustion, "That was the 40th time. But unfortunately, I'm still just a little bit short." The system panel appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying Atui's cultivation stats in rows of data. Atui stared at it and mumbled, 49%, but I'm still a little short of the skin gate. I haven't passed it yet. Atui thought to himself, but I have a feeling that when I reach 50%, something is going to change. A sense of unease clung to him, looking at the empty soup pot. Atui muttered, "The fish is all gone, and the lotus roots are almost useless now. Looks like the only option left is to go catch a treasure fish." He glanced out the window, where the early morning sun was already streaming through the bars. Atui was startled and said, "It's already morning. Time flies by so unbelievably fast." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, cutting through his train of thought. Atui opened the door to find Daikang and Tranthan already standing there. The man spoke up. "Atui, I saw you came home yesterday. I came here specifically to ask you about something." Atui smiled and replied, "Uncle Lai, what is it? Please, tell me." But inwardly, he thought, "Aren't these the fathers of Lai Lapba and Trankiet Shuang? Why are they here?" Daikang said, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask you, why hasn't my boy come home these past few days? Is he still at the martial arts hall, or is he just wandering around somewhere?" Tranthan added, "That's right. My son hasn't come home either, so we came here specifically to ask." Atui scratched his head and replied, "I got back late yesterday, so I forgot to tell you. The three of them performed so well that the martial arts master took a liking to them and gave them a room in the estate to live in. That's why they haven't come home. They're focusing on their training." As he spoke, Atui remembered Kiet Shuang and Lap Ba covered in bandages. He thought to himself, their injuries haven't healed yet, so they don't dare go home. After hearing this, Daikang laughed heartily and said with pride, "As expected of my son. Nghia Huang Town has a martial arts master now," Tranthan added joyfully. "I watched you, Atui, and those two boys grow up together. I knew the three of you would have a bright future ahead." Then he continued, "Oh, that's right, Atui. I also came here this time to remind you that our hometown wants to organize an offering to the river god." Hearing this, Atui was confused. The river god? An offering? He remembered this custom, but hadn't they just held one 3 months ago? Tranthan said, "That's right. The river god revealed itself yesterday, so we must make an offering." Daikang nodded in agreement. "That's right. The river god leaped out of the river, caught a great fire-spitting bird, and shattered the very sky." Atui immediately recalled the scene in the middle of the river, the image of the river god reappearing in his mind. He exclaimed inwardly, "They mean that toad in the quiet, simple house." Atui replied, "Uncle Lai, I understand. When the time comes, I'll contribute money to participate." The two men reminded him again, "Don't forget, Atui." The scene shifts to a turquoise stream. Sunlight shines down, making the water's surface sparkle. In the distance, a deep cave opens its mouth as if to swallow the light. The cave inside is called the Lotus Cave Grotto. It's covered in blooming lotuses, a beautiful sight that still exudes an indescribable coldness. Suddenly, a column of water shot high into the air from within the cave. The water's surface trembled violently as if something was awakening. Atui, holding a stake in his hand, dove down. His movements were clean and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. He leaped continuously, the force of his steps causing the very space around the water's surface to vibrate in rhythm. Just a moment later, Atui spun his body powerfully, shooting through the water like an arrow. He quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. His vision grew dark, and the water pressure tightened around him. Down below, a Taihoa crocodile was already waiting. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and charged straight at Atui. Atui spotted it just in time. He dodged sharply to the side, his body skimming through the water to avoid the dangerous lunge. He quickly calculated in his head. The power of the water current can control about 300 pounds, compressed into 10 liters and then released, so 1 liter corresponds to 30 pounds of force. Immediately, Atui swung his weapon and unleashed his technique. The water blade released a surge of power, tearing the water into sharp blades. As the power erupted, a 6-whiskered catfish also appeared. Its name was a Phi, and its shadow darted past like a flash of lightning. The potential energy that had just been released dissipated quickly. The power receded, and the water's surface returned to normal. Afterward, a Phi and Taihoa both shrank simultaneously, their bodies transforming into a different form, their auras changing along with them. Atui could feel it clearly. His underwater abilities had now broken through a bottleneck, and he was probably strong enough to easily defeat 4 Lodian Tais. Just then, the system panel appeared. Atui looked closely, reading every line of information without missing a single detail. He gripped the wooden stake and muttered, "This water blade technique would be so much better with a suitable weapon. Then none of its power would be wasted." Atui thought about a good sword and remembered what Luke Kwang, his third senior brother, had said. He mentioned that this world had weapons called spirit weapons, which could self-repair and level up. An image of a majestic sword, infused with natural elements, appeared in his mind. But weapons of that caliber usually required heavenly treasures as their core material. Thinking of this, Atui sighed softly and mumbled, "I wonder when I'll ever get a weapon like that." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from beneath the water. Atui was startled, his entire body instantly tensing up with vigilance. Seeing a Phi dart forward, Atui immediately asked, "What's going on?" His eyes were locked on the direction it was leading. Atui followed it to a rocky area. He called out, "Is it under this pile of rubble?" His hand was already poised to move the stones. Looking down, he saw a fiery red feather. Atui wondered, "A feather? It must have fallen from that giant bird. It looks very special." Atui recalled seeing the feather fall during the chaotic battle yesterday. He thought to himself, this must be that red feather from yesterday, holding the feather in his hand. Atui paused. Its unusual shape made him wonder, this thing looks really valuable. Could it be a rare, heavenly treasure? He put the feather away and muttered, later. I have to go to senior brother Luke Kwang's forge to get my weapon checked, and I'll ask him about this feather's origin while I'm at it. The scene shifts to Binduong County. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, and the streets were empty of passers-by. Atui walked quickly down the long street, his hurried pace suggesting he had something on his mind. He glanced around and thought to himself, I remember my third senior brother's forge is in this area. His gaze shifted to the houses in the distance. Atui was puzzled. What is that? This area is near Binduong County. I'll ask my senior brother about it later. Before long, Atui stopped in front of the Luke clan forge, from which smoke and fire billowed endlessly inside the forge. The sound of a hammer striking steel echoed repeatedly, a heavy and relentless rhythm. Seeing Atui, Luke Kwang stopped his work, looked over, and asked, Is that you? Junior brother Luong. Atui presented a bag and said, Senior brother Luke, I went fishing this morning and found something I can't figure out, so I came specifically to ask you. The moment Luke Kwang saw the feather, he exclaimed, a crimson flame bird feather. He observed it carefully and said, This is a fine item, his voice firm. Hearing this, Atui mentally confirmed his suspicions and asked, Senior brother Luke, you know what it is. Luke Kwang didn't answer directly, instead asking, Junior brother Luong, do you know where this crimson feather came from? As he spoke, a majestic image of the crimson flame bird appeared. Luke Kwang explained, This feather comes from a demonic beast called the crimson flame bird. When it faces a life-threatening danger, it will concentrate its entire life essence into a single part of its plumage. Then, it scatters its feathers to escape. Among them, one feather containing the most essence, called the golden crimson flame feather, is used to complete its rebirth, much like a divine beast severing a part of its body. After hearing this, Atui exclaimed excitedly, It's that amazing! Then is this one I have the golden feather? The question made Luke Kwang laugh. He said, Of course it's not the golden feather. If it were, the two of us wouldn't even be able to get near it. Hearing that, Atui's excitement deflated. Looking at the feather, Luke Kwang said seriously, I advise you to forge it into a weapon with a spirit, rather than just absorbing its energy. Junior brother, have you decided what kind of weapon you want to use? Atui replied concisely, I've already thought it through, his voice unwavering. He recalled his previous battle and told himself, based on my fight with the stone-shelled crocodile, a long-shafted weapon would be more suitable underwater and easier to combine with my skills. Atui stated clearly, I want a long spear. Luke Kwang was a bit surprised and asked, A long spear? That's quite rare in the martial hall. Long weapons have the advantage of reach, but they're very difficult to control. Atui replied firmly, I've made up my mind. I'll trouble you, senior brother. To forge this feather into the weapon, I want a weapon with a spirit. Luke Kwang smiled and said, All right, when it's done, I'll have someone call you to pick it up. Atui replied respectfully, Thank you, senior brother. As he was walking out the door, Atui suddenly turned back and asked, Oh, right, senior brother Luke, what's with that thick fog outside? Hearing this, Luke Kwang's expression darkened, his hand tightened on the edge of the table, and his voice dropped. That place, his eyes narrowed as he continued, That's the Phap Hoa Temple. It caught on fire this morning. An image of the Phap Hoa Temple engulfed in smoke and flames appeared, as Luke Kwang's voice echoed. And in that fire, something that shouldn't have appeared did. Atui was bewildered after hearing this, wondering to himself, something that shouldn't exist. A blurry image of a mountain demon appeared, its form ferocious. Atui hesitated before saying, It's a mountain demon. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, You said. They yelled at you. What? They said. We are. A dim scene appeared, filled with bloated demonic figures and scattered corpses. That voice echoed again. Pill ingredients. The alchemy begins. After that, Only the sound of a man's agonized screams could be heard amidst the chaos. A man holding a knife said in a cold voice, "It's all for the matriarch." The image of a trembling young novice appeared, his mouth stammering, "Patron," on the ceiling. A ceramic-like demon with soulless eyes looked down. The Dharma Flower Temple truly harbored something that should not exist. The people below looked up, their voices trembling. Could that be a monster with the power of a war horse? The final scene appeared in the dim light. A man only had time for a faint cry for help. All of these tragedies began at the Dharma Flower Temple. The scene opens on a bright, sunny day at the temple, a peaceful atmosphere covering the old, tiled roofs. In the middle of a dense forest, the camera shakes continuously, as if someone is running in a panic. A bare foot suddenly appears, stomping hard on the ground, the hurried pace not daring to slow down. A young woman's face comes into view, panting as she runs, fear etched on every feature. It was Manhwa. She held her pregnant belly with one hand and clutched her chest with the other, desperately fleeing from her pursuer. In the temple courtyard, a young monk sweeping the ground suddenly heard a distant, trembling voice cry out, "Help me." Manhwa was exhausted by the time she arrived, managing to force out a few words. "Young monk, help," her voice fading. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Trimin cried out, "Miss." Manhwa's eyes slowly closed as her consciousness faded, her body completely drained of strength. In her delirium, she could only see the blurry figure of the young monk rushing towards her, the female patron. A while later, she was brought to a guest room. The young monk called out repeatedly, "Miss, miss." Manhwa slowly opened her eyes. Trimin exclaimed with joy, "Master, the female patron is awake." The abbot put his palms together and spoke slowly, "Amitabha Buddha, Miss, you've finally awoken." Manhwa wearily sat up, holding her forehead and asking, "Abbot, where am I?" "This is the Dharma Flower Temple," the abbot then asked. "Miss, what happened to you?" She began her story. "I am originally from Hoachau County. 3 months ago, I went to visit a relative in Binduong County, but something unexpected happened." Manhwa recalled a night of pouring rain, where a group of strangely robed people blocked her path. Her voice trembled as she said, "I ran into a group of mysterious bandits. She was bound, blindfolded, and dragged away into the dark night, with no idea where she was being taken. When they arrived, they removed Manhwa's blindfold. The scene before her sent her into a panic. Bodies were strewn everywhere, and a sinister energy filled the air. Manhwa's voice trembled, unable to form words. The place was like hell. The people there had all been turned into something terrifying, their eyes devoid of humanity. Hearing this, the abbot asked in a low voice, "Did they keep you there for ransom?" Manhwa clutched her head, fear evident on her face, and replied, "No," they said. A cold voice echoed in her memory, "We are the pill ingredients," as those words were spoken. A mark appeared on a man's stomach. His body swelled abnormally, and his agonizing screams echoed through the air. The mysteriously dressed figures put their palms together, seemingly performing a bizarre ritual. A man holding a knife stepped forward, his cold eyes showing no hesitation. He raised the knife high, his movements slow as if he were accustomed to the scene before him. When the blade came down, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Organs were pulled out in a brutal ritual, a sight that drove any witness to despair. They collected the dripping blood, their expressions as casual as if they were doing daily chores. From those drops of blood, a dark red pill slowly crystallized into form. One of the group members spoke up. "This is truly miraculous." Lam Kang Nguyen asked, "What in the world are these bellies?" Kwai Dung replied indifferently, "These are fetal pearl pills, created by the High Emissary." He explained further, they were forced to drink a broth made from the flesh of a mountain demon. Regardless of whether they were male or female, their bellies would swell up, pregnant with a ball of flesh. Looking at the corpse lying there, Kwai Dung continued, "These meat spheres will form into a fetal core after 3 months, and many of them can be refined into fetal pearl pills. It's said that eating one can grant immortality." Hearing this, Aha immediately asked, "They form in 3 months, so what happens if it's been longer than that?" Kwai Dung answered curtly, "If you don't take them out after 3 months, they'll hatch." Aha grew even more curious, and he asked again, "What hatches out of them?" Kwai-dong looked at him with a terrified expression and said, "You don't want to know." The scene changes to Zhongnian Temple, where the abbot's steady voice rings out. "Tree Min, your senior brother has already gone to the city to report to the authorities. You should take this vegetarian meal to our female guest." The young monk immediately replied, "Yes, master," and without hesitation. He picked up the tray of food and left. Tree Min opened the door to the room, calling softly inside. "Miss, are you in here?" His voice echoed gently in the quiet room. Hearing no reply, the young monk slowly stepped inside and peered through the lowered bamboo curtain. It was too dark inside to see anyone clearly. Tree Min asked cautiously, "Are you asleep?" A sense of unease began to creep over him. Just then, the young monk suddenly noticed something unusual at his feet. A large pool of blood was spreading across the floor. Tree Min gasped in his mind. "What is this?" He trembled as he approached the bed, his face showing an unconcealable panic. Behind the curtain, a faint silhouette appeared, with blood flowing from its feet in a long streak. When Tree Min turned to get a closer look, he saw a body that was no longer intact. The horrifying sight left him stunned. "This is..." The young monk's face turned pale, and he let out a terrified cry. "Miss..." Tree Min trembled as he looked through the curtain, his voice cracking. On the bed. Is that? On the bed. Manhwa was no longer breathing, her face covered in blood, her eyes wide open in absolute terror. Tree Min screamed in panic, and the tray of food in his hands fell and shattered. At that exact moment, a drop of blood fell right onto his head. The young monk, shaking uncontrollably, looked up at the dark ceiling. High above was a demon with a length of intestine wrapped around its neck, dripping blood drop by drop. The scene shifts to another location, where several people are walking slowly through a dense forest. A constable spoke up. "We're grateful to young Hero Lo for taking the initiative to help us investigate this time. Otherwise, we would have had to trouble the old master to find someone." The young hero replied calmly, "Constable Vuong, there's no need for such formalities. This is what a martial artist from the dojo should do." He recalled his conversation with Trin Huang, who had told him that this time at Manhwa Temple, he absolutely had to help the Zhao mansion hide some bodies and bring something out from inside. When he asked what it was, Trin Huang had just said coldly, "You don't need to know, you'll understand when you see it." At this moment, a monk spoke up slowly. "Officers, Manhwa Temple is just ahead." Manhwa Temple appeared before them, shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. The monk said, "This is my Manhwa Temple." The monk slowly pushed open the heavy wooden gate. As the scene inside was revealed, everyone's face turned pale and they broke out in a sweat. The constable choked out, "This is..." In the courtyard, the bodies of monks were scattered everywhere. The constable asked urgently, "What in the world happened here?" Suddenly, the monk cried out in shock, "Master!" He rushed forward, his face pale, shouting as he ran, "Master, I'm coming to save you." Seeing this, Tulan quickly tried to stop him. "Don't run around recklessly." The constable immediately gave an order. "Tula, follow that monk. The rest of us will observe the scene here. And, young hero, you check one of the bodies." Carefully observing the dismembered corpse, the constable said, "Most of them have bite marks, like they were attacked by a large tiger. But what kind of tiger could be this big? Besides, not a single body is whole." Hearing this, the young hero's expression darkened. He thought to himself, could it be that the some bodies Trin Huang mentioned were these things? Suddenly, the constable called out, drawing the young hero's attention to some bloodstains. They both bent down to observe. Seeing the blood dragged into a long streak, the constable said, "It looks like something dragged the body away." The blood trail led to a room in the distance. The constable continued, "The trail stops here. Tula and that monk are also inside." Inside. The monk was collapsed on the floor, his mouth agape as if he had just seen something horrifying. The others followed him in, and the sight before them left everyone speechless. The constable gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, what the hell is this thing? What happened here?" The young hero also broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, is this the thing Trin Huang told me to bring out? What appeared before them was a giant egg, lying silently in the middle of the room. Outside the room, countless bodies were piled up, stuck together in a grotesque mass. The constable stared in shock, exclaiming, "So this is where all the bodies went." The monk's face was pale and drenched in sweat, his hands clasped together, trembling as he chanted endlessly, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Just then, the door behind them slammed shut, the sound echoing loudly in the enclosed space. Startled, the constable whipped around, letting out a panicked cry. He rushed to the door, pounding on it and shouting, "Open up! Who's out there? Are you trying to stage a rebellion?" Tiu Hoi spoke up. "The door doesn't matter right now. It's about to hatch." The constable's face went deathly pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Young Hero Lo, what is that thing?" Staring at the grotesque, twitching egg, Tiu Hoi explained in a low voice, "This is a mountain ghost egg, a signature technique of the demon mother cult." The constable asked in horror, "The demon mother cult? Those remnants of the former dynasty?" Just then, the egg began to shake more violently, and small cracks started to appear on its surface. Tiu Hoi watched it closely and said, "Once the mountain ghost hatches and absorbs enough flesh and blood, it will enter its second stage." Mr. Lap Ba added, "That's a monster with power equivalent to the rushing horse realm." Hearing this, the constable exclaimed in terror, "The rushing horse realm." From inside the egg, an arm with sharp claws suddenly burst out, piercing through the shell. The creature planted its hand on the ground, its gaunt body slowly crawling out. In just a moment, it revealed itself completely, with gleaming eyes and sharp teeth. The second stage mountain ghost had hatched. The mountain ghost slowly crawled forward as the monk trembled and backed away, chanting nonstop, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Without a moment's hesitation, the monster launched itself forward, moving as fast as the wind. The ferocious mountain ghost pounced, sinking its teeth straight into the monk's neck in a savage, bloodthirsty frenzy. Witnessing this, Tula cried out in panic, "Little monk!" He was about to draw his sword and charge, but the constable quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait." Hearing the noise, the mountain ghost turned its head, fresh blood still dripping from its mouth. In an instant, the constable's face was grabbed in its tight grip, and Tula was thrown far away. Tula crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of warm blood. Held fast with no escape, the constable cried out desperately for help. "Help me! Young Hero Lo, save me!" Tiu Hoi stood frozen, his face ashen, as a thought raced through his mind. This is a monster of the rushing horse realm, and I haven't even broken through the 4 gates yet. He hesitated, thinking to himself, if I put all my strength into breaking down the door, I might be able to escape. But if this monster gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The mountain ghost opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour the constable, whose panicked screams were ear-piercing. In this life-or-death moment, Tiu Hoi was torn. Surviving is what matters most, he thought. That's the choice I've always made. He suddenly remembered the time Diantai grabbed Kiet Shuang by the collar and said, "Just close your eyes, as long as you don't see it. As long as you yourself are safe." Then, an image of his small old house appeared in his mind, and Tiu Hoi told himself, as long as father is still safe. But a surge of conscience made him grit his teeth, cursing himself for being so selfish. Just then, the constable screamed in despair, "Lo, young hero, save me." Tiu Hoi finally reached for his hip and drew his sword. Hearing the ring of metal, the mountain ghost instantly snapped its head around to look at him. Without hesitation, the monster charged straight at Tiu Hoi with terrifying speed. Tiu Hoi gritted his teeth and muttered, "Looks like today. I'll have to find out just how powerful the rushing horse realm truly is." The scene flashes back to the past, where a young boy holds a wooden sword high and declares, "One day, I'll become a great hero like Duong Dong Hung, renowned throughout the land." A little girl cheered. "Brother Lo, you're so amazing," the boy then said proudly. "This time, I'm going to the city with my father. I heard we'll be working at Old Master Trio's estate. This is my chance." With a determined look in his eyes, the young Tiu Hoi affirmed to himself, "I must join Old Master Duong's martial arts hall, earn Old Master Tree's favor, and become a famous hero in this region." The little girl smiled brightly and replied, "Brother Lo, I know you can do it." However, as a teenager, Tiu Hoi was bullied by Hak Nguyen, who said contemptuously, Someone like you wants to join the martial arts hall. How ridiculous. Hak Nguyen laughed mockingly. A useless, motherless brat like you should just stick with your sick old man and rot in a corner. Night fell on their small, simple home, and the sound of his old father's coughing echoed regularly in the darkness. Inside, Tuangia was bandaging his wounds and asked, "Did you get into another conflict with third young master trio?" Tu Hoi replied, "Father, they started it." His father coughed violently, then advised in a strained voice, "Say less. When you're out there, don't be so impulsive. You must respect your elders, yield to your betters, and learn with humility." Tu Hoi lowered his head dejectedly and replied, "I know, Father," his heart heavy with unspoken feelings. Tuangia gently stroked his son's head, his voice slow and deliberate. "But no matter what, you must become a man whom you yourself can respect." A question echoed in Tu Hoi's mind. What would his master do in this situation? In his memory, he knelt before Dong Hung, who told him, "Those who enter my school must possess humility, have great ambition, but know when to be patient." Returning to the present, facing the mountain demon, Dong Hung's voice still resonated in Tu Hoi's mind. "Do not become arrogant and complacent in your own talent." Tu Hoi launched himself forward, his body tearing through the air as he charged straight ahead. As he was about to clash with the beast, the instructions rang clearly in his mind. "Be filial at home and harmonious outside. You must not harm your fellow disciples, and you must never act unjustly." Tu Hoi slashed, but the mountain demon ducked to evade it. The teachings echoed again. "Those who enter my school must eliminate evil and uphold justice." He swung again, but the mountain demon still dodged nimbly, escaping by a hair's breadth. Tu Hoi's gaze grew even more resolute, his attacks continuing without pause as Dong Hung's words echoed. "Do not commit wrongful deeds, nor use your strength to bully the weak." Just then, a floor lamp toppled onto some books, and a flame erupted, spreading quickly. An image from his youth returned, a high-ranking official telling a story in a booming voice. We saw Elder Duong emerge from the martial arts hall, his eyes sharp from the battlefield, his feet planted firmly on the ground, a long saber at his hip. Back in the present, Tu Hoi struggled to block each of the mountain demon's blows with the sword in his hand. He spun, unleashing a continuous flurry of moves, slashing, chopping, thrusting, and turning his sword techniques flowing seamlessly without end. Wherever he struck, the mountain demon dodged, the blade of his sword glinting with a cold, deep blue light mixed with a hint of gold. The light from his sword was like an evening cloud tearing through the dark horizon, forcing his opponent to retreat step after step. The memory of the official's story rushed back. Dark clouds churned, and the sky went black. Elder Duong fought the four great spirits alone, his body covered in wounds. At that moment, the mountain demon bit down on one of Tu Hoi's arms, causing his body to stagger. With his other hand, he still gripped his sword tightly, not letting go for even an instant. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Tu Hoi sprang up, dodging behind the mountain demon. The image of the official slamming down his wooden gavel reappeared, signaling the end of the unfinished story. The fire had now engulfed everything. Tu Hoi stabbed the mountain demon in the chest, making it freeze, and he said, "I'm sorry. I can't let this monster escape. There's no way to save anyone now." He gritted his teeth in pain and continued, "This is the most I can injure it. Good thing it's not a true galloping horse." The mountain demon let out a wretched howl. Tu La, clutching his own wound, reassured him, "It's all right, young hero Lo. We're doing a good thing. You are a great hero." Hearing this, Tu Hoi turned and mumbled, "A great hero." His eyes fell. He remembered Atui's humble demeanor and thought to himself, "There are so many people in this world more worthy of being called a great hero than I am." A memory from his youth surfaced. Hak Nguyen pointed at two other children and said, "Go knock their teeth out for me, and from now on, you'll roll with me." He threatened coldly, "If you don't go, then you'll be the one getting your teeth knocked out." The young boy at that time walked towards the two children, causing them to shrink back in fear. Tu Hoi's face darkened. He opened his mouth and said, "I," but an indescribable feeling of guilt welled up inside him, and only a choked apology remained. His hand clenched into a fist as he told himself, I have to do this. I have to make a name for myself. I have to become someone who stands above all others. Back at Feiwol Temple, the sunny sky was as clear as if nothing had ever happened. The only difference was that the temple had now burned to the ground, the desolate scene cast in a gloomy shadow. A soldier shouted, "We found them. They're over here." As everyone entered, they saw a charred body sitting motionless, and they all wondered what on earth had happened here. The image of Tu Hoi finishing off the mountain demon was still vivid, but now everything had turned to ash. Who was that man with the saber? The question hung in the air. Right then, a command medallion suddenly fell to the ground with a dry clatter. Someone walked over, bent down, and picked up the medallion. The character for Lo was carved on the medallion. It was indeed Tu Hoi's surname. This detail made the atmosphere even heavier. A memory from the past rushed back, a bandaged hand holding out a steamed bun. "For you." The two children stared for a moment, then asked, "Big brother, why are you helping us?" Back then, Tu Hoi's face was bruised and battered, and he even had a broken tooth. Yet he still smiled and replied, "I'm a great hero. How could I bully the weak?" The scene shifted to that evening at the Zhao Manor, where a thunderous shout echoed, "You useless piece of trash. You truly are a fool." Inside, Hong Vian was repeatedly kicking Trin Huang and yelling, "What an idiotic servant." Acting on your own initiative, he continued to rage. "Once the events at Feiwol Temple are exposed, do you have any idea how much trouble you'll cause for the emissary?" Trin Huang knelt prostrate, trembling as he spoke. "My lord, what happened at the Faphoa Temple? We had no other choice." He was sweating, stammering as he said, "That day, after we discovered that woman had escaped, we immediately gave chase. But who would have thought that wench would run into a temple?" Recalling the scene from that day, a vision of piled-up corpses filled his mind, and Trin Huang continued, "By the time we caught up, the place was already a river of blood." He recounted, "I had no choice but to immediately have young Master Lo go to the Yamen to help us stall that newly hatched mountain ghost." He continued, "At that time, he and the constables walked in, and we waited for him to enter the scripture pavilion. The men in black robes outside immediately shut the doors." Trin Huang recounted with a sinister tone, "We blocked them in and locked the doors tight. A fierce fire erupted outside the Faphoa Temple, and they stood by indifferently," Trin Huang added. "Then we set it ablaze to destroy the bodies and eliminate any witnesses." As soon as he finished, Hong Vian grabbed his ear and scolded, "You fool! What good would a fire do? It would take 3 days and 3 nights to burn everything to ash. Did you have that much time?" Just then, a hidden figure spoke in a cold voice. "That's enough." He slowly stood up, his deep voice heavy with pressure. "For this matter, all of you imbeciles are responsible." The man stepped forward to reprimand them. "Because you failed to watch that woman, you've caused the faith to suffer a great loss." He moved closer to one of the men, extending a hand with sharp claws, and said slowly, "To the Supreme Old Mother, you are nothing but disrespectful." Then he coldly raised his hand, uttering a single sentence, "The unfaithful will be punished." The man, whose head was caught in the clawed grip, could only tremble, not daring to resist. A moment later, blood splattered onto his face. This man's name was Trak Quan, a high emissary, and his chilling voice rang out, "And this is the will of the Supreme Old Mother." The man collapsed in front of Trin Huang and Hong Vian, a sight that paralyzed them both with fear. Trak Quan, while wiping the blood from his hand, said, "Old Master Triu, you have made great contributions to our faith, and the Supreme Old Mother will protect you." He glanced at Hong Vian and warned, "But don't you forget, Old Master Triu, we are all in the same boat." Hong Vian stammered in panic, "About that, rest assured, High Emissary, I will see this matter to its end." Trak Quan's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. "As for you, Steward Trin, do you really no longer care for that son you've hidden away?" Hearing this, Trin Huang immediately kowtowed and pledged, "Rest assured, High Emissary, something like this will never happen again." Trak Quan turned and walked out, not forgetting to say, "My apologies for disturbing you, Great Old Master Trio and Steward Trin." Trin Huang and Hong Vian stood frozen, their eyes following his silhouette as it disappeared through the door. Only after the man had left did Hong Vian dare to let out a heavy breath. Looking at the corpse on the floor, Trin Huang spoke up. "My lord, that man is openly threatening us." Hong Vian gritted his teeth and replied, "What other choice do I have? If it weren't for my family's fortune, I would never have invited that undying old bastard here." Hong Vian recalled the massacre and then praised Trin Huang. "It's a good thing you were clever enough to use the situation to your advantage, allowing the mountain ghost in that woman's womb to mature, even slaughtering an entire temple to nurture it. Otherwise, we never would have had such an opportunity," he continued. "Now that the plan is running smoothly, we must find a way to escape. The people from the imperial court are already making their move." Hong Vian relaxed, stroking his beard as he laid out the plan. "After we're done with the Fap Hoa temple, we'll flee to Hoang Chau. I have businesses over there, so we can live just as we do now." He let out a wicked smile and continued. "Triuni's Tai Chow pill can still be refined. And over there, we won't have Duong Dong Hung sticking his nose in our business." Night had fallen outside, but Hong Vian's voice continued to echo. "If we want to avoid being dealt with by the Dai Thuan authorities, our only option is to minimize the losses as much as possible." Early the next morning, before the gates of Ngia Huangthi village, the atmosphere was completely different from the day before. Atui walked with a heavy heart, thinking, "I can't believe young Master Lo ended up in such a terrible situation." According to Lappa, he even stood up for justice that day. He doesn't seem like a bad person. He suddenly recalled the scene of the young master guiding everyone in their practice before abruptly stopping mid-motion. Atui muttered to himself in confusion. Why would he show up at the Fap Hoa temple? According to 6th senior brother, the martial arts hall didn't receive any help from the Yamen at first. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the thoughts. Mountain ghosts. This world is truly a hard place to live. I just hope all those monsters out there die off. Suddenly, someone called out, startling Atui. "Isn't that Atui?" Uncle Tran, carrying goods on a pole, asked, "Atui, you're back," he replied. "What's going on?" The man urged him anxiously. "Hurry home and see for yourself. There's a huge crowd gathered in front of your door." On a high cliff, a large centipede crawled slowly, as if someone was secretly watching them from above. A monstrous hand slammed down, crushing the centipede, accompanied by a hoarse, guttural roar. "Become immortal." It was the mountain ghost. As it chewed the crushed centipede, it muttered a few words. Luong Ku. The scene shifts to a dark, dilapidated place, as a voice narrates that the pasts of great men are always filled with suffering and hardship. The greater the suffering, the greater the man. Interrupted by a scream. Tragic. Looking at the pile of wood shoved into a corner, a voice exclaimed in lament. "How tragic." Than Tawan stood there with his hands on his hips, his face dark as he shouted, "Damn it. This is just too tragic, too miserable." A man named Din Ngia, drenched in sweat, spoke with a trembling voice. "Father, that's enough. I've been kneeling for an hour already." He was tied tightly to a chair, crying out helplessly. "Do we really have to go this far for that little fisherman?" The moment he finished speaking, Din Ngia received a sharp blow from a cane right on his backside. Than Tawan furiously cursed. "You worthless son! Your father has been clever since he was a child, so how did I end up with an idiot like you?" He wailed and begged, "Don't hit me anymore, father. I don't want to be beaten to death." Hearing this only made the man strike harder. "I'll beat you to death, you brat." Inside a nearby house, someone was quietly observing the entire scene. It was Lak Mao and Quang Dien. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. "That little brat. I told you, joining a martial arts hall was a dead end. He was bound to cause trouble. See? They've come right to our doorstep." He shot back. "No, you didn't. When did you ever say that?" Lak Mao asked in confusion. "We never even lent him any food before, so why would he come looking for us?" Quang Dien snapped angrily. "You foolish woman. If we had lent him food, do you think we'd ever get it back? Just look at his father's unlucky fate. Now shut up and calm down." Then he looked outside and lowered his voice. "Say no more. That brat is back. Outside." The steady stream of curses continued. "Worthless son. Such a smart mouth. I'll whip you to death." Just then, Atui arrived home. Seeing the scene before him, he asked, "Din Ngia, Why are all of you gathered in front of my house? Seeing Atui appear, Thantawan quickly stopped. Din Ngia cried out, "You stinking fisherman, putting on such a grand show." The man rushed towards him, his face beaming, and asked, "This must be the virtuous young master Luong." Correct. Thantawan's expression immediately shifted to one of admiration. Truly handsome and extraordinary, as calm as the wind beneath the pines. Tall and poised, no wonder you became the direct disciple of Master Duong. The surrounding crowd immediately began to buzz. Master Duong. You mean the Master Duong from the Duong clan martial arts hall, the renowned hero, Duong Dong Hung. Someone spoke up to explain. A direct disciple means he has formally kowtowed and been accepted as a student. He's practically half a son to the master. What's more, since Atui was accepted into the Duong clan martial arts hall, even the county magistrate has to greet him with respect. Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing this. One person stroked their chin and asked again. Even the county magistrate has to greet him. The crowd surrounded him, showering him with endless praise. Atui is so capable. I always knew this kid was special. How old is he this year? Is he old enough to discuss marriage? His fair face is so charming. At that moment, Thantawan raised the whip high and declared, "I never imagined my worthless son would do something so vile and shameful. Today, virtuous nephew Luong, even if you beat him to death right in front of me, I will accept it." Hearing this, Atui's expression turned dangerous, his eyes flashing red. He took the whip and asked, "Oh, so I can beat him however I want." Ding Nungia lay there, sweat pouring off him, as he listened to Atui's words. "I'm not one to hold a grudge, but if a man lives his life without venting his anger, I fear he won't live very long." He swung the whip close to the man's face, his voice ice cold. "And who doesn't want to live a long life? Tell me." At this, Din Ngia burst into tears, trembling and begging, "Brother Luong, I'm begging you. I truly know I was wrong. From now on, I'll be your loyal servant. Just spare me this one time. I'll never dare to do it again." Atui lowered the whip, his voice softening. "All right, then. Let's just drop the matter." He turned his back and continued, "You've suffered enough for your crime. Besides, you weren't the mastermind. The man, having narrowly escaped death, was silently grateful. Thank you, Brother Luong." Suddenly, Thantawan shouted, "Wait!" Din Nungia screamed in his heart, panicking. "Father, am I not your real son? Are you really determined to have me beaten today?" The man spoke slowly. "The virtuous young Master Luong is generous, but I cannot forget the bonds of friendship." Thantawan immediately opened a silver box. The glint of silver made everyone's eyes go wide. Din Nungia shouted, 100 taels, silver. Oh my God, your son has finally seen 100 taels of silver. Just then, Kwang Dien pushed the door open and stepped out. He yelled, "Everyone, make way. This is my most beloved nephew." Kwang Dien put on a fake, affectionate expression and said, "My good sir, I am young Master Luong's maternal uncle, his blood relative. You can discuss the matter of compensation directly with me." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in protest and curses. "Kwang Dien, have you no shame? When Atui was about to starve to death, you were nowhere to be seen. Now that there's silver involved, you show up to claim kinship. I spit on you." Kwang Dien retorted angrily, "Get lost. What do you people know? Don't you think he knows whether his own uncle is good to him or not? Without me, would he be where he is today?" Seeing this, Thantawan turned to Atui and asked, "Virtuous nephew Luong, who is this man?" He immediately replied, "I don't know him." Atui recalled the times he had been treated so cruelly. In the original owner's memories, this uncle was no relative at all, just a leech who wouldn't even offer a single grain of rice when he was starving to death. Then, Atui turned and said directly, "If you truly wish to make amends, in a few days, my village will hold the Summer God Festival. Aside from the major clans, every young man is required to pay a tax of 100 copper coins." He turned to leave, his voice firm. "If the esteemed master has a sincere heart, then use that money to cover this expense for the villagers. Let them keep their money for the new year. While you're at it, set up a porridge stall for the poor." Upon hearing this, Thantawan clasped his hands in gratitude. Young Master Luong is truly righteous. The crowd cheered. "Thank you, Atui." Atui is so righteous. An emotional woman praised. What a good child. Atui stepped into his house and slammed the door shut, letting out a long sigh. It seemed the matter was finally settled. As he regulated his body, Atui thought to himself, "The last skin tempering session at the martial arts hall pushed me to my limit. The initial feeling of tightness is now gone. In its place is a distinct feeling of swelling." He rubbed his neck and muttered, "If my senses are correct, I might be able to break through the skin tempering stage today." Not long after, Atui prepared water for a bath. He dipped his hand into the water to check the temperature, analyzing in his mind. This breakthrough will generate far more heat than before. The slightest mistake could be dangerous. I absolutely must use physical means to lower my temperature. Atui stepped into the tub and submerged himself. Steam rose from the warm water as his body gradually heated up. The moment of breakthrough had begun. Time passed quietly as he sat motionlessly in the tub. Wisps of steam curled around Atui's body as he focused with intense concentration. His brow gradually furrowed, and sweat began to bead all over his body. Suddenly, streams of light erupted around Atui's body, swirling without end. He opened his eyes, looked at the light, and exclaimed, "Finally, I've achieved a breakthrough." Atui gathered water in his hand, estimating that his current water control ability was around 500 pounds, much stronger than before. Adjusting his clothes, he muttered in frustration. The integration process with the system was still stuck in place, showing no clear signs of progress. Just then, the system panel appeared before his eyes, displaying all the information related to Atui's refining process in full detail. After reading the content, he exclaimed with satisfaction, "I never thought breaking through the first gate would have such a huge effect. Doesn't that mean breaking through the second gate will let me control several tons of water?" Atui stroked his chin thoughtfully. "My two abilities actually complement each other. Half the effort for double the results. There's nothing better than this." With that thought, he reached out and opened the door, his voice relaxed. Time to go out for a little walk. As soon as the door opened, he saw Kwang Dien standing right in the way. The man didn't have time to move, and the door slammed right into his face. Kwang Dien staggered and fell backward, letting out a cry of pain. The man sat up, rubbing his bright red nose and forcing a fake smile. "Well, if it isn't my dear nephew." Atui looked down at him, his voice turning cold. "Luong Kwang Dien. What is it? What do you want from me?" Kwang Dien offered a bag of rice, a sly look on his face. "Your uncle was worried you'd be too hungry to sleep, so I scraped the bottom of my rice jar to bring this for you." Hearing this, Atui coldly turned away and said, "Take it back and eat it yourself. I'm not short on food right now," but inwardly, he knew just how precious rice was in this world. As Atui was about to close the door, Kwang Dien quickly blocked it, shouting, "Wait." Without another word, Atui yanked the door open again, slamming it right into the man's face once more. Kwang Dien was knocked back into the yard, and the bag of rice burst open, spilling all over the ground. He angrily touched his bleeding nose and screamed, "What are you doing? I'm your blood uncle, your only uncle. This house of yours should be mine." Outside, quite a few people witnessed Kwang Dien sitting on the ground, cursing. "Old Master Tiet gave you so much money and you didn't take it. Are you an idiot?" He roared indignantly, believing the money should have been his. "Shouldn't you use that money to raise your little cousin?" "Tiu Luke, an elder is like a father. I'm practically half a father to you." Atui shot him a razor-sharp glare, his voice dropping to a threatening low. "Luong Kwang Dien. If you want to die, just try me." The words made Kwang Dien stammer in fear, his mind in chaos. It's only been a short while. How has he changed so much? Was he always this tall? Then, Kwang Dien threw himself on the ground to play the victim, wailing for the crowd. "Everyone, come and see. Look at this ungrateful bastard. Just because he became a martial artist, he thinks he's not human anymore. He won't even acknowledge his poor relatives. I'm your blood uncle, and Tiu Luke is your cousin." Suddenly, someone spat right in Kwang Dien's face, stunning him into silence. A large woman started scolding him. "Uncle, when Luongku's father passed away, did you help carry the coffin? When Atui was starving, did you ever give him any food?" Someone else immediately added. "And another thing, back when the family split, if you hadn't been such a scoundrel, Luongku's father wouldn't have been left with just a single boat to raise Atui on his own." Hearing this, Kwang Dian roared in anger. Where did this woman come from? You got nothing better to do than meddle in other people's business. Watch out, or I'll smack that mouth of yours. Just then, a wooden staff suddenly struck Kwang Dian right in the stomach, followed by a voice that rang out, I'll smack you first. The one who struck was Village Chief Tran Trioan. He shouted sternly, now that Atui is successful, you come running to claim benefits. Are you even human? You're worse than an animal. Kwang Dian cried out in alarm. Village Chief Trioan swung his staff a few more times and shooed him away. Get the hell out of our sight. Kwang Dian could only turn tail and run, muttering, yes, sir. Trioan watched Kwang Dian's retreating back disappear. There was more than one village chief in Ningya Hung City, but he was the patriarch of the Tran clan, a man of special status and high prestige. Even old Master Trio had to show him some respect. Only then did Atui step forward, bowing his head to ask, thank you for your help, Village Chief. I was wondering, is there a reason you were looking for me? Trioan smiled and replied, I came looking for you this time, hoping you would take on the role of chief priest for the upcoming river offering ceremony. Hearing this, Atui was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, the chief priest is the one who presides over the river offering, similar to a high priest. This might not be a bad opportunity. His gaze swept over the system panel displaying the river's vitality level. He mused, perhaps on the day of the ceremony. I can finally understand what this does. Not keeping Trioan waiting, he immediately replied, no problem. Village Chief. Trioan nodded and continued, good. In that case, young Luang Ku, you must memorize this ceremonial text. The next day, early in the morning at Atui's small house, the sky was clear and a steady voice could be heard reading aloud. The sun rises high, the flowers bloom and smile at me. On a tree branch, two little birds chirped. Little birds sing, good morning. Atui let out a big yawn as he stepped out and opened the door, a small bag on his back, still looking sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky, thinking, I'm still not used to the writing in this world. I have to memorize the ceremonial text as my master requested, which is why I'm like this. Atui clenched his fist and blurted out, reincarnated as a student in ancient times. Early morning in the classroom, looking outside, the cool shade of green trees and the clear stream created a pleasant atmosphere. Teacher Tuong stared intently at his book and read aloud. A life without laziness leads to ease and wealth. Looking down upon the lowly, it is truly due to their incompetence. Atui glanced at the old man in front of him, a clear sense of annoyance rising within him. All he knows is how to act strict and force me to come to school. This feeling is disgusting. He sat quietly in class, his thoughts wandering. No matter how he looked at it, this was absurd. Are they really going to make me go back and learn elementary school stuff? A classmate suddenly stood up and spoke. Sir, Luang Ku is not opening his mouth, causing the atmosphere in the room to instantly freeze. The old man stopped in his tracks, his hand tightening around the thick book as if he were channeling all his boiling rage into the inanimate object. Teacher Tuong shouted, Luang Ku, don't you dare look down on others like this. He slammed his ruler down on the book, his voice sharp. The only reason this school accepted you was to give your master face. Tuong Sin turned to Atui and continued, you, an illiterate fool, should be silently rejoicing that you've met someone as kind as me. Suddenly, Atui shot to his feet and recited loudly, causing the old man and his students to stare wide-eyed. To be loyal is to have noble intent. To lead is to serve the people, with humility and courtesy in all matters. A life free of laziness will bring peace and prosperity. Atui didn't stop, continuing to recite, which made the snitch from earlier turn his head and stare intently. To look down upon the lowly is truly a sign of incompetence. When instruction arrives, all necessary things are prepared. His voice continued to ring out, ignoring the murmurs around him. Hundreds of insects and plants, armor and weapons, taming beasts like tigers and rhinoceroses, and all sorts of strange and miscellaneous objects. Atui turned to Tuong Sin, bowed respectfully, and said, Sir, I've actually already memorized all of this. He thought to himself, in my past life, I was a top student, so this stuff is way too simple. Atui added quietly, his voice calm but clear. It's just that I find the method of teaching characters in this school a bit cumbersome. Tuong Sin was furious, holding a rod in one hand and a book in the other. He pointed straight at the boy and yelled, "You insolent brat. This is the legacy passed down by our ancestors. What could you possibly understand?" The old man glared at him and shouted, "It's not that I look down on you, but what can a brute like you ever accomplish?" Atui spoke up, his voice still even. "The Fanki method used in this school is indeed a good way, but it's overly complex and requires a very strong foundation." Atui continued without hesitation. "But the method I've developed turns characters into symbols, with each symbol corresponding to a specific sound." He continued his explanation seamlessly. "I call this method the phonics method." His words were firm, without a hint of faltering. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling both Tuong Sin and Atui. The form sounds similar to character cutting, but it seems much simpler. From the rows of seats, Hang Nia appeared, his voice deep and steady. "Regarding this phonics method you speak of, please explain it in more detail." A few students whispered in astonishment, recognizing the man as a teacher from the great Shun capital city. Tuong Sin hurriedly stepped in front of him and bowed respectfully. "Sir Tu," he said, his attitude a complete 180 from before, beneath the cool green canopy of a tree outside the school. A few people strolled leisurely as white birds soared high with outstretched wings, creating a peaceful scene. Hang Yia stroked his beard and gave a faint smile. Tuong Sin interjected irritably, "How interesting. Just the blind ramblings of a fool. I hope you won't blame him." "Senior, such supernatural nonsense isn't worthy of my attention." But the man turned to Atui and said quietly, "In Great Shun, anyone who makes an invention is rewarded, if it's useful. They receive money, tax exemptions, or even an official position." Atui thought to himself, "This is my chance. If I don't make myself stand out, sooner or later someone will notice how different I am anyway." Hang Hia spoke up. "Young man, you are exceptionally intelligent. Why not come and study with me?" Tuong Sin quickly tried to intervene. "Sir Tu, how can you possibly rely on this little brat?" But the man stopped him with a raised hand. Hang Hia turned to Tuong Sin and said slowly, "Sir Tuong, whether one reads books or practices martial arts, there is no distinction between high or low, noble or common. That is what my master once taught me." Tuong Sin spoke hesitantly, his voice laced with unease. "But this kind of heresy." Hang Yia laughed heartily to reassure him. "Sir Tuong, you need not worry. This matter will not involve you." Tuong Sin could only fall silent and stand still. He looked at Atui and said in a deep, steady voice, "What a student cannot resolve, I, his teacher, will step forward to resolve." Hang Yia turned to leave, then looked back and added, "What a student cannot break through, I, his teacher, will break through for him." Atui bowed his head very low, clasping his hands in a formal salute, using the most reverent posture to express his respect for the man. A large bell was submerged deep beneath the azure water, strange streams of light spreading out amidst countless tiny bubbles. Tai Hoa Ngak used its large, heavy head to slowly push a round orb forward through the water. The orb was lifted with even greater strength by Qian Dao, who pushed it higher little by little. A thigh appeared, making chirping sounds as if trying to say something to Qian Dao. It strained its body to push the green orb along with its little friends. A thigh's voice rang out, "Hey, little guy, put more muscle into it." Qian Dao summoned all its strength, its body tensing as it pushed the orb, causing it to shoot forward faster. A thigh also tried its best, concentrating its power into its small head and delivering a powerful ram to help out. The orb suddenly exploded in a blinding flash of light, stunning all the small creatures nearby. As the light gradually faded, a brilliant passageway appeared between the rock walls in the depths of the water. Amidst the layers of dense black cliffs at the bottom of the deep water, an ancient gate glowing with a turquoise light slowly opened, as if leading to a buried otherworld. When the light completely dissipated, A giant bronze bell covered in green moss was revealed at the bottom of the deep water, standing majestically as a testament to a bygone era. In the silent darkness at the bottom of the deep river, a tui glided gently through the blue water with Tai Hoangach, their figures blending into the shadows. Tai Hoangach opened its wide mouth, its face showing clear excitement as a radiant smile spread through the still water. A tui looked over at the wide-mouthed Tai Hoangach. All right, I know the credit for this one goes to you. Big guy. He and the creature moved toward Qiandao and Afai, who were waiting. He asked, so this is the passage to the island. Tai Hoangach lay on its back, showing off its full belly and pointing forward with one hand, while Afai stood behind it, looking on with obvious worry. Atui turned his head to look at it and said, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness, I know. You're the best. Big guy. Atui thought to himself, I can't believe the space inside is this big. It completely exceeds my initial expectations. Atui continued to speculate. So the source of this light is the Dangman tree. It seems there's another space above this one. Atui reached out and touched a strange object nearby, pondering the soft sensation that traveled through his hand. Suddenly, Atui shouted, bringing the cord-like thing to his mouth to bite it and confirm what he was feeling. He quickly let go, thinking to himself that he couldn't even bite through it. This thing was no simple matter. Atui swam forward quickly and commanded loudly, don't move, fist head, let's go up. Atui looked up and spoke. Inside here. There's no water, it's air. He glanced around, a question rising in his mind. Do all the vines grow from this spot? As Atui was focused on what was ahead, a pitch-black creature silently appeared behind him, crawling on a rock that jutted out from the water. The creature suddenly swelled to a terrifying size and lunged straight at Atui, its sharp legs glinting in the water. Atui threw a heavy punch, shattering the rock beneath his feet and using the force to push back the water monster. Atui looked straight at it and said loudly, too slow. I already knew you were there. After a moment of observation, Atui quickly identified the creature before him as a water centipede. Its long, spike-covered tail swept out, smashing a large chunk of rock on the riverbed. The water monster suddenly accelerated, charging ferociously toward Atui and Fisthead. Fisthead immediately raised its sturdy claw, blocking the creature's charge amidst a shimmering blue light. Atui watched the two creatures fight, calmly remarking, it seems Fisthead has grown quite a bit. The water centipede coiled its body full of sharp legs, using the jagged rocks to launch another counterattack. In the blink of an eye, it was clamped tightly in Fisthead's powerful claw, completely unable to escape. Atui watched from the side, shouting triumphantly, Fisthead, nice one. He continued to explain, this is a type of water centipede. I've heard their bite force is terrifying. Atui added in a low voice, more importantly, this creature has a weapon that even martial artists fear. Poison. Atui quietly calculated in his mind. If I can dominate it, it'll be like having another hidden weapon. I still have enough spiritual connection slots. Atui bent down and picked up a small piece of rock from the bottom of the water. He crushed the rock into pieces with both hands, remarking, my body has gotten stronger since my breakthrough. Atui held up his bleeding finger, musing. Looks like I'll have to ask 6th senior brother about buying a mace soon. This will have to do for now. Atui pointed 2 fingers toward the centipede held by Fisthead, his gaze becoming focused. He shouted, bloodline domination. As Atui's fingertips made contact, a blazing power erupted and enveloped the creature. Atui gritted his teeth as the system repeatedly issued danger warnings. What's going on? Is this one water centipede equivalent to a crocodile? The system panel appeared before his eyes, displaying that he had successfully dominated the evolvable water beast, the heavenly water centipede. Atui sat down and breathed a sigh of relief, his body relaxing after the tense moment. Atui looked at the creature before him and said, with your strength, I'll call you Aui. The system announced clearly, heavenly water centipede, nurtured by the water spirit herb and mutated by absorbing the flesh and blood of a martial artist, can consume 10,000 points of water essence to evolve into the great heavenly water centipede. Atui was shocked. 10,000 points. The cost for taming creatures really does get higher and higher. He turned to Aoi and said quietly, "All right, where did you eat that water spirit herb?" As if understanding. Aoi immediately crawled forward to lead the way. Aoi slowly crawled deep into the dark stone cave, which was filled with an indescribable chilling aura. Aoi squinted into the cave, his voice filled with unconcealed surprise. "In here, this is truly terrifying." Aoi couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the skeleton inside the cave, an indescribable sense of unease rising within him. The words carved on the ground were clear. "The vanguard of the Great Chen Navy has failed, unable to resist. I drifted here heavily wounded, ashamed of failing to repay the Emperor's grace. I have ended my life in this place." Time had passed, and dark green vines now clung tightly to the gray stone walls, blanketing the silent, solemn space. Aoi and his 3 water beasts stood silently before the skeleton, their gazes fixed upon it. He slowly sat down, looking at the words and murmuring, "Great Chen, Naval, Vanguard, ended his life here." Aoi muttered in frustration. "I don't know the other characters." He continued to speculate. "It doesn't look like he just drifted here. Could this area have been an ancient battlefield? If so, there might be spirit weapons left behind." Aoi looked at the box next to the skeleton and whispered, "This box must contain the water spirit herb." "Right," then he added, "Please forgive the intrusion." Aoi opened the box, looked inside, and said, "The other plant must be the one Aoi ate." Holding the water spirit mushroom, he turned and whispered, "Senior, I'll take you outside later and bury you in fertile soil, so you can rest in peace." Aoi clutched the spirit mushroom and declared, "Next up is leveling up, and this time, I absolutely have to break through level 50. He sat among his large pets, giving immovable 1/3, setting aside 1/6. A Fi and Fist get 1/20, and Aoi, forget it. You already ate a whole plant." Aoi raised his hand, making it clear, "So the rest is all mine." With that, Aoi placed the spirit mushroom in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it slowly with an air of complete calm. A sudden feeling of euphoria washed over him, and Aoi thought to himself that his legs felt incredibly soft. Like tofu. It was so refreshing. The system panel immediately displayed a notification. "Essence of the Water Marsh, plus 216. Aoi said to himself, "That's even better than Crab Row. If I've leveled up, then doesn't that mean?" He raised his finger and pointed directly at the system panel in front of him. The information panel appeared clearly. Peak Lord Luong Ku, refined white ape of the Water Marsh, fusion rate 70.6%, essence of the Water Marsh 0, tamed water beast, Tai Hoa crocodile, requires 280 points of Water Marsh essence to evolve into a driftwood crocodile. Tamed water beast. A Phi requires 240 points of Water Marsh essence to evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. Tamed water beast, stone crab, requires 7,600 points of Water Marsh essence to evolve into a stone king crab. Evaluation. The system continued to display. Water Marsh ape spirit fusion rate is over 50%. Comprehended a talent skill. A new line of information appeared right after. Water leap. A blinding blue light erupted from Atoi's body, and behind him, the phantom image of a formidable beast appeared. His eyes shone brightly, and his entire body tensed as he struggled to control the immense power surging within him. A brilliant surge of energy gathered in the center of Atoi's chest, emitting a light that spread continuously outward. That source of energy gradually expanded, occupying his entire chest cavity. It continued to swell, splitting into multiple branches that spread deep throughout Atoi's body. Aoi bowed low, silently paying his respects to the skeleton resting by the dark cliff wall. He turned to look at the lake before him and said quietly, "I'll go back into the water to test my new abilities." Aoi shouted, "Water leap," and a current of turquoise water immediately coiled around his body. After losing control of his direction, Aoi slammed hard into the solid cliff face. He lifted his head, blood dripping from his nose, and said, "It seems this is a movement skill, but it consumes a lot of stamina and is hard to control." Aoi looked at the system panel and thought to himself, "And it can travel 1,000 miles underwater, if that's true. It's insanely powerful." Water leap, protected by the river, can evolve into a divine power, allowing one to travel 1,000 miles underwater. Aoi raised his hand, controlling the blue energy, and continued speaking. My ability to control water has tripled, reaching 800 pounds. That's a huge leap. The system continued to display. Each immovable has its own growth points, among which the tamed water beast Tai Hoa crocodile requires 230 points of water marsh essence to evolve into a driftwood crocodile. The tamed water beast. A Phi was also listed clearly, requiring 210 points of water marsh essence to evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. The tamed water beast stone crab appeared on the last line. Evolving it into a stone king crab required a staggering 7,600 points of water marsh essence. Atui imagined a Phi sweating as he questioned him. Wait a minute. Since when did a Phi surpass immovable? That's not right. Oh, whatever. He must have had his own lucky encounter. Maybe he has some kind of catfish system or something. Thinking of this, Atui couldn't help but chuckle to himself in the quiet space. Atui looked at the system panel and said aloud, "The final ritual is in 1 week. I have to study hard with my master during this time, because I have a feeling this is related to that ritual." The system immediately displayed a reminder. Water leap, protected by the river, can evolve into a divine power, allowing one to travel 1,000 miles underwater. 1 week later, at the turn of late autumn and early winter, the ancient mirror village lay quietly nestled among high mountains and dense forests, bathed in a golden sunlight that created a rare, peaceful scene. Lappa stood outside the door, knocking loudly and calling out, "Atui, we should get going to the final ritual." Atui held his hand forward and gave a firm command. "Atui, come here," as if understanding perfectly. Atui immediately crawled onto Atui's hand without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Atui's body was wrapped around his wrist like a living bracelet. Atui reached out to pull the latch, and the wooden door slowly swung open before him. He smiled at Lappa and said, "Let's go. Time for the final ritual." A large crowd of villagers had already gathered before the tall wooden platform, the rhythmic beat of drums stirring the solemn atmosphere. Man stood silently in the crowd, her eyes fixed forward as if she had noticed something unusual. Suddenly, the little girl burst into panicked sobs, her body trembling uncontrollably. Nguyet Mai quickly bent down to comfort her. "What's wrong, my dear? Why are you crying?" Sobbing, Man pointed forward and said, "There's a monster among them." Hearing this, Nguyet Mai shook her head in denial. "You're talking nonsense again. There are no monsters in the village." Even so, she still held the little girl tightly and soothed her. "All right now, don't cry anymore. Mommy will buy you some candied hawthorns to eat." In a hidden corner, a white-haired stranger peeked through a crack in the wall, his body emanating streams of cold, dark energy. He revealed blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth as he hid behind the stone wall, thinking, "Become an immortal, a fine offering." On the ceremonial platform, burly men were forcefully striking large mallets against the face of a massive drum, creating a resounding boom. The call to present the offerings rang out, and a group of young men carrying trays with the heads of oxen and pigs slowly advanced. The masked shaman chanted while performing a ritual, calling for the water god to return, for the sorcerer to take his place. He raised a bundle of dry firewood as a signal. The ritual leader acted, and the ceremony officially began. Atui ascended the wooden steps leading to the ceremonial platform with steady steps. He stood on the high platform looking down at the crowd below, as incense smoke swirled up, obscuring the view. The shaman raised his hand to signal, and the ceremony began amidst resounding cheers that echoed through the area. Atui raised the white scroll with both hands, preparing to read it aloud. "Great river god above, in the land of Ningyi Hung, where the Hoai River converges, I have been entrusted by the people. Today, I lead them to worship before you. I now present this ritual prayer." Below the platform, Lappa Kiet Shuang and all the villagers held their breath as they looked up at Atui. Lappa looked at him and thought to himself, "This is amazing. Atui, I don't know what happened to you, but we grew up together." Kiet Shuang's eyes widened slightly with doubt. "Are you really Atui?" On a nearby rooftop, a bizarre dark figure was speeding along, silently trying to approach the ceremony. The hideous monster fixed its cold gaze on the high platform where Atui was leading the ritual. Atui immediately sensed something was wrong, thinking to himself, "What is that? This must be the mountain demon that sixth senior brother mentioned." He quickly recalled the miscellaneous notes his sixth senior brother had shown him. The drawing of the mountain demon with skin cracked like dry tree bark was a perfect match. Atui continued to think. Humanoid shape, skin like dry bark, impervious to blades and spears. The smaller ones eat livestock, but the larger ones prefer human organs. The monster was now silently locking onto its target, Man, who was in the middle of the crowd of villagers. Man saw it and screamed in terror. "It's that monster, Mom." Nguyet Mai and the villagers were startled, looking up at the growl echoing from above. What is that thing? A chill ran down everyone's spine. The stone and tile roof suddenly shattered, sending debris flying after a heavy impact. The mountain demon, with its blazing red eyes and bared fangs, lunged toward the ground as people screamed in chaos. "Monster, run." Kiet Shuang looked around and shouted, "Spread out, don't bunch up." The villagers ran for their lives. Man, separated from her mother, cried out, "Mommy, where are you?" Nguyet Mai was also frantically searching for her daughter, her calls echoing, "Honey, where are you?" Man's eyes widened, her fear suffocating her as the mountain demon closed in right behind her. The mountain demon raised its hand with its sharp claws, preparing to pounce on poor Man. Kiet Shuang growled in frustration. "Damn it, I'm not going to make it." Lappa watched the scene in horror and shouted, "Damn it." Nguyet Mai dashed straight toward her daughter, calling out in a panic, "My child." Kiet Shuang burst forward with incredible speed, grabbing Man to shield her from the deadly descending blow. He managed to grab the little girl but lost his footing, and his entire body skidded across the ground. The mountain demon growled as it drew near, its ferocious aura pressing down on Kiet Shuang. Lappa yelled, "Tran Kiet Shuang, hang on." As he shouted, he threw his weapon forward. "I haven't been idle all this time. Taste my throwing knives." The sharp throwing knives flew down from above, aimed straight for the mountain demon's back. Lappa thought to himself, "Damn it, it dodged. Crap, I'm not going to make it in time." The mountain demon opened its maw full of razor-sharp teeth and let out a roar that shook the very air. Kiet Shuang was terrified, his eyes wide as he stared at the monster. He let out a desperate scream. "Atui, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to use them." Just as the mountain demon's sharp claws were about to reach Kiet Shuang, a burst of blue light erupted, blocking the attack just in time. Atui suddenly appeared, leaping high into the air. He channeled the power of a water current to suppress the mountain demon, shouting, "Water surge strike." Atui delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the mountain demon's head, the force of the impact bringing it to a halt. Atui breathed a sigh of relief, having saved Man and Kiet Shuang in the nick of time. He made it. The mountain ghost was about to pounce, while Atui was still some distance away. The situation was incredibly tense. He glanced around frantically, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Damn it, I'm not going to make it." Atui stared at the basin of water. It was lake water used for the ritual. His water dash technique needed water as a medium, so this was the perfect opportunity. Atui plunged his hand into the basin, channeling his power to pull the water up. Atui roared, "Let me control this current and surge forward." Kiet Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the strange torrent of water swell up right in front of him. Atui's body transformed, his upper torso appearing at the very crest of the water wave as he muttered, "Water dash." The direct hit knocked the mountain ghost flat, its long body sprawling across the ground. Atui let out a soft sigh of relief. He'd made it. He was still panting heavily. Kiet Shuang was even more horrified, stammering, "Atui, how, brother?" Atui paid him no mind, speaking quickly and decisively, "Brother Kie, get the child out of here now. Leave this to me." Though he didn't understand what was happening. Kiet Shuang scrambled to his feet, picked up Man and ran, shouting over his shoulder, "Got it. I'll be back to help you in a bit." Atui stared at the mountain ghost on the ground, his heart tightening. Why would something like this appear here? As the smoke gradually cleared, Atui looked in horror at the empty ground. The mountain ghost had vanished. The mountain ghost suddenly reappeared from the right, its sharp claws tearing through the air, closing the distance to Atui in an instant. Atui immediately spun around to react, but he was forced back by the attack. He strained to defend himself, shouting, "Giant spikes." He gritted his teeth. This thing's strength was far greater than he had initially anticipated. The mountain ghost pressed its attack relentlessly, a flurry of blows forcing Atui to his right, barely dodging each strike by a hair's breadth. Atui saw a momentary opening. His body tensed for a counterattack as a thought flashed through his mind. Now's my chance. He threw a direct punch, unleashing a burst of compressed power while roaring, "Die!" Just then, Kit Shuang returned with reinforcements. His voice echoed from a distance. "Atui, we're here." Lap Ba, who had been dragged along, quickly assessed the battle and immediately understood the situation. The mountain ghost managed to injure Atui, but he immediately grabbed its arm and held on tight, gritting his teeth through the pain. He couldn't let it get away. Atui turned his head and yelled, "Stab it in the ribs, don't slash." Kiet Shuang and Lap Ba followed his command, coordinating perfectly as they simultaneously thrust their weapons into the mountain ghost's sides. The mountain ghost let out a blood-curdling roar, a shriek so powerful it made the very air around them vibrate. Atui looked it straight in the eye and said in a low voice, "You want my life. This isn't nearly enough." He landed another heavy blow, sending the mountain ghost flying out of the fight. The mountain ghost's body sailed through the air before crashing hard onto the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Atui pressed his advantage, raising his hand and giving a decisive command to his water beast. "Ayui, go." Aui shot forward, its body coiling, and sank its teeth directly into the mountain ghost's neck without a moment's hesitation. In just a few moments, the mountain ghost's body began to show strange signs. Atui watched the poison spread across its skin, thinking to himself that Aui's venom was truly potent. The mountain ghost was losing strength. Its breathing grew heavy, and fluid began to leak from the corner of its mouth. It glanced into the distance, where a crowd of commoners had gathered to watch. Immediately after, the mountain ghost suddenly charged, heading straight for the crowd of civilians. Atui's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Don't you dare!" He grabbed a nearby wooden stake and hurled it at the mountain ghost with all his might. The massive, body-sized stake flew through the air and struck the wound on its neck, delivering the final, fatal blow. Atui rushed forward with the momentum, following up with a heavy kick. Looking at the motionless mountain ghost on the ground, Atui let out a breath. "It's finally over. Right." He then heard it whisper, "Become immortal. The swamp." The villagers began to panic and whisper amongst themselves. "What is it saying? It can talk. What kind of monster is this? The river god has come to punish us." Kiet Shuang frowned and said, "The villagers' morale has completely collapsed." Lap Ba also looked troubled. "Damn it. At this rate, people won't be able to live normal lives." But Atui had a different idea. He shook his head. "No, this is a gift." Atui declared decisively, "This is an opportunity for our Nghia Hung village." With that said, he approached the mountain ghost, pointing the tip of his blade straight at its head without any hesitation. Atui swung his arm to deliver the final blow, then held the severed head high, coldly declaring it the finest offering for the river god. The system immediately updated. Huai River ritual complete. Favorability with the river increased by 0.0001. Morning came. At the site of the winter ritual in Nghia Hung village, trays of pig and ox heads were already laid out. Everyone stood gathered around, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity as they stared at the mountain ghost's corpse. Atui sat to one side, thinking. He'd won against the mountain ghost this time because he broke through its defensive hide and his fusion rate had greatly increased, pushing his physique far beyond that of a normal martial artist. He looked at his status window with a sense of relief, having finally gone from fragile life to not worth mentioning. Atui looked at his hand and thought to himself. Another crucial factor was Ayui's poison. Otherwise, the outcome would have been hard to predict. Most importantly, the river had unlocked the ability to upgrade skills, just as he expected. The system panel showed the Water Leap elixir, which could now evolve into the divine art of 1,000-mile water walking. Just then, the village chief arrived with someone in tow and called out, "Atui, the doctor is here." The doctor carefully observed the wounds on Atui's body and slowly remarked, "Young Master Luong truly has the arms of an ape and the waist of a bee. Your physique is far beyond that of an ordinary person. Atui gave a wry smile and replied, "Could you please take a look at my injuries, doctor?" The man heard this and nodded, saying, "Of course." The doctor then began to bandage the wounds, while curiously asking, "Young Master Luong, what material is your cold-resistant clothing made from?" While adjusting his clothes, Atui explained, "The outer robe was a gift from my second senior brother, made from bear dog hide, which is difficult for blades to pierce. The inner garments were from my eldest senior brother and are woven with celestial silkworm thread." After hearing this, the doctor nodded thoughtfully and said, "Even so, that's not enough. Looking at the depth of this wound, young Master Luong must have broken through the skin layer, haven't you?" Hearing this, the villagers immediately broke into a shocked uproar, exclaiming in unison, "The skin layer!" Atui was momentarily flustered and at a loss for words. Once it was confirmed to be true, endless gasps of admiration filled the air. "Atui is amazing. This time, he's truly brought honor to the ancestors of our entire village." Lapba smiled with emotion. "Atui is a true martial artist now, and it only took him a few months." Kiet Shuang glanced over, thinking to himself, "Am I still unable to keep up with his pace?" Kwang Dian stood silently in the back, looking on with a heart full of worry. "My God, that kid has gotten that strong already." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? He's planning to cause trouble for me. The village chief then spoke up. "Atui, what was that monster?" Someone next to him chimed in. "That's right. Everyone is very worried." Atui looked around and explained clearly. "That monster is called a mountain ghost. It usually feeds on flesh and blood. This time, it was likely drawn here by the gathered life force of everyone." Atui's face grew serious as he added, "I can't be sure if there are other mountain ghosts in Ngia Hung, but since 3 appeared at once this time, I suspect there's a demon behind it all." The crowd exchanged heavy glances, a sense of unease rising within them. A demon. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sacrificial altar and shouted, "Everyone! Look, that head rack. It looks familiar, doesn't it?" Someone immediately recognized it. "It looks a bit like Lai Dao Truong." Another person nodded. "It really does. How did that scoundrel end up like this?" Atui frowned in deep thought. Lai Dao Truong. He quickly connected the dots in his mind. The Zhao family's alchemy manor, the mountain ghost, Lo Tu Kong, Lai Dao Truong, Fap Hoa Temple. Atui gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Damn it, I should have figured it out sooner. The alchemy was just a front. Raising mountain ghosts was the real key. With that thought, he turned to the village chief and said, "This matter isn't simple. I have to go to Binduong County to report to my master. I suspect the mountain ghost was Lai Dao Truong." A strong resolve welled up inside Atui. "For all of this, I will definitely make them give me a clear explanation." The scene changes to the Duong Manor. Madame Hua steps out with her maid and asks, "Little Nine, what brings you here today? We normally never see a trace of you." Atui stood straight, clasping his hands in a formal greeting. "Greetings, Master's wife. I've come this time to report some important matters to Master." Afterward, they all entered the main hall of the Duong Manor. After recounting the entire incident, Atui concluded, "Therefore, I suspect the mountain ghost affair is directly related to the Zhao Manor." Madame Hua smiled and praised him while pouring tea. "Little Nine, you truly are clever. It's no wonder your master thinks so highly of you." Atui was slightly startled. This matter was not simple at all, but it seemed his master's wife already knew about it. Madame Hua closed her eyes with a faint smile. "I know you're anxious, but don't forget who your master is," she added. "He is Duong Dong Hung, the only one in the Binduong region who has ever been a hunter." The scene shifts to the ghost mother's base. A figure silently ascends a tall, steep staircase in the darkness. One of them, drawn by something above, paused for a moment. Immediately after, he fell to the ground, pointing with a trembling hand and stammering, "What? What is that? We're under attack. Run, sound the alarm." In the gloomy sky, a colossal golden blade gradually materialized, aimed directly at the ghost mother's base. The blade tore through the clouds and descended, its immense pressure bearing down from the heavens. Atui's master appeared in midair, his aura exploding as he declared, "Duong Dong Hung is here. Surrender now, you scum. It was late at night, but the sounds of relentless training still echoed through the martial arts hall. Atui repeatedly struck a wooden post, thinking to himself that he had been at his master's house for 2 days now, and his mistress had him stay at the hall so he wouldn't interfere with his master's plans. Kanrang had also given him a precious silver ingot worth 50 taels for his living expenses at the estate. Madame Duong, with the gentle air of a saint, had said softly, "Take it. If it's not enough, just let me know." Atui looked at his arm and murmured quietly, "Thanks to the vitality supplements from Mistress, my wounds have healed quite a bit. My body feels noticeably lighter than before." He continued his thoughts. "This constant training over the past few days has taken a lot out of me. Master and Mistress suspect the Ghost Mother cult will launch a large-scale attack on the alchemy hall, so they left me here for my safety." Just then, a strange, round object suddenly cut through the air, flying straight toward him. Atui's reflexes were incredibly fast. He swung his arm and knocked the object away. The sphere slammed into the wall, cracking the stone surface and sending fragments scattering everywhere. Atui immediately called out, "On guard! Who's there?" Senior Brother Ho stepped out from behind a tree, smiling as he said, "Your awareness isn't bad." "Junior Brother," Atui exclaimed. "Ho, it's you, Senior Brother Ho." He said that as soon as he returned. He heard Mistress mention that his junior brother was here, and sure enough, he found him. Atui then asked, "Did you just get back today?" Senior Brother Ho tossed him a spear, casually saying it was nothing important, then asked, "Do you know how to use a spear? Spar a few rounds with me. We can talk while we fight." Atui's gaze hardened. He replied, "In that case, I won't hold back. Senior Brother." He took his stance, holding his hand out slightly. "Please, instruct me." Senior Brother Ho tossed the small sphere in his hand into the air. Immediately after, the sphere ricocheted, shooting straight towards Atui, taking advantage of his distraction. Senior Brother Ho braced his spear and thrust the tip straight forward. The two exchanged blows continuously, their attacks flowing back and forth. For the moment, their strength seemed evenly matched. Senior Brother Ho quickly noticed that Atui was slightly distracted. He smiled faintly and said, "An opening." Senior Brother Ho's spear struck the shaft of the spear Atui was holding. Atui lost his balance, and the spear was knocked from his hand, clattering away on the ground. Senior Brother Ho immediately pressed his advantage, his attacks becoming more and more relentless. Now unarmed, Atui instinctively counterattacked with his fists. Senior Brother Ho smirked and said, "Come on." At that moment, the sphere from earlier rolled onto the ground, revealing it was just a small orange. The match ended. Senior Brother Ho looked at Atui, who was sitting on the ground panting, and said, "It seems you've broken through the skin gate. Junior Brother, to progress this fast, you must truly be one with fate." Atui's eyes widened in shock. Fate. Senior Brother Ho offered a hand to help him up, saying, "Master will explain the matter of fate to you soon enough. For now, let's continue." Atui took his hand and stood up, his voice firm. "All right, let's continue." The two clashed for several more rounds, their shouts echoing through the hall. "Not enough." Again. "Don't let up your strength. Get up. Continue." A long time later, Atui finally stopped, exhausted and gasping for breath. Senior Brother Ho sat beside him and said quietly, "What you said about the Zhao residence basically matches what I investigated. It's just, I feel like everything is a bit too much." Atui asked, "Too much?" Senior Brother Ho nodded. "Yes. It's as if someone intentionally left clues for us to find." After saying that, he shook his head slightly. Then again, "Maybe I'm just being overly sensitive." Senior Brother Ho changed the subject. "You just broke through the skin gate. Junior Brother, this manual is perfect for you. It's the Reverent Bow technique, specifically for those who have just entered the skin gate stage." He explained, "Martial arts are divided into two types, technique forms and meridian methods. Meridian methods are ways to circulate your vitality and blood. It's a more profound form of control that only martial artists who have achieved a breakthrough can use. It allows you to mobilize all of your vitality and meridian energy, converting it into your own power." As Atui stared at the book with wide eyes, Senior Brother Ho stood up and said, after you finish reading it. Use this method to spar with me." Atui looked up gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ho. But you still haven't told me why you were looking for me." Senior Brother Ho suddenly remembered. "I almost forgot. Sixth Senior Brother sent me to find you." He continued, "Sixth Senior Brother has finished forging your spirit weapon." Hearing this, Atui's face immediately lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Ghost Mother cult, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy in the air. A mountain ghost was bound tightly by countless iron chains, a broken sound escaping its throat. "Miss Father." Outside the cell, a guard shouted, "Too loud. Get a move on. Model." Kwai Dung watched the line of ragged people being escorted forward, their heavy footsteps dragging on the cold ground, a gloomy atmosphere blanketing the entire path. His gaze landed on a scrawny kid, and he suddenly thought to himself, "She's the same age as my little daughter." A fleeting sense of shock passing through him. The person in front was shouting, urging the line on, then turned his head to remind him, "Brother Lamb, what are you doing? Lord Vo is still waiting." The group quickly formed a neat line to report. "My lord, the alchemical ingredients for this time are fully prepared. In 3 days we can feed them to that guy." Another man's voice chimed in. "That's right. This one is a precious mutated specimen. We must handle him with care. The alchemical ingredients are what's most important." In another cell, a mournful groan echoed softly in the dark of night. "Father, Mother, where are you? Old man, wake up." A frail old man lay curled up on a pile of rotten straw, his body trembling with each racking cough. He struggled to open his eyes, his lips trembling as he repeatedly called out, "Tu hoi, tu hoi," his voice faint and fading. A cold, explanatory voice rang out. Those with fiery vital energy often use the violent soldier style. Their momentum is focused on offense. The next words were calmer. Those with gentle vital energy use the gentle embrace armor, with defense as their foundation. The forge burned brightly, the intense heat radiating out and distorting the surrounding air. Lu Kuang stood before the forge, drenched in sweat, his hands tirelessly forging the red-hot metal. He placed a feather on the piece of metal, letting it burn away slowly. The second stage is to stimulate the feather's energy and let the dark metal absorb it. Next, he inserted another dark object into the forge. The intense flames consumed it without a trace. Lu Kuang said in a low voice, "This is phantom hide. It exists between the void and reality. It can blend into the shadows. You'll see it once the spear takes shape." He turned and shouted to the person beside him, "Junior Brother, quickly." Atui immediately responded, "Coming." Atui gritted his teeth and cut his hand with a knife. A spirit weapon needs its master's blood to complete the final step of soul forging. Drop by drop, the blood fell, silently merging, carrying with it an invisible oath of binding. A fire phoenix suddenly burst out of the forge, circling in the air amidst the fiery glow. Lu Kuang reached out and gripped the spear's shaft, his eyes intensely focused. He thrust the spearhead straight into the churning flames within the forge. Suddenly, he felt a strange movement and gritted his teeth to resist it. This is not good. The spirit weapon's consciousness is fighting back. Lu Kuang frowned and muttered, his voice deepening. It's already dead, yet it's still so stubborn. He gathered all his strength and struck again, a decisive blow without any hesitation. This time, the spear pierced straight through the forge. The fiery light flared violently before gradually subsiding. Lu Kuang let out a long breath and called Atui over. "Junior Brother, the weapon is finished. Give it a try." He held the spear out in front of him and said clearly, "This is the spirit weapon that belongs to you." Atui's heart swelled with emotion as his hand touched the spear's shaft. He said softly, "It's so heavy. It must be at least over 10 pounds. He used his strength to pull the spear from the ground, its shaft emitting a faint hum. Atui swung it to get a feel for it, the residual flames tracing a faint arc in the spear's path. He thought to himself, "There's a clear, visceral connection between me and this spear." Lu Kuang pointed toward the back of the courtyard and said, "There are wooden posts back there. Go test its power." Atui nodded and did as he was told, his body moving as he executed a few basic forms in succession. Lu Kuang watched from the side. clapping in approval. Good form, but you haven't named this spear yet. Junior brother. Atui looked at the spear's shaft and smiled faintly. This spear. Let's call it Fuck Ba. Just then, a voice called out. It seems Junior brother's weapon is finally finished. Atui turned his head in surprise. Senior brother Ho and Senior brother Tu had appeared, and walking behind Senior brother Ho was Tu Chao. Atui asked with a surprised look, Senior brother Tu, this is. Senior brother Ho chuckled and replied, let him speak for himself. Master sent him to gather information. Tu Chao tilted his head and said, the theater is a great place for eavesdropping. Lu Kuang put his hands on his hips and asked directly, all right, little four, did you hear anything? Tu Chao calmly recounted, I actually overheard some information by chance. A place that is very likely a stronghold for the demon mother cult. This clue came almost too naturally, he said. At the time, I had my guard completely down. I was just admiring the flowers by the roadside. My leisurely appearance made it hard for anyone to suspect me. On the outside, he maintained a gentle smile, casually mingling with the courtesans of the brothel, exuding the air of a hedonistic young master living a life of pleasure. His eyes swept over the strange group that had just entered, and he thought to himself, these cultists really don't know how to be discreet. Wearing black robes in broad daylight is just asking for trouble. The courtesans crowded around Tu Chao, constantly raising their cups to offer him wine. Young Master Tu, have a drink, drink mine, their laughter mingling endlessly with the haze of alcohol. Tu Chao continued his story with a proud look on his face, explaining that it was effortless to follow them. Their base is located right near the Lotus Temple, so the mission was a complete success. After hearing this, Lu Kuang stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, it was the Lotus Temple. It seems he'll have to continue the mission their master entrusted to them. And in this situation, a direct assault is the most suitable approach. He turned to Brother Ho and said, if that's true, then tomorrow we'll go to their base and take them down. Brother Ho immediately accepted the order, replying, as you command, Senior brother. Tu Chao sprang forward, throwing an arm around Atui's shoulders. This time, Tu Ku, you're coming with us. Atui froze for a moment and asked, is there something for me to do? He suddenly became serious. Junior brother, it's about time you saw some real bloodshed. It's something you can't avoid sooner or later. And our master has no shortage of enemies. Lu Kuang immediately rushed over and gave him a sharp rap on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. He turned and asked the boy directly, Tu Ku, what do you think? His gaze intense and unwavering. Atui pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, he said, his voice soft but filled with resolve. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Inside the base of the demon mother cult, a tightly chained mountain demon groaned relentlessly, the sound echoing ominously in the enclosed space. A respectful voice called out, Butler Trin, please come this way. Spoken by someone bowing so low they dared not raise their head. He pointed towards the mountain demon and continued cautiously. Butler Trin, Ho-Tu's spirit seems quite strong, and he's been eating a lot. Trin Huang immediately snapped in a low voice, get out of here, don't disturb me and my son. The man quickly bowed his head and replied, yes, Butler Trin, please, take your time. He raised his hand, murmuring softly, his voice filled with regret. My dear boy, you've suffered so much. If only you didn't have to become this. His hand slowly and gently caressed Ho-Tu's face, a gesture that was both tender and chilling. His eyes gradually turned vicious. Then how could your father ever complete his grand ambition of achieving immortality, he thought. His ambition now laid bare. At the beginning of winter, night fell upon a mountain peak not far from the Lotus Temple, as a cold wind swept silently across the land. Rows of people in brightly colored clothes were being escorted away, their footsteps falling one after another in a heavy silence. One girl in particular caught the attention of the hooded men. Well, well, looks like we've got some exceptional goods in this batch of medicinal herbs today, another man shouted. Here we go again. Can't that useless bastard control himself? The man gave a forced, ingratiating laugh, his voice dropping to a wheedling tone. Boss, just for a little bit. Please, he begged. The other man looked disgusted, but reluctantly gave in. Make it quick. If you screw up the Emperor's business, you'll be served up as a tasty meal. The three of them reached their position, looking down coldly from above. A Tui spoke. Fourth brother must be somewhere around here. He let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing Master left us the Black Hound, without its sharp senses. We never would have found the symbol Tu left for us. Suddenly, the Black Hound let out a soft bark, a low sound that carried through the dark night. Lu Kuang immediately bent down and patted its head, his movements quick and reassuring. Atui asked quietly, "Oh, right. Where did fourth brother go?" Lu Kuang replied, "You mean Tu? Elsewhere." Tu Chao silently drew his bow, his figure melting into the stillness of the night. He released his grip, and the arrow shot forward, tearing through the air on a decisive and unwavering path. The pervert from earlier had managed to drag the girl away. "Don't you worry, boss," he said in a vile, smug tone. In that exact moment, the arrow arrived, aimed directly at him and locked on with cold, killing intent. The force of the impact sent him flying, his body slamming hard against a wall with a sickening thud. Someone immediately screamed, "We're under attack! Move! Now!" And chaos erupted in an instant. Brother Ho said in a low voice, "There's the signal from fourth brother. The time for waiting is over." Lu Kuang gave the decisive order, "Let's move out." The entire team sprang into action at once. He charged into the darkness, his cold eyes fixed on the target ahead. The courtyard gate was smashed open by an unknown object, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Lu Kuang appeared in the middle of the battlefield, standing tall with a steady aura, without a single scratch on him. The men across from him were still in a state of shock, their eyes vacant, clearly unable to process what had just happened. Atui's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind reeling. So this is the true power of the four-horse realm. The gap is far greater than I ever imagined. Brother Ho's voice cut in. "Junior brother, what are you spacing out for? It's our turn now." Atui was startled back to reality. Right. Lu Kuang didn't stop, continuing his charge forward and taking down anyone who stood in his way with his bare hands. The remaining enemies seemed to know no fear, continuing to charge recklessly in an attempt to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. 2 more arrows whistled through the air in perfect coordination, helping Lu Kuang quickly clear out the remaining enemies. Lu Kuang looked up at Tu Chao on the roof and gave a slight nod, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. Watching from his high vantage point, Tu Chao's lips curled into a slight smile, returning the acknowledgement of their perfect teamwork. Brother Ho and Atui immediately joined the fray, coordinating smoothly to quickly take care of the last remaining enemies. A few of them recognized Atui's weapon and yelled out. A long spear wasn't suited for tight spaces, so they immediately surrounded him, contrary to their expectations. Atui moved with incredible agility, using the long spear itself to launch a series of counterattacks. He weaved through their encirclement with decisive movements, leaving a clean, deep cut on each of their necks. Lu Kuang glanced back and said, "Junior brother, take Hoxi, find the hostages, and get them out of here." Atui immediately nodded. Got it. Deep within the underground corridor, a cold, damp air hung heavy, and the faint light stretched their shadows with every step. A group of escaped enemies rushed to find reinforcements, shouting as they ran, "We're under attack. Get outside. Now, we're being attacked." Their morale was in complete disarray. "It's finally over. I don't have to bear this sin anymore. Brother Lamb, let's run." They've already broken in. Kwai Dung clutched his head and mumbled, "Everyone in that temple. They're all dead. It's all my fault for letting that woman escape. There was even a child in there, the same age as my daughter." He broke down completely. "I can't take it anymore. We're all guilty." "And the guilty can't escape punishment," Aha asked in confusion. "Brother Lamb? What are you talking about?" In that instant, an unexpected slash grazed Aha's shoulder, and blood sprayed out in the dim light. Aha lost his balance, his body collapsing onto the cold ground as his consciousness began to fade. Before Kwai Dung's horrified eyes, the attacker spoke up. "Don't blame me, a Luang. This is all Trio Hong Vien and Trin Huang's fault." He continued in a desperate voice. "Trin Huang is still here. I still want to save my family. I have to go. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Trin Huang roared, "Are you really this scared of just 4 of Duong Dong Hung's men?" Han gnashed his teeth and gave the order, "Release all the caged mountain ghouls. Let them spread out across the mountaintop and cause chaos." "Those things," Lini responded with a worried expression. "Yes, sir." But his hands still moved to obey the command. Han thought to himself, "This must be a trap set by Trio Hong Vien, constantly sending me out just for things to go wrong." A thought flashed through his mind. But this is also a good opportunity. As long as I can escape through the secret passage, I still have a chance to turn the tables. At the dawn of early winter, standing before the gate of the Bandit Mountain stronghold, Tu Chao said with disgust, "A bunch of scum. Their deaths are nothing to mourn." Then she suddenly wondered, where did junior brother go? Senior brother Ho replied, "He went to escort those people down the mountain," Lu Kuang added. "We're done here. He should be on his way back by now." Lu Kuang frowned and said, "I'm worried the smell of blood here is too strong. It feels like something is being hidden." The courtyard was a mess, with weapons strewn across the ground and bodies scattered beside piles of shattered rock and earth. Atui led Hoxie around, wondering to himself if there were any other prisoners still trapped nearby. He stopped in front of a mysterious stone door, his eyes focused. What is this? A secret passage. Atui glanced at Hoxie, wondering if his companion's reaction was a sign that someone was still trapped inside. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to move forward. Reaching out to push open the heavy door to the secret passage, light poured into the path within, which stretched deep into the darkness, revealing a hidden walkway. The moment Atui stepped inside, the door behind him slammed shut, cutting off his only way back. Before him appeared an elaborately constructed stone path, flanked by rows of candles that illuminated the way forward. The systems suddenly appeared. A series of new quests was activated, and the progress for the Mountain Ghoul Subjugation quest displayed clearly before his eyes. Completing the Mountain Ghoul Subjugation will earn the favor of the Piercing Sovereign Lord. For each level gained in Wayless Divine Insight, the Wayless talent will double, and damage to Water-type Demonic Beast will increase by 1/10. Atui stared at the system panel before him, a sense of confusion washing over him. Piercing Sovereign Lord, Mountain Ghoul Subjugation. These unfamiliar concepts made him suspect this was a quest triggered by the system. Hoxie suddenly tensed up as if sensing danger, and its fierce barking shattered the silence of the secret passage. Right in front of Atui, a mountain ghoul slowly crawled out from the shadows, its jagged teeth glinting in the dim light. Atui's brows furrowed, his eyes locking onto the target as he whispered its name. Mountain Ghoul. Before he could even catch his breath, dozens of pairs of yellow eyes lit up in the surrounding darkness, their sheer number indicating they were all lesser mountain ghouls. Atui planted the tip of his spear on the ground, feeling the vibrations travel up his arm. He now fully understood the situation he was in. He stretched his arms to warm up his body, his voice ringing out coldly. "Looks like I won't be getting out of here unless I defeat all of you." Atui's gaze changed completely. His breathing deepened, and a cold voice rumbled from his throat. "All right then, let's begin," Atui muttered to himself. After days of continuous training, his body had developed rapidly thanks to the potent dwelling apex growth. Just then, a lesser mountain ghoul charged at him. He threw a decisive kick, slamming the lesser mountain ghoul directly into the stone wall, testing the limits of his own growth. The system immediately sent a notification. Progress in the Mountain Ghoul Subjugation quest had increased by 1. The number clearly displayed before his eyes. Atui tightened his grip on the long spear, his will not allowing for even a moment of hesitation. He took the initiative and charged forward, the tip of his spear whistling through the air as he attacked the pack of lesser mountain ghouls ahead. Another lesser mountain ghoul was pierced by the spear, its body collapsing in the narrow, dark corridor. The system's notifications chimed continuously as the Mountain Demon Subjugation progress bar reached another new milestone. The Mountain Demon Subjugation progress leapt forward repeatedly, with the milestones jumping from low to high in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered onto his clothes and face, only serving to highlight the cold, unwavering intensity in Atui's eyes. Atui spoke, his voice calm but his presence undiminished. "Come on, let's begin the second round." Hearing his command, the horde of lesser mountain goblins shrieked in unison and surged forward like a tidal wave. The lesser mountain goblin that had been wounded earlier wasn't quite dead yet. Its body trembled as it struggled to crawl back to its feet. Atui spun around and dashed toward the stone door ahead, intending to carve a path to escape. Just then, several more lesser mountain goblins emerged from the corridors on both sides, blocking his path. Atui reached out, tightening his grip on his long spear in a single, fluid motion. With one sweeping slash, 2 lesser mountain goblins fell at the same time, and the system showed a massive increase in his mountain demon subjugation progress. Atui let out a soft breath and asked in a low voice, his eyes still scanning his surroundings warily, "Is it over?" At that very moment, a voice echoed from behind him. "Luong Ku, is that really you? Are there others like you?" Trin Huang stepped out from the shadows, his eyes filled with killing intent and his voice dripping with ice. "I never would have thought that the little orphan from back then, who used to catch lice for a living, could actually make it this far." Atui's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively called out the name. "Trin Huang." He chuckled, his voice dragging with malicious intent. "You've arrived at the perfect time. I have a gift for you. Look, your fellow disciples have come to save you. Lo Trung Tam's precious little son." Hearing those words, a look of astonishment crossed Atui's face. Lo Trung Tam, that's Instructor Lo's father. Atui lowered his center of gravity, his gaze fixed firmly on Trin Huang. "My senior brothers are all nearby. Today, I'm taking you down." Trin Huang's lips curled into a sneer, his voice dripping with contempt. "Take me down." Immediately after, Hotu smashed through the wall from behind, his colossal figure charging straight toward Atui. Hotu's body was twice the size of Atui's, forcing him to look up. A shock went through him. "What is that thing?" Trin Huang laughed maniacally, his aura surging. "Come on, let's see who takes down whom." In the early winter, at dawn in the east, a tense atmosphere enveloped one of the Demon Mother cult's key strongholds. Lu Kuang and his group were rushing forward when Tu Chao, from the back, asked, "Third senior brother, do we really need to be in such a hurry?" Senior brother Ho nodded in reply. "That's right. The mountain goblins we've encountered so far are just the low-level, cannon fodder types," Luke Kuang analyzed in a grim tone. "Little 9 facing lesser mountain goblins isn't a concern. I'm worried there might be a great mountain goblin in there. One at the Charging Horse realm." The scene shifts back to Atui, standing as taut as a bowstring. Since his rebirth, this was the most dangerous situation he had ever faced. Before him, Hotu's red eyes were wide open, his arms were brawny, and his massive frame was far beyond anything Atui could have imagined. Atui tightened his grip on the Fukba spear, choosing to face the threat head-on. There was no doubt about it. There was a mountain goblin here with power approaching the Charging Horse realm. He bit his lip, telling himself, "But how can I just surrender without a fight? One step back means death." Atui recalled moments of happiness and then let out a cold laugh. "What am I even thinking? It was so hard just to get the life I have today." Determination swelled in his chest as Atui reminded himself, "How could I possibly give it up now?" He left himself no room for retreat. Without hesitation, Atui charged straight at Hotu, understanding that danger was simply a part of life. Images from his past life flashed through his mind like a blade, hardening his resolve. A life of hardship and struggle couldn't break me. Atui leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes to end it. So why would I be afraid of something like this? But every one of his attacks was deftly dodged by Hotu, whose massive body moved with terrifying agility. Hotu seized an opening, clenching his fist and landing a powerful punch to Atui's stomach, catching him completely by surprise. The force of the blow sent Atui flying backward. He had to drag the Fukba spear along the ground just to barely keep his balance. Before he could even stabilize himself, he saw Hotu charging at him again, the pressure bearing down on his chest. This time, Atui didn't let him get close. He leapt aside, dodging cleanly and forcing Hotu to crash into the stone wall behind him. Trin Huang had been watching from the start, his eyes cold and calculating. Has this kid really only been at the martial arts hall for half a year? Atui and Hotu clashed again, the two figures colliding head-on in a rapid, relentless exchange of blows. Trin Huang roared with excitement. "My good boy, kill him for me." Atui's eyes narrowed with determination as he tightened his grip on the fukba, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. The tip of the fukba spear pierced Hotu's bicep, and the thick metallic scent of fresh blood quickly filled the air, just as Atui was executing his attack. Hotu swung a mighty fist, the force of the blow rushing toward him like a storm. Atui was slammed to the ground, the earth and rock around him shattering, revealing the destructive power of the punch. Seeing Atui collapse, Trin Huang laughed proudly. "And now you think you can handle me." Atui struggled to his feet, his whole body aching, and he thought to himself, the power gap is just too big. Damn it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The time for the demon-subduing mountain hunt mission had ended, the cold text appearing before him. Calculating results, Atui was completely bewildered. What is this? The system continued to display. Demon-subduing mountain hunt progress is 32%. Compatibility has reached the 3rd level, and you have gained the attention of a Transmigrator Lord 1 time. More information flooded Atui's vision. Gained the attention of Transmigrator Emperor Trak Lin 1 time. Fusion with Transmigrator. Emperor Trak Lin is now possible. Martial arts proficiency gained will be doubled. Water Demon Beast damage increased by 1 part. The system concluded with a short line. Fuse. Yes or no. The choice hovered before his eyes. Atui whispered his guess, his voice trembling slightly. Is this my luck? The opportunity had come so unexpectedly. Lying on the shattered stone, Atui was both confused and overjoyed. But still, how can luck be a part of one's strength? Without any more hesitation, Atui made his decision instantly. Fuse. He chose to gamble everything right then and there. The moment he spoke, Atui found himself standing in a mystical space, and a single thought rushed through his mind. Where am I? His pupils glowed as he looked around in confusion. What is this? My body. I can't move it. The majestic Hak Long appeared, coiling powerfully as its deep voice boomed. Divine Lord, are you truly going to show me no face at all? Atui looked up, bewildered. Divine Lord, who? The question popped into his head as the scene was just too strange. In the form of the Divine Lord, Atui spoke with a stern face. Violating the heavenly laws leads only to death. Surrendering peacefully is your only path to survival. Outwardly, he was cold, but inwardly, he was screaming. I'm the Divine Lord. I've entered the Divine Lord's body. Hak Long opened its mouth and roared. Insolence. The roar vibrated through the mist before them. Its massive body flickered in and out of the dense fog, its black scales gleaming like tempered steel, and its spiritual eyes blazed as it charged straight forward. Atui's expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke, his words drawn out like the edge of a blade. This technique is called, as he finished speaking, he swung his long spear, stirring up a heaven-shaking killing intent, his body poised to launch the attack. Outside, Trin Huang stared at the figure behind the veil of dust and laughed in amusement. You're not even skilled, yet you come here looking for trouble with me. He slammed his fist against his chest, his emotions erupting. What have I done wrong? Everything I've done to get here was just to beg for a chance to live. Trin Huang gritted his teeth in resentment. You people were all born with powerful backers to support you. All I have is my son. I can only beg for a chance to survive. He roared like a madman. I fought for so many years for this position of head steward. That bastard Trio Hong Vian must be blind. What could you possibly understand? After speaking, he pointed a finger straight ahead and gave a cold command. Kill him. Hotu leaped high into the air, its enormous body radiating killing intent as it struck on Trin Huang's command. Atui lay perfectly still, his entire body silent, only his glowing eyes locked on what was in front of him. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the ground, and the shockwave burst into a halo of white light, sending surrounding bricks and stones flying. Trin Huang screamed in panic, his voice filled with terror. What was that? Through the swirling smoke and dust, Dark brown hair fluttered in the wind as a figure slowly came into view. Atui's brilliant eyes were wide open, his gaze piercing straight ahead, completely unwavering. From within the dark, hazy mist, Atui's figure slowly emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura. It was the beginning of winter, and the first light of dawn had just broken, tinting the air with a cold hue. An old memory suddenly surfaced, and Atui had asked, "Master, just how powerful are the legendary smelting furnace and rainbow transformation realms?" Donghun calmly explained, "No one has ever seen them with their own eyes, so it's hard to say for sure, but their titles alone are enough to encompass everything." Atui stood tall, his golden eyes burning brightly, his aura flaring with majestic power, the divine being's domain. He held out his hands, which were overflowing with spiritual energy, and the space around him began to tremble. Atui channeled the power within him. Dragon Slash. His aura surged, rising without end. Trin Huang watched as the gloomy space transformed, his mind in chaos. What in the hell is this? Tiu Niaku crawled beside him, breaking out in a cold sweat, a trembling guess forming in his mind. This is... Trin Huang couldn't be bothered to think, still contemptuously ordering Ho-Tu. He's just trying to act mysterious. Kill him. Ho-Tu growled and charged forward, its face ferocious, its sharp teeth bared as drool flew with every step. Atui swung the wave tamer, spinning it in his hand like a fan, tearing through the air. In the instant, his spiritual power erupted to its limit. Atui's figure transformed into a brilliant streak of white light, standing out against the dark night. Tuho froze for a split second, unable to stop herself from blurting out. Trin Huang, who had remained arrogant from start to finish, judged coldly. "As I thought, it's all just for show." The moment he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed completely. Trin Huang watched in horror as Ho-Tu's sinewy arms slowly dissolved into thin air, his mind going completely blank. What is happening? He whipped his head forward and screamed, his voice cracking. "My son." Ho-Tu's body faded, and he only had time to whisper, "Father." With that last word, Ho-Tu vanished completely before Trin Huang's utterly panicked eyes. Trin Huang collapsed to the ground, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. "No, today. All of his arrogance vanished as he muttered in despair. "Everything is gone." Across from him, Atui suddenly collapsed right in front of Trin Huang. His eyes were shut tight, his body motionless, lying there without any response. Trin Huang gritted his teeth in hatred. "This is all your fault. All I have to do is kill you." Just as he was about to strike, a loud explosion echoed out. Trin Huang's mouth fell open in shock. "Someone's here." Lu Kuang stepped in first, his eyes quickly scanning the area. So there really was an undiscovered secret chamber here. As the dust settled, Senior Brother Ho noticed something was wrong and shouted, "That's our junior brother." Luke Kuang, startled, wondered, what happened here? He rushed over to help Atui up, while Tu Chao looked around and concluded, "It looks like a major battle just took place here." Hiding behind a wall, Trin Huang glared at the group with venomous eyes. "Damn it, for now, my only chance to turn things around is to escape." Outside, Lu Kuang suggested they take their junior brother away first and come back to deal with this place later. Trin Huang seized on the key point, gloating inwardly. "They're leaving. This is my chance." Trin Huang immediately turned and, without hesitation, bolted towards the stairs leading down to the basement. Before he could even take a step, a figure blocked his path from behind, a deep voice calling out his name. Trin Huang. Kuai Dong stood at the top of the stairs, interrogating him relentlessly. "Where is my family? My daughter? My wife? Where are they?" Trin Huang squinted and gave a faint, cold smile. Recognizing the man, he replied, "So, it's you. Lam Kui Dung. What's with the tone? I'm the head steward now." Losing control, Kuai Dung lunged forward, grabbing Trin Huang by the collar and roaring, "Where is my family? Speak." Trin Huang brushed his hand away with a cold expression. "Don't ask me, in this chaos. Only a ghost would know where they are." Then, he deliberately provoked him further, his voice chillingly flat. "For all you know, they might have already been eaten by the mountain ghost." Kuai Dung was pushed to the absolute limit, his eyes turning bloodshot. his killing intent completely undisguised. He drew his blade from its sheath, his posture making it clear he intended to execute Trin Huang on the spot. In that instant, before Trin Huang could even react, a sudden slash struck him directly. Kwai Dung declared coldly, "Since it's come to this, you can go to hell and atone for your sins." He turned and walked away, leaving one last sentence behind. "There's still a chance. My family might still be alive." In his divine lord form, Atui screamed internally. Pain, so much pain. It feels like my entire body is being torn apart. His pupils blazed with light, his hair flowing wildly in the ceaselessly swirling currents of energy. The space around him trembled violently, as if about to shatter under the immense power, while a blue-colored aura erupted and billowed outwards. Atui gripped his weapon tightly, his body standing tall as a majestic aura spread throughout the space. He glanced back, his sharp, cold gaze radiating an overwhelming killing intent. After a long period of unconsciousness, Atui suddenly jolted awake and sat up in bed. He looked around the room and mumbled to himself, "This is a room in Master's residence. Wasn't I just fighting the mountain ghost? It seems the battle ended while I was unconscious. My senior brothers must have saved me." Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Successfully merged with a portion of the Imperial Lord Trak Lin. Acquired. Divine Connection. Martial Way. First level. Martial arts talent has been doubled. Damage to water-type beasts increased by 1 portion. Atui understood at once. This was the reward for subduing the mountain ghost. He never expected that Trak Lin could merge with his divine lord form. He slowly got out of bed and walked towards the place where the wave subduer was kept. Atui held the wave subduer in his hand, his gaze deepening as he began to contemplate the new martial arts talent he had received. He clenched his fists and took a martial stance, nodding in confirmation. A doubled martial arts talent will help me comprehend techniques on a much deeper level. Atui felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy and immediately concluded, "I can feel the wave subduer. It's absorbing energy." A surge of heat erupted from his throat, and Atui froze for a moment. "This is..." He observed the spiritual energy spreading throughout his body and confirmed. 3 inches thick. 2 fingers long. I've already started the body tempering stage. Atui considered it seriously. To break through 2 stages after only 2 months of martial arts training. This must be the opportunity brought by the Trach Cauldron. Just then, the door was pushed open, interrupting his train of thought. Senior brother Ho and Tu Chao were at the door. He looked in and said, "I'm surprised to see you in such high spirits right after waking up." Junior brother. Hearing the voice, Atui immediately turned his head toward the door. He walked over to greet them. "Fourth senior brother. Senior brother Ho." Senior brother Ho nodded in reply. "It's nothing. We came to ask you about what happened in the secret chamber." Atui didn't hide anything and slowly recounted what happened. "After I defeated the mountain ghoul controlled by Trin Huang, I collapsed from exhaustion," he thought to himself. "I should keep the great mountain ghoul a secret to avoid exposing the lake cauldron." After listening, Tu Chao placed a hand on his chin thoughtfully. "So that's what happened. But Trin Huang died right there on the spot." Atui was stunned and cried out, "He's dead." He wondered to himself, could it be that someone else was hiding in the shadows, watching me? He frowned slightly. If it wasn't someone from the Zhao residence, then why didn't he help me? Senior brother Ho replied calmly, "In that case, we just need to report Trin Huang's matter to Master. You should get some good rest for now." Junior brother. The next phase of the plan will likely wrap everything up at once. Standing beside him, Tu Chao added with a smile, "I heard from Junior brother Li that your new residence is almost finished. Congratulations." Atui's eyes widened in surprise. "My residence is being renovated." At that moment, Atui looked up and around, his eyes wide as he murmured softly, "Is this really my place? It feels completely different from before." He observed the half-finished construction before him. The layout was clear, and he immediately recognized it in his mind. This is definitely a 2-entrance courtyard. Someone recognized him and shouted the news. "Master Luong is back." The voice echoed across the yard. Atui stood at a distance, slowly taking in the entire scene as it neared completion. Tuan Fuc heard the commotion and turned to ask, "Master Luong, What do you think? We're following the structure of a two-entrance courtyard. Atui walked in, clasped his hands, and said at once, Uncle Fook, please don't call me Master Luong. You're my elder, so just call me what you used to. Atui is fine. Chief Zhao then had someone bring over a bag of money and said sincerely, You saved all of us. This is a token of everyone's gratitude. Some people even pitched in money for you. Atui quickly waved his hands to refuse. Chief Zhao, please don't. This isn't necessary. He explained seriously. Consider this money as payment for everyone's labor. Adding 2 meals of plain rice each day will be enough. If there's any money left over after construction, distribute it among them. The workers all paused in their tasks, then exclaimed, We get plain rice. That's more expensive than meat these days. Someone on the roof raised his hand and shouted, Master Luong is a true hero. Another person yelled back, Master Luong is awesome. And soon, everyone was cheering along. Hearing this, Atui could only scratch his head in embarrassment at being called Master Luong over and over, suddenly remembering something. He turned to ask Chief Zhao, Has the town been stable lately? The old man nodded and said, Thanks to you. Atui. The Yang Martial Hall has sent 2 third-gate martial artists to watch over things. Chief Zhao looked into the distance and added, They just look a little intimidating on the outside. Atui let out a small laugh. They're martial artists, so that's pretty normal. He looked around, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. If the original owner and his father could see this, they would be very happy. Atui said to himself, I will do my best to live a good life from now on. Under a starry sky, the calm surface of the lake reflected the sparkling lights, and the wind rustling through the reeds created a peaceful scene. Atui looked at the rippling water, his hand on his chin as he thought. The boat was destroyed last time. If I want to go fishing on the river again, I'll have to build a new one. He stepped 1 foot out to the edge of the lake and said softly, Ever since awakening the lake cauldron, I've been waiting for this moment. Atui's feet touched the clear water's surface lightly. He realized that the memories he learned from the Divine Lord in his dream, though hazy, were successful. The water obeyed his will, avoiding even the deep spots. He walked step by step across the water's surface, his heart blooming with joy. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Elsewhere, Hongvian the ghoul knelt before Tra Quan and asked loudly, High Emissary, what are we going to do now? His face was filled with anxiety as he hurriedly reported. The main nest has been destroyed, and even my closest subordinate, Trin Huang, died there. Hongvian couldn't control his emotions and roared. That group of people killed over 100 of our mountain ghouls. Losing his patience, Tra Quan kicked him and snarled, All you do is whine, useless. He gritted his teeth and said, For this to happen right before the harvest, how could the main nest have been exposed? Tra Quan turned his back, his voice low. So many nests have been lost, but our current resources are still sufficient. Without hesitation, he immediately gave an order. Old Master Zhao, go arrange for a boat. We're returning to the sect immediately. Hongvian quickly stood up, bowed, and replied, Not a problem. The boat will be ready for you tomorrow morning. High Emissary. He then saw Tra Quan off, flattering him from behind. Thank you, High Emissary. Hawk Nguyen, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up, calling out, Father. The man didn't answer, merely looking at the apple tree in front of him and saying, I planted this apple tree 5 years ago. Hongvian glanced at it and continued, But it has never borne fruit. He then asked, Do you know why I still keep this tree? Hawk Nguyen frowned and replied, Your son does not know. Hongvian nodded and explained that even if it bears no fruit, it still has value, as it attracts birds and beasts for food every day. His voice dropped low. Trin Huang, Lam Kui Dung, Lo Tu Hoi, they are the birds and beasts, and we have been slowly devouring them since they were children. Hongvian said calmly, That's natural selection. But Hawk Nguyen suddenly realized something and exclaimed with worry, Trin Huang too. Hawk Nguyen mustered all his courage and said, Butler Trin going to the main stronghold. He's a person too. All of this was. Hongvian's face turned cold, and he didn't deny it. A tree will rot sooner or later, and this rotten demon mother cult must eventually collapse. Hong Vien handed him a box and gave clear instructions. Have someone deliver this to Luong Tio Tu. He looked at the apple tree for a long time before making a decision. Tonight, I'll take the boat to Hoang Chau. I'll let Hoang Trach Quan deal with this mess himself. At the Duong Thak Martial Arts Hall, a low murmur rose from the crowd as everyone called out, "Senior Brother Luong." The crowd surrounded Atui, endlessly praising him. So cool. Their eyes filled with admiration. A man whispered, "I heard he killed dozens of mountain demons all by himself," and the person next to him nodded. "Mountain demons, you say? That's incredible. Those things are man-eaters." Then someone else chimed in to argue. "Dozens. I heard it was hundreds of them." Atui thought of Tu Chao's face and felt helpless. The rumors are getting more and more exaggerated. Fourth senior brother must be the one spreading them. Suddenly, something caught Atui's attention, and his eyes widened, following it without blinking. He looked over to the base of a tree and saw a group of people gathered there. It was his senior brothers. Tu Chao spotted Atui and called out, "It's junior brother Luong," and senior brother Ho pointed, "Ninth junior, come and see what the Zhao Manor sent for you." Atui froze, confused. "The Zhao Manor sent something for me." He immediately became vigilant. He opened the wooden box, looked at the contents, and said, "These are land deeds and a letter." Atui remembered Hong Vien's words. "The deed to that shop is worth 2,300 tiles of silver. Consider it an apology from the Zhao family. As for the other things, consider them a gift from me. Mr. Zhao, to everyone, we will meet again if fate allows." Truong Tung took the letter, read it, and remarked, "This old Master Zhao is no simple man. It clearly states the escape routes and times for the Demon Mother cult, and even mentions a contact person." Senior brother Ho glanced at Tu Chao and continued, "Who knows? Maybe the intel about your stronghold was also intentionally leaked by someone else. If so, this person from the Zhao Manor is..." Luke Kwong, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "I will go ask Master for instructions on our next move. We can't retreat any further. We absolutely cannot let them have an escape route." The scene changes. The early morning sun blankets a simple thatched roof, and the reeds along the road rustle in the wind. 1 month ago, the man chopping wood looked up and asked, "Old uncle, are you going out to bring food to your wife again?" Toan Fook nodded. "That's right. I'm afraid she'll get hungry on the boat by the riverbank." The man nodded in praise. "You're a good man, old uncle." But his wife, standing behind him with her arms crossed, scoffed. "That's right. What about you? Get back to chopping." Toan Fook carried the food box inside, muttering to himself, "I have to hurry, or my wife and Achu will go hungry." Toan Fook walked on, taking in the scenery on both sides of the road. His steps were hurried, but his eyes never stopped looking around. Seeing the boat moored by the bank, Toan Fook immediately urged himself on. Faster. Toan Fook gave a gentle smile and called out affectionately, "Achu." Suddenly, a dark figure lunged out, holding a knife to him and restraining him with a swift and ruthless move. Toan Fook collapsed to the ground, and the lunchbox rolled away. He cried out in a panic, "The food! It's for my wife." Then, Toan Fook struggled to his feet, picked up the lunchbox with a trembling hand, and tried to remain calm. His expression changed, and a twisted smile appeared on his face as he said, "I have to go. I have to deliver the food." Toan Fook acted as if nothing had happened, calmly continuing to walk forward. After delivering the food, he picked up a water bucket, turned, and headed towards the lake. Toan Fook's face was grim as he calculated. This month. Today is the final day of the agreement with the Imperial Envoy Huang. He glanced towards Toan Fook's wife and child and made a decision. "It's time. I'll take care of those two as well." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Toan Fook's head. "Don't tell me you can't bring yourself to do it." The voice continued to taunt him. "If you can't do it, I can help you." He clutched his head, repeatedly splashing water on his face and screaming, "What are you saying? Get out of here. Stay away from me." The voice in his head didn't stop. It just laughed mockingly. "You can't escape me. We are one and the same." A while later, Atui and Tu Chao arrived, and Tu Chao asked, "Are you still delivering things today?" Tu Chao continued, "We need to get over there sometime in the next 2 days. We need you to take us." Toan Fook put on his hat, gave a gentle smile, and nodded. Let's go. His daughter waved goodbye, and his wife stood beside her, calling out a warning. Be careful, old uncle. As the boat began to pull away from the shore, Atui thought with a grim expression. I can't let them get hurt. They must be nearby. Atui silently observed his opponent and made a judgment. He had to be extremely careful with his next move, realizing the man was a demonic agent of the Demon Mother cult. Tu Chao broke the silence with a blunt question, his voice as cold as water. Are those your wife and daughter? Tuan Fuc nodded in acknowledgement very quickly. That's right. His attitude unnaturally calm. Tu Chao no longer hid his feelings, his expression turning icy, using other people to say such things. It's truly disgusting. Tuan Fuc paused for a beat, trying to feign innocence. My lord, what are you talking about? I don't understand a thing you're saying. He pretended not to care and continued to climb onto the boat, trying to keep his every movement natural. Tu Chao drew his weapon and snorted coldly. It seems I'll have to peel that skin off you before we can have a proper conversation. Realizing he'd been exposed, Tuan Fuc gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I was just 1 day away. He opened his mouth and roared like a madman, his fury no longer concealed. Tuan Fuc gritted his teeth and told himself, just get through today, and I won't have to do this anymore. He drew his blade, pointed it straight at Tu Chao and Atui, and declared, I'm going to kill both of you. Atui felt the aura burst forth and was immediately on guard. This aura was that of a primal ape demon. The veins on his arms bulged as he poured all his strength into the bowstring. His sharp, cold eyes locked onto the target before him. Tu Chao charged forward in coordination, and the two of them worked together to force Tuan Fuc onto the defensive. The force of the blow knocked Tuan Fuc back into the boat's cabin. He had to drag his feet just to barely regain his footing. On the small boat swaying amidst the waves, the three were locked in a stalemate, their weapons crossed, their gazes clashing in a sign that death was near. Tu Chao spoke in a cold voice. There are 2 of us and only 1 of you. How long do you think you can hold out? Tuan Fuc clenched his jaw and retorted, Who says? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Diviem suddenly appeared, leaping onto the boat as he laughed arrogantly. Only 1 person. You should have called me out sooner. Atui immediately observed the newcomer, frowning with vigilance. So there was another one. Diviem's chain shot out with incredible speed, flying forward and wrapping tightly around Atui's wrist. When Tu Chao turned his head, Atui had already been violently pulled into the water, and the lake's surface immediately churned. Tuan Fuc seized the opportunity, rushing forward to attack relentlessly while his opponent was distracted. Diviem let out a faint laugh and said, My shadow guard is the best at underwater assassination. If you can't kill me in 5 minutes, Tuan Fuc continued in a cold voice, then that little brat will die. Diviem tightened the chain, pulling Atui deeper, while Tuan Fuc continued his threats, under the water. This is my home turf. While swimming, Diviem suddenly froze, his entire body locked in place as if he couldn't move. Atui surged up to counterattack, yanking back with such force that Diviem was slammed hard against the rocks below. Diviem was horrified, with only 1 thought in his mind. What the hell is this? Atui spoke calmly. Ever since my fusion rate surpassed 70%, I've been curious about how strong I would be underwater. He tightened his grip on the chain, his voice deepening. I should thank you for this. Welcome to my domain. Diviem was dragged through the water, crying out in panic. Am I being pulled? The force is so strong. Atui pressed his lips together, his pupils glowing brightly, as he declared decisively, My home turf. Diviem gritted his teeth in anger, screaming in his mind, There are no gods in this world. He was bewildered as countless thoughts surged up. If there are gods, why have they never saved us? Resentment swelled within him as he wondered, If there are gods, why did I end up in a situation like this? As his life was coming to an end, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, They say you can only meet a god right before you die. Beneath the cold water, Diviem and Atui faced each other, their gazes locked, preparing for one final clash. Diviem frowned as he observed his opponent, a doubt rising in his heart. Who in the world is this guy? He yanked the chain hard and lunged forward with confidence, believing, My strength is my speed. He continued to push his speed to the absolute limit. Thinking, just a little faster. And that kid will have no way out. Diviem swung his sharp claws, his killing intent erupting as he roared a single declaration. Die. Atui didn't say a word, directly channeling his power as raging waters erupted in an instant, a punch carrying immense. Compressed power shot straight forward, the force tearing through the water as it rushed toward Diviem. Diviem was thrown back by the powerful force, his body losing control as it tumbled and was flung backward. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Did he just disappear? I'm in the galloping horse realm. How could this be possible? On the other end of the chain, Atui's face was emotionless as he continued to pull hard without any hesitation. With his hands bound tightly, Diviem couldn't resist, his mind filled with nothing but confusion. What is happening? Atui's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, a chilling, killing intent pressing in and making the very space around them seem to freeze. Atui unleashed the finishing blow, submerging Diviem in a violent, surging torrent of deep blue spiritual energy. Afterward, he looked at his own hand and thought to himself, dealing with the galloping horse realm underwater really isn't that hard. I wonder how Senior Brother 2 is doing. It's time to get back to the boat. Diviem lay gasping and curled up in a corner, an old saying echoing in his mind. Big Brother was right. He watched Atui's back as it receded into the distance, the focus in his eyes slowly fading. Diviem came to a final conclusion. Before you die, you really do meet a god. On the boat, Toan Fook was sent flying by a powerful force, his body crashing onto the wooden deck. He gritted his teeth and let out a smug, provocative laugh. So what if you caught me? Your disciple is already dead. Upon hearing this, Tu Chao's expression immediately hardened and his eyes grew cold. Suddenly, a soaking wet hand appeared at the edge of the boat, gripping the gunwale. Recognizing the familiar figure, Tu Chao froze and called out loudly, "Little Ninth." Atui climbed onto the boat, panting with exhaustion. The shadow guard has been dealt with by the water beasts below. He quickly calculated in his mind, I need to pretend to be completely out of strength for a little longer. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense from a distance. Tai Hoa stared at the boat in astonishment. Tu Chao frowned, assessing the situation. What a cunning little fox. Little Ninth really got lucky this time. Lying on his back on the deck, Toan Fook cried out in alarm. Brother! After docking, Toan Fook was immediately taken away by the officials. His wife and daughter just watched from a distance, not saying a single word the entire time. Toan Fook slowed his pace, tilting his head slightly to glance behind him. His wife's brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at his retreating back. Standing nearby, Atui commented, These fiends from the Demon Mother cult don't seem as strong as I thought. With his arms crossed, Tu Chao replied, That's because they belong to a broken generation. Tu Chao continued his serious analysis. A martial artist at the Tiger Beast realm can live for over 100 years, but it's been 60 years since the fall of the Great Qian dynasty. Most of the middle-aged generation was wiped out, and it's rare for the old masters to show themselves. He concluded decisively, Therefore, these guys are not the core forces of the Demon Mother cult. The ones to fear are their true elites. In the middle of a wide, deserted courtyard in the ancient town, a lone dark figure moved in silence. Trak Quan walked while calculating in his head. 40 years since I joined the cult, expanding branches and recruiting followers. I finally completed the great blood sacrifice ritual. He circulated his internal energy, muttering continuously, The situation is urgent. I desperately need new forces to supplement our ranks. Trak Quan clenched the wolf smoke great pill in his hand, telling himself, This pill is my greatest hope. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind the gate. With a loud crash, the gate burst open, and a wooden staff flew straight towards Trak Quan. Trak Quan immediately channeled his power, forcefully blocking the surprise attack. He stared straight ahead with a grim expression and demanded, Who's there? Through the cloud of dust, Senior Brother Ho and Luke Kwong emerged. Luke Kwong announced himself decisively. Duong Thi Martial Hall. Luke Kwong. In a moment of silence, a punch carrying a terrifyingly immense force suddenly shot straight at Trak Quan's face. His body was sent flying, his back slamming hard against the wall. cracking the stone and sending debris flying in an instant. Luke Kwong clenched his fist, his eyes clear as he quickly assessed his opponent. Mid-wolf smoke realm, exactly one level higher than me. He immediately circulated his Chu, a brilliant light enveloping his body as he focused his will to a single point. This fight has to end quickly. Tra Quan narrowed his eyes and sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. And just who the hell do you think you are? Senior Brother Ho observed the scene, gritting his teeth as he acknowledged. He took a full-powered punch from Senior Brother Luke and is completely unharmed. He just waved his hand dismissively, his attitude indifferent, as if the attack wasn't even worth his attention. Killing intent surged from Tra Quan as his gaze locked onto the two of them. His voice was ice-cold. If that's all you've got, then both of you will die here today. The moment he finished speaking, the aura around him instantly expanded as he began to unleash his power. Luke Kwong's entire body tensed up as he shouted, "Protective aura." His eyes darted to a decorative pillar standing nearby, a plan flashing through his mind. Luke Kwong gathered his strength, wrapping both arms around the pillar, and unleashed his power in an instant. He stomped his foot hard, sending the ornamental column screaming forward like a heavy cannonball. Tra Quan leaned aside to dodge, his movement clean and precise. A single swing of his hand was enough to slice it apart. He steadied his breath and sneered, "Pathetic little tricks." Immediately after, an arrow tore through the air, flying straight towards him with piercing force. It was unclear when Senior Brother Ho had drawn his bow. His movements were fluid as he calmly released the string. Tra Quan didn't even need to look, catching the arrowhead between two fingers. His voice rang out, an arrow shot by a mere fourth gate pipsqueak. It can't even break through my protective aura. Senior Brother Ho's expression was calm, showing no regret as he replied, "No, this is enough." At that moment, the arrowhead sprang open, spraying a cloud of gas directly into Tra Quan's face at close range. He clutched his face and let out a blood-curdling scream. My eyes. Luke Kwong seized the opportunity, launching himself into the air with an imposing aura that made the ground tremble as he descended. His pupils blazed as he swung his arm back, preparing to unleash the decisive blow with all his might. Under the immense pressure, the ground shattered, sending dirt and rock flying into the air. Luke Kwong let out a heavy breath, his eyes scanning the scene. Is it over? Tra Quan, clutching his face and writhing on the ground, let out a grim laugh. I was set up by Trio Hong Vien. Otherwise, you people wouldn't have been so thoroughly prepared. He pulled out a spirit pill with a confident look, declaring, "Very well, I won't spare a single one of you." Senior Brother Ho acted in a flash, and another arrow flew out, knocking the spirit pill from Tra Quan's hand. Luke Kwong snorted coldly, his gaze filled with contempt. "Your wolf smoke great pill is gone now." He raised an eyebrow in warning, his voice low. "Aren't you going to surrender quietly?" Lying on the ground, Tra Quan didn't rush to get up. He just laughed and said, "As expected, Trio Hong Vien told you about this too." He gritted his teeth, spitting out the spirit pill he'd been hiding in his mouth, but whoever said that was the one I needed. He muttered in frustration. When did he put that in his mouth? Luke Kwong suddenly remembered the moment his opponent covered his mouth, and instantly understood when it had happened. Tra Quan swallowed the spirit pill whole. His aura exploded as his body shot up in an instant. His body turned ink black, leaving only his blazing eyes visible. Purple veins spread across his skin, like an awakening demon. Tra Quan clenched his fists, roaring with uncontrollable rage. He bared his fangs, and a cold, white mist escaped with his breath. Tra Quan held his head high, his voice dripping with arrogance. "This is the power of the late-stage wolf smoke realm. Do you really think you can stand against me?" On a narrow street, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed as the tense atmosphere spread quickly. Tu Chao stopped and looked towards the end of the street, telling a Tui, "The trio residence is over there." He nodded in response. "Fourth senior brother. Let's hurry." The deeper they went, the more grim and strange the atmosphere became. Both of them clearly felt an indescribable sense of wrongness. He suddenly froze, looking up and shouting, "It's the senior brothers. They're in trouble." Boom! A series of explosions erupted in the middle of the courtyard. Violent tremors followed by a rapidly spreading white smoke that obscured their vision. Lu Kuang gritted his teeth, his cold gaze fixed on Tra Quan as he muttered, "An evil cult is still an evil cult." His opponent's figure relentlessly closed in, his twisted aura making him look more and more like a half-human, half-demon creature. Tra Quan curled his lip into a cold sneer, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over them. "A bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites," he snarled. "These remnants of the old dynasty, these things that are neither human nor ghost. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to create?" An old memory surfaced in Tra Quan's mind, a panicked crowd fleeing, urgent shouts echoing, "Hurry! The Dai Thuan soldiers are here." His father's trembling voice rang in his ear. "Tu Man, take Vini and run." The sounds of the hunt echoed everywhere. "Don't spare any remnants of the old dynasty." Inside a cave, Tra Quan's mother held his hand and spoke her last words. "Vini, you have to live. For me." The Grand Marshal stood before a stone statue, his voice ringing out slowly. "Every one of us will dedicate our lives to worship the matriarch of our sect." He continued in a low voice. "Against all odds, a child survived." The Grand Marshal glanced at the bloody scene around them, his eyes finally resting on Tra Quan. He slowly declared, "From this day forward, you are my disciple." He looked straight at him, his voice firm. "From now on, your new name is Hoang Trach Quan." Killing intent surged around his body as Tra Quan lunged forward, his posture as ferocious as a wild beast's. Two opposing forces collided, and the resulting shockwave made the ground tremble and shatter into pieces. Senior Brother Ho aimed his bow from a distance, his face etched with frustration as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I can't get a clear shot in this situation." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out clearly, "Senior Brother Ho." He immediately turned toward the sound and saw Senior Brother Tu and Tu Ku appearing behind him. Senior Brother Ho quickly explained the situation. "Senior Brother Tu. I can't help Senior Brother Luke." Tu Chao laughed and replied, "Huh, Tran An. It's all right." Tu Chao stepped forward, took the bow, his gaze steady and his voice filled with confidence. "Just leave it to me." Tu Chao stood still, regulating his breath, and began to draw the bow with intense focus. Atui watched everything unfold silently, marveling to himself. So this is a battle between masters of the Wolf Smoke realm? It's just insane. In the center of the battlefield, Luke Kuang was starting to show signs of fatigue, quickly calculating in his head that he couldn't hold on much longer and had to find a way to break the stalemate. His eyes scanned Tra Quan from head to toe, and he quickly deduced his weak point must be his heart. "I have to create an opening for my junior brothers." Just then, from behind Lu Kuang, an arrow cut through the air, flying forward on a clear trajectory. Tra Quan paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the arrow heading straight for his chest. Lu Kuang also noticed something was off. He glanced back, surprised. "That's strange. This arrow doesn't seem to have the power of our fourth brother." Tra Quan stood there completely unharmed and laughed scornfully. "I already told you, arrows like these can't break through my protective aura." Lu Kuang clenched his fists, his nerves on edge, and immediately understood the plan. He thought to himself, "I get it. Little Four is distracting him." Tu Chao continued to draw his bow, keeping up the pressure, while Luke Kuang seized the opportunity, gathering his strength for a devastating blow as flames erupted with the determination to defeat his opponent. The flaming punch pierced straight through Tra Quan's chest, unleashing a violent burst of spiritual energy that shattered his defenses in an instant. Tra Quan looked down at his chest, his eyes wide with unconcealed shock. "What?" Tu Chao seized the perfect moment, drawing the bowstring taut with both hands, his aura focused. Now is the time. The arrow, enveloped in emerald spiritual energy, flared with light and shot from the bowstring with a sharp hiss. It tore through the air at terrifying speed, leaving a long streak of light in its wake as it flew straight ahead. In that instant, a distant memory surfaced once again in Tra Quan's mind. He had once looked up and asked, "Master, why can't we live openly in the light of the sun?" Dai Quan had replied in a low voice, "Tra Quan, we are the survivors of a previous era." Tra Quan listened quietly to the slow explanation, telling himself, There is no place for us in this era because others have stolen it. But no matter what, the day will come when I make them pay a heavy price. His consciousness snapped back to reality just as the arrow pierced through everything. Fresh blood poured endlessly from his throat, his eyes trembling violently. The only thought echoing in his mind was, how can this be? Atui, watching from the sidelines, processed everything rapidly and finally understood the key to their strategy. He glanced at Tu Chao, piecing the details together in his mind. The first arrow from senior brother Tu was only meant to restrain Tra Quan. Atui's gaze then shifted to senior brother Ho, and it became clear. They deliberately made the enemy believe that arrow was shot by senior brother Ho. His train of thought continued seamlessly. The second arrow was the one that truly unleashed the full power of the peak galloping horse realm. Watching Tra Quan collapse completely, Atui nodded in admiration, reminding himself that he still had much to learn. Lu Kuang let out a heavy breath and confirmed the outcome. It's over. Little Four, you guys go tie him up with the green steel chains. Senior brother Ho and Tu Chao immediately moved forward to bind Tra Quan. These green steel chains were specially prepared for martial masters of the Langyan realm. Atui looked at the arrow buried deep in the man's chest and couldn't help but feel awestruck. A Langyan realm master is truly terrifying. His heart is shattered, yet he's still not dead. Seeing him standing there silently, Tu Chao walked over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Little junior brother, don't let a sight like this scare you. He glanced over the captive, his voice laced with disgust. These heretics from the evil sects really love turning themselves into things that are neither human nor demon. Hearing this, Tra Quan, though weakened, struggled to retort, neither human nor demon. His eyes bulged as he roared in anguish. Have any of you ever lived in a cave year-round, never seeing the light of day, as if venting all his resentment? Tra Quan lowered his head and screamed. Have you ever had to crawl your way out from a pile of dead bodies? He poured all his fury into his words. I just wanted to live openly and with dignity. What would a comfortable bunch like you know about that? Tu Chao stared coldly at Tra Quan, his voice dropping low as he warned. Don't use righteousness as an excuse for your disgusting actions. He clenched his fist, each word landing like a heavy stone. The things you people have done have destroyed so many families. So many children have lost their fathers. So many parents have lost their children. Tu Chao moved closer, his blunt words extinguishing any last hope. Don't you dare try to justify your selfish desires with some noble-sounding reason. I won't accept it. A chilling killing intent radiated from him as he spoke in a low voice. If you weren't still useful, I would have already broken all your limbs and ripped out your heart to feed the dogs. Atui looked at Tu Chao's expression and said quietly to Lu Kuang beside him. Senior brother too. Lu Kuang sighed and slowly began to tell his story, explaining that his senior brother was also an orphan, a survivor of the Demon Mother cult's village massacres. Unwilling to accept this, Tra Quan struggled to open his mouth to speak again. Seeing that Tu Chao was about to make a move, Lu Kuang raised a hand to stop him, his voice firm. That's enough. Kid, escort him back to the martial arts hall. After giving the order, he turned his back and walked away without a second glance. Lu Kuang walked up and put an arm around Tu Chao's shoulder, deliberately joking to lighten the heavy atmosphere. All right, wait for me. I'll treat you to a drink later. Senior brother Ho placed a reassuring hand on Tu Chao's shoulder, his voice slow. Wait a moment. Let me handle a few more things. He shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. I'm about to die. Atui looked at the three of them standing together and smiled with satisfaction. This feeling was truly strange. He suddenly remembered his lonely past life. He had never experienced this kind of warmth before. Lu Kuang turned to him and suggested in a casual tone, Hey kid, you should come with us then. Atui stared at him, stunned, not understanding what he meant at first. Finally, he gave a slight nod in response. Okay. In the vastness of the ocean, there was a silent cave that held Afai's logbook. At that moment, Afai was deep in sleep, a rare look of relaxation on its face. Suddenly, Atui appeared in the dream, his cold voice echoing. The prize I desire is Afai's head. Its body immediately jolted awake, its expression turning ferocious. Afai slowly sat up, its entire body showing signs of prolonged exhaustion. A mournful sigh escaped its lips, its face a mask of complex, unreadable emotions. Then, Afai walked over and picked up the basket it used for cover. It stood silently, staring at its own reflection, its gaze somber and still. Suddenly, Afai raised its hand and slapped itself across the face repeatedly, its movements chaotic as its mind spiraled out of control. It clenched its fists, its eyes as cold as ice, its pent-up frustration clearly visible. In the vast ocean, Afai swam slowly, every movement made with the highest level of alertness. It seemed to have locked onto its target. Its eyes turned red as desire and ambition surged violently within it. Ahead, Baonu drifted leisurely in the clear water, showing no signs of caution whatsoever. Suddenly, Baonu's expression changed. A sense of danger washed over it, causing its entire body to tense up instantly. Afai lunged forward like a hurricane, its expression crazed, with only one thought echoing in its mind. Get in the basket. Unable to swerve in time, Afai slammed violently into a rock, its body crashing in an instant. It collapsed, its body twitching, looking incredibly weak after the unexpected collision. Afai's whole body trembled with rage as it clenched its fists, chaotic emotions surging through it. In its hazy state, a stern warning flashed through its mind. Don't transform recklessly, or the people from the river god's jurisdiction will appear. The space fell into a dreadful silence, with only the sound of a heavy sigh echoing. Its vision began to blur and its will collapsed, a clear look of surrender on its face. Atui's voice rang out, serious and calculating. If you can't use force, you can choose to use your wits. Its consciousness jolted, and Afai shot up, its eyes suddenly becoming clear and bright. It moved quickly, its gaze complex, its thoughts turning endlessly. Meanwhile, Baonu glanced around, clearly searching for something in the silence. Suddenly, its expression changed again as its guard went up to the highest level. Afai instantly transformed into a seductive woman, her eyes flirting with alluring intent. Seeing this, Baonu froze for a split second, as if struck by lightning in the middle of the current. It immediately turned to leave, its attitude decisive and cold, swimming away at an incredible speed as if fleeing, seemingly having made up its mind. Abruptly, it stopped, momentarily bewildered as a strange sound echoed from behind it. Tai Huang-Yach and his fist-headed companion were clutching their stomachs, roaring with mocking laughter. Seeing this, Afai silently turned and left, her face pale and completely drained of color. The scene shifts to a small courtyard, where Atui stands alone in the middle, facing a grim martial arts practice. His back was drenched in sweat and his expression was one of helplessness. His mind simply could not calm down. Atui's gaze darkened as his thoughts churned. A few days ago, after they had turned in Hoang Trash Quan, the master's wife had them exchange old Master Trio's land deed for cash. His face immediately contorted in astonishment, his eyes bulging. 150 taels of silver ingots, actual ingots, not silver pieces. Atui carefully held the silver, his face overflowing with happiness. The master's wife is so generous. He calculated it seriously, marveling aloud. Ingots have a higher purity than silver pieces. A 50-tael ingot can be exchanged for 52 taels and 4 wen, so 3 ingots are worth almost 160 taels. Tu Chao chimed in teasingly. Looks like this is the first time our junior brother has seen so much money. You seem a little overwhelmed. Atui threw a flurry of punches, his movements rapid and his spirit high. After spending time with his senior brother hunting mountain demons, his strength had gradually stabilized. He closed his eyes to focus, the spiritual energy inside him churning powerfully, though he hadn't officially broken through the physical gate. He could already feel it clearly. A glimmer of confidence shone in Atui's eyes as the corner of his mouth curved into a slight smirk. That day was certainly not far off. Tu Chao watched with his arms crossed, casually praising him. Junior brother, you're working really hard, he then added. Oh, by the way, Master is back and has summoned us to be rewarded for our achievements. Atui froze on the spot, his expression utterly stunned. "There's another reward," he blurted out instinctively. Trak Kwan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with hatred. "Damn you, Trio Hong Vian. I swear I'm going to kill you." His furious screams echoed wildly. "You despicable little worms deserve to die." Tu Chao wore a complicated expression as he asked in a heavy voice, "Do we really have to let these two bastards watch us eat?" Truong Tung replied calmly, "These are the master's wife's arrangements." Truong Tung frowned and sighed helplessly. "The master's wife sure is peculiar. I didn't see you during the battle at the Triu residence." He avoided the man's gaze, who immediately replied, "I was on a special mission with several other senior brothers that day." Atui quietly observed his surroundings, thinking with a sense of awe. The master's wife is truly formidable. All the arrangements here at the Duong residence are perfectly in order. Lu Kuang gave him a meaningful look, his expression complex. "Junior brother, do you know what our master's wife's surname represents?" Atui paused, asking, "Her surname," Lu Kuang explained in a low voice. "The master's wife's surname is Hua. They're a great clan from Huang province, with renowned ministers and ancient heroes dating back to the era of Emperor Taizu. Her marriage was even arranged by Von Truk and old General Hua." The mood grew somber as Lu Kuang continued. "Her father is Hua Vin Kuang, a third-rank minister of the 6 courts in the imperial court." Truong Tung mulled this over, then blurted out, "So, does that mean she married beneath her station by marrying master?" Lu Kuang's voice immediately dropped to a hiss. "Watch your mouth, or master will skin you alive." Just then, a respectful voice announced, "The master and the master's wife are here." Dong Hung stepped forward and said sternly, "I've been briefed on the situation. You all did very well." Thu Tai took a slow sip of tea, her voice calm. "As for these two, the authorities will arrive this afternoon to take them into custody." Trak Kwan let out a cold, arrogant laugh. "Go ahead and kill me. My sect has countless masters. Sooner or later, you'll all be eliminated." Dong Hung replied calmly, "An organization that twists right and wrong. You don't even grasp the most basic principles." He tightened his grip on his teacup, his killing intent flaring. "Utterly foolish." Dong Hung's gaze turned icy. "The only reason you're still alive is because you have some value. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." Hearing this, Trak Kwan went rigid, his lips trembling as he found himself speechless. Dong Hung then announced in a softer tone, "However, after the trial of the 3 halls, you will all certainly be well rewarded." He looked at Atui and continued, "And there's one more thing." "Concerning Little Nine?" Atui asked, startled. "Concerning me?" Dong Hung pushed a box towards him. "It's a gift from your eldest brother. It arrived at the post station yesterday, so I brought it back with me." Atui stared at the box, his expression complex, repeating in a low voice, "Eldest brother." The sunset cast a brilliant orange glow. A subordinate reported, "Captain, you had to take down a late-stage wolf smoke general to obtain this, and you're just going to give it away." 2 soldiers earnestly protested. "The men have been eyeing that for a long time." "Captain, you're playing favorites." The eldest brother cut in with a chuckle. "You think I don't know what you're all thinking?" He laughed heartily and said, "When we get back this time, the drinks are on me." A cheer immediately erupted. The eldest brother shook his head with a helpless sigh. "You guys are really something else." He grew thoughtful for a moment, then murmured, "I just wonder if Little Nine will like this gift." Atui opened the box and was instantly stunned, his eyes wide with utter amazement. A gentle, green spiritual aura softly spread throughout the space. His pupils constricted as a wave of shock washed over him. "This is..." A blade lay peacefully inside the exquisite wooden box, clearly enveloped in spiritual energy. Atui gripped the hilt, and the spiritual energy within him surged. A spirit blade, a unique existence capable of growing stronger along with its master. A fleeting image of a roaring monster flashed in his mind. For an ordinary martial artist, possessing a spirit blade was an incredibly rare opportunity. As he considered this, his gaze darkened. A spirit blade, just like this one. Model. Atui stood silently for a long moment before sighing. "I actually have 2 of them now." He carefully inspected the blade, finally seeing the name engraved on it. Wolf Star. A confident smirk appeared on Atui's face. His weakness in close combat was now covered, and he would no longer be constrained by his circumstances. Early in the morning, gentle sunlight fell upon the quiet little courtyard. Atui stood on the porch with a calm expression. After skipping class for several days because of the mountain demon, it was time to go to the academy. He paused when a hesitant voice called out, "Gosh, why?" Atui looked bewildered, his expression complex. Is this how they're using the phonetic method? He immediately turned his head, on high alert, a recommended scholar. Atui hesitated and spoke. "Teacher," Hangia said slowly. "To Hangia, you finally arrived." Atui avoided his gaze and gave a forced smile. "This student is ashamed." The other man lowered his voice reassuringly. "It's all right. I've already heard about what you all did." Hangia turned and walked away, his eyes holding a deep meaning. "Follow me to see the headmaster. The phonetic method has undergone a few adjustments." Headmaster. The headmaster is the leader of the academy, also known as the head teacher, a position similar to a principal in his past life. His real name is Luong Ku Di. Scene change. Inside the quiet academy, a figure sat silently beside a calm lotus pond. Triokai slowly raised his head and sighed in admiration. The creator of this phonetic method has truly given me quite a shock. Headmaster of the academy. Triokai. Atui immediately bowed in respect, his attitude deferential. "Greetings, headmaster." He spoke in a steady voice, his expression calm. "There's no need for such formalities. Come and see the improved version of the phonetic method that Hangia and I have completed." Atui clutched the manuscript, his expression complicated. This version was missing more than 76 of the phonetic readings he had compiled. Now there were only 63, consisting of consonants, vowels, and identifying syllables. He silently observed Triokai, inwardly astonished. The headmaster is truly formidable. This could almost be considered a complete upgrade. Then, Atui reported respectfully, "This junior is in awe. Compared to this student's version, it is indeed far superior." Triokai stroked his beard and replied leisurely, "You are the one who should be admired. Without this method, we would still be lost in the cycle of textual annotation." Hangia added enthusiastically, "I've already reported your contribution to my master. With his recommendation, the chances of you receiving a reward will be much higher." Atui bowed his head in thanks, sighing internally. Indeed, in any era, having connections makes things easier. He then turned and asked, his eyes filled with thought, "If I may ask, who is your grandmaster?" Triokai answered with a hint of awkwardness, "It's true, I've never mentioned my own master's title." Authoritative faces flashed through the narrative. Currently at the pinnacle of power in the imperial capital is His Majesty, the Emperor. Below His Majesty are the Central Pole Hall and the Establishing Pole Hall, which together form the 3 halls and 2 pavilions. The 5 Grand Scholars, comprising the Hall of Martial Valor, the Pavilion of Literary Profundity, and the Bronze Pavilion, hold great responsibilities in the imperial court. The silent figure of Haobak appeared. "My master is one of the 5 Grand Scholars, Lai Haobak." Hangia maintained a calm expression. "My master's letter praised the phonetic method without reservation. He is confident enough to persuade His Majesty." Triokai gazed into the distance and remarked, "The culture of the Daishun dynasty is as profound as a fortress wall, but that very wall also obstructs new ideas. Your phonetic method has struck at the heart of this era's destiny." Atui frowned and questioned with a puzzled look, "But aren't there 4 other scholars of equal status to your grandmaster? Besides, His Majesty's current intention is..." Hangia immediately cut him off, his voice steady. "For now, you don't need to worry about the Emperor. His Majesty has always been receptive to new things," he continued, his tone carrying a hidden meaning. "As for my master," scene change, the imperial capital, Duthang. A majestic and magnificent palace appeared before their eyes. The ministers all bowed their heads, reporting with reverence. A finger tapped lightly on the throne as a majestic voice rang out. "If none of you have any other matters to discuss, you may dismiss the court." A minister immediately stepped forward and reported decisively, "Your Majesty, this servant has a matter to report." The finger on the throne suddenly paused. The emperor gestured for him to continue. The minister clasped his hands respectfully. Today, this servant wishes to present a new elementary learning method, one that surpasses even the character slicing method. Lai Haobach spoke calmly. It is called the phonetic method. Scholar of the Pavilion of Literary Profundity, Lai Haobach. Scene change. The light of dusk fell upon the main hall of Nguyen Nga. Han Yu's expression changed instantly as he retorted. Absurd. How can the methods of our ancestors be replaced by something so baseless? Ku Nia's gaze was sharp, his voice full of insinuation. Grand Scholar Lai, can it be that you do not understand the very roots of our nation? Someone frowned and interrupted, his voice annoyed. What does a brat know about reform? Amidst the ranks of civil and military officials, Dekan stated in a low voice, in my opinion, the method of combining sounds is indeed superior to slicing characters. Immediately, a wave of protests arose. Better. Does scholar to look down on the wisdom of the great Shun's ancestors? Someone sneered mockingly, wondering if scholar too would dare say such a thing in a different era. His expression grew complicated, and he remained silent, offering no response. That person was momentarily stunned, their face a mask of shock. On the throne, the great Shun emperor remained quietly hidden in the cold shadows. The expressions of the high-ranking ministers tensed in unison, their gazes flickering with unease as a heavy atmosphere descended upon the grand hall. A gaze swept down from the throne, carrying a chilling killing intent that made many people shiver involuntarily. Daikan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully, his attitude solemn, not daring to delay. He spoke decisively, his expression firm. Half a year. The moment he finished, the entire hall was shaken. The civil and military officials' faces paled, a chill running down their spines. Half a year was truly too much. Lai Haobach spoke frankly, his voice clear. If you gentlemen do not believe it, you can test it for yourselves. He reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, this method was created by my disciple's student. Although he comes from a family of fishermen, his mind is exceptionally sharp. After speaking, Haobach bowed deeply, his voice earnest. This old servant believes we can request an invention award and a bestowment of rank. On the throne, the great Shun emperor silently considered it, making a mental note of the name. A commoner. How interesting. He waved his hand decisively, his voice calm. Hand this phonetic system over to the 6th prince for testing. Court is dismissed. The scene changes. A doubtful voice is heard. Check my fate chart. Dong Hung carefully read the letter, his expression growing grim. To report this to the imperial capital, the file must be complete. The fate chart is a mandatory item. He patted Atui's shoulder, his voice gentle. A fate chart isn't absolute. But for you, this is a rare opportunity. Atui was still in a daze, standing frozen in place. Those with special fate charts were often given preferential treatment. In that instant, the system operated silently, rearranging the order of things, establishing a heavenly mandate. A calm voice explained, a fate chart is not predetermined destiny, but a path of fate. When it meets the wind, it becomes a tiger. When it meets the rain, it becomes a dragon. The higher the fate chart, the greater the achievements, and a martial artist's strength will increase accordingly. A great deal of information can be deduced from a fate chart. Acting according to it will double your effectiveness. 2 seals of terrifying power appeared. Those with high fate charts often possess both a primary seal and a secondary seal. Like the martial saint, Truong Long Tuong, his primary seal is the Great Pillar Divine Mountain, and his secondary seal is the perilous, arrogant god snatching food. Long Tuong's figure stood tall and unyielding. His path to glory was paved with great evil and calamity. 13 years later, he fought 3 powerful experts alone, killing 2 and severely injuring 1. The image shifted to the primal extreme martial saint. His fate chart was the Great Desolate Stone Mountain. He achieved enlightenment in the wild mountains and untamed ridges, became a martial saint, and reversed his age to regain his youth. He was later suppressed by Long Tuong, and because he refused to submit, he was killed. A decisive end. The immense killing intent that had accumulated gave birth to monstrous spirits, turning the land where the 2 martial saints fought into a mutated zone. A clear image appeared of monstrous spirits frantically attacking humans, Dong Hung explained in a low voice. Fate charts are not unchangeable. There is always a mutual influence between people, Atui asked hesitantly, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Master, how do you check a fate chart? Dong Hung replied sternly. The key is the remnant incense. When the fate pattern incense burns out, the longer and more vigorously the sacred flame burns, the clearer the result. He continued confidently. As your master, I have already prepared a fate pattern incense that has aged for 5 years. All that's missing is the blood of a 100-year-old abalone. Atui was stunned, his eyes wide. The blood of an abalone. Dong Hung patiently explained. All living things are born with a measure of fortune. Bloodline is an indispensable element when checking a fate chart. He maintained a steady gaze. I have already sent people to inquire. We can only rely on luck. Atui immediately clasped his hands in thanks. The corner of Atui's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Other things might be difficult, but when it comes to finding abalone, I'm an expert. He considered further. First, I need to buy a suitable boat. This trip will be completely different from before. The scene shifts to the docks. Atui observed carefully. His old boat had been destroyed when he witnessed the 2 great monstrous spirits fighting. His steps halted in front of a shop. Here it is. This is the place, he thought to himself. In this era, all boat transactions go through the fish brokers. Those without enough money usually have to rent a boat to go out to sea. From across the way, Hao-ngu called out enthusiastically, "Little brother, looking for a boat." The old man took a drag from his pipe and introduced his wares with gusto. My boats are new. Just look at this paint job. How? Ngu pointed towards the boat and laughed heartily. Beautiful and not expensive. Rent 3 boats, and there's no interest. Atui's gaze darkened as he calmly inspected the vessel. The boat looked fine, but many parts had been refurbished. It was clearly an old boat being forced into the rental market. Suddenly, an excited voice called out from behind him, "Lamb." He appeared out of nowhere, praising the boat as he looked it over. He had arrived at just the right moment. Talk about perfect timing. 2 others were with him, Lam Tung Bao and Lam Fu Van. Lam's tone turned serious, his words concise. That's right. I have an important matter to ask of you. My dear nephew, Ngo Chengung's face paled slightly as she proposed that Atui become the patron of their fishing guild, promising a share of the profits and a fine boat, even offering to upgrade it, but Atui cut her off immediately. No, Lam. The froze, flustered, his voice urgent. Young Master Luong. Why? Atui gave him a cold look, his tone firm. I understand your calculations, and I know it's a world where the big fish eats the small fish. But there's one thing you still don't get, he stated bluntly. Without beating around the bush, I am also a fisherman. The fishing village was still bustling with trade. A good reputation is certainly beneficial, but only if you have the strength to maintain it. I can help the fishermen once. But what then? If they get used to low rental fees, they'll resent me if I join your fishing guild. How would my master see me? I can't bear the weight of the bigger picture. I'm a good person, but not that good. Lamb, the sighed helplessly and relented. All right, but there is one other thing I hope you'll agree to. Young Master Luong, I'd still like to gift you the fine boat. Atui paused, a surprised look on his face. What is it? The water's surface suddenly churned with violent waves. There are rumors of a spirit beast appearing near the border with Tuifu County, and the Lam Family Fishing Guild would like to invite young Master Luong. Lam. The clasped his hands, his voice pleading. To eliminate it for us, in the deep sea. A series of ferocious aquatic monsters revealed themselves one by one from within the watery curtain. The great river marsh holds countless treasures, but it also conceals innumerable dangers. The aquatic territories are clearly divided. The deep water and shallow water zones are separate. The deep water is perilous but rich in resources, while the poorer shallow water is where humans operate. Great demons with intelligence must report to the river god if they wish to enter the shallow waters. Otherwise, they will be purged by the Dai Thuan. The light punishment is exile. The severe one is annihilation. A murderous aura once filled this space, just like Qian Dao's mother, who only came to the shallow waters for safety to lay her eggs and survive. A fierce, decisive battle shook the currents. Two great spirit beasts fought that day in the deep water zone. Atui stared thoughtfully at the vast sea. Lam. Thee had said the spirit beast was often found at the border between the deep and shallow waters, a place where it's easy to get lost and accidentally wander into the shallows. His eyes darkened, his resolve growing. I've already sent Tai Hoangach and A Phi to sweep the areas around Bin Duong and Ngia Hung. We left the overly powerful ones alone, but most of the rest have been driven out. Spiritual energy still lingered around him as Atui thought to himself. A spirit beast that wandered into the shallows probably isn't too strong, but that's secondary. The important thing is that I'm no longer the person I was, someone who could only survive in the shallow waters. A sphere of power gathered before him, its fusion at 70%, nearly touching the power of the flesh-shattering realm. His reflection shimmered on the water's surface. I believe I'll encounter even greater opportunities. The 100-year treasure abalone can only be found in the deep water zone. The corner of Atui's mouth curled up, his eyes filled with interest. Time to go. Immediately after, he decisively leaped straight into the cold water. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings, as expected of the deep water zone. Materials that are rare in the shallows are everywhere here. Atui searched as he moved, a look of helplessness on his face. He had been searching for hours but still couldn't find his target. Before him was a dense patch of water-breathing grass. A normal person could hold it in their mouth to survive underwater for more than an hour. Atui was stunned again when he saw a shimmering stone clam. Could this be a featherstone clam? A top-grade material that only the wealthy can afford to use. He looked on with regret, telling himself, "It's a shame, but none of these are my target today." A Phi suddenly froze, its eyes sharpening as its guard went up. A spirit eel shot forward like a hurricane, its aura exploding, and a Phi detected it instantly. Before Atui could even react, he saw it dart through the water-breathing grass, hiding itself within the patch. A Phi immediately accelerated, locking onto its trail and giving chase without hesitation. Atui strained his eyes to see, a shock running through him. Across from him, the spirit eel radiated immense power, its predatory gaze unmistakable. This is a 7-star eel. Atui stood still, assessing it. You can't judge a spirit beast's strength by its appearance. Most creatures at the Langyan rank and below are simply called spirit beasts because they so rarely show themselves. Great demons roared fiercely in the deep sea. Beings with true power always operate according to their own logic and would never casually enter the shallow water zone. This was partly out of deference to the Dai Thuan, and partly because the benefits weren't worth it. To them, the lives of mortals are like uncooked rice not worth the effort to take. The spirit eel's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Sometimes. Even naturally grown treasure abalones possess strength far beyond imagination. Its body erupted with speed, shooting forward like a water-tearing hurricane. Atui steadied his mind, gathering his aura to counterattack. To me, he thought, its strength is still not enough. His hand slammed down with crushing power, making the water churn violently under the pressure. Atui's eyes were cold and calculating. Today, he could control a current weighing nearly 900 pounds. He suddenly froze, his gaze filled with confusion. His opponent wasn't even trying to dodge. In that exact moment, a swirling vortex of intense energy shot straight toward Atui. With agile footwork, he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack. Atui's expression twisted in fury as he roared, "My fish!" A sense of unease washed over him, and a chill ran down his spine. Could this be? Before the colossal creature. Atui looked as small as a child. It was the ape fiend that Lam Day had mentioned. He clenched his fists, overflowing with resentment. "I don't care what you are. You dared to eat my fish." Killing intent erupted from him as Atui stood his ground, ready to trade his life for his enemies. He stood there silently, his aura surging within him. Every increase in his fusion level brought a corresponding leap in physical prowess. Atui's expression was complex and thoughtful. This is why I always look forward to the changes the swamp spirit brings. The ape fiend's eyes glowed red with killing intent. Losing the treasure fish was a pity, but this creature presented an even greater opportunity. His intuition screamed that a breakthrough was near. The corner of Atui's mouth curled into a determined smirk. If I want to break through this barrier, I have to eat it. Using the surface of the water as a foothold, he launched himself high into the air. Atui confronted it head-on, radiating a powerful, oppressive aura. A cold, vicious glint flashed in the ape fiend's eyes. It roared and charged forward, unleashing a frenzied, all-out attack. Atui leaned aside, dodging a fin covered in sharp spines. Just then, Qiandao appeared, and the water surged at its call. A spear tore through the water, flying at a terrifying speed. Atui calmly caught it, his arm tightening around the weapon. The energy inside him exploded forth, and he immediately took a ready stance. His body tilted slightly, his eyes locked onto the target before him. He thrust the wave subduer straight down at the ape fiend, his attack decisive and without hesitation. It shrieked in pain, its body knocked backward, pure terror showing on its face. Before it could recover, Aui suddenly appeared, attacking from the side. The sprayed venom made the ape fiend howl in agony. From behind, the starvine charged relentlessly forward without pause. At the same time, Huanach opened its mouth, its sharp teeth snapping down viciously. The ape fiend panicked when it saw Qiandao leap high into the air. Its body plummeted straight down in a desperate, frenzied attack. The ape fiend thrashed wildly, its chaotic energy spreading everywhere. Atui charged forward decisively, both hands gripping his weapon tightly. He delivered a fatal blow, ending the battle in an instant. A moment later, Atui broke into a triumphant smile. This victory was too easy. It was a complete rout. He stood up straight and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Compared to the fight with the crab, this time there were no casualties, and he dealt with the target cleanly. Atui stared intently at the wolf star spear, amazed at the sheer power it produced when he unleashed his full strength. The swamp spirit lay quietly at his feet, its deep eyes holding an unreadable expression. Atui raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and nodded with decision. That's right. It's time to carve up the meat. The aroma of roasting meat quickly spread. The edible flesh of this creature made up less than half of its body. He sat by the fire with a satisfied look on his face. Luckily, the creature was large enough that there was still plenty of meat. Holding a skewer of meat, Atui's eyes glazed over in fascination. How much aquatic essence is packed into this one piece? Without hesitation, he raised it to his mouth and took a bite. The system immediately sent a notification. Aquatic essence plus 22. Atui was slightly startled, unable to help but marvel that just one small piece gave him 22 points. He continued to eat in a state of satisfaction. It seemed choosing to evolve the marsh spirit was the right decision. Atui's eyes lit up with excitement as he resolutely declared that he would definitely finish it tonight. As he ate with relish, the system continuously reported. Water marsh essence plus 10. Water marsh essence plus 20. The fusion rate increased rapidly, 80%, then 90%. The fusion rate reached 95%, then 100%. The whitewater monkey marsh spirit was completely fused. A level-up notification sounded. The marsh spirit's evolution was successful. Atui seriously observed the marsh cauldron, which was undergoing a powerful transformation. The whitewater monkey marsh spirit completed its fusion, and both the level-up condition and the river's blessing were confirmed as complete. He suddenly paused when the system reported again. River's blessing has been activated after the Huai River worship ceremony. Stats increased by 0.001. The aura around the marsh spirit surged violently, and Atui couldn't help but be amazed that he had accidentally fulfilled the conditions completely. He clenched his fists in excitement. The next step was to upgrade to a high-grade marsh spirit. Atui's finger slowly pressed the interface, selecting the upgrade option. The marsh cauldron continued to evolve at an even more powerful rate than before. Atui leaned in to observe, his eyes immediately becoming vigilant. His expression gradually grew complicated. This situation was exactly like the time he fused with the Tuithan marsh spirit. Suddenly, Atui's expression changed, his eyes revealing sheer terror. He collapsed to his knees, his entire body going limp, completely drained of strength. Atui hunched over, trying to support himself, his mind in chaos. Did the upgrade fail? His pupils blazed with light, and green veins bulged all over his body. A resounding notification announced, "Upgrade successful. fused with the velvet-furred innate aberration marsh spirit. A violent burst of power erupted as the dragon tendons and tiger bones formed. The spiritual energy around him swirled like a hurricane, enveloping his body. Atui's soul trembled violently as the sensation of fusion spread throughout his consciousness. The system confirmed the fusion of the whitewater monkey marsh spirit and the azure velvet brood. Comprehending innate skills and receiving Fist of the Water Marsh and water-nourished vitality. A low roar echoed as the ferocious aura caused the space around him to tremble. A moment later, Atui collapsed to the ground, his body so exhausted it felt like it was about to fall apart. A series of system messages appeared, confirming the refinement of the azure velvet brood marsh spirit, and his stats and status were updated. Atui let out a sigh of relief, feeling deeply moved. The gains this time were truly worth it. He sprang up decisively, feeling his power surge. The dragon tendons and tiger bones made his body feel as if it had been reborn. Atui swung his arm to test his strength. 5 punches landed, causing the wall to crack wide open in an instant. Faced with this unexpected change, he froze for a moment, his mind in turmoil. His strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that he had reached a new threshold? In just a moment, Atui forced himself to calm down and enter a meditative state, focusing his thoughts. The 2 gates of skin and flesh were still weak. He had to use body tempering and diet to stimulate his blood and chi, paving the way for cultivation. His entire aura quietly transformed. After entering the bone gate, he could use internal methods to supplement his external training, permeating his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Besides, his master had already taught him the chi guiding chant. The medicinal power smoldered and ignited deep within his body, just as he had expected. Atui sensed a faint fragrance, his spirits lifting. I've entered the bone gate. My tendons are long. My strength is great. My bones are filled. And my tendons are nimble. The dragon tendons and tiger bones are truly extraordinary, if it weren't for this upgrade. The 3-fold increase in blood and chi from them would have made breaking through the gate 3 times harder. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he sighed softly. Thankfully, his master had patiently guided him in cultivating internal methods from an early age, which was why the power from today's upgrade flowed so smoothly, like a river finding its course. The system's voice rang out decisively. Tai-Hoa crocodile can evolve into horned-eye crocodile. Evolve. A Phi can evolve into tiger-headed catfish. Evolve. Yes or no? Atui's gaze wavered, his emotions mixed. The Tai-Hoa crocodile and a Phi had finally reached the point of evolution. He laughed heartily, his face beaming. Evolve. Evolve them all. In his line of sight, the Hoa crocodile and a Phi were enveloped in a sealed barrier. Immediately after, 2 eggs swelled to an unbelievable size, their auras surging. The sound of cracking shells echoed slowly, each beat distinct in the space. A series of system messages appeared. Armored Wood Crocodile has consumed 14,912 points of Watermarsh Essence to evolve into Armored Wood Spear Crocodile. Atui kept his voice calm. The Tai-Hoa crocodile wants to evolve into a dragon. A Phi has consumed 14,926 points of Watermarsh Essence to evolve into the Dread Tiger Catfish. His eyes lit up with curiosity as he slowly reached out to touch it, wondering to himself if this could be the dragon horn. Atui's expression turned serious as he carefully considered his options. The difficulty of fusion had increased tenfold, making it completely worthless to use the remaining essence of the marsh now. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He sighed softly. Today's haul was massive. The spring of the marsh and the water's vitality were enough to slowly absorb the marsh's essence, making up for what was lost during the water beast's evolution. Atui looked over at them with clear satisfaction. Both of his water beasts had leveled up today. He fell silent, his gaze determined. The other 2 water beasts couldn't be allowed to fall behind. No one could predict what dangers the future held. A confident smirk played on Atui's lips. These items, this was the ace up my sleeve. His expression shifted, his cold gaze locking onto the system screen. Before, I had no choice. But today, I want it all. Amidst the mountains and forests, a tranquil stream of water suddenly appeared. its aura silently spreading. Atui stood tall on the boat, his figure gliding across the calm surface of the water. His expression was complex as he sighed in admiration. This is true riding the waves, not that fake water control technique. And the best part is, the flower croc and the fist head shot out of the water with immense power. Afai and the Thai flower croc. Those two water beasts had actually acquired special skills. Atui watched his pets intently. After evolving, Afai had mastered a skill similar to emitting a high-frequency wave. He stood proudly on the boat, his voice calm. As for the Thai flower croc, its buff can help everyone regenerate. A water prison instantly shot up from the surface. Water prison. Not far away, the water's surface rippled silently as the shockwave from the airflow spread out. Atui froze, a look of utter confusion on his face. His powerful, evolved pets burst from the water in unison. The imprisoning clam crab, the heavenly water centipede. The fist head had become a rock clam crab. Only Ayui's name remained unchanged. Suddenly, a giant fish leaped straight onto the deck of the boat. He propped himself up and laughed heartily, his expression ecstatic. With these god-tier skills, I won't have to worry about catching fish anymore. Looking at the system panel, Atui sighed helplessly. This level up was just too much. Pavilion Master's Provision, Spirit Marsh Refinement, Marsh Spirit Purity Fusion at 1%, Marsh Spirit Water Purity, Martial Divine Power, First Layer, Piercing the Sovereign Lord, Innate Talent, Water Sex Wonder, Water Control, Water Prison, Riding the Waves, Essence of the Marsh, Empty, River and Mountain Fortification at 0.0001, Water Beast Domination, Horned Wood Crocodile, Lakehead Loach, Stone Clam Crab, Heavenly Water Centipede. Evaluation. The Marsh Spirit originates from the Great Lord of the Past. Potential is extremely low, merely a minor character with some value. The path of cultivation is endless, with no final destination in sight. After speaking, he added calmly, his gaze indifferent. Let's head back to Fisherman's Cove first. I need to explain the situation to them. Quick cut. Hao Nu takes a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes troubled. Old you think that Luang Ku fella is gonna make it back? I was sent here to wait 3 days for him. Old Yu lets out a heavy sigh, his voice low. Who knows? He shakes his head wistfully. It's always the best swimmers who drown. His words were light, yet chilling. Old Yu chews thoughtfully and says casually, haven't enough martial artists died in the deep waters this year already? Suddenly, the two of them jump back in alarm as a monkey's head appears right in front of them. Atui appears calmly, looks at Lam Day, and states clearly, the monster has been eliminated. From now on, we're even. I'll be taking my boat. The old man still hadn't recovered from the shock, his expression changing rapidly. The two men look at each other, stunned, and blurt out, he actually killed it. Amidst the noisy crowd, Atui lifts a pouch of silver, feeling excited. It's a shame I couldn't catch the treasure fish I needed. I'll just have to sell this other stuff first. He stops in his tracks as he hears a commotion. A treasure fish. It must be a treasure fish. Old Tran scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. A crowd gathers, murmuring, I've never seen such a beautiful treasure fish before. Old Tran, your luck is incredible. Old Tran suddenly calls out, Atui, what brings you here? You're a martial artist now. Quick, help me see if this Dolly carp is a treasure fish. Atui observes it closely, then says calmly, Uncle Tran, this is an azure-back dragon carp. It really is a treasure fish, and it looks like it's lived for 100 years. At this weight, it's worth at least 45 taels. Hearing that number, everyone freezes, their faces filled with astonishment. 45 taels. Atui places a pouch of silver into Kanjiang's hand and says directly, Uncle Tran, here are 50 toils of silver. I hope you'll sell this fish to me. The old man is taken aback for a moment, lost in thought. Then he laughs and replies, Atui, you saved all of us after the ceremony. What's the big deal if I give you this treasure fish? Why would I take your silver? From behind, voices of regret are heard. Old Tran is crazy, turning down 50 taels. Atui smiles as the pouch of silver is pushed back toward him, thinking to himself, Uncle Tran is still the same man he's always been. A memory surfaces when his body's previous owner was starving to death. It was Uncle Tran who saved him by sharing the meat bun he had bought for his own son. With that thought, Atui excitedly hoists the fish and turns to leave, calling out, "Uncle Tran, don't refuse anymore. I'm taking this fish." Kangyang watches, moved, and murmurs softly, "Old Luong, you raised a good son." Atui thinks with satisfaction. The final ingredient is secured. Next, I just have to wait for the new year to have my destiny read. Scene change. Children play in front of the manor gate, the sound of firecrackers echoing endlessly. Inside, the adults solemnly perform an incense lighting ceremony. Donghung looks at the memorial tablets before him and says slowly, "May the spirits of my old comrades continue to protect the disciples and descendants of my house." Atui steps forward, wondering to himself, "Are these my master's old comrades in arms?" After paying his respects, Donghung turns and says, "Atui, it's time." Atui listens to Donghung's every word. Measure the fate. Establish the destiny chart. The divination cauldron is placed neatly on the table. This blood sacrifice method can directly communicate with heavenly fate. The sharp blade glints with a cold light. Atui decisively lets his blood drip into the bowl, each drop falling clearly. Not too much is needed. Donghung takes out some carefully wrapped incense ash. With steady movements, he quickly pours it into the divination cauldron, and the incense ash immediately completes the seal. Atui raises his arm, his expression solemn, and presses down directly with his right hand. A brilliant red spiritual energy shoots into the air. The clearer the sign, the better. Donghung pours the bowl of blood in, and his face immediately freezes. The blood actually swirls into a circle on its own. Everyone around holds their breath, their eyes glued to the divination cauldron. Donghung's expression changes in an instant. The moment his hand touches down, a powerful aura suddenly erupts. A brilliant red sigil appears in midair. Junior brother actually has both the main seal and the heavenly seal at the same time. Truong Tung lets out a breath of amazement, his face unable to hide his excitement. Junior brother truly possesses a special destiny. It feels like all the clues are coming together. Senior brother Ho is stunned for a moment, then exclaims, "It's rare for an ordinary person to manifest both seals. Just one promises a great future. Yet our junior brother has manifested both at the same time." The lines of the pattern gradually become clear. The heavenly seal on the left is baffling. It is manifested as an inanimate object. Could it all be related to a malevolent god? A low, slow voice explains, "And the main seal on the right has taken the form of an ape." What kind of malevolent god takes the form of an ape? Everyone's expressions become unreadable as a voice grows heavy. The strange thing is, Junior brother's main seal and heavenly seal are in reversed positions. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then hesitantly spoke up. Could it be possible that this heavenly seal isn't actually a low-grade one? The seal grew clearer by the second, and the spiritual energy still lingered around it, refusing to dissipate. And, at its core, yes, it looked like it was even branching out. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions and unease as he lowered his voice. "Master, how in the world are we supposed to explain this?" Donghung remained perfectly calm, his lips barely moving as he slowly uttered, "This seal." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his voice was deep and heavy. "A great calamity. This heavenly seal represents the river-crossing flood dragon's fate, and there are two ways to interpret it." Donghung seemed to drift into the mists of ancient times as he slowly recounted the legend. It is said that a snake cultivates for 500 years to become a flood dragon, and a flood dragon must then cultivate for 1,000 years before it can cross the great river to become a true dragon. An image of a murderous Tui flashed in his mind. One interpretation is that your junior brother will face countless perils to transform into a dragon among men. The second is that another will become a dragon alongside your junior brother. Hearing this, he froze, a chill running down his spine. So horrified he was rendered speechless. Everyone's gaze darkened at once, their faces filled with shock. Two fierce beasts in conflict, climbing over each other's corpses to achieve greatness. Suddenly, a hand shot up decisively, and a clear voice rang out. "Master, and all my senior brothers and sisters, there is no need to worry," Atui declared with calm confidence. Whether I'm the one crossing the river or someone is crossing over me, it at least proves that I, Luong Ku, am absolutely no ordinary, useless person. Dong Hung's gaze flickered for a moment, then a satisfied smile spread across his face. Good. The boy who once fought 7 men all by himself will one day become a great dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. His expression grew complex as he continued slowly. As for the seal itself, I have no explanation. I only know that those with a water affinity are vulnerable to fatal dangers related to water. But Tiu Ku's heavenly seal is also of the water element. In a swampy region, this could be a great advantage. Fortune and disaster truly walk hand in hand. The corner of Dong Hung's mouth curled slightly, and his tone softened. Destiny is not set in stone. Even with a great fate, you must not become arrogant, and a calamitous one must never be underestimated. He turned and said heartily, I will register this fate with the government office. The rewards that follow will be determined by the higher-ups. Atui immediately bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Master, for interpreting my fate. This disciple will take your words to heart. His expression grew serious for a moment before turning confident. The reason I'm so sure of myself is because I understand this seal all too well. An image of an evolution brimming with brutal power flashed through his mind. This was no ordinary fierce ape. It was an existence on par with an unrivaled, ferocious god. Atui's eyes turned cold, his voice clear and decisive. As long as I have the swamp cauldron, no one can take what is rightfully mine. The scene changes, and the light of an oil lamp flickers across a window in the dead of night. Inside a room, a doubtful voice mused, the river-crossing flood dragon's fate. Daithuan glanced over indifferently, then sighed softly. Born on the shores of the great swamp, it truly is the river-crossing flood dragon's fate. It seems to fit him perfectly. I just wonder, is he the one crossing the river? Or the one being crossed over? Could his rival be that cunning old flood dragon from the swamp? He stared intently at the seal, his eyes filled with interest. How fascinating. In the end, I wonder who will be the one to become the dragon. Daithuan's expression grew complex as he muttered to himself. Luong Ku, will you truly be worthy of the expectations I have placed upon you? His Majesty, Daithuan of the Than. After a long and arduous training session, a senior brother stepped forward and made a brief announcement. Take a break. The scene shifts to the main hall, where Dong Hung addressed them in a stern voice. This year, I am setting an examination for you two, to keep you from getting lazy. He then offered praise along with his expectations. Truong Tung, Luong Su, you two were the last to join, which means you have the greatest potential for improvement. My expectations for you will be higher than for the others. Dong Hung stated the goal clearly. Within the next year, Truong Tung, you must become a true martial artist, perhaps even reaching the galloping horse realm. Can you do it? Hearing this, he immediately clasped his hands and replied, I, Truong Tung, will certainly do my best in my training and will not disappoint your expectations, Master. He then turned to the other. Luong Ku, you've only been learning martial arts for 1 season. All I ask is that, by this time next year, you break through the 3 gates. Can you do that? As soon as he finished speaking, Lap Ba seemed to want to say something. Master, actually, But Dong Hung immediately cut him off with a stern voice. Tiu Ku, the path of martial arts requires a solid foundation. Honestly, breaking the 2nd gate is, already. Atui hurriedly interrupted. Master. He circulated the internal energy within his body and continued to explain. You've misunderstood. Master. What I meant to say was, Atui confidently dropped the bombshell. I've already broken through the flesh gate. Hearing this, all the other disciples were stunned, exclaiming in unison, What? After a few seconds of shock, Truong Tung spoke up in disbelief. He broke through the 2nd gate. After just 3 months of training, Atui immediately seized the opportunity to make a pledge, his eyes firm with resolve. This disciple is confident that I will become a true martial artist within a year. Hearing this, Dong Hung nodded happily and praised him. Excellent. If Tuku has this much confidence, then how can I, as your master, treat your training lightly? Then, his voice grew solemn as he began to tell an old story. Tio Ku. Have you ever heard of the martial emperor Huang? In his time, the great martial emperor Huang created the 10,000 victories technique, which was unrivaled in all the land. But as the years passed, this technique was broken apart into many separate disciplines. Donghung continued his explanation. Much later, the Taoist master of the stargazing pavilion managed to reverse engineer the technique, combining it with the Taoist embracing the core technique to finally make the discipline whole again. At that moment, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his expression solemn, as he prepared to announce a momentous decision. Donghung enunciated each word clearly. 10,000 victories, embracing the origin, is yours. The scene shifts to a magnificent imperial palace, where an official was flattering the emperor with a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty. That was a brilliant move. It seems your Majesty is in quite a good mood today. Daithuan heard this and replied with a pleased, soft tone. Oh, is it that obvious? Steward Kong chuckled and elaborated. Today, your Majesty abolished Trio Chao County, elevated Binduong Township to a county, and promoted Nghia Huang Village to a township. The magistrate of Trio Chao was dealt quite a significant blow. Daithuan let out a casual laugh and replied, Reward those with merit and dismiss those without. It's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? He emphasized in a stern voice, adding that Master Yang had saved face for the emperor, a meritorious deed that truly deserved a reward. Steward Kang hesitated and asked, Then what about that Luong Ku? His merits aren't significant enough for your Majesty to personally issue a decree rewarding him. Are they? Just then, Xiaolu ran over cheerfully, announcing, Royal Father, your son has come to watch you play chess. The emperor smiled and affectionately pinched the boy's cheek. Let your royal father see if you've gotten any chubbier. Immediately after, he began to boast enthusiastically, Steward Kang, do you have any idea how many characters this little sick son of mine can recognize now? The emperor proudly declared, 500 characters, after studying the phonetic method for only 7 days. Upon hearing this, Steward Kang was stunned, his face filled with utter disbelief. The emperor lifted a chess piece and continued leisurely. You ask me why I rewarded Luong Ku? He placed the chess piece down on the board with a decisive click, his voice firm. Because he deserves it. Steward Kang clasped his hands and bowed his head in praise. Your Majesty is truly wise and brilliant. The scene shifts to a bustling dock, where a group of people receives their orders and sets off in unison. Trong Thuk frowned in confusion and shouted, Where is Commander Tu? We're already departing, but he's still nowhere to be seen. A subordinate explained with a wry smile. Commander Tu said he was going fishing on the river first and told us to catch up. Hearing this, the man angrily yelled, How absurd! A woman beside him, however, just laughed and calmed him down. This isn't the first time, is it? Suddenly, the weather took an erratic turn, leaving her stunned. Is that snow? The scene changes to a warm family home, where a mother sobs as she instructs her son. My son, you must protect yourself while you're away this time. The father beside her calmly interjected. What are you worrying for nothing about? This time. Trungia is going to be a county magistrate. As soon as the carriage departed, she angrily scolded her husband. You useless oaf. With your abilities, our son could be any kind of official he wanted. Yet he has to travel to some remote place to be a mere county magistrate. Her husband immediately retorted. What do you understand? Right now, Pingyang is a golden opportunity. A storm is brewing on the water. He watched the carriage disappear into the distance and affirmed, Whoever can achieve great things, there will have the chance for an audience with His Majesty. The scene shifts down to a street in the town, where the townspeople are in an uproar over the man who has just appeared before them. Ku Zhuang, carrying a giant bag of luggage, looked around and asked, Master, is this Pingyang town the place we're supposed to be? Lan Dai, standing beside him, rolled her eyes and immediately corrected him. From now on, you should call it Pingyang County, you idiot. With your strength, you could walk through here sideways without any problem. King Agong warned in a stern voice. Zhuanger, You haven't forgotten our purpose for coming here this time, have you? He clenched his fists and replied obediently, Master, your disciple remembers. Immediately after, Chu Zhuang slammed his luggage onto the ground and bluntly stated their plan to visit the Yang Clan Martial Arts Hall. He continued, clarifying the next step. And after that, we'll crush their martial arts hall. Standing before the Yang Clan sign, Qingyi proudly and decisively declared, starting today, this place will be our new martial arts hall. A second later, the three of them walked straight inside. At that moment, Hani promised worriedly, Father, once we have money, we can buy medicine to treat your illness. He cleared his throat and comforted her. Aren't we just getting started now? At the same time, Chu Zhuang walked by carrying a large wooden pillar and asked, Senior brother, where does this pillar go? The senior brother burst out laughing and instructed, You dummy. If there's no place to put it, just keep holding it. Seeing this, she pouted and intervened. First, senior brother. Stop teasing junior brother Chu. You know he's simple-minded. He laughed and teased back. Aw, is our second junior sister feeling sorry for him? Once things had settled down, Qinghe slowly stepped outside, his gaze distant and sorrowful. It's a pity that she couldn't live to see this day. Memories flooded back, and Qinghe vividly saw their old home engulfed in a sea of fire, with black smoke billowing upwards as everything was destroyed in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the chaos, Qingyi looked in horror at the bodies scattered on the ground and blurted out, What in the world are these monstrous things? Master Hui urged urgently. Lan Dai, hurry and protect your mistress and little Ha. At the critical moment, the master's wife screamed in desperation, Qinghe, take Hani and run, before she could finish her sentence. A horde of mountain ghouls charged out of the darkness towards the mother and daughter, their killing intent overwhelming. Seeing his mistress surrounded, Chu Zhuang screamed in panic. No. Mistress. Qingyi stood frozen, calling out her name in despair. No, Pingshang. Back in the present, Hani was dreamily talking about the pastries from the Drifting Cloud Pavilion in Pingyang. Chu Zhuang playfully called her a greedy cat and enthusiastically promised to go to the docks tomorrow to earn money and buy pastries for his senior sister. Hani happily patted his head, her voice full of praise. Big Zhuang is still the most considerate one. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man stormed into the alley, his eyes scanning the area with contempt. The inspector arrogantly demanded, Have you people paid the relief grain tax yet? Qingyi bowed his head and answered honestly, Sir, we have just arrived in Pingyang town. We are not aware of any grain tax we must pay. The man's voice was forceful. Huayin Prefecture has suffered a disaster. The magistrate of Cheozhou County is taking in refugees, so he has ordered every household to contribute relief grain. Hani immediately retorted, We are from Huazhou County. Your Kaozhou County isn't taking in any refugees. Qinghe frowned with suspicion. All the refugees are right here in Pingyang town. Exposed, the inspector flew into a rage and bellowed, How audacious! You dare to slander a court-appointed official. He slapped Hani across the face and coldly ordered, How dare a commoner question the county magistrate? Arrest her. Cao Trang stepped forward in a rage. You. Lam Dai quickly stepped in to mediate. Sir, my master was once a member of the West Army. Please, show some leniency. The inspector put his hands on his hips and sneered. The West Army. The lowest-ranking member of the West Army is at least a martial master. You're telling me this sickly old man is a martial master? One of his subordinates checked and reported. His aura is only at the martial practitioner level. Hearing this, the inspector changed his tune. Oh, and I thought he was supposed to be a martial master. The inspector glared with contempt. So what if he was in the West Army? This is the territory of Trio Chao County. Everyone here answers to the county magistrate. He waved his hand threateningly. Hurry up and hand over your money and food, or I'll charge you with defying an official order. Stunned, Thanha dropped to his knees and begged, Sir, we just fled here from Hoa Chao as refugees. We really don't have any money. The inspector cruelly kicked the man to the ground and ordered, I don't care. If you have no money, then sell your daughter to get some. Cao Trang gritted his teeth and roared, You corrupt official, I'll kill you. Lam Dai quickly held him back. You idiot. Calm down unless you want to bring disaster upon our master. the inspector shouted. "Search the place, and be thorough about it." His subordinates immediately stormed in, rummaging through everything and smashing furniture as they searched. One of them held up a money pouch and reported, "In total, it's just a few dozen taels." The inspector took it and sneered. "And these poor devils have the nerve to run a martial arts hall." He waved his hand in disgust. "Let's go. This place is just bad luck." As they left, Manhwa weakly asked, "Hani, did you hide our money safely?" The little girl nodded and whispered, "Don't worry, father, I hid it." Cao Trang clenched his fist as killing intent surged within him. "I swear I'm going to kill that corrupt official," Master Hoi Ha reminded him in a low voice. "Tranger, calm yourself. Your talent is rare, but your temperament has always been your greatest weakness." He reassured them. "Thanha, Tranan, my disciples, what is a small setback like this? It is nothing more than a passing storm." He emphasized, "The most important thing remains the challenge match against the Duong Family Martial Arts Hall. That is when you will truly make a name for yourself." Meanwhile, a subordinate asked about their next destination. The inspector laughed gleefully and pointed toward the Ngia Huang district, scoffing that a place so small couldn't possibly have any important people. On another street, a magnificent horse-drawn carriage passed by, causing the townspeople to stop and stare in awe. Inside a tea house, someone asked curiously, "What kind of carriage is that? It's so extravagant." The person next to him replied in shock, "You mean you don't know what that is?" He explained that it was an imperial carriage, which only appears when His Majesty issues a sacred decree. The fluttering dragon and phoenix flags are symbols of the royal family of the Dai Thuan Empire. After hearing this, the crowd began to buzz with discussion. It seemed Bin Duong Town was about to welcome a very important figure. The man who had explained fell silent, his eyes thoughtfully following the road ahead. He froze for a moment, his eyes darting around as he realized the road ahead led directly to the Duong Family Martial Arts Hall, where everything was about to explode, just like the opening scene of a movie. At that very moment, in the training room, Atui was still meditating when a servant burst in and announced, "Young Master Luong, the master requests your presence in the main hall immediately." He replied in a calm voice, "I'm on my way." He then glanced at his own hand, secretly checking his progress. His bone frame realm was completely stable. The next step was to quiet his mind and achieve a breakthrough. An undeniable wave of joy swelled in his heart. After so many days of hardship, the moment had finally arrived. All of his efforts were about to pay off with the reward he so rightly deserved. Outside, the messenger rode in on horseback, his voice booming as he made a grand announcement. "Duong Dong Hung of Bin Duong Town received the imperial decree." Duong Dong Hung and his disciples immediately rose in an orderly line, their expressions full of reverence as they prepared to receive the decree. The messenger unrolled the scroll and read each word with great solemnity. "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "Trio Chao County is hereby abolished. Bin Duong shall be established as a county, and Ngia Huang as a town. The River Control Department and the Demon Extermination Division shall be established. In recognition of the great merit earned by Duong Dong Hung and his disciples for stopping the Demon Mother cult." When Atui heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He understood immediately. The moment had finally arrived. The messenger continued to announce the appointments and generous rewards. Duong Dong Hung is appointed as the head of both the River Control Department and the Demon Extermination Division. He is awarded 100 taels of gold and 3 dragon blood treasure horses. The mention of these treasures sent a shock through Atui. Dragon blood treasure horses were precious steeds that were only ever bestowed by the royal family. They were unbelievably rare, yet his master was being given 3 of them at once. The decree was not yet finished. The messenger continued to read. "Dudu is hereby officially appointed as the county magistrate of Bin Duong County." Finally, the last position was announced. Luong Ku, for his merit in stopping the Demon Mother cult, is appointed to the junior 8th rank in the River Control Department, with an accompanying reward of 100 taels of silver. Atui was overcome with excitement upon hearing his name. Only one clear thought remained in his mind. "I'm rich." But it didn't stop there. The messenger read an additional, unexpected reward that caused all the surrounding disciples to turn their heads and stare in shock. a reward given for his contribution of the character composition method. According to the decree, he was to be awarded one more dragon blood treasure horse, causing the atmosphere in the hall to fall silent for a moment. Atui could barely believe his ears. He was getting a dragon blood treasure horse. 2. Immediately after, the messenger relayed the emperor's admonition. You must all obey His Majesty's sacred decree, maintain peace for the court, protect the realm, pacify the people, attend to the affairs of state, and cherish the common folk. The messenger offered his congratulations and handed the sacred decree to Dong Hung. Congratulations, Master Duong. It will take a few more days for the dragon blood treasure horses to be delivered to your estate. Dong Hung smiled warmly and replied, Please, take your time. Messenger, you must be weary from your long journey. I've already had my people prepare a banquet. Why don't you join us inside to eat, drink, and rest? Time passed quietly. And soon, everyone was gathered around the table as the atmosphere of the banquet grew more relaxed and comfortable. Taking the opportunity, the messenger looked toward Atui and offered his praise. This young man must be Master Duong's 9th disciple. Longku, am I right? He has such an outstanding presence. He is truly a remarkable talent. Atui immediately replied with humility, saying the messenger was far too kind. The messenger cheerfully revealed more, saying His Majesty couldn't stop praising his phonetic method, and that he wasn't exaggerating at all. The dragon's blood treasure horse wasn't the only reward, as in a few months, the Imperial Capital Academy would widely implement this method. The messenger's serious reminder surprised everyone. Once the method's effectiveness was verified, there would surely be more rewards to come, and the rewards were far from over. Faced with such an impact, Dong Hung was stunned, admitting just how powerful it was, while Hua Ti joyfully praised him, and the usually quiet Tu Ku had silently created a massive sensation. Hearing this, Tu Trao spoke up with a playful complaint, asking why his junior brother didn't bring it out sooner, since he had struggled so much learning to read back in the day. Truong Tung just slapped him on the shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Atui could only sigh helplessly to himself, thinking that this was all thanks to 9 years of compulsory education. Afterward, the messenger continued with the list of personnel appointments. The positions in the Binduong County government had all been filled, and people from the Demon Extermination Division and the River God Bureau were on their way, with the leader of the River God Bureau even being an old acquaintance of Lord Duong. Hearing this, Dong Hung couldn't help but wonder, an old acquaintance, who could it be? The messenger continued his instructions, adding that the provisions would arrive tomorrow and that Lord Duong would need to handle the arrangements. He closed his eyes and spoke with a hidden meaning, saying His Majesty had mentioned that Binduong County might not necessarily remain a county. It could become Binduong Prefecture. After hearing this, Atui began to calculate silently. Binduong was clearly about to become a very tempting prize. It was rare for a town to be promoted to a county, and now there were hints it could become a prefecture. He happily drained his cup of wine, feeling that this was a good thing, and resolved in his heart to turn Binduong into a grand stage for his own ascent. The scene shifts to a riverbank, where a Phi was trembling, hiding behind a boulder, his breathing ragged as he dared not make a sound. Under the threatening gaze of the creature in the water, he broke out in a cold sweat as waves of fear washed over him, causing his body to freeze stiff. A Phi frantically mumbled the same words over and over, River God, above, discovered. Right in front of him was an entire school of ferocious dragon sturgeons, their powerful demonic aura flooding the river's surface. The scene shifts back to a bustling street, where Atui was strolling leisurely through the crowd. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed something unusual. There were many new, unfamiliar faces on the street, looking like refugees who had gathered there. Just then, a resident rushed over to report, Brother Tui, I finally found you. The man spoke in a rush. My grandfather told me to come to Binduong Town to find you. I looked everywhere and couldn't find you, but now I have. You have to come with me to the council hall right away. Atui paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, Village Chief Tran is looking for me. His voice was filled with astonishment at the sudden summons. At the council hall, the inspector spoke with a stern face. Village elders, I am acting on the orders of the county magistrate to collect relief supplies from you, all to aid the refugees from other counties. This is a decree from the imperial court, and I expect your cooperation." A villager, suppressing his anxiety, stepped forward to inquire, "May I ask how much grain Inspector Bien intends to collect this time?" The inspector announced the levy in a cold voice. 1 measure of rice or 50 copper coins, leaving no room for negotiation. The village chief heard this and immediately protested in alarm. 1 measure of rice or 50 copper coins. How can we possibly afford that? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as the inspector became enraged, slamming his teacup down on the table. He threatened them bluntly. "This is a direct order from the county magistrate. Are you suggesting I should return empty-handed?" Afterward, the inspector stood up and lamented the situation. "There have been one natural disaster after another. Triuchao County has already taken in countless refugees, and our food and funds are running dangerously low." He glared around the room. "You people in Bin Duong were lucky enough to suffer no losses. What's so difficult about contributing a little more?" But inwardly, he was sneering. "If I don't squeeze more out of these commoners, what will I have to live on?" Just then, a Tui stepped forward and spoke up. "Bin Duong County is unharmed because someone stood up to stop the Ghost Mother cult, not because of luck. We can set up tents and cook porridge for disaster relief. What does the esteemed official think of that?" Seeing a Tui appear, the villagers immediately cheered with joy, calling his name. "A Tui is here. This is great. We're saved." Exposed in front of the crowd, the inspector furiously shouted, "You brat! Who are you to interfere? Are you looking to die?" The village chief quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Inspector Bien, allow me to introduce him. This young man is the hero of our Nghia Hung district, a disciple of Master Duong, the guardian of Bin Duong town." Hearing that title, the inspector was stunned and stammered, Master Duong, Duong Dong Hung." The weight of that reputation made him hesitate. How could a disciple of Duong Dong Hung be in this tiny place? That was a name being mentioned constantly in the imperial court. The inspector reluctantly reined in his imposing aura, but still growled. "So what if he's a disciple of Master Duong? This is still an order from the county magistrate." Atui calmly replied, "Of course. I have no intention of forcing you, sir." He took a step closer and said quietly but firmly, "But from what I know, Triuchao County is no longer a county." As soon as the words were spoken, the inspector faltered, stumbling backward and collapsing into his chair. Atui didn't stop, pressing on. "I wonder which county magistrate's orders you are currently following." "Sir," hit where it hurt. The inspector stammered awkwardly. This. A subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Sir, you are an official of the Great Shun dynasty. You don't need to explain yourself to these commoners." The man quickly offered a plan. "In my opinion, just find an excuse to arrest this brat. As for Duong Dong Hung, what official would go out of his way to make trouble for another official?" Hearing this, the inspector reassured himself. "That's right. What do I have to fear from a brat who hasn't even entered the official ranks? Would Duong Dong Hung really confront a county magistrate over a mere disciple?" Suddenly, the clatter of horse hooves shattered the tense atmosphere hanging over the assembly hall. All eyes immediately turned to the door, staring at the person who had just appeared on horseback. The inspector, startled, blurted out, "Who is it now?" Sitting upright on his horse, Trivan called out, "Excuse me, is Luong Ku of Nghia Hung present?" Recognizing the man's identity, the inspector gasped in horror. A Cloud Eagle rider from the Six Fan School. Atui stepped forward with a serious expression and confirmed, "I am Luong Ku." The inspector froze, searching his memory. Luong Ku, that name sounds strangely familiar. He panicked, speculating. The Six Fan School has been investigating the Ghost Mother cult recently. Could it be that this brat has already been caught? At that thought, he rejoiced inwardly. It's a godsend. With just a little push, I can have him taken away. In his eyes, how could a mere commoner possibly stand against an official? At that moment, Atui thoughtfully explained, "The Six Fan School is the collective name for the 3 great judicial offices. It consists of the Ministry of Justice, the Grand Court of Revision, and the Censorate. These 3 offices handle major cases, arrests, and interrogations. and they have their own military force. The Cloud Eagle Cavalry, which is on par with the Great Shun's Imperial Guard," he added with emphasis. "Every single one of their riders has reached the Galloping Horse realm." When the man dismounted, the air around them instantly fell silent. Atui clasped his hands in a salute and asked, "May I ask what business the noble rider has with me?" Just then, the inspector rushed forward, fawning. "Lord Truong, it's been a long time." His tone shifted instantly to curry favor with the newcomer. Trivan frowned back at him, his gaze cold as he asked, "And you are?" He hastily introduced himself. "My lord, I am the 4th Inspector of Tria Chau County. I once accompanied Lord Lai to the prefectural office and had the honor of meeting you once." Trivan remained indifferent, asking bluntly, "What do you want?" The inspector eagerly reported. "My lord, I heard you've been working tirelessly on the Ghost Mother cult case. As it happens, I have a related suspect right here." Upon hearing this, Trivan asked, "Who is it?" He immediately pointed a finger and accused, "It's him." Atui stared back and replied, "Are you trying to frame me?" The inspector quickly twisted his logic. Even though this man is a disciple of Temple Master Duong, he has so many disciples. It's perfectly reasonable that one could be manipulated by the Ghost Mother cult. Trivan tilted his head and asked, "So, Inspector, how do you think this person should be dealt with?" He suggested excitedly. "My lord, just hand him over to me for imprisonment first. I'll use every method of interrogation to be sure I can dig out where his gang is hiding." Trivan looked up and laughed out loud. The inspector grew more and more awkward as he stood there, hearing only one word: "Interesting." Trivan's tone immediately turned serious. "Inspector, do you know what your rank is? And what my rank is?" The inspector, stunned, stammered in reply. I am a subordinate 9th rank inspector. You, my lord, are a bronze-badged Cloud Eagle rider, which is, of course, the 7th rank." Trivan drew his sword from its sheath, his warning sharp and clear. "Do you know the penalty for slandering a superior officer?" Seeing the cold blade, the inspector's face went pale with fear, but he still recited the law correctly. "Slandering a superior is punishable by beheading." He trembled and quickly tried to defend himself. But I haven't slandered anyone," Trivan pointed out bluntly. "Then why did you, Inspector, dare to slander a subordinate 8th rank official?" The inspector was stunned and confused. "Subordinate 8th rank? My lord, I haven't slandered anyone, unless," Trivan declared with authority, "you have slandered Luong Ku, the subordinate 8th rank River God Chief of the River God Department. According to the law, that is punishable by beheading. Brother Luong, tell me, should they be executed or not?" Hearing this, the inspector cried out in terror, "This brat is a subordinate 8th rank River God Chief." The villagers immediately erupted in murmurs. "What? Atui is an official now, and a subordinate 8th rank at that." "Nia Hung has produced a great figure," one of the subordinates frantically pleaded. "My lord, this is a grave injustice. We didn't know this man was a River God Chief." The inspector, pale-faced, bowed his head and echoed, "A grave injustice." Just then, the subordinate suddenly remembered. "Luong Ku. I remember now, he's not just an ordinary disciple, he's the 9th direct disciple of Lord Truong." The crowd grew even more shocked, adding, "Luong Ku is the one who was personally rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor." Atui said calmly, "According to the law, the punishment is indeed beheading. Isn't that right, Inspector?" The subordinate immediately shifted the blame to save his own skin. "Lord Luong, it was my fault for being blind and looking down on you. Please spare me. This was all that 4th Inspector's idea." My lord, hearing this, the inspector became furious, grabbing his subordinate's head and yelling, "You animal, you're clearly just adding fuel to the fire." The subordinate refused to back down and immediately fought back. "You still want to frame me. The evil things you've done are enough to get you killed 100,000 times over." Suddenly, Atui acted decisively, kicking them both aside and putting a stop to their argument. Atui commanded in a cold voice, "You two forged the county magistrate's order and illegally seized relief grain. You will return with Rider Truong and explain yourselves." He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "I really want to deal with them right now, but with Rider Truong here, it's best to follow proper procedure. Atui turned and asked directly, "May I ask what business Rider Truong has with me?" Trivan was startled and quickly sheathed his sword. "I almost forgot." Trivan pulled an item from his robes, introducing himself as Truong Trivan, a copper badge head constable of the 3 Law Division, here on orders from his superiors to ask some questions. Trivan smiled and presented a token, asking if Brother Luong had any interest in joining the 3 Law Division. Atui sat on the boat, lost in thought. The stronger you become, the easier it is to get lost in that power. As someone from the modern world, he understood the principle of using martial arts to break the law. He had to choose the life he wanted. An old memory surfaced. "I'm sorry. Luongku isn't capable of taking on any other duties." Trivan stood before him, trying to persuade him. "Brother Luong, with your talent, reaching the rank of commandant within a year would be no problem at all. Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Atui replied without hesitation, "I'm sorry, Commandant Truong." "Atui, why are you refusing?" "Atui, don't be a fool. Take it back. Take it back." The flashback was cut short as he held firm in his decision. Taking on a new profession would only be for more options in treasures and cultivation techniques. And he already had plenty of techniques from the River God's office and his master. Atui made a firm decision. As for treasures, the bottom of the Huai River was full of natural wonders. He should go check out the place Afai had mentioned. Deep beneath the water, bubbles gurgled to the surface, where the slightest sound was enough to break the heavy silence. Atui swam silently onward, thinking to himself that he'd already swam 4 miles and it was still so far. The farther he got from the shallows, the more dangerous it would become. "I have to be careful." Suddenly, he spotted the shadow of a fish darting past. Its expression panicked as if it were fleeing from something behind it. Atui followed its gaze, his eyes locking onto the area behind a large boulder. He scanned the area and froze at the sight before him. This situation was beyond his expectations. Atui watched the school of writhing sturgeon and quickly concluded that normal sturgeon only grow to a maximum of 3 meters. With this size and aura, they were clearly essence demons. While he was still thinking, the system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. A notification appeared on the panel. "Dragon worm aura detected." Atui's expression changed slightly as doubt rose in his heart. A dragon worm aura. Is there really a dragon at the bottom of the Huai River? He immediately shook his head, denying the thought. "No, that's not right. A dragon worm is not a true dragon." Atui reconsidered. It seemed more likely that the dragon worm was just a mutated offshoot. When he caught a glimpse of the flood dragon's true form, he immediately became vigilant. A great demon king in its lair. This is a high-level dungeon. I absolutely can't touch it right now. With that thought, Atui silently retreated, slowly moving away from the area where they were gathered. As he left, he considered his next step. Asking his master for help would be the safe option, but he had only just become a disciple. He couldn't just bother him over anything. In the end, Atui decided to return to Binduong County first. Today was the day his senior brother was breaking through his barrier, and he couldn't be late. The scene shifts to a deep forest where a giant worm twists and growls, its malevolent aura flooding the area. Facing it was Cao Trang. He clenched his fists, ready for battle. Cao Trang circulated his qi throughout his body as a blood aura erupted, enveloping him in a blinding light. Hani, watching from the sidelines, spoke up. This giant worm, born with a humanoid form, is almost at the level of a tiger spirit, isn't it? It's an essence demon. Can Big Trang handle it? Lam Dai immediately cut in. "You fool. It's not that simple." Thanha nodded in agreement. Don't be fooled by Big Trang's honest appearance. His martial arts talent is extremely high. He observed the approaching giant worm closely, his voice lowering. Beneath that rough exterior lies a hidden killing intent. The giant worm suddenly leaped, its massive body hurtling straight towards Cao Trang. Thanha made a quick assessment, like an enraged lion. Cao Trang unleashed a flurry of attacks, his fists flying in a rapid barrage, each blow landing with the weight of a hammer. He gritted his teeth, absorbing the impact. The fire of anger blazed in his eyes, his momentum growing more ferocious with every strike. Hani exclaimed in shock. Could that be hardened qi? Then she denied it herself. No, that's not right. Big Trang hasn't reached the wolf smoke realm, so he can't have hardened qi. Tanha immediately explained. That doesn't qualify as true hardened qi, it's just condensed blood aura, which has a similar form. He continued in a low voice. In this world, there are always geniuses who are born martial artists, but these types of people usually possess a special constitution. Cao Trang strained, locking the giant worm in place as Tanha's words echoed. Big Trang is one of those natural-born geniuses, with an incredibly tough physique. A kick descended like a thunderclap, its power crushing the giant worm in an instant, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Tanha concluded with admiration. Within the same realm, he is the king of combat. The scene shifts back. In front of a Tui, Truong Tung sat properly within a ki-refining formation. Everyone held their breath, watching. No one dared to make a sound that might interrupt him. Atui silently speculated that the thing in the furnace must be a blood transformation pill, an essential elixir for breaking through the blood gate. Dong Hung glanced at the incense stick beside him and quickly calculated that the time was ripe. Immediately after, his pupils dilated. His aura exploded as he began to assault the blood gate. Truong Tung's eyes were shut tight as his lower body and both arms gradually turned a deep crimson. Dong Hung shouted loudly, striking the Yangming acupoint to forcibly expel the blood qi. Atui shuddered slightly. The smell of blood in the air was uncomfortably thick. He looked over at Truong Tung and immediately realized the smell was coming from his senior brother. Atui began to understand that this was the blood-swapping process. A normal person would weaken after losing 2/10 of their blood, and losing 3/10 would be life-threatening. Watching Truong Tung's body gradually turn red, he concluded that blood swapping required 3 expulsions and 3 condensations. An ordinary person would die on the very first one, which was why the 3 previous basic trials were so important. Atui pondered deeply. The blood gate didn't just test strength, it also honed the mind. Ordinary people couldn't endure the near-death experience and needed a guardian. While martial artists competed, the strong survived, and the weak were eliminated. From this, he summarized for himself that once a martial artist passed the blood gate, their blood qi would erupt powerfully, completely transforming their foundation. Truong Tung opened his eyes and stood up, his gaze profound, his state as inscrutable as someone who had just crossed the line between life and death. After a long and arduous struggle, Truong Tung Ngok Nghia stood tall. The result was clear. He had succeeded. Atui was the first to speak, congratulating his senior brother. Senior brother Ho, standing nearby, immediately followed, congratulating his junior brother. Truong Tung excitedly shared. I'm finally a martial arts master. Tu Chao slung an arm over his shoulder and reminded him. Don't get cocky. Go take a shower and get something to eat. I've been starving all day. Atui watched the two from a distance, his mind still fixated on the blood gate, the most dangerous of the 4 trials. He wondered if his own turn would go smoothly, and knew he had to pick the right time to tell his master about the sturgeon, with a reasonable excuse. Golden sunlight bathed the front hall, where a crowd of people jostled before the majestic main gate, guarded by a pair of stone beasts, each person patiently waiting their turn to register. A man in the line commented, "The Yang Martial Arts Hall is still the best. The other schools don't even come close." The person in front of him nodded in agreement, adding, "I heard that Liang Ju was just an ordinary student at first." He unconsciously recalled how Atui used to be. That image was still vividly etched in his mind. The other person continued, resting their chin on their hand. Right after he joined, he revealed his astonishing talent, and his strength quickly overwhelmed everyone. A voice full of admiration chimed in. He hadn't even been training for a full week before he single-handedly challenged 7 senior students. In their minds, they pictured the scene of him brazenly stomping on the mountain demon, his aura unstoppable. And after that, he wiped out the mountain demons for the sake of Bin Duong, restoring peace to the people here. The man concluded, I'm not even looking at other schools. If you're going to learn, you have to choose the best. The person next to him replied excitedly, who knows? Maybe I'll become a direct disciple too. Someone who overheard them jeered. Yeah, right. Why don't you take a leak and look at your own reflection? The other guy furiously spun around to argue. Lam Dai stood on the upper floor looking down at the sea of people and asked curiously, Master, when will our hall be this crowded? Tanha slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, If you'd asked me 3 days ago, I couldn't have said for sure. He then affirmed, but now that Dai Trang has entered the Bone Gate, he's capable of creating a miracle and attracting students to our hall. Cao Trang was holding a bowl of rice piled as high as a mountain, with 2 stacks of empty bowls next to him. Tanha turned and asked, Are you ready? Dai Trang. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table, the sound sharp and decisive. Cao Trang replied with a serious expression, his voice clear. I am ready, master. In another corner, a Tui sat cross-legged, calming his mind and cultivating his qi, his breathing gradually steadying. Suddenly, he coughed dryly, and a stream of fresh red blood surged up his throat. A Tui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered angrily, Damn it. I was so close to breaking through the Bone Gate. If I had eaten that great sturgeon demon, I could have smoothly entered the Blood Gate. In the end, he calculated that he would need money for the blood-swapping pill after the Blood Gate. If there was no other way, he would have to bother his master, having made up his mind. A Tui stepped outside and looked curiously at the scene in front of the martial arts hall, wondering what on earth was happening. The registrar called out continuously, Next person, his voice a monotonous, unending drone, just as he finished speaking. A tall figure approached, causing the registrar to stop short. Cao Trang asked with a cold expression, Is this the Yang Martial Arts Hall? Someone behind him holding a wooden sign snapped impatiently. Even if you want to register, you have to get in line. Don't you know how to wait your turn? Without a word, he snatched the sign, smashed it to pieces on the ground, and roared, I'm not here to register. Cao Trang announced his name loudly, Cao Trang of the Pang Martial Arts Hall. The person behind him gasped, blurting out, You don't mean to. He declared nonchalantly, I have come specifically to request guidance from the Yang Martial Arts Hall. After the commotion, Cao Trang stood proudly in the middle of the crowd, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Tu Chou's group stood by with their arms crossed, watching. No one was in a hurry to step forward. Truong Tung turned and whispered, Senior brother, why would any martial arts hall dare to challenge us now? Do they have a death wish? Tu Chou smirked and remarked, The opponent is very clever. This move wasn't badly calculated. Seeing Truong Tung's confusion, he prompted, Why didn't they challenge us directly? Instead, they're using age as an excuse to have their youngest disciple fight someone of the same age from our side. Truong Tung blurted out, Challenge us. Their hall doesn't even have a martial arts master. How dare they? Tu Chou rested his chin on his hand and added, Beating a kid doesn't prove anything, but winning against a half-step general is enough to make a name for yourself. Model. He narrowed his eyes, finalizing his deduction. The opponent's goal definitely wasn't just the ordinary disciples. This move clearly had a deeper meaning. Truong Tung seemed to have a sudden realization and glanced over to ask, You mean their target is our entire martial arts school? He looked directly at Cao Trang and concluded decisively, Their real target is our youngest junior brother. Below the stage, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, This big guy looks way stronger than a regular disciple, and someone like him beating an average student isn't much of an accomplishment. Someone tilted their head and posed a question. So what if he faces Master Duong's 9th disciple? The person next to him replied, It's hard to say. The 9th disciple is very strong, but this Hulk gives off a more oppressive feeling. Cao Trang raised his hand high, his voice ringing out clearly, My name is Cao Trang, 16 years old. I've heard of the Duongti Martial Arts School's fame for a long time, so I've come today specifically to ask for pointers from a master of my own age. As soon as he finished speaking, a Khon stepped straight onto the stage to accept the challenge. I am a Khon, and I've come to meet your challenge. Someone who recognized him whispered, I've heard of him. The jade-faced free fighter. His style is to neutralize with softness and then counterattack. The person beside him nodded. He's been training for 3 years. A Khon rushed forward, his movements swift and clean, each step carefully balanced between offense and defense. In just an instant, one of Akan's strikes chopped powerfully toward the side of Cao Trang's neck. Akan was momentarily stunned inside. What? The blow caused no damage. Cao Trang stood firm, his towering figure completely unmoved. Before he could react, a powerful hand closed in on Akan's back. With a dull thud, Akan was struck down, lying motionless on the fighting stage. Cao Trang showed no emotion, simply stating coldly, "Next." Huabao witnessed the entire exchange. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes judgmental. How arrogant. Someone recognized him and broke into a cold sweat, whispering, "Huabao, Lai Huabao, the strongest among the ordinary disciples, a dual-gate martial artist." After a few exchanges, Huabao's fate was no different from Akan's. Huabao fell backward onto the floor, his heavy body lying still. Staring at Cao Trang, everyone thought in horror. To defeat a dual-gate martial artist in one move. What realm has he reached? Someone cried out in shock. Is there really no one who can stop him? Amidst the chaos, a pair of hands reached out and helped Huabao up from the floor. Huabao turned to Atui to thank him. And immediately, the surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. Master Duong's 9th disciple. All eyes were on him, whispering, "Senior brother Luong." Cao Trang spoke up, reminding him, "You were a bit too heavy-handed." He seemed completely unconcerned, just relaxing and letting out a long breath. Cao Trang turned to greet him. "So you finally arrived, Luong Ku." Atui frowned in thought. The opponent knew his name, so he had obviously been investigated, but recently, he had only been training. And aside from the incident at the trio residence, he hadn't made any enemies. Seeing Atui remain silent, Cao Trang pressed his lips together, quietly observing his opponent's reaction. Tanha's instructions replayed in Cao Trang's mind. "Big guy. Tomorrow on the stage, you can be a little rough. It's to attract the attention of one person." Duong Dong Hung's 9th disciple, Luong Ku, Tanha had analyzed him carefully. According to our senior brother's investigation, this man comes from a fishing background and has a kind nature. To beat him, you must use a different strategy. He had guided him slowly. First, attack his mind. Then, attack his body. Make him angry and confused. That's the first step to gaining the upper hand. Snapping out of his thoughts, Cao Trang let out a sarcastic remark. "I thought the Duongthi Martial Arts School had some formidable figures, but it turns out it's all just for show." He continued in a cold voice. "Today, I will teach you posers who call yourselves martial artists a lesson." Atui was unfazed, retorting frankly, "I hope your skills can match your big words." He stepped forward into a stance. "Luong Ku of the Duongthi Martial Arts School, please, instruct me." Cao Trang clenched his fists, and his blood energy erupted, enveloping his entire body like a raging fire. Senior Brother Ho observed from above and concluded, "That old man really is a deep schemer. That big guy has an innately powerful physique. His blood energy is so intense it's almost like a protective aura," Lu Kuang calmly added. "But they've miscalculated one crucial point." Cao Trang lost his patience and immediately accelerated, charging straight at Atui. He roared a challenge. "Let's see if you're really as good as the rumors say." He stood still as if rooted to the spot. His breath held, his gaze silently tracking Cao Trang's every slight movement. The force of the punch whistled as it flew straight at him, but Atui pivoted and dodged cleanly, his footwork so nimble it seemed pre-calculated. Cao Trang narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and deep. He had completely seen through his opponent's intentions. He lifted his leg and launched a decisive kick, the explosive force sending Atui flying in an instant. His body slid a long way across the floor, the friction barely bringing him to a stop. Cao Trang clenched his fists, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous sneer. It seemed his opponent's strength wasn't enough. Atui didn't retort, remaining silent from beginning to end, his aura calm and unwavering. His eyes were cold and steady, his will locked onto his target as his body shot forward like a tearing wind. Atui focused all his strength, his elbow snapping out and striking Cao Trang right in the stomach. Blood rose in Cao Trang's throat, his mind reeling in shock. How could this be? Cao Trang analyzed the attack. Realizing it was a direct assault and quickly determined he still had a chance to counter, he unleashed a flurry of blows, but Atui moved in close to dodge, each strike missing by a hair's breadth. Atui's face was taut with concentration, locking onto Cao Trang's every move. Atui immediately seized the opportunity, without hesitation, without a second thought. He spun, using the momentum to channel all his power into his elbow, bringing it down on Cao Trang like a lightning strike. He took the full force of the blow, his body losing its balance as he was knocked backward. He stood over him, looking down, and said coldly, "I've been holding back. Just admit defeat. You're no match for me." He pushed himself up, retorting with confidence, "You really are strong, just like me." Cao Trang clenched his jaw, his determined gaze fixed on Atui as his aura surged. He unleashed his power, his energy boiling over. It was clear he still hadn't used his full strength. Senior Brother Ho watched in stunned silence, a suspicion rising in his mind. Could this be heaven-born strong bones? In the stands, Thanha turned to Dong Hung and asked, "Brother Duong, what do you think of this disciple of mine?" He nodded slowly and remarked, "Heaven-born strong bones. His second gate is like a fourth gate. Brother Bang, you are truly fortunate." Thanha glanced over probingly and warned in a low voice, "Brother Duong, your disciple could be in mortal danger next. Perhaps you should call a stop to this." Dong Hung remained calm, his gaze profound as he replied, "Just keep watching, Brother Bang." He smiled confidently, his voice firm. "What comes next will be quite spectacular." On the stage, Cao Trang stomped his foot hard, making the ground tremble and sending shattered stones flying as if in fear. Cao Trang's aura blazed as he declared loudly, "With my heaven-born strong bones, this unshakable power is my monstrous advantage." Atui looked down at the broken pieces of stone rolling to his feet, his expression unchanged. In a burst of fury, his eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "You might get hurt because of this." Cao Trang threw a decisive punch, his will set on the outcome, "But I have a reason I cannot lose." A blinding light tore through the space, and shattered energy burst outward, as brilliant as hellish fireworks before everyone's eyes. Thanha chuckled softly, concluding to himself, "He's won." But in the next moment, he froze, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before him. As the dust settled, the stage was covered in a web of cracks, with no one in sight. Across from him, Cao Trang trembled as he heard Atui's voice say, "Heaven-born strong bones." The boy's small hand gripped him tightly, his voice dropping low. "Sorry," Atui stated in a low, firm voice. "I have heaven-born martial bones." A newborn baby cried. Cao Trang's fate seemed to have gone wrong from the very beginning. His large body caused a difficult birth, leading to prolonged hemorrhaging, and the midwife had no choice but to cut his mother's womb open to deliver him. He stood silently before the still body on the ground. At 5 years old, Cao Trang lost his father in a mountain accident. When he was found, only half his face remained. Rumors spread, and he was truly seen as a cursed star. A hateful crowd surrounded him, relentlessly throwing rocks and stones, their curses raining down on Cao Trang. Monster, cursed child, as if trying to erase his very existence. "Get out, you've cursed your own parents to death." He was locked behind the cold bars of an iron cage, his eyes gazing out with a longing for freedom. When Cao Trang was 12, a drought spread through the village, and the village chief, Baba, concluded that he had offended the heavens. He was sold like an animal, forced into back-breaking labor day after day, and still beaten without mercy. The chief called it atonement, but he didn't even understand what his sin was. Cao Trang gritted his teeth and endured, the tears of his childhood falling silently. He didn't understand what he had done wrong, or why he was the one who had to bear the sin. A group of men with blades suddenly swarmed the village, engulfing it in blood and fire. Cao Trang never got the chance to hear an explanation. Mountain bandits had come and slaughtered all the villagers. The shackles on Cao Trang's body were removed. Freedom came from the bandits. His life was twisted, but it was easier to breathe than during his days of imprisonment. One of them stepped on him, stuffing his mouth while discussing selling him to the Zhao mansion for money. The man next to him laughed excitedly. "That silver will be enough to spend for a while. A body like this is worth at least 5 taels. Cao Trang bit his lip and resigned himself to his fate. His heart filled with despair. He thought his life would forever be shrouded in darkness like this. Amidst the chaotic sea of flames, the heroic figure of Than Ha appeared. His master and senior brother had arrived just in time. Cao Trang was finally saved. The chains around Cao Trang's neck were removed. For nearly 2 years, everyone had patiently told him that he wasn't a jinx. His master patted his head, comforting him in a low voice. Dai Trang, your talent is a gift from the heavens. In the bamboo forest, Lam Dai diligently taught him martial arts. You blockhead, watch closely. This move is going to look so cool. Honey also chimed in with a smile. Dai Trang, tonight I'm making your favorite fried chicken. From being called a jinx, he was given new names by his master, senior brother, and senior sister. Dai Trang, blockhead, Trang Ni, Cao Trang. He roared in his heart. I can't lose. It wasn't easy for me to finally get a chance to do something for my master and senior brother. Atui caught the incoming fist, clearly feeling that its power had increased compared to before. His eyes widened as he stared straight at Cao Trang, his aura locking onto him. But this was far from over. The moment their 2 streams of internal energy collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Shattering the stone platform, he declared in a cold voice. Still not enough. Outside, the audience gasped. Senior brother Luong's strength is even greater than we imagined. Cao Trang continued his assault, but Atui dodged each blow, his footwork precise down to the last step. He retracted his hand, changed direction, and instantly counterattacked, landing a heavy blow straight to his opponent's stomach. Cao Trang lost his balance, his body staggering before he stumbled backward. The crowd outside erupted in cheers. Brother Tui is amazing. Cao Trang's entire body flushed red as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest with ragged breaths. He watched, stunned, as a suspicion he couldn't yet name flashed through his mind. Atui looked at his condition and realized, is he entering a berserk state? Cao Trang clutched his head, muttering endlessly, I can't lose. I have to win. I have to win. Lam Dai immediately noticed something was wrong and shouted a warning. Blockhead. Control your emotions. Than Ha couldn't remain calm, leaping to his feet and yelling, Master Duong, we forfeit. But Cao Trang wasn't listening to anyone. He slammed his hand on the floor, retorting, I haven't lost yet. I want to rebuild the Bangdi Martial Arts Hall. He muttered continuously, I want to buy senior sister cakes from the Langvan Pavilion. Senior brother Lam Dai needs medicinal pills. As if he had lost his mind, Cao Trang roared in the middle of the arena. I cannot lose. He clenched his fists, panting as he repeated in desperation, I cannot lose. Atui's expression turned serious as he assessed the situation. In this state, he'll die if I don't intervene. I have to deliver a mental shock. It's the only way. As soon as the thought formed, Cao Trang accelerated, rushing straight at Atui with an explosion of chaotic energy. He raised 2 fingers, gritting his teeth as he calculated. Just a little bit of my aura should be enough to stun him. Even if it's not my full power, I have to try. His golden eyes flew open as Atui channeled power into his arm, unleashing, summoning, slashing blade. A savage roar echoed as he forcibly channeled his power, his arm striking out and sending Cao Trang flying from the stage. Hani's eyes widened in horror, her body lurching backward from the shock. Atui looked at the figure collapsed before him and thought to himself, I won. Thankfully, the technique worked smoothly. Than Ha, Lam Dai, and Hani rushed over, helping Cao Trang up and asking anxiously, Dai Trang, are you all right? Cao Trang lowered his head to look at Than Ha, his voice filled with sorrow as he admitted fault. Master, I'm sorry. I lost. His master comforted him in a low voice. It's all right. We did our best. It's okay. We can just move to another county. Everything will pass. Immediately after, applause rang out, the rhythmic clapping spreading across the entire square. Incredible. The crowd roared in unison. That was incredible. The people from the Bangthi Martial Arts Hall are amazing. Senior brother Luong is amazing. Than Ha was caught off guard by the enthusiastic reaction, standing stunned for a moment. What is this? Dong Hung also stepped forward, speaking slowly. Brother Bang, thank you for the match. He clasped his hands together seriously, formally welcoming the Bangdi Martial Arts Hall to Bin Duong County. Tanha felt a pang of shame and replied softly, "On the contrary, I was the one scheming and plotting. It makes me look quite despicable." He also clasped his hands in return, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you, Brother Duong." Atui quietly regulated his breathing, assessing himself. After that tournament match, he knew he still hadn't tapped into his full potential. He concluded that Cao Trang alone, with his innate stout frame, was already on par with the 4th level, which meant he, with his own innate martial frame, would be even stronger. Atui let out a long breath as his fatigue slowly faded. Moreover, the tournament match had earned him 200 silver taels, enough to ask his 6th senior brother to complete the fuba. A servant approached and reported, "Young Master Luong, Old Master Duong invites you to the stables. Your dragon blood horse has arrived." Atui had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The time had finally come. He immediately turned and left, heading straight for the stables. As soon as he saw Dong Hung, Atui spoke up, "Master, you called for me." Dong Hung smiled in reply, "Little Jew, come over here and see the blood dragon horse I've chosen for you." He explained further that it was a hot-tempered stallion, but once it bonded with its rider, it would become a huge asset. Atui thought to himself, hot-tempered, I wonder if I can use my domination skill to tame it. He reached out and gently touched the horse's face, a thought flashing through his mind. Could taming it level up his skill? Dong Hung saw his expression and understood, casually reminding him to find a stable hand, as the horse couldn't get fat if it didn't eat at night. Atui quickly thanked his master for choosing the horse for him, changing the subject. Atui hesitated for a moment. "Master, I was wondering if you have some time. I have a problem I need help with." He explained the whole story, how he had discovered a small lake with a great demon's lair, guarded by 3 sturgeon spirits. He mentioned seeing a golden glint from within and had heard the legend of the true dragon of the Huai River. So he suspected there was a related treasure inside. He then stated his request. "I would like to ask for your help in exploring that cave." "Master, but if you're truly too busy..." Then, after listening, Dong Hung nodded with interest. "A great demon, you say. Sounds like a good fight. Let's go." This reaction surprised Atui. "Master, aren't you going to ask me why?" Dong Hung chuckled softly in reply. "Little Jew, everyone has their own secrets. Besides, you are my direct disciple." With that said, he urged him on. "Now, stop dawdling." Dong Hung declared enthusiastically, "This master is going to slay a demon for his disciple." Tu Chao looked around and asked, "Is this the place?" Atui nodded in confirmation. "This is it. There are 3 sturgeon spirits patrolling the entrance to the lake. I didn't dare go any deeper." Dong Hung assessed the situation and concluded, "It was wise of you not to be reckless. Lakes and rivers can hold great fortune, but they are also filled with danger. Dudon, Luke Kang, Tu Chao, the 3 of you will block the lake's entrance." The 3 of them answered in unison, "Yes, Master." Dong Hung stood still for a moment, his aura settling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength. Feeling that immense presence, Atui couldn't help but be in awe. The full power of a Beast Lake realm expert is truly a rare sight. Dong Hung slowly drew his sword, his movements sharp and decisive. A murderous aura erupted from him, spreading out as an immense wave of pressure. He plunged the tip of his sword straight down into the deep water. Atui watched in astonishment. So this is the power of the Beast Lake realm. Watching the churning water, he was certain something was rushing out. Atui quickly observed, its shape is almost humanoid, and it's definitely injured. Dong Hung immediately shouted, "It's wounded, block its path." Tao Nuong rushed forward to intercept it, planting himself right in front of the sturgeon dragon's head, instantly locking it in place. He clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch straight into its face, the force focused and decisive. But the sturgeon dragon didn't weaken at all. It thrashed even more violently, its rage clearly escalating. Dong Hung immediately countered with his own move, his powerful aura bearing down, giving it no room to maneuver. He slashed repeatedly, each strike clean and fast, forcing it into a corner with no way to fight back, finishing his attack. Donghung sheathed his sword with a decisive click. It's over. The sturgeon dragon, completely exhausted, collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, its breathing ragged. Atui was stunned. A great demon, defeated so cleanly it was unbelievably fast. Only then did Donghung let out a soft breath. Luckily, this great demon lacked combat experience. It lived a long life and cultivated mainly by relying on a treasure. He immediately ordered them to extract its tendon, explaining that it could be used to enhance a person's innate talent. Suddenly, Donghung froze, as if he had just noticed something unusual. He picked up the tendon and examined it closely. It's supposed to be milky white. Why is it golden? Could this be a dragon tendon? At that exact moment, the system panel appeared, draconic aura detected. The legends of the Huai River have always spoken of a true dragon. Because sturgeons resemble dragons, they were called sturgeon dragons, and fishermen considered them a good omen. Donghung never expected to find a real dragon tendon on a sturgeon dragon. Dragon tendons and dragon bones are so precious that even a true elephant realm master would be tempted by them. He explained from his own knowledge that the draconic aura emanating from the tendon could drive nearby creatures into a frenzy. Atui was shaken again. The draconic aura was so strong that it even triggered his system. The system displayed the words, "Draconic aura detected." Donghung immediately urged them forward. Let's go. There's definitely a treasure down there. Let's go. Take a look. Deep beneath the water, bubbles swirled up in large clusters, creating a scene that was both strange and beautiful. Atui glanced around, observing that the great demon was gone. It must have been scared off by Master's aura. He couldn't stop wondering, is this the lair of a great demon? The bottom of the Huai River is truly full of strange things. Donghung affirmed in a low voice. That must be a treasure. He then discovered more traces. Could this be a dragon skeleton? Donghung felt more at ease. If it's a dragon skeleton, then a dragon tendon makes sense. Tu Chao exclaimed in awe. My God, with a treasure like this here, even masters of the true form realm would go crazy for it. Atui quickly assessed the situation. This sturgeon must have been constantly absorbing the residual power within the dragon bones to grow so powerful. Donghung reported joyfully. In a few more months, this sturgeon would have absorbed everything and returned to the wild, making it very difficult to find. Tu Chao sighed. Junior brother, you're really lucky. Atui replied hesitantly, it was all thanks to a Phi. Donghung then prompted, all right, let's head back. He stated the plan directly. We're going to divide the dragon tendon. The fish was placed on a large cart and hauled away heavily, its wheels groaning under the weight. Donghung divided it clearly. Master and mistress will cut the fish meat into 3 portions. 1 portion will be stored in the cellar of the estate. The disciples' mouths watered at the sight. 1 portion will be kept at the martial arts hall for the apprentices to use, to help strengthen their vitality. And for the final benefit, the last portion was reserved. The rest will be distributed to the refugees to help everyone get through the winter. Atui looked at his reward. He was given a 2 zhang long piece of the dragon tendon, while his master only took 5 zhang. The dragon bones were given to the 6th senior brother to forge weapons for them. He admitted that even Ah Ui would find it hard to resist the sensation caused by the dragon's aura, which made Atui even more curious. Come on, let's see what realm this dragon tendon can take me to. Without another word, he didn't hesitate and directly ate a piece of the dragon tendon. The system continuously announced, water essence plus 1090, water essence plus 1030, water essence plus 1985. A moment later, Atui felt a burning heat on his back, as if he had just broken through the blood gate. The system indicated that by absorbing a bit of the dragon's aura, he had obtained a Yinglong tattoo. Atui carefully observed the pattern that had appeared on his back. The burning hot lines spread out. This was the legendary Yinglong tattoo. The system immediately updated. Cloudborn Yinglong, roaming the 6 voids, 1st level unlocked. Atui's body trembled violently as life force surged within him, and new streams of power were constantly being born. The space around him distorted and then collapsed, pulling Atui into a completely different dimension. Before him was a scene of chaos. Children were wailing, and the overlapping sounds were suffocating. A rain of arrows fell relentlessly, piercing through the air towards the defenseless civilians. Atui witnessed the catastrophe firsthand, and an epiphany echoed in his mind. Roaming the six voids, above and below are ever-changing. Hardness and softness intertwine. His body fell, landing on a high rooftop amidst the chaotic scene. Even Atui was bewildered, looking around in confusion. Why did I appear here? The system's notification rang out. Favor of the river plus 0.1. Atui stared in shock at the number before him. Previously, completing the ritual only gave him 0.001, but this time it had skyrocketed. He couldn't help but think, I've already broken through the blood gate. If I take this bit of favor into the Huai River, I wonder what changes will occur. At that moment, a Phi was leisurely floating on the water's surface when a familiar figure appeared before it. The water in front of it suddenly began to churn, with whirlpools spreading out continuously. The water level rose violently, the current threatening to swallow everything around it. A moment later, a Phi landed on the ground, and the water behind it gradually calmed. A familiar voice rang out. "Little one, you're here again. What fun toy did you bring this time?" As soon as Taihoa saw the figurine in its hand, he nodded in agreement. Satisfied. You can choose a treasure and take it with you. A Phi's eyes were glued to a brilliant red object, not hiding its desire in the slightest. Atui held the feather a Phi brought back and asked, "Is this the whirlpool you were talking about? You mean it connects to Big Brother Toad's home, and you traded for this feather there?" He held the feather up for a closer look. This wasn't a red firebird's plume, just a regular feather from a red firebird. Perhaps one of the two great demons from that day was Big Brother Toad. From this, Atui deduced that this undercurrent could be used to travel back and forth. Could this be that Toad's divine ability? He thought for a long time, but no matter how he looked at it, this was a profitable venture trading toys for treasures. In the end, Atui decided to set the matter aside for now. For the time being, he would have a Phi maintain the relationship. The dragon tendon had all been eaten, so he should head back. Far out at sea, massive ships majestically came into view. Someone looked out at the distant sea, murmuring in confusion. What is that? The crowd buzzed with discussion. A VIP had arrived. It was Jiang Dan from the H3 department, visiting the county. Wherever the ship sailed, schools of fish leaped alongside it, creating a rare spectacle. As the distance closed, everyone gasped in awe. The ship was unbelievably massive. The townspeople fixed their gazes on the colossal vessel, unable to look away. Trong Thuk lowered his voice and asked his subordinate. Still no sign of him. The subordinate trembled as he replied. This subordinate is useless. Commander 2's skills are supernaturally elusive. We truly can't find him. Trong Thuk fumed. Damn it all. Looks like he's gone fishing again. He glanced around, frowning slightly. Well, I suppose it makes sense. Having Wei Lan here makes my skin crawl. Meanwhile, Atui was checking his quest board, thanks to the enhancement from the dragon tendon. His objective was more than halfway complete, giving him hope for his second evolution. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Hey kid, do you know? Atui jumped and spun around. Who's there? Before he could react, his pressure points were struck, paralyzing him. The other person continued. You're a martial artist, but far too hasty. Nak Long asked. Young man, do you know which way Binduong County is, and how far from here? Atui gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. Nahak Long suddenly realized his mistake. I forgot. I temporarily sealed your meridians. My apologies. With that, he immediately acted. Releasing the seal on Atui, Atui silently assessed him. This man is incredibly powerful. His aura is deep and unfathomable. He feels just as strong as my master. Nahak Long explained cautiously. Young man. I was just fishing on the river to pass the time. When I came to my senses, I'd lost my subordinates and couldn't remember the way to Binduong County. Atui thought to himself. He mentioned subordinates. Could he be someone important? Growing suspicious, he asked, May I ask who you are, sir? Nahak Long took out a token and casually introduced himself. Nahak Long, the new deputy commander of the Binduong County River God Bureau. Atui was startled again. So he's my superior, considering the timing. It makes sense that someone from the River God Bureau would be arriving to take up their post. He immediately bowed. Newly appointed River God, Luong Ku, pays his respects to you, my lord. Nak Long looked him over and said, So you're Luong Ku, Duong Thuk's youngest disciple. Athui paused. Duong Thuch. Nak Long laughed heartily and explained, My father is the champion Van Truk and my grandfather is Hu Quang, the Duke of Wei. Years ago, Duong Thuk risked his life to save my father, which is why I call him Uncle Duong. This made Atui suspicious. His Majesty couldn't possibly be unaware of such a good deed. If this was an intentional arrangement, then why was he only made a deputy? Nak Long continued bluntly. Unfortunately, I'm afraid Uncle Duong won't be able to live in peace this time. He seemed to read his mind and asked, You're curious why His Majesty only made me a deputy, aren't you? Atui replied. Yes, I am. Nahak Long explained. The commander is Wei Lan, the nephew of the Duke of Luong. The Duke of Luong's son couldn't defeat my father, and Wei Lan can't defeat me. That's why I'm only the deputy. Atui immediately understood. This was the emperor's way of balancing power. But he still didn't understand. Then why would the Duke of Luong make it so my master can't live in peace? Nahak Long stated grimly. The death of Duong Thuk's second son is connected to the Wei family. Elsewhere, Dudan asked doubtfully. Master, we've been waiting for so long, but the commander still hasn't come down. Didn't the high envoy say he was an acquaintance? Hearing this, Dong Hung remarked. An acquaintance, you say? His Majesty is truly a master strategist. A large flag fluttered atop the ship's mast. A subordinate entered and reported. Duong Dong Hung and Dudan are waiting below. My lord, what are your orders? The high-ranking official asked coolly. Duong Dong Hung. Wei Lan, commander of the River God Bureau, replied decisively. They're just backwater country bumpkins. I won't see them. A large ship slowly docked at the shore. Niaman saw it and happily went to greet them. Brother Tu, you're back. At that moment, Atui was rowing his boat back from a short distance away. Trong Thuk finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother Tu, you're finally back. Niaman smiled and asked, No luck with the fish again this time. Nak Long replied, I'm not yet familiar with the fish here. Niam An looked curiously at the person beside him. And who is this? Nahak Long introduced them. This is Luong Ku, Duong Thuk's youngest disciple, and this is Trong Thuk and Niam An, the grandson and granddaughter of the Marquis of Pung Nin. Nahak Long clarified the hierarchy. Trong Thuk is your superior. He holds the rank of captain. Atui bowed his head. This subordinate, Luong Ku, pays his respects to Lord Niam. Nihiaman said in a friendly tone, A disciple of Duong Thuk doesn't need to be so formal. Just call me Nihiam. So, you're Luong Ku, the one who invented the phonetic spelling method. She continued with a laugh. You actually look human. Not like a great demon in disguise. Atui quickly corrected her. Miss Niam. I assure you, I am human. Nak Long immediately chided her. Ani, don't be rude. Afterward, he gave his orders, Trong Thuk. Take Luong Ku to see the River God Department and get his equipment. I'm going to visit Duong Thuk. Trong Thuk accepted the order from his big brother, while Atui replied, Yes, my lord. Trong Thuk began to lead the way. Brother Luong, follow me, I'll take you there. As he walked, he explained, Even though this is a new base, the rules haven't changed. The River God Department follows orders from headquarters. The River Gods don't usually have many missions. We mainly patrol the shallow waters. Trong Thuk pointed things out in detail. This is the records room. Accepting missions, accumulating military merits, and exchanging them for rewards all happen here. When people saw him, they smiled and greeted him. Lord Neem, come in and have a seat. Trong Thuk waved his hand dismissively. No thanks. I'm showing the new guy around the department. Fuck Tho whispered to the others. What kind of newcomer needs Lord Neem himself to give him a tour? Bin Duong, who was next to him, replied, He must be the junior of some important figure. We should remember his face. Trong Thuk continued to lead Atui down to the basement area below. Trong Thuk explained that this was the River God Department's dolphin pen, used specifically for coordinating patrols in the waterways. He took out a treasure and handed it to Atui. This is a dolphin control talisman. Just channel your blood energy into it, and you can summon one. Atui reached out and took the seal, feeling a faint fluctuation of water-type energy. The moment his blood energy flowed into it, a dolphin immediately leaped out of the water, reacting instantly. Trong Thuk laughed in praise. "It's a male. Brother Luong, you sure are lucky." Atui walked closer and patted its head, his voice deep and steady. "From now on, you're my partner." With his task completed, Trong Thuk took his leave. "Junior Brother Luong, you stay here and get acquainted with the dolphin. I won't disturb you any longer." Atui thanked him sincerely. "Brother Niem, thank you for showing me around. I've troubled you," Trong Thuk replied calmly. "We're all colleagues. We should help each other out." Watching his retreating back, Atui reminded himself that close relationships don't mean everyone will respect you. What truly matters is your own strength and value. He looked down at the seal in his hand again. If something were to happen to the vice commander, others would definitely take advantage of the situation. Not to mention Wei Lan was still around. At that thought, Atui's resolve hardened. He absolutely could not get complacent. Only by constantly increasing his strength could he protect his freedom. He suddenly thought that since dolphins are aquatic creatures, they should also fall under the scope of his domination ability. Atui quickly analyzed the situation. Unmovable and A-Phi were common beasts he had dominated, while Fist and Aue, though spirit creatures, were very unique. He decided to test it right away, using his domination ability to see if it would succeed. Atui placed his hand on the dolphin and officially began the domination process. He focused his mind, pouring all of his power into this connection. A mark appeared on the dolphin's body in response, a clear signal that he had succeeded. The system immediately announced domination successful. You can consume 1,500 points of water essence to evolve the dolphin into a king dolphin. Atui thought for a moment and then gave it a name. "Your head is so round. From now on, I'll call you Round Head." Other dolphins began to surface one by one, gathering around him. Atui received the thought transmitted to him. "This is your mate and your child. Do they want to follow me too?" This outcome made him incredibly happy. A normal river god was already considered very strong with just one dolphin. Atui laughed. "And here I have a whole family of 3. When it was time to part ways, Atui said, "Brother Niem, I'm heading home for today. After I take care of some things at my house, I'll officially start work," Trong Thuk replied. "All right, see you tomorrow." The market is open in that district, by the way. Atui walked into the bustling crowd, immediately drawing quite a few stares. A broker saw him and immediately complimented his horse. "My lord, that's a beautiful horse. What's its name?" Atui answered right away. "His name is Red Mountain. I named him when I brought him home." The sharp-witted broker asked, "Are you here to hire servants?" "My lord." Atui nodded. "My new house is finished. I need a coachman and a cook." The broker asked for details. "May I ask where the residence is and how large it is?" "Do you mind if they live in?" Atui replied. "It's the Luong residence in Nghia Hung Town. It's a 3-room courtyard, about 2 acres. I don't mind them living in." Hearing this, the broker looked astonished. "The Luong family of Nghia Hung. My lord, are you old Master Luong Ku?" Atui was a bit suspicious, but he answered, "That's right, and you are." The broker immediately bowed deeply. "Benefactor, please accept my bow of gratitude." He explained the whole story. "My daughter was taken by the Zhao Manor half a year ago. If it weren't for the help of someone from the Yang Manor, she would have been lost to us forever." Atui then remembered the incident at the Ghost Mother cult stronghold and replied, "It was a small matter. You can rest easy now." The attendant quickly assured him, "Rest easy, my lord. I will be sure to select the finest servants this time." Just then, someone ran in to report that the great lord of the azure sky had arrived, and his presence was immense. The horse's hooves struck the ground with a heavy, imposing sound. It let out a long snort, and a powerful aura spread through the surroundings. It wasn't just one horse, but an entire herd that appeared together. Atui grew curious and asked what kind of horses these were. The attendant replied respectfully, "My lord, these are Than Chow horses. They have large bodies and broad backs, making them suitable only for pulling carriages." Upon hearing this, Atui paused. Than Chow horses. A memory flashed in his mind. It seemed the new county magistrate was also from Than Chow. While fishing, Nak Long shared some news. Bin Duong might be promoted from a county to a prefecture, a rare event in the Dai Thuan dynasty. Both the River God Department and the Demon Slaying Department have shown up, creating a complex power dynamic, and that includes the new county magistrate. Hearing this, Atui couldn't help but wonder who the magistrate was. Nahak Long answered directly, Jian Trung Ngia from the Jian family of Than Chao. He added more details, saying this man passed the imperial examinations with second highest honors at 21, is skilled in both literature and martial arts, and has been taking Great Dragon Python pills since he was a child. By the age of 34, he had already entered the Tiger Beast realm, showing his foundation is incredibly deep. Atui couldn't understand why such a prominent figure would come to Bin Duong to be a mere county magistrate. Nahak Long tightened his grip on his fishing rod. Bin Duong is different now. It's a prize piece of meat. If it becomes a prefecture, who will be its master? And to become a prefecture, you can't do without the county magistrate. Atui finally understood. Nak Long then emphasized, but I think it's best to stay away from this man. He recalled an old story. My grandfather met Jian Trung Ngia once. Afterward, he said only one thing. The image from that year was unforgettable for Nak Long. A white robe stained with the blood of half the martial world. A man who was both Buddha and demon in one body. Based on that, he concluded, this man is extremely bizarre. Inside a closed carriage, a lama was concentrating on performing a ritual. Finally, the old man spoke. My lord, I have not failed my mission. After 107 days, the great refinement is a success. This treasure, which fuses heaven and earth, has been perfected after 9 years of polishing. Another person held a skull, from which a chilling aura emanated. A voice filled with deep meaning rang out. You have worked hard, great master. At Dai Tiet Mountain in Than Chao, County Magistrate Jian Trung Ngia sat among a group of beautiful women, his expression serene. He continued to ask, Great Master, I am about to take office, and I've been ordered to deal with the Ghost Mother cult. How does their yin-killing water matriarch compare to the Great Master of the Snowy Mountains? The Lama simply replied, She is nothing compared to my Buddha. The old man explained, the yin-killing matriarch is formed from the resentful power of her followers. The Tai Chao pill is merely used to nurture the Ghost Mother. A resentful god without roots or form cannot compare to a true Buddha. A single strike of Buddhist power would be enough to disintegrate her. Trung Ngia asked again. Valan is brutal. Nach Long is lazy. And the demon-slaying department is poor at aquatic combat. My cultivation has been delayed. When will I be able to achieve the Tao? The Lama lifted the carriage curtain and peered outside. He gave a brief assessment. That fellow's bones and sinews are not bad. Trung Ngia didn't understand and asked, Great Master, what do you mean by that? The Lama clarified, that person's bones and sinews are as strong as a tiger's, which is perfect for mastering the liver-moving 8 methods. Lord Jian, you are already 43 years old. If you were to switch to my cultivation method, the 8 methods would be of great assistance. The old man's eyes were also drawn to something else. The dragon blood horse. Trung Ngia calmly reminded him. Great Master, the dragon blood horse is an imperial gift. One cannot possess it without an official position. Do not act rashly. The Lama put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha Buddha, in Bin Duong County, you, my lord, are the magistrate. This statement greatly pleased Trung Ngia. Great Master, you are absolutely right. Deep underwater, a demonic beast was under fierce attack. It was the water Lao. It couldn't hold on any longer and was forced to dive to the riverbed to find an escape route. But immediately after, it was ambushed and torn at by Hak Long A. A Phi instantly closed in, moving to control the target. The Tin Man Dien Tiet used all its strength to struggle and break free. Atui had been waiting for this exact moment. It had finally shown itself. He immediately charged forward, shouting, Round head, let's go. The Tin Man opened its mouth and roared, causing the water to vibrate violently. A moment later, Atui returned with his prize, leaving everyone in awe of his incredible skill at hunting water beasts. Everyone laughed and commented, How many is that this week? You've gotten used to it. After a tough week, Atui's harvest was significant. It had been exactly 1 week since he joined the River God Department, and by training Round Head and hunting water beasts, He had earned enough military merits. Today, he could finally exchange them for a reward. As soon as Thofuk saw Atui, he offered some encouragement. "Lord Luong, your skills are truly impressive." Atui placed his spoils on the table and stated directly, "I'm here to exchange my military merits today." Thofuk held up a record book. "Over the past few days, you've accumulated 10 minor merits, my lord. Here is the exchange catalog. Please take a look." Lord Luong. The page listed the items clearly. Coxcomb fruit, cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, grows in water and ripens over 4 seasons. It has a light, sweet taste, nourishes qi and blood, benefits the spleen and kidneys, and enhances martial cultivation. 2 minor merits can be exchanged for 3 fruits. Eating more than 3 a day can cause bloating and reduce its effectiveness. There's also the red maple flower fruit, which nourishes the meridians and invigorates the blood, Thofuk casually added. These are all exclusive benefits from the River God's department. He continued to explain, the coxcomb fruit thrives in water, and since the River God's department has a large supply, the price is quite low. Atui was a bit surprised. For him, this kind of treasure had a dual effect. Feeling intrigued, he decided, "I'll exchange for the coxcomb fruit. Please get me 12 of them." Thofuk nodded and told Atui he could look at the cultivation techniques further in the book. While manager Huang went to get the coxcomb fruits, Atui continued to flip through the information in the book. From this, he drew his own conclusion. When fighting underwater, he didn't need complex martial arts. Overwhelming force was enough. After thinking it over, he decided to exchange for the coxcomb fruits first and save his remaining 2 minor merits. Thofuk brought out a wooden box, advising, "My lord, please feel free to visit whenever you have time. Here are your coxcomb fruits." Opening the box, Atui took a closer look. No wonder they called it coxcomb fruit. Its shape really did resemble a chicken's head. He picked one up to examine it, wondering inwardly how much water essence he could get from it. As soon as he ate it, the system immediately announced, "Water essence plus 200 points." Atui couldn't hide his astonishment. A single fruit gave him a full 200 points. He realized the difference. Before, he'd have to eat until he was stuffed to get 200 points. He never expected this treasure to be so effective, which made him even more curious about higher-level treasures after finishing the fruit. Atui stretched. All 12 were gone, and he had gained a total of nearly 1,200 points of water essence. He then felt the changes in his body. His blood vessels had clearly expanded. If he could get his hands on a blood coagulation pill and a blood exchange pill, he could try to break through his blood vessel stage. With that in mind, Atui decided to head home for now. He still had to go to the academy tomorrow for an examination. By the time Atui got home, it was already completely dark. He walked while reading a piece of paper in his hand, which contained records about the vast Wai River, a massive river near the sea, tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Based on his memories, Atui estimated that this world was much larger than his previous one. The entire planet was at least twice the size. A river this massive could very well be home to a true dragon. He looked up at the house in front of him. It was truly pleasant to have his own home. The 2-entrance architecture reminded him of the courtyard houses from his past life. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Benefactor, please wait a moment." The great master let out a soft breath. "Amitabha Buddha, benefactor, you have finally returned." Atui replied politely, "I'm sorry, master. I don't have any money on me. Let me go inside and get some for you." The master immediately explained, "Benefactor, this humble monk is not here to beg for alms." Atui scratched his head in surprise. "You're not begging for alms." The monk suddenly made a proposal. "Benefactor, do you already have a master? If not, would you be willing to take this humble monk as your teacher?" Relying on his intuition, Atui realized he couldn't sense any aura from this monk at all. He was clearly an expert. A short while later, after the monk had finished his vegetarian meal, he put his palms together and expressed his gratitude. "Amitabha Buddha, thank you, benefactor, for providing this vegetarian meal." Atui bluntly asked for the reason he wanted to take him as a disciple, remaining guarded. The monk simply replied, "Everything in this world is bound by fate. This attitude reminded Atui of the people who sold Buddhist bracelets in his past life, who would also often say, "We are fated to meet," the monk remarked seriously. Benefactor. You possess a physique of dragon bones and a tiger frame. There is a technique called the dragon subduing, tiger taming Vajra Sutra. An ordinary person could only cultivate it to an intermediate or advanced level. But for you, it is a supreme masterpiece. He continued, this humble monk can see that you are not yet 20. If you cultivate this technique for 30 years, you can achieve the true form, and perhaps even reach the state of arhat attainment, which is to say, a martial saint. Atui found this hard to believe. Master, I'm just an ordinary person. I wouldn't dare to dream of achieving the true form. Is that realm really so easy to reach? It was a well-understood fact that every lower realm was crowded with a sea of people, and there were countless individuals who would never touch the path of cultivation in their entire lives. The trials and tribulations of a cultivator gradually accumulate, step by step forging the foundation of the path for each realm. Atui changed the subject. Let's talk about that later. Master, where are you from? The monk replied. I have no fixed abode, but if I had to name a place, it would be Thanchao. Atui realized the coincidence. Thanchao was also the county magistrate's hometown. He said bluntly, Master, isn't accepting a disciple a bit too casual? You've decided after meeting me only once. The monk explained clearly. On my way here, I saw you, benefactor, spending your own money to save people, distributing kanji to rescue the populace, and vanquishing demons to protect the village. The number of people seeking kanji has increased these past few days, and that is the best offering to the river god. The suspicion in Atui's heart lessened considerably. It seemed this wasn't a trap after all. Still, he asked, Great Master, forgive my boldness, but I must ask, what realm have you reached? The old monk replied simply, in the words of the mortal world, it is the true form realm. Upon hearing this, Atui spat out a mouthful of water. The old monk casually controlled the stream of water with a flick of his hand. The sight left Atui stunned. The water he had just spat out returned to the teacup. The old monk seized the opportunity and asked, So, what do you say? Do you wish to take me as your master? Atui politely declined. Great Master, to be honest, I already have a master. I cannot take another. The old monk pressed. What realm is your master in? Could he possibly be higher than me? Perhaps I could seek him out to exchange pointers. Atui quickly tried to calm him down. Great Master, please, calm yourself, have some tea. The old monk laughed heartily. I was not mistaken about you. Patron, you are not swayed by worldly things. To tell you the truth, this old monk was ambushed by an evil cleric. My Dantian was injured, and I need a place to recuperate. I was hoping to borrow your home for a few days. Atui knew that a damaged Dantian meant being crippled, but he still replied courteously, I live alone, and the house was just built. If you don't mind it. Great Master, please choose any room you like, the old monk replied. Very well. Even then, Atui was still in disbelief that a small county like Binduong could be home to such a powerful figure. He considered his plans. Having the Great Master here was a good thing. The secrets of his house would be safe. Tonight, he could help his all-victorious origin-embracing art break through to the spirit consolidation realm. Atui focused his mind and continued to concentrate on his cultivation. The characters on his back began to glow. The brilliant light filled the house, catching the old monk's attention. This patron carries a great destiny. The old monk could see it clearly. A natural-born frost tiger bone, and a technique focused on internal cultivation. Indeed, he has a good master. But the old monk's expression grew complicated. Good people are always targeted by villains. Outside, a subordinate reported, Great Master, that brat with the surname Luong is in there. The Lama ordered in a low voice, It's your turn. Remember to leave him alive. The subordinate replied arrogantly, Easy enough. The Lama put his palms together, Amitabha Buddha. Before they could rush in, they were stopped by a powerful aura. A voice called from inside, Who's there? The old monk stepped out. Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is merciful to those who disturb a good patron's breakthrough in the dead of night. He looked at them with disgust. This old monk will send you to meet the Buddha himself. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Atui stretched comfortably after a night of exertion. His mood was light, his all-victorious origin. Embracing art had finally reached the spirit consolidation realm. His spiritual altar was now complete, allowing him to comprehend martial arts faster. The technique flowed smoothly without needing seated meditation. His life force was abundant, the technique operated on its own, and his cultivation continued without rest. Atui happily opened the door to his room. Before him stood Fuangdi and Lu Thuk. Fuangdi smiled and greeted him. "Master, you're awake." Atui recognized them as Fuangdi and Lu Thuk, the servants recommended by the broker. Fuangdi reported, "As you instructed, we have prepared breakfast for you and the great master at the courtyard table." Atui immediately walked to the table. "Auntie Fuang, Uncle Lu, good morning." He maintained full etiquette, clasping his hands and saying, "Good morning, great master." The old monk replied, "Good morning, patron." The morning air was quiet and solemn. Just by looking at his face, the monk understood immediately. It seems yesterday's progress was smooth. The boy's expression couldn't hide his relief and confidence. Atui scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "You're joking, great master." His simple voice carried no hint of defensiveness. A servant rushed over with a message. "Master, the head of the academy sent a letter for you." Atui asked what it was about. The servant replied, "There is a competition today. You just need to arrive before noon." Atui shot up in surprise, exclaiming, "I almost forgot." A sense of urgency immediately appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Trungangia was strolling down the academy's hallway. His gait was relaxed, but his eyes were sharp and observant. His gaze swept across the area. Thuong Ho Academy truly is the best in Bin Duong. Its reputation is well-deserved. Triakai smiled and replied, "Lord Trungangia, you flatter us. We are truly unworthy of such praise." Trungangia suddenly slowed his pace. "However, there is one very big problem," Triukai quickly asked. "What do you mean?" "My lord," Trungangia bluntly stated, "this place is too small." He generously took out a banknote. Explaining, "This is a note for 1,000 taels. I will personally sponsor the academy's expansion." Triakai couldn't hide his astonishment. A normal county magistrate's annual salary isn't even 500 taels. He hesitated and cautiously asked if the lord really needed to do this, but Trungangia just waved his hand, smiled, and said it was only a little money. After saying that, he continued on his way, his steps unwavering as if everything had already been arranged. The aura emanating from Trungangia made Trioki exclaim in admiration. He was truly a young master from a prestigious house. This time, Trungangia entered a classroom, where the atmosphere was quiet and focused. He raised his voice and asked, "I've heard there's a genius in this county who invented a phonetic spelling method. I wonder if that brilliant individual is here." Hearing the question, Atui instinctively looked up, his eyes meeting the newcomers. Realizing the man's identity, his heart skipped a beat. The county magistrate. Why was he here? Atui quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your favor, my lord. This humble one is truly ashamed." Trungia spoke gently. "This official did not bring much while out, only a few silver notes. I hope you won't mind." A student's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. The amount was clearly 100 toils. Hangia spoke up to remind him, "One cannot refuse a gift from a superior." Atui expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reward, my lord." Trungia declared that upon assuming the post of county magistrate of Bin Duong, he would ensure the government provides for the elderly, employs the able-bodied, and nurtures the young. He continued his decree, stating that the poor, the widowed, the orphaned, the lonely, and the disabled would all be cared for and supported. He specifically emphasized that those with merit would be rewarded and those at fault would be punished, with rewards and punishments kept clear and uninfluenced by money. At that moment, a servant stood beside him, holding several silver notes in his hand with a hurried look. He lifted the silver notes high and then let them scatter everywhere, a spectacle that drew everyone's gaze. Trungia smiled and said, "I'm sure Luang Ku will win the competition today." Hangia replied, "The competition isn't over yet. The result is still unknown." But in his heart, he was still worried. Even though Luangku was exceptionally talented and had invented the phonetic spelling method, his academic knowledge still needed to be tested. Atui lowered his head to write, sweat dripping down relentlessly. His hand trembled slightly, but he tried to keep his brushstroke steady. His mind was spinning. What was this? The content on the paper was vast, describing things the common people couldn't even name, magnificent achievements made manifest, and brilliant literature brought to light. Trung Nghia already had a plan. After a few days of investigation, he discovered that Luangku possessed an extremely high talent for martial arts, having reached the martial artist realm not long after joining the martial academy. He grew even more excited. The inventor of the phonetic spelling method must be skilled in both literature and combat. Using him for the skull anointment cultivation transfer would surely help him advance much further. Trung Nghia picked up Atui's paper and said, "Let me see your talent," his eyes full of anticipation. Hang Ngia's entire body immediately trembled with fear. "My lord, this," he stammered, his voice filled with unease. But then, he saw Trung Nghia smile, an unreadable expression that only heightened the tension. He turned to leave without a comment. "This official has important matters to attend to. We will meet again when the opportunity arises." "My lord, aren't you going to look at it anymore?" In reality, rage was surging within him. If he used this brat's bones for the skull anointment cultivation transfer, would he turn into something just like him? Trung Nghia left a single line of commentary on the paper. "I think it is correct." The handwriting was neat and decisive. By now, he had already stepped outside, his figure gradually disappearing from the classroom. His face was full of arrogance as he said in a cold voice, "Your reasons had better be convincing enough to explain to me why you acted on your own." The subordinates clutched their bodies, groaning in pain with pale faces, while a lama stood nearby with his hands clasped, chanting, "Amitabha Buddha," his deep, steady voice echoing in the oppressive space. The old man slowly opened his mouth. It was all for the sake of my lord's great path. However, the offerings for the eternal heaven this time were clearly insufficient. Trung Nghia became furious and interrogated them, his voice pressing down coldly. "Then why did you fail?" The Lama immediately reported. A powerful guardian appeared beside the target. "His cultivation has reached the true form realm." Trung Nghia frowned slightly, his eyes darkening as he repeated the 3 words. "True form realm." He was silent for a moment, then sighed. "So be it. But acting on your own, not to mention failing, is something I cannot accept. You know I work on principles." The Lama lowered his voice and replied, "This humble monk understands. These men will serve perfectly as this month's offerings to the eternal heaven for my lord." Upon hearing this, the men were all shocked. "What?" The subordinates screamed in terror. "No, aren't we on the same side? No." The Lama raised a bowl with both hands, presenting it forward and saying, "My lord, please look." Trung Nghia slowly repeated the words he had once said. "Those with merit will be rewarded, and those at fault will be punished. Rewards and punishments are clear." He gave a calculating smile, his eyes cold, and said, "I am always fair." Someone screamed in panic, "Water monster! There's a water monster! There's really a water monster!" Tears fell onto the fields as a choked voice said, "Everyone is dead. I have to save my mother. I have to go back." The people of Flowing Water Village fled in panic in all directions. Someone yelled, "The River God's Shrine! I have to go to the River God's Shrine to report this." One person muttered incessantly while running, "They're all dead. Everyone is dead." Meanwhile, Atui was training relentlessly, focusing on the 3 main characteristics of the dragon-subduing, tiger-taming Vajra scripture, strengthening his vital energy, forging a golden body, and exorcising evil. He continuously practiced the techniques. The strengthened vital energy improved in quality and accelerated his cultivation speed. The golden body increased his durability, and the exorcism aspect repelled demonic forces. In Atui's understanding, cultivation was about cultivating one's foundation, and this body-tempering art directly elevated that foundation to a level far beyond that of ordinary people. He silently calculated his progress. With the victorious origin embracing art to maintain his core and the dragon-subduing, tiger-taming Vajra scripture to temper his body, He realized the Grand Master's words were indeed true. Atui clenched his fist, confirming to himself that he was now a martial artist, cultivating both internally and externally. A perfect and flawless whole. He let out a long breath. Although his training wasn't complete, he could feel the blood barrier breaking, and a breakthrough could happen at any moment. Afterward, Atui took out a vial containing the blood condensation pill and the blood exchange pill, which he had earned with military merits, just waiting for the right moment to break through. After taking the pills, he immediately lay down on his bed to regulate his breathing, which gradually stabilized. Atui then picked up a book to read. It was the reward catalog the manager had specially prepared for him a few days ago. The contents of the book appeared page by page. The major merit exchange list, the Azure Sun Sword art, the core technique of the original Azure Sun Sword sect, a superior and deadly sword cultivation, method along with the medicinal body scripture from the medicinal body valley and their respective exchange requirements. After reading through it, Atui assessed that the names alone sounded far more advanced than the minor merit techniques. Most required 1 major merit. A few needed 2 or 3, but none of them were suitable for him right now. He turned to another page, seeing the Crimson Firebirds dance, the Longevity Extending Flat Peach, and the Purple Veined Exploding Peach, along with their exchange requirements and diminishing effects. Atui exclaimed in surprise that he could already exchange for life, extending treasures at his level, though he didn't need them yet. His gaze stopped on a prominent line of text, Water Spirit Mushroom. Atui immediately read the description carefully. The Water Spirit Mushroom was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth that took 30 years to mature, cost 1 major merit, and increased one's affinity for water element techniques. After reading it, he shot up from his seat, certain in his heart that this was it, filled with excitement. Atui went to find the manager to ask if there were any suitable missions available to earn a major merit. Seeing Atui, Lika greeted him cheerfully. Atui, good morning. He smiled back and replied, good morning, Lika. Thofuk's eyes widened as he looked at him, exclaiming in surprise, Atui, you're here. Atui handed him the food he brought, the famous meat buns from Bin Duong. Please try them. Manager Lai, Thofuk quickly said. You're too kind, sir. You shouldn't have. Then Atui got straight to the point. Are there any suitable major merit missions lately? Thofuk nodded and said, yes, there is. I saved it especially for you. It was just posted this morning. Atui was stunned with surprise. What a coincidence. What's the mission? Thofuk lowered his voice and revealed, investigate Tran Authui. Time passed quickly, and night fell silently, blanketing everything in darkness. A beautiful woman appeared under the lights, her face turning every head. A deep sorrow was etched between her brows, the tragic fate of a beauty. A deep love severed, leaving only resentment. The county magistrate, De Truong Van, praised her. Excellent, beautiful, a reward. Sunny continued to dance on the stage. Truong Van watched without blinking and remarked with admiration, Gang leader Lu is truly blessed to have such an exquisite concubine. The third leader of the whale gang, Lu Tiet, laughed and replied, it's nothing. If the magistrate fancies her, Xuan can serve you tonight. Truong Van tactfully declined. That wouldn't be appropriate. My advisor would have reservations. After all, she is still gang leader Lu's concubine Toby. Lu Tiet bowed his head and said softly, what are you saying? Sir, little Xuan just told me that meeting you felt like she's known you for a long time. She said she would regret it for the rest of her life if she couldn't serve you. His expression turned cold and dangerous. I am merely fulfilling another's wish. His words were soft, but his intent was sharp. Truong Van laughed heartily. Excellent, advisor. Take note. I was right about gang leader Lu. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly heated up. Lu Tiet leaned in and whispered, my lord, about my youngest son's patrol duty. His voice was low and urgent. Truong Van frowned in annoyance. Gang leader Lu, we agreed not to discuss business tonight. Don't spoil the mood. Lu Tiet quickly apologized. My fault, my fault. I'll drink this cup as an apology to you, my lord. He then tilted his head back and drained the cup. Truong Van stood up to leave. Advisor, I'm returning to my room to discuss romantic matters with Xuanni. The advisor bowed his head. Yes, my lord. The advisor immediately reassured him. Rest easy. Gang leader Lu, the magistrate always keeps your son's matter in mind. His tone was firm. Lu Tiet nodded in satisfaction. The magistrate has taken it to heart. A smug look flashed in his eyes. As soon as they were out of sight, the second leader of the whale gang, Lung Hia, burst out in frustration. It's been 8 years. That damn fatso has been using his power to hold us down. Lu Tiet sneered. What's in that fatso's belly besides shit? His words were filled with contempt. Lu Hia continued. I heard someone from our side in Bin Duong brought people from the River Gods department here. This isn't good. Lu Tiet's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist. A traitor. He's asking to die. His breathing grew heavy. Lu Ingia asked for a plan. Big brother, how should we handle this? Lu Tiet asked coldly. What about the people from the River Gods department? The ones who died in the river were all good swimmers. He gritted his teeth. If he dares to set foot on our territory, he won't be leaving with his life. His killing intent was palpable. At the docks, a pleading voice cried out, Sir, please give me a few more days. Without this fish, my family will starve. But the other man delivered a painful kick and roared, Get lost! The shout made everyone nearby flinch. The third boss of the fierce wave gang, Tren Thiet Pu, ordered coldly, his voice like a blade, Give you a few days of grace. And who gives me grace? The little boy clung to his leg, sobbing, his choked cries breaking out in waves. Tien Fu's voice was a low growl as he lectured them. Everyone knows the Fish King is wreaking havoc in these waters. So who's keeping you safe on the river? The authorities. Or the men of the river god. He roared in proclamation, It's us. It's my brothers and I. We're the ones risking our lives every single day to protect all of you. So is collecting a protection fee really so unreasonable? The crowd was dead silent. No one dared to speak. There was only the sound of lapping waves and ragged breaths. Uncle Hua couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. But you people have taken over the dock and collect half a tael for an assistance fee every single day. Where are common folk like us supposed to get that kind of money? Tien Pu casually suggested, If you don't have money, then sell your kid to raise it. 1 child sells for 3 toils of silver, enough to rent a boat and pay off your debt. The little boy immediately started trembling with fear, his face turning deathly pale as if his soul had left his body. Uncle Hua was bursting with anger. What the hell is this Fish King tax? We already give you the biggest fish we catch every day. We can't live like this. Tien Pu flew into a rage at being talked back to. You. Just then, another voice cut in. Third brother, what's all the commotion about? Seeing Lu Tiet appear, the man's attitude changed completely. Big brother, you're here. His voice instantly softened. He immediately started tattling. This old man doesn't have the money for the assistance fee, refuses to hand over the Fish King tax, and keeps causing a scene. Lu Tiet frowned, his gaze cold, making trouble. He threw out the 2 words, and the air grew heavy. He leaned down and asked directly, Uncle Hua, haven't I told you before? A man of your age should know better than to be shameless. What is it that you need? Uncle Hua pleaded, trembling. Master Tiet, please spare me. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I really don't have any money. I'm begging you. Please let me go. The little boy beside him begged miserably, his voice hoarse from crying. Uncle Lu, please let us go. Lu Tiet sighed. It's simple enough for me to waive your fee. But what about later? The question was pressing. He pointed out each name. If I make an exception for you, what about Uncle Truong, Uncle Lai, Auntie Vuong, and Elder Chu? Should I make an exception for all of them, too? Lu Tiet countered. Then what are my brothers and I supposed to do? Without pay, who will protect these waters? Who will be responsible for the safety of our fellow villagers? He gave a smooth smile. You. His eyes looked as if they were passing judgment. Uncle Hua stood frozen in place, his face pale, his lips trembled. But he couldn't utter a word, his throat tight, only managing to get out a single, unfinished I. Lu Tiet smoothly continued. The Fish King tax was ordered by the county magistrate himself. It's used to make offerings to the Fish King in the river, to pray for everyone's safety and peace. He stared intently at Uncle Hua. You're using the safety of your fellow villagers as a stepping stone, trading it so your own family can live comfortably through the summer. His voice was cold with reproach. You are too selfish. In an instant, Uncle Hua was cast as the villain. He shook his head in despair. I'm not. Before he could even understand what was happening, a rock suddenly struck him in the head, the pain causing him to stagger. A woman stepped forward, pointing right at his face and yelling, Old Man Hua, I have a grandson and a granddaughter at home. By refusing to cooperate with the magistrate, are you trying to get us all killed? The surrounding crowd immediately joined in, their shouts overlapping. That's right. The one who should die is that parasite in his house. The mob closed in, repeatedly striking Old Hua's body. The scene descended into uncontrollable chaos. Accusations rang out again and again. By what right do you use our safety so you can eat? Uncle Hua repeated helplessly. I didn't. The curses rained down relentlessly. Ungrateful bastard. In the middle of the crowd, the little boy sobbed, crying out, Don't hit my grandpa. Lu Tiet watched with pride, viewing the scene as his victory. This disrespectful old bastard. Damn him. Thien Fu suddenly approached and called out, Boss, he asked coldly, if this old man gets beaten to death, how will he pay? Then he gave a casual order, sell his grandson, divide the rest among the brothers. Immediately after, he continued giving instructions. The River God Bureau has been making moves lately. Tell the boys to hide the goods. Thien Pu replied excitedly, Yes, boss. So, what's the plan for the people from the Bureau? Lu Tiet smiled faintly, his eyes deep and unreadable, and said calmly, It's already been taken care of. Meanwhile, in another place, Atui exclaimed, This work uniform is actually really comfortable. His mood was a complete contrast. He sat relaxing on a boat, enjoying the ride. I can't believe the River God Bureau even prepares a personal boat for the River God. This is a pretty sweet deal. Atui opened a basket of steamed buns, and a delicious aroma wafted out. Auntie Fuang's skills are truly as good as they say. He turned and asked gently, Would you like to have some? Lu Thon quickly shook his head and refused, his voice still hesitant. I'm not hungry, my lord. Atui smiled warmly. It's all right, let's eat together, I have plenty. In the end, Lu Thon couldn't resist and reached out, eating ravenously. He said gratefully, My lord, it's been so long since I've eaten anything this delicious. Atui replied softly, Eat slowly. Lu Thon unknowingly shed a tear, his voice trembling. If only my mother could also eat something this good. Atui realized the gravity of the situation. In these times, too many demon mother cultists have desperately released mountain demons, causing terrible consequences for the common people. Thinking of this, he then asked, That's right, tell me, what happened to you all? Lu Thon recounted with a haunted look. It was the Fish King. So many Fish Kings appeared at once. Atui mused thoughtfully. So many Fish Kings. You mean they're monsters? In that very moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Lu Thon cried out in panic. What's happening? The water's surface ahead began to churn violently, the current becoming chaotic. Lu Thon screamed. The Sea Terrors are the Fish Kings. It's them. They're the ones who ate the men from our fleet. Atui froze for a moment. The Fish Kings. Lu Thon collapsed onto the deck, scrambling backward in terror. They're back! The Fish Kings are here to claim our lives. The river mouth of Fangfu County is their territory. Just then, a figure strode forward, his deep voice ringing out. So you're confirming this is their territory? The spear in Atui's hand slammed hard against the deck, the sound echoing across the water. Before Lu Thon stood Atui's back, as steady as a mountain, as he declared his control over this stretch of water with authority. I'm in charge here, and as the words left his lips, he let out a sharp command. Stop. The boat rocked in the massive current as a series of whirlpools slammed against its hull. Lu Thon pressed his lips together, momentarily speechless. My lord, you. Atui glanced at him coolly, his calm voice meant to reassure. Wait for me. I'll be right back. With that, Atui leapt from the boat, his body plunging straight into the icy water without a hint of hesitation. The moment he hit the water, the scene before him stunned him for a few seconds. What is this? Atui frowned in confusion. Everyone knows dolphins are friendly, so why would they be attacking humans? Immediately after, the entire pod of dolphins suddenly charged ferociously, their speed skyrocketing as they closed in on Atui. They swarmed him like a flood, their glowing eyes locked onto him as killing intent surrounded him. Sonic waves battered him relentlessly, and Atui gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. This is bad. Atui immediately calmed himself, telling himself he had to take them down to figure out what was really going on. No sooner said than done. He immediately summoned A-Fi and Hak Long, preparing for a direct confrontation. On the boat, Luthon was pacing anxiously, a single question churning in his mind. Is that Lord still alive? He was still in shock, thinking to himself, the Lord even created a massive vortex. Is this the true power of a Lord from the River God's department? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from behind him, as if something heavy had fallen onto the deck. Luthon jumped, his face pale, and he whipped his head around to look. Atui had just landed, his gentle voice reassuring him. Don't be afraid. He smiled and said it was taken care of. And Luthon cried out in joy. My lord, you're all right. Luthon looked at the creature at Atui's feet and asked hesitantly, This is the Fish King. Atui explained they were just dolphins possessed by some kind of monster, but they seemed a little different. Soon, the boat was on its way again, and Luthon reported excitedly, My lord, that's Othui town up ahead. Everyone will be overjoyed to hear you killed the Fish King. Atui just grunted in response. As the dock came into view, Luthon shouted cheerfully, Everyone, I'm back, and I have good news. The people on the shore all stopped and began to whisper. It's the eldest son of the Lu family. Luthon went fishing with the Chu family's sons. Why is he back alone? Did something happen? The moment the boat docked, Luthon jumped off, laughing with excitement. I have great news for everyone. He said it in one sentence. The Fish King is dead. You can all go out and fish freely now. The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. They pressed him. Is it true? Is it really dead? How is that possible? Luthon nodded repeatedly. It's true. It's true. This is the Fish King's head. A lord from the River God's department killed it. Everyone turned to look at the severed head behind him, their voices filled with joy. It's real. Does this mean we're safe? Does this mean Brother Phi-Don? Just then, a calm voice rose from the crowd. This humble commoner pays his respects to the Lord from the River God's department. On behalf of the residents of Othui town, I thank you for your immense kindness. Atui glanced at the man, silently assessing him. This man's lifeblood. He's at the Galloping Horse realm. Luthon ran over excitedly, calling out, Brother Lu. Lu Tiet smiled warmly at Atui and introduced himself as the owner of the fish farm, saying he had been trying to protect the waters for days. And now that the Fish King was eliminated, the Lord was their savior. Atui replied humbly, My position requires no such formalities. But he was wary inside. Something felt off. Lu Tiet accepted it all too quickly, as if he already knew. Lu Tiet announced to the crowd with a fake smile, Lord Blue Sky has arrived. Othui town is saved. Now everyone can go down to the river and fish as they please. You no longer have to pay a fee. As his words fell, the crowd went wild, their cheers erupting. That's amazing. Master Lu is so generous. We're saved. Thank you, Lord from the River God's department. Lu Ngia was the first to suggest it. Tiao Li, get in the river and set an example for everyone. The other man replied cheerfully, You got it. Brother Lu Ngia. Tiao Li jumped in without hesitation, swimming and waving his arms as he shouted, It's really safe. Everyone, hurry up and get in the river. Someone quickly joined in, and Tiao Li relaxed in the water, murmuring that it had been a long time since he'd been in the river. The person next to him laughed, saying how refreshing it was. Suddenly, Atui sensed something was wrong. His expression immediately darkened as his instincts screamed a warning. He urgently shouted at the people in the river, Get out of there, now! But it was too late. The man who had just been laughing beside Tiao Li was suddenly dragged violently beneath the water's surface. Red began to spread across the river. Tiao Li cried out in horror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The others, terrified, swam frantically for the shore as screams erupted. It's the Fish King. The Fish King is back. In the blink of an eye, the crowd around the dock scattered, leaving only Luthon standing there in a daze. wondering how this could be happening. Lu Tiet stood to the side, watching it all unfold. A smug, satisfied smirk played on his lips as he yelled, "The Fish King is still here. Everyone, run for your lives." Soon, the dock was filled with wails and cries. "Old Wang, wake up," while others gathered in small groups, whispering, "What's going on? Didn't they say the Fish King was dead?" "Yeah, that's right. Lu Thon said it was gone." Lu Thon stood frozen in place, his face pale and his lips trembling as he muttered, "But it's still here. It's still here." Just then, an old woman pushed her way aggressively through the crowd. "Lu Thon is back. Where are my sons? Lu Thon. Where are Chu Hung and Chu Vi?" Lu Thon's voice trembled as he answered, "Auntie, Big Brother Chu and Second Brother Chu. They were eaten by the fish god." The old woman looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. She staggered and collapsed, a single word escaping her lips. "What?" The woman beside her quickly caught the old woman, her face cold as she questioned him. "My Dai Lan is dead too. Why are you still alive?" Immediately after, she lunged forward, grabbing Lu Thon by the collar and screaming, "Lu Thon, you cruel monster. Dai Lang always looked out for you the most. How could you betray him?" Lu Thon choked out an explanation. "Big Brother Chu sacrificed himself so I could get help from the officials. I didn't betray them. I didn't get them killed." The woman refused to listen, screaming hysterically and pinning all the blame on Lu Thon. "Lies. You got them killed for money." As soon as she said that, the surrounding crowd immediately joined in. "We were tricked today. Our family members are dead too." Lu Thon just kept shaking his head, his voice weak as he protested. "No." The crowd completely ignored him, their accusations growing more vicious. "It's all your fault. You're a monster who harms people. Give me back my husband." Lu Tiet watched from behind, a slight, satisfied smirk on his face that he couldn't hide. Just then, a figure returned to the dock, and someone immediately shouted, "The master from the River God Bureau is back." All eyes immediately focused on the creature A Tui casually tossed down in front of them. The entire crowd drew a sharp, cold breath. It's the Fish King. With so many dead, the great Fish King will surely be enraged. Atui stood silently, his eyes narrowed in thought. "I've gotten too used to things going smoothly. My reactions have slowed. I should have realized it sooner. A fishing protection fee appearing at this time. There's definitely someone pulling the strings from behind." At this moment, he was completely certain that this was all a conspiracy, and that those water monsters were being raised by someone. The most suspicious one is him. The thought had barely flashed through his mind when Atui's gaze locked onto Lu Tiet. Lu Tiet feigned surprise and ran over, fawning over him. "Master, you are truly a divine being. If my underwater skills were better, I would have certainly assisted you." He shrugged with an expression of regret. "I feel terrible about this. It's certainly not because you didn't do enough, Master. As for my little brother Lu Thon, he must have his own difficulties." He glanced over at Lu Thon, who was slumped in a corner, and deliberately drew out his words. "Isn't that right?" Lu Thon trembled and shook his head. "No, I didn't." Lu Tiet paid him no mind and turned to invite Atui. "Master, would you like to come into the village to rest for a while?" The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in protest. On what grounds should we let him in? He wasn't here when the Fish King was killing people. Now he's tricked us into the water. What if more people die? A chorus of agreement followed. He can't come in. Who knows if he's the one who summoned the Fish King? Hearing this, Lu Thon jumped to his feet and quickly defended him. "No, Master Luong killed the Fish King to avenge Big Brother Chu. He didn't summon it." Someone snorted suspiciously. "Maybe the two of them are in it together." The person next to him immediately chimed in. "That's right. You're all in the same gang." Just then, Lu Tiet stepped forward again. Putting on an air of righteousness, he raised his hands to calm them. "Everyone, please listen to me. The master surely has his reasons. I hope you can all understand." Before he could finish, the woman who had just lost her husband cut him off, sobbing, "Understand. My Dai Lan is dead. Who's going to understand my pain?" Atui remained silent, but his body suddenly released a heavy pressure that made the air freeze. The crowd instantly fell silent. Even Lu Tiet was stunned. This aura. Is he really just a bone official? Atui spoke slowly, his voice deep and steady. Everyone. I will definitely give you all an explanation for what happened today. His gaze was firm as he stated decisively. I will thoroughly investigate the origin of these water monsters. Luthon called out worriedly. Master. Atui clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. You go on ahead. I'll find you after I've cleared things up. In a hidden corner that no one noticed, a small creature quietly crawled along, following behind Luthon. Luthon tried to mediate, his voice strained. All right, everyone, please disperse. After he spoke, Lu Tiet clasped his hands in a salute to Atui. My apologies for the trouble. Master, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot host you. Atui replied calmly. It's fine. Perhaps I'll have reason to seek out old Master Lu later anyway. Lu Tiet maintained his gentle smile and replied, You flatter me, Your Excellency. As soon as Atui was out of sight, a subordinate hurried over to report. First Master, we've recalled them as you ordered. There's no way that kid will find anything. Lu Tiet's eyes crinkled into a smile. This swamp is the perfect place for his den. Cutting back to Atui, he stood on the side of the boat, observing his surroundings and murmuring, How cunning. They hid everything in the blink of an eye. Atui sighed quietly to himself. It's a good thing I told them not to act on their own from the start. In the next moment, Atui relaxed his body and closed his eyes. His breathing slowed as he withdrew his entire consciousness from the world before him. He focused his mind on his surroundings, listening to the water's current, its rhythm, and every tiny vibration that rippled through the silent space. Before long, Atui suddenly caught a clue. His pupils contracted as his eyes snapped open, his vigilance flaring. The corner of his mouth twitched into a slight smirk, a smile as fleeting and sharp as a razor's edge, a sign that his target was now in sight. The view quickly shifts to a protruding rock formation, not far from the swamp, a location that's hidden yet provides a full view of the entire waterway. Beneath the water's surface, schools of dolphins were lined up neatly, swimming tail-toffin in a fixed direction, their movements strangely synchronized. The eerie part was that their eyes glowed with a cold, golden light. There was no life in them, only the empty feeling of being manipulated. Tai Huang Gach and Afai held their breath, hiding in the shadows and closely following the dolphin's trajectory, not daring to reveal themselves. Qian Dao followed close behind. The three of them glided silently through the water, understanding each other's intentions with just a single glance. Atui's boat happened to pull up near this area. He thought for a moment. They must be around here somewhere. I'll wait for Afai to lock down their exact position. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled Atui became. The dolphins were clearly being controlled, retreating in an orderly fashion. There had to be someone giving the commands, but what kind of method were they using? Just then, a strange disturbance came from the dolphin right below him. It was very faint, but enough to put him on alert. Atui glanced down to check, and his heart tightened. Something was stuck inside the dolphin's mouth. He reached down to pull it out for a closer look, and his expression changed instantly. The object in his hand was a fish controller. Atui mentally compared it to something he'd seen in his past life. The structure was very similar, except this one was a parasite designed to control aquatic life. It was obvious they were using these things to manipulate the dolphins. The thought made anger surge within him. Illegally raising aquatic beast was already a major crime, but they were also using dark arts to harm people, all for profit. Atui clenched his fist, crushing the fish controller as killing intent radiated from him. They're really asking for death. At the same time, the schools of dolphins swam one by one into a secret base, where two men were already waiting on the shore. One of them was Lao Ku. He was scowling and scolding the person across from him. Be more careful. Each one of these things is worth half a tael of silver. Lao Ku warned in a stern voice. If the third master sees this, he won't let you off the hook. The other man replied awkwardly. Lao Ku? Don't be so loud. I just messed up and the third master punished me by making me feed the fish. Lao Ku snorted coldly. Then you'd better behave yourself. This time, I've saved up 10 toils of silver so we can get your mother checked by a doctor. Tula lowered his head and asked hesitantly, Lao Ku, with the whale gang doing business like this, aren't you afraid the authorities will find out? Lao Ku casually collected a fish controller and gave a sarcastic smirk. Find out? Where do you think these dolphins came from? Do you really think a mere whale gang could pull all of this off? According to Lao Ku, everything was being manipulated from behind the scenes by some powerful lords from far away. Tula looked down and mumbled, I just have a feeling that we'll be punished by the heavens for what we're doing. The very next second, a sandal came flying through the air and smacked him hard on the head. Tula clutched his head and whined, Lao Ku, why'd you hit me? The old man pointed a finger in his face and yelled, punished by the heavens. It's hard enough just to survive in this world. Who has time to worry about anyone else's life or death? Are we killing people? No, we're just raising these fish controllers. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice echoed from behind them. It's barely morning and you're already making a racket. Do you want me to throw you down below to feed the fish? The color drained from Lao Ku's face. He spun around in a hurry. Third Master, when did you arrive? The man replied coldly. What? Do I need to report my schedule to you now? Lao Ku trembled and forced a smile. Of course not. Third Master, your presence is an honor for us. Only then did Tianfu glance over at Tula, who was kneeling beside them. His expression immediately darkened. His gaze locked onto Tula's palm, and his voice was as cold as ice. Did you kill a fish controller? Tula's face went pale in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on his skin as he kept his head down, not daring to look up. In a single breath, Tianfu violently grabbed Tula by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The boy cried out in terror. Tianfu's grip tightened as he bit out each word. It seems you people don't take my words to heart, Tula stammered. Lao Ku, save me. Lao Chu rushed forward to plead. Third Master, my nephew is just ignorant. Please, spare him. A smirk played on Tianfu's lips. Lao Ku, this isn't your first day. The fish controllers are assets of the gang. This puts me in a very difficult position. Lao Ku beat his chest and declared, I'll do it. I'll take his place. Hearing this, Tianfu finally let go. Tula fell to the ground with a thud as a mocking laugh echoed in his ears. You've got a good uncle. The man leisurely reached into his robes to find something. His voice drawled slowly. Well then. Next, let's discuss the matter of compensation. The old uncle was so panicked that sweat poured down his face. His mind a complete mess. What was there to discuss? It was just half a tael of silver, wasn't it? Tianfu replied coldly. Half a tael of silver is just the price for the fish bait, old man. He deliberately paused for a few beats, the corner of his mouth twisting into a dark smile. I already spared your nephew's life. With that, Tianfu snatched the money pouch and even feigned a sigh. Let's just call it even. I'm not a greedy person. After all, the old uncle choked out, his voice strained. But that's... Tula struggled to his feet, his voice trembling as he growled out each word. That's the money for my mother's medicine. You can't take it. Tianfu glanced at him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. So, what are you going to do about it? Tula charged forward in a frenzy, screaming in desperation. Give it back to my uncle. The old uncle's face turned pale in an instant, and he let out a terrified scream. Don't! But it was too late. Tianfu kicked Tula, sending him flying. The impact was brutal, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was thrown through the air, plunging straight into the icy water below. The old uncle collapsed to his knees, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. No. Tianfu laughed nonchalantly. This kid brought it on himself. Old man, I tried to be reasonable. The old uncle trembled all over, standing frozen for a long moment before his voice broke with anguish. No. Why were you so foolish? In contrast, Tianfu looked amused, his voice dripping with malice. That brat is definitely dead. The things in that water won't spare him. But just a second later, small ripples suddenly appeared on the water's surface, spreading rapidly outwards. A boat burst up from the depths, sending water splashing everywhere with ferocious momentum. Tianfu and the old uncle both froze. their eyes fixed on the scene before them in stunned silence. The person who appeared on the boat was none other than a Tui. He casually pulled Tula up with him, lifting them both out of the frigid water. Standing steady on the gunwale, a Tui scanned the shore, his gaze as cold as a blade. Tianfu was momentarily stunned, then spoke aggressively. "Who are you?" The old uncle, still dazed, called out instinctively, "Tula," under their intense stares. A Tui slowly announced his title. The tribute collector for River Lord Chu. Hearing this title, Tianfu's expression changed instantly. "River Lord Chu, how did you find this place?" A Tui stated in a serious tone. "You are suspected of illegally raising River Lord Chu's water beasts. You're also connected to the matter of the Fish King in Aothui town. You need to come with me." Unexpectedly, the other man wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he burst out laughing. Tianfu threw his head back and laughed loudly, his voice full of contempt. "I was wondering who it was, but it turns out you're just some naive punk." He jutted out his chin arrogantly. "Come with me. Do you have any idea who's behind this operation? For a mere river lord, you've got a lot of nerve." The more he spoke, the more worked up he got, his voice rising in provocation. "I'm standing right here. Go on, try and touch me." Before the words were even out of his mouth, a Tui struck Tianfu on the shoulder, the impact sending a powerful shock through his body. The heavy blow slammed him against the wall, sending fresh blood flying. It was a shocking sight. A Tui didn't stop, his expression cold as he closed in on his opponent, step by step. With a single lift of his hand, the wooden wall behind Tianfu exploded, and the man immediately lost his balance. A Tui grabbed him tightly by the collar and forced his head down towards the water. Tianfu was utterly terrified, completely unable to even see how fast his opponent had moved. He quickly composed himself and switched to a counterattack, swiftly grabbing a Tui's wrist. A Tui was caught completely off guard, his body freezing for a split second as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Tianfu's sinister smile appeared before him, and he confidently declared, "Challenging me with a mere water gun is the biggest mistake you'll ever make." A creature squirmed inside Tianfu's mouth as he thought to himself, "With the mother of these altered fish lice inside me, I can control every dolphin in the water." In an instant, silent sound waves began to spread across the riverbed. However, Tianfu waited for a long time, but the surroundings remained silent, with no response at all. He gradually lost his patience, his body trembling as he opened his mouth and roared, "Why? Where are my dolphins?" Tianfu refused to accept reality, muttering to himself over and over, "How can this be?" Across from him, the corner of a Tui's mouth curled into a smirk. "You're wondering where all those dolphins of yours went, aren't you?" Without waiting for an answer, he calmly spoke, revealing the truth himself. The pot of dolphins he was counting on had already been trapped in his water prison. Tianfu was practically petrified. A single question echoed in his mind. Is he a man or a god? A Tui stared at him coldly and said, "First, I'm going to beat you up. Then, I'll ask questions, and you'll answer them." The scene shifts to Aothui town at night. Lu Thon sits by his mother's sickbed, speaking in a low voice. "Mother, I've been unfilial. I did something stupid and let Brother Chu and the others down." She gently shook her head, blaming herself. "Thon, my son, it's all my fault." She struggled to speak, her voice trembling weakly. If I wasn't sick, you wouldn't have had to go out and work so hard." Lu Thon quickly squeezed his mother's hand, his voice urgent. "I've already hired a master from the River God Bureau to eliminate the Fish King. Once the truth is revealed, I will apologize to our fellow villagers," he continued with desperation in his voice. "And then, I'll earn enough money to cure you, and I'll explain everything to everyone." She offered a faint smile. "Thon, my son, I know what kind of person you are. This must all be a misunderstanding." Just then, agitated shouts erupted from outside. "This is the bastard's house. Don't let him get away. Everyone, block the door." Lu Thon immediately rushed outside, yelling, "What do you people want?" The scene before him made him freeze. Countless people carrying torches were completely surrounding his home. Leading the crowd was Lu Tiet. He covered his face, feigning helplessness. "My My, why is there such a commotion? But I can't stop the will of our fellow townsfolk. Luthan's face went pale as he stared in horror. Brother Lu Tiet, what are you all? Lu Tiet cut him off coldly, his expression twisting into a sneer. Lu Thon, you owe an explanation to the townsfolk who are now dead. Provoked by Lu Tiet, the crowd immediately began to point and curse at Lu Thon. Liar, you bastard, you deserve to die. One man roared furiously. It's because of his damned lies that my daughter was devoured by the Fish King. Another chimed in. We were doing just fine under clan leader Lu's protection. It's all because of him that I lost an arm. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Yeah, that's right. Punctuated by resentful sobs. How are we supposed to survive now? Someone in the crowd even raised a new suspicion. I bet there's more to the story behind the death of Chu's son. 2. Seeing his plan work. Lu Tiet grew even more smug. He shrugged, putting on an air of impartiality. Lu Thon, you need to explain yourself properly. Our people would never wrongly accuse a good man. He paused intentionally, drawing out his words, but they also won't let a single villain get away. Cornered and overwhelmed, Lu Thon stammered his defense. I didn't. I swear. I saw it with my own eyes. The master from the River God Bureau. Before he could finish, he was cut off by the crowd's whispers. He's definitely in cahoots with some outsider to screw us over for his own profit. Someone else immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, who even knows if that master from the River God Bureau was the real deal? Completely cornered. Lu Thon could only repeat himself in despair. It's not like that. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Those Fish Kings were really killed. Maybe there were just more of them than we thought. Lu Tiet immediately pounced on his words. So you're not even certain. You're just guessing, and you want all of us to bet our lives on your guess. With just a few short sentences, he had completely swayed the crowd. Angry roars erupted. He deserves to die. You were scheming against us all along. It's a good thing clan leader Lu was here to stop you. Immediately after, someone in the crowd threw an egg right at Lu Thon's face. The culprit was a little girl, who yelled at Lu Thon with tears streaming down her face. Give me back my daddy, you bad man. Lu Tiet seized the moment to step forward, pretending to mediate. Everyone. The most important thing now is that the Fish King is enraged. You've all seen the consequences. We need to organize a sacrificial ceremony immediately to appease its anger. Hearing this, Lu Thon collapsed to his knees, pleading with a trembling voice. I'll go out and fish to appease the Fish King's anger. To his surprise, Lu Tiet let out a sarcastic laugh. Fish. Surely you don't think the sacrifice this time will be more fish, do you? His gaze locked onto Lu Thon, and he enunciated every word with chilling clarity. The sacrifice this time is you. Faced with a sea of hateful stares, Lu Thon stumbled backward in a panic. Me. You. You want to kill me. Just at that critical moment, his mother managed to drag herself outside, her voice trembling as she begged. Don't touch my son. If you need a sacrifice, take a useless old woman like me instead. Lu Thon spun around, horrified. Mother, why are you out here? Go back inside. Quick, this doesn't concern you. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, the surrounding crowd began to waver, exchanging unsettled glances with one another. Lu Tiet immediately sensed the shift in the mood and secretly signaled one of his men behind him. The man understood instantly and shouted to sway the crowd. Think about it. Why did so many people die while Lu Thon came back unharmed? He must have been chosen by the Fish King. If we don't sacrifice him, none of us will ever live in peace. The moment he finished speaking, many people immediately chimed in. That's right. Doesn't everyone have parents, if we let him go? What about our own dead relatives? The pressure mounted on Lu Thon as the crowd's shouts grew louder. Get him. We have to appease the Fish King's wrath. In an instant, he was surrounded and restrained by the mob, his panicked eyes still searching for his mother. Mom, are you okay? Mom. His mother was held back by another group of people, her choked voice calling out, Thon Ni, don't be afraid, my son. But before she could do anything, she was shoved hard to the ground, her body stumbling and collapsing beside a cold pile of firewood. Just then, amidst the chaos, a small creature suddenly crawled out from Lu Thon's collar, startling his captors into letting him go. The men stumbled back in a disorderly heap, shouting, "A monster! And you said you weren't colluding with outsiders. You were hiding a monster." Lu Tiet stood on the sidelines, observing quietly. His eyes flickered with interest. Is that a spirit beast? But its aura feels different. Freed from their grasp, Lu Thon rushed to his mother and held her, his trembling voice pleading, "Mom, Mom, please wake up." Seeing this, someone in the crowd roared aggressively. "He's still putting on an act. Get him now." Just as everything hung by a thread, a Tui appeared, blocking the way. His face was ice cold as he snapped, "Who dares?" The crowd froze instantly as whispers spread among them. "It's the Lord from the River God's Bureau. Why is he here? Didn't he already go down the river to find the Fish King?" Still, a stubborn few muttered. "The River God's Bureau only manages matters in the water. We're standing on the shore." A Tui saw through their intentions and declared loudly, "Lu Thon is a key witness I brought here to investigate the Aotui Town incident. In other words, he is a witness under the protection of the River God's Bureau. What right do you have to question that?" he said, staring directly into the eyes of the troublemaker. The man stammered, speechless. Lu Tiet quickly stepped forward with a disarming smile. "My lord, your timely arrival to explain things for Lu Thon is wonderful. I am willing to trust you. My lord," as he finished speaking. The corner of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smirk. "I'm sure you won't let us down. Will you, my lord?" Without waiting for a Tui's reply, Lu Tiet continued, "Tomorrow, we will hold the sacrificial ceremony for the Fish King. This humble one has prepared wine and meat on the boat, and I hope for your divine presence, my lord." A Tui didn't even bother to glance at him, spitting out a single, cold word, "Get lost." Lu Tiet didn't get angry at all. He just gave a faint smile, turned, and left with the crowd. "Please rest. Well, my lord, see you tomorrow." Behind a Tui, Lu Thon clutched his mother tightly, letting out a choked sob. "I didn't harm anyone. I just wanted to earn money to treat my mother's illness. I'm sorry. I was too late." A Tui gently placed a hand on Lu Thon's shoulder and said in a low voice, "I have already investigated the matter thoroughly, but acting now would only obscure the truth. I can't kill the entire town, but I swear I will clear your name." He lowered his voice and muttered to himself. According to Trin Thien Fu, Lu Tiet is a martial artist at the Galloping Horse Realm, and Lu Nghia is at the Blood Gate. Before long, night fell, and a heavy silence descended upon the area. A Tui stood outside Lu Thon's house, his fists clenched tightly. He told himself that his current strength was still not enough. He stared at the 2 bottles of pills in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then made his decision. A blood-condensing pill and a blood exchange pill. I must break through to the Blood Gate. A Tui's boat quietly approached a rocky outcrop. The surroundings were deserted and silent. He sat cross-legged at the bottom of the river, his body motionless, while Afai and the others formed a protective circle around him so he could cultivate in peace. A Tui's eyes were shut tight, his entire focus centered on feeling the flow of energy circulating within his body. When the crucial moment arrived, he took out the pill, thinking to himself, now is the time. As soon as he swallowed the Bloodgate pill, a Tui immediately felt a violent transformation inside his body. He reminded himself that the danger of the Bloodgate lay in the 3 passages and 3 condensations. A Tui understood perfectly well that every blood exchange was like taking a step to the very edge of the gates of hell. All the blood in his body would be expelled, and he would have to rely on the foundation of the 3 gates and 3 passes to cling to a single breath. In the end, it was a battle of sheer willpower. In just a moment, a Tui's skin turned a vivid crimson, the surging flow of his blood and chi becoming visible on the surface of his body. The surrounding water immediately began to churn violently, the current swirling powerfully as a spirit cauldron suddenly materialized in the silent space. Immediately after, small cracks began to appear on a Tui's body, quickly spreading like a spiderweb. With a decisive wave of his hand, The layer of aura enveloping his body instantly shattered and then vanished completely. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now sharp and cold. His entire presence was clearly different from before. A new, brilliant red insignia appeared on his back. The corner of Atui's mouth curved up slightly. I've broken through the blood gate. I am now a fourth gate martial master. He turned and patted Tai Huanach on the head, his voice calm. I'm fine. This breakthrough could be considered complete. All preparations were now finished. In the very next moment, Atui's expression darkened. Lu Tiet, it's time to settle the score. The scene shifts elsewhere, to a luxurious boat floating silently on the dark surface of the water. Inside the room, Lu Nghia asked anxiously, Big brother, is that kid from the river patrol really going to show up? Lu Tiet smirked confidently and replied, Relax, that kid definitely won't come. If he gets on this boat, he'll have to listen to me. Lu Nghia nodded and mumbled, You're right. It's always the same story. They'll never let go until they get what they want. Lu Tiet suddenly changed the subject. Has Old Third replied yet? Lu Nghia shook his head, gritting his teeth and muttering, Not yet. You don't think he ran off with the money? Do you? Lu Tiet leisurely sipped his tea, his voice slow as he answered. Old Third isn't an idiot. He might be brutal. But there are some things he understands very well. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report, Chief, that kid from the river patrol, he's here. Lu Tiet's eyes narrowed with interest as he chuckled softly. Let's go. We'll keep this esteemed lord of ours waiting for a bit. Atui had been waiting outside for a while. The moment Lu Tiet saw him, he put on a warm facade. Lord Luong, your esteemed presence brings us great honor. He smiled and gestured invitingly. It's windy out here. Lord Luong, why don't we go up to the second floor to talk? Not long after, Atui entered a private room on the second floor with Lu Tiet and Lu Nghia. Lu Tiet smiled and asked, Lord Luong, what do you think? The quality of the food here is just as good as any of the big taverns in Bin Duong, isn't it? Atui's lips curled into a cold smile. Lord Luong, I don't recall ever telling you my name. As he spoke, he gently swirled the wine cup in his hand, his voice deepening. It seems Gang Leader Lu has investigated me quite thoroughly. Lu Tiet remained composed as he replied with a smile in his eyes. Lord Luong, a hero emerges from the youth. News of the battle involving the natural-born martial body has spread far and wide. The youngest river master of the river patrol, who ventured into the mountains to capture a mountain demon. Lord Luong, your achievements are legendary. Upon hearing this, Atui snorted coldly. You flatter me. It can't compare to Gang Leader Lu's reputation around here. Mentioning the government office isn't nearly as useful as mentioning your name. Lu Tiet feigned ignorance, laughing heartily as he offered a toast. Lord Luong, you jest. If you ever run into trouble here in the future, just mention my name, and you'll surely receive help. Atui's very next sentence made the atmosphere freeze. The hand Lu Tiet was using to hold his cup froze in midair. For someone with such a legendary reputation. Gang Leader Lu, don't you feel it's pathetic to be extorting Lu Thon and threatening the common people? Lu Nghia immediately flew into a rage, slamming the table and shouting, That villager is just an excuse for you to squeeze money out of us, isn't he? How much money will it take for you to leave? Lu Tiet quickly cut him off. Second brother, shut your mouth. Then, Lu Tiet spoke slowly. Lord Luong, in this world, there's no such thing as pathetic or not pathetic. It's all just about making a living. No matter how hard I tried, I could never get a government job or eat a peaceful meal. So I had to resort to this. He paused deliberately, his voice dropping into a threatening tone. Besides, this business is under the protection of some powerful people from above. Are you sure you want to meddle in this? My lord, Atui answered decisively. The river patrol only manages matters on the river. That is the rule. Lu Tiet nodded in satisfaction and casually pushed a stack of banknotes across the table. That's right. As long as you understand how things work, it makes my job easier. Here are 3,000 teals, enough to cover your expenses for breaking through to the Galloping Horse realm. Atui glanced at the money and let out a derisive laugh. Have you not heard of my master? Duong Dong Hung, are you looking down on me? This little bit is not enough. Lu Tiet struggled to maintain his smile, lowering his voice to raise the offer. As long as you leave, another 2,000 taels will be delivered to you in a month. But Atui still refused coldly. Not enough. Lu Ngia shot up in anger. Don't push us. How much do you want? Atui didn't answer, only slowly swirling his wine cup before smiling faintly. I only want. Before he could finish his sentence, the expression on Lu Tiet's face changed drastically in an instant. He had absolutely no expectation that Atui would attack so directly, and he had no time to dodge. The entire room instantly descended into chaos. The aftershock from Atui's strike sent Lu Tiet stumbling and crashing hard onto the floor. The corner of Atui's mouth lifted as he slowly finished the rest of his sentence. Your heads. The scene shifts to another road, where a servant boy is frantically chasing after the person ahead of him. Young master, please slow down. Even though we want to surprise the master, we also snuck out of the academy. Is this really a good idea? The person in front was Lu Van Duong, Lu Tiet's son. He laughed and replied, when will my studies ever be finished? But father's birthday is only for one day, today, after speaking. Van Duong picked up his pace, his excited voice ringing out. We're almost there. That's my father's boat. At that exact moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the boat. The crowd immediately cried out in alarm. What's happening? At the same time, Lu Tiet was struggling to fight Atui, gritting his teeth as he was forced to admit that his opponent was a prodigy, having become a 4-gate martial master in just one short night. He was still unwilling to accept it, viciously drawing his sword and charging forward, but it's still not enough. I am a martial master at the peak galloping horse realm. The sharp tip of the sword lunged down swiftly, but Atui dodged it neatly. Immediately after, Atui grabbed the sword tightly, reciting in his mind, a 4-gate martial artist, crushes iron into mud, leaps over open streams, has a gaze that can captivate souls, an unrivaled, peerless master. In just a flash, the sword blade cracked wide open. Lu Tiet was stunned and blurted out, What? Atui immediately launched a decisive kick towards Lu Tiet. He lost his balance and went tumbling backward. Through the hazy dust, Atui's voice rang out clearly. Of course, I know my current strength isn't enough to deal with you, but I can't get the image of Lu Thon's face out of my mind. Lu Tiet struggled to his feet and got straight to the point. So what do you want? Atui tightened his grip on his spear, each word landing like a hammer blow. An eye for an eye. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately summoned the chopping cauldron. The color drained from Lu Ngia's face. What is that thing? The crowd on the shore immediately erupted into chaos, their screams echoing as the river's surface began to churn violently. Atui calmly performed his water control, and the waves surged fiercely, completely engulfing the large boat. Lu Tiet's eyes darted around in panic, his voice growing more frantic. What did you do? Who in the world are you? Facing his panic, Atui just smiled. Why don't you two follow me to the bottom and we can fight there? As soon as he finished speaking, the large boat was dragged down to the riverbed. The crowd cried out in shock. It's... The Fish King is enraged. That's not right. It must be the river god. Witnessing this scene, Van Duong stood frozen for a long moment, his lips trembling as he soundlessly mouthed, Father. At the bottom of the river, Lu Tiet was in disarray. He couldn't use his powers. Lu Ngia, beside him, also froze, realizing the current had stripped away his strength. Lu Tiet quickly calmed himself, assuming his opponent was restricted just like he was. But I am at the galloping horse extreme realm. Holding my breath underwater for a long time is no problem at all. He reached out and grabbed a nearby sword, telling himself that as long as he fought steadily and cautiously, the advantage would still be his. The very next second, he gripped his weapon and charged straight at Atui with ferocious intensity. Atui didn't dodge. He just recited in a low voice, constantly changing, flowing everywhere, a mere child of the galloping horse extreme realm. How can you strike the gentle wind? His attack missed, and Lu Tiet's expression changed instantly. What? How did I just strike empty space? Immediately after, he saw a Tai Hoa alligator charging at him with a low growl. Lu Tiet gasped in shock. A spirit beast. He couldn't dodge in time, and the Tai Hoa alligator's heavy tail slammed into his stomach. Lu Tiet spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lu Ngia cried out in alarm. Big brother. Lu Ngia whipped around to accuse Atui. To think you can control a water beast. You're a demon. Lu Ngia was furious. He charged forward with all his might, determined to attack Atui. Atui casually raised his spear, easily blocking his opponent's assault. Lu Ngia was thrown back, and he quickly stabbed his sword into the riverbed to steady himself. It was only then that Lu Ngia realized with horror that Atui was completely unimpeded underwater. Meanwhile, Lu Tiet was still struggling against the Tai Hoa alligator. He roared furiously, "Get lost." Just then, Lu Tiet suddenly heard a noise behind him and whipped around in surprise. Lu Ngia was facing Atui. Clearly at a disadvantage, he could only grit his teeth and curse. Damn it. Seeing the bad situation, Lu Tiet rushed forward to help. Second brother. Atui remained calm, slowly uttering 2 words, "Water prison," as soon as the words left his mouth. Lu Tiet's entire body was instantly suppressed. He couldn't move an inch. Panic surged within him. What? Martial arts originate from the body and affect the outside world. But right now, he had completely lost control. At that very moment, Atui decisively lunged forward, closing the distance to Lu Ngia with overwhelming pressure. The long spear thrust straight through. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ngia was completely defeated. The color of blood spread quickly, staining the surrounding water. Atui slowly withdrew his hand, his icy gaze fixed on Lu Tiet. "Now, it's your turn." Lu Tiet, of course, would not accept this. He gritted his teeth and roared with resentment. Arrogant. He lost all composure and desperately provoked Atui. "You're the one who's going to die." On the shore, the onlookers who witnessed the water churning violently were thrown into a state of extreme confusion. What on earth is happening under the water? Could there really be people fighting down there? Someone blurted out in terror. Who could possibly fight against clan leader Lu? He's a galloping horse realm martial artist. Immediately, another person hesitantly guessed. Could it be that official from the River Gods department from before, standing in the back? Van Duong overheard this, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. An official from the River Gods department. The scene changes. A deep voice rings out. 7 days. Luong Ku has been gone for 7 days. He is Duong Thuch's disciple. Why am I only being told about this now? Questioned so harshly. Tho Fuck answered awkwardly. I thought it was just a normal mission. I never expected. Bin Swang immediately interjected, explaining urgently. The mission was in the neighboring Ao Tui town. It was the lowest difficulty. But for some reason, he still hasn't returned. Hearing this, Trong Thuk grew even more anxious. According to the River Gods Department regulations, if someone on a low-level mission doesn't return after 3 days, the mission level is raised. After 7 days, they're considered missing. Bin Swang asked Tho Fuchs with a serious expression. "What were you thinking? Why did you assign this mission to Luong Ku?" The man scratched his cheek and gave a forced smile. "I saw that Brother Luong's strength wasn't bad. A galloping horse realm martial artist shouldn't have had much trouble. I thought it would only take a few days. But I never expected this." Hearing that, Trong Thuk put his head in his hands and sighed. If Big Brother 2 finds out about this, we're done for. Just then, a low, deep voice startled everyone. "I already know." Bin Swang quickly turned and said respectfully, "Commander 2. Trong Thuk also quickly bowed. "Big Brother 2. Nak Long got straight to the point with a stern voice. "You, explain clearly what exactly is going on here." The scene shifts back to Ao Tui town, where the river's surface is now churning with countless thick bubbles. Immediately after, a massive wave suddenly surged, causing the crowd on the shore to retreat in panic. Atui landed on the pier, dragging Lu Tiet with him, as murmurs spread through the surroundings. "That's gang leader Lu. Was he defeated?" Atui looked down coldly at the man at his feet. "Do you have any last words?" Lu Tiet glared with bitter resentment, screaming internally, "Damn you, I'll make you pay for this." With that thought, he suddenly scrambled up and fled. shouting as he ran. "Murder! He's a murderer!" Lu Tiet pretended to fall in terror, turning to the crowd and crying out, "An officer is committing murder. This man controls the Fish King, and he threatened to use the lives of our fellow villagers to blackmail me." Quickly, many people believed him and began to criticize A Tui. "What? I knew you were no good from the start. Don't you dare touch gang leader Lu while I'm here." Seeing this, Lu Tiet grew smug, a smirk playing on his lips. "An outsider thinks he can take me down. Not a chance." A Tui remained calm, letting out a cold snort. "I knew you'd pull a stunt like this." He glanced toward the boat behind him, his voice low as he gave the signal. "Come on out," despite his old uncle grabbing his arm to stop him. Tula stepped forward resolutely. "Uncle, the Lord saved me. I have to speak up. I've been putting up with this for far too long." Hearing his nephew's determination, the old uncle let go, sighing as he replied, "All right then." As soon as the two appeared, the crowd buzzed with chatter. "Isn't that the uncle and nephew from the Lai family? Weren't they reported missing?" Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Tula thumped his chest and declared loudly, "Everyone, we are the ones who raised the Fish King. The person behind all of this is him, Lu Tiet, the leader of the whale gang." Tula pointed directly at him, and Lu Tiet's face instantly turned pale. He still tried to deny it, roaring aggressively, "You're spouting baseless accusations." Tula immediately explained everything from the beginning. Lu Tiet and the third gang leader secretly raised dolphins, using bait to make them kill people underwater to intimidate the villagers, forcing everyone to rent only his boats for fishing. My uncle and I helped him care for the dolphins for our own benefit. As he spoke, his anger grew. "They used this scheme to murder and rob, stopping at no evil. If you don't believe me, just follow me to the island. The body of Trin Thien Fu is still there." As soon as he finished, someone asked with a trembling voice, "Is that true? My son's death was caused by someone else." Driven into a corner, Lu Tiet acted recklessly, violently grabbing a little girl as a hostage. He growled threateningly, "You treacherous bastard, come any closer, and I'll kill her." Just as the standoff reached its peak, Van Duong's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Father." Van Duong's voice trembled as he questioned Lu Tiet. "Everything they're saying, is it all true?" Lu Tiet's entire body went rigid. He awkwardly turned to face Van Duong. His voice hurried as he tried to explain. "Duonger, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the academy?" Van Duong didn't answer, simply turning and running away. A panicked servant chased after him. "Young master, wait for me." Seeing this, Lu Tiet completely lost his mind, grinding his teeth and roaring at Atui, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." His eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a crazed roar and charged straight at Atui. "I'll kill you." Atui was unfazed. He calmly drew his spear and ended Lu Tiet's life with a single, decisive strike. Lu Tiet coughed up a mouthful of blood, still stubbornly roaring a challenge. "Go on, kill me. The road to the Yellow Springs doesn't care about age. I'll be waiting for you down there." Atui looked at him coldly, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "The Yellow Springs is also a river. If that day ever comes, you will just die a second time." With that, he withdrew his spear, fresh blood dripping from its tip to the ground. The scene changes to a luxurious mansion where a figure rushes in frantically to report. "My lord, it's terrible news. Lord Do." Truong Van shot up from his chair in alarm, demanding, "What is it?" The subordinate stammered, unable to form proper words. "Dead. They're all dead." Truong Van was stunned, his expression bewildered. "What do you mean?" "They're all dead." The subordinate quickly reported clearly, "Lu Tiet and Lu Angia of the whale gang are both dead." Truong Van frowned in disbelief. "They're both dead. Who could have done this?" Lu Tiet was a galloping horse realm martial artist. The man immediately replied, "I saw it from a distance. The person was wearing the uniform of the Rivermaster's department, an 8th rank Rivermaster." Hearing this, Truong Van's face instantly went pale. Someone from the Rivermaster's department. Not long after, in another location, Atui had just finished dealing with the remaining lackeys. Just then, an enthusiastic laugh rang out. "A hero is truly born from the young." Truong Van had hurried over, speaking with a low laugh. I heard that a young hero from the River Masters department had eliminated the evil whale gang, so I came to see for myself. After speaking, he glanced at the corpses scattered around and spat on the ground. I've been itching to get rid of that Lu Tiet for a long time. He then turned to Atui, his expression changing instantly to a fawning smile. Young hero, a true prodigy. You have eradicated a great disaster for Fangfu County. Truong Van sighed as he spoke, feigning helplessness. I've been the county magistrate for more than 10 years, but with no real power. I couldn't accomplish anything. I am truly ashamed before the people. Atui cut him off in a cold voice. Let's speak frankly, I don't like to beat around the bush, so there's no need for you to put on an act in front of me, Lord Du. Truong Van was speechless, watching as Atui turned to leave. The River Master's office protects these waters. If there are water demons, I will kill them. And if the whale gang is here, I will destroy them. He emphasized each word. Anything else is not my concern. That would be overstepping my authority, and it is against the law. I am not some world-saving hero, nor am I generous enough to sacrifice myself for others. My life is perfectly fine right now, and I don't want to go looking for trouble. At this, Atui suddenly stopped walking, but Truong Van broke out in a sweat, quickly asking, But what? Atui shot him a warning glance. The River Master's office can't deal with a county magistrate like you, but I'll have someone sort through the whale gang's account books and submit them to the 3 judicial departments. On the surface, Truong Van was still smiling cordially, but inside he was seething with bitter resentment. How dare this young River Master? Just as Atui was about to leave, he was blocked by a group of bailiffs. Sir, the magistrate has not given you leave to go, he reminded them in a cold tone. I'm not in a good mood right now. Atui's expression darkened to its absolute limit, and he practically ground out 2 words through his teeth. Get out. The bailiffs all trembled, terrified. This guy is even more frightening than a rushing horse realm master when he's angry. Just as they were hesitating, Truong Van's confidant shouted, What are you all waiting for? If you let him go, do you think you can escape? Atui looked at the formation blocking his path and let out a cold, soft laugh. So they're all martial masters of the rushing horse realm. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out, startling the bailiffs. You dare to openly surround and attempt to kill an official of the Daithuan Empire. They turned their heads in alarm. Who is it? In the very next moment, a bailiff was struck hard by a whip, his body staggering back in pain. The one who had struck was Nak Long. He appeared and shouted in a cold voice, Do you all think my River Master's office has no one? Atui was momentarily stunned and softly called out, Brother Tu. The bailiff who had fallen to the ground looked up angrily and questioned Nak Long. Who are you? Nahak Long immediately raised a token, directly stating his identity. Deputy Commander of the River Master's office, Tu Nak Long. Hearing this title, Truong Van and his subordinates all gasped, their faces filled with panic. The Deputy Commander of the River Master's office. His bailiffs dared not delay a second longer, shouting as they turned, Run! Nak Long's figure flickered with incredible speed, and in an instant, he had blocked their escape route. He narrowed his eyes and asked a single, sharp question, You're trying to run. Before anyone could answer, Nak Long unleashed a powerful punch. The entire group was swept off their feet in an instant, all of them collapsing to the ground. Truong Van backed away in terror, stammering for a long moment. This is... Only then did Atui speak up. Brother Tu, why did you come here? Nak Long glanced at him and answered gruffly. You were so focused on your mission you forgot the deadline. When I didn't see you return after 7 days, I thought something had happened and came here immediately. Atui scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. It's a 3-day boat ride from Bin Duong to here. But Brother Tu, you made it in just 1 morning. Nahak Long offered a few words of casual praise. You're not bad, kid. You even won a fight against a rushing horse realm master. You're truly worthy of being Master Duong's prized disciple, Atui replied humbly. Not at all. It was just luck. Speaking of which, Nak Long couldn't help but sigh. This incident is quite significant. You've done very well. His gaze shifted to Truong Van as he slowly declared, "This one alone will earn you at least 2 great merits." Truong Van's face turned pale, and he shrank back, not daring to utter a single word. The entire dock of Aotui town immediately erupted in a flurry of hushed conversations. The troublemaking thugs were escorted away, wailing pitifully as they went. "Sir, this is a grave injustice." A bailiff snapped back in a cold voice. "Get moving and shut your mouth." Aotui walked straight to the door of Lu Thon's house, just as the physician was coming out. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. We were 1 step too late. The physician briefly explained the situation. He was already like this when we arrived. His heart meridian shattered from undergoing an immense shock after seeing the man off. Aotui slowly stepped inside the house. He stood silently, looking at Lu Thon lying motionless in the middle of the room. In that moment, Aotui suddenly recalled the short time they had spent together, when Lu Thon had said with a laugh, "Lord Luong, these past few days have been the most carefree time of my entire life." Lu Thon had been so full of hope back then. My mother said everyone's livelihood was cut off by the Fish King. Now that the Fish King is gone, everyone will surely live better lives. My life was saved by Big Brother Chu, who risked everything. From now on, I'll care for his mother as if she were my own. I'll go fishing to earn money, get married, and have a chubby son. Lu Thon had eagerly promised back then. When that time comes, I'll be sure to tell him the story of how you defeated the Fish King. My lord, returning to the present. Aotui gently helped Lu Thon close his eyes and whispered softly, "This parting isn't forever. Perhaps in a few years, we will meet again in another world." After finishing everything, Aotui quietly stepped out the door. The sky was gradually turning gloomy, and dark clouds had gathered from who knows where. Suddenly, rain poured down on the silent Aotui, making him flinch slightly. It was raining. The rain lasted for quite a while, and before long, Aotui had returned to the docks. He boarded the large boat and took the initiative to ask the person in the room, "Big Brother 2, you called for me." Nak Long gave a slight nod in response. "Ah, you're here. I found something quite interesting for you." Hearing this, Aotui was a bit skeptical. Something interesting. Nahak Long smiled and said, "I heard from your master that you've recently taken an interest in archery. This great black iron bow should suit you well." Aotui took the great bow, examining it for a moment before asking, "Is this Lu Tiet's weapon?" He carefully observed the bow in his hands, calculating inwardly. In the past, he had been favored by the piercing Lord Emperor, allowing his cultivation to progress rapidly. Since his martial arts were particularly suited for long weapons, it stood to reason that using a bow would be similarly effective. You have to understand, the phrase, "a crescent-shaped crossbow at the waist, a 3-pointed double-edged spear in hand," refers to an ancient bow-like crossbow. The only difference is whether it shoots arrows or pellets. Aotui thought for a moment, then carefully inspected the great bow, telling himself that only a good bow could unleash its full power. The bow's body was its foundation. A bow is only considered usable if you can draw it and hold it for 3 full breaths. With that in mind, he immediately drew the string to test its strength. Nahak Long, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in approval. "Not bad. Kid, you can draw such a heavy iron bow and hold it for 1 breath." Aotui held it for a moment before releasing, his breathing heavy. He calculated inwardly that a standard military bow weighed about 17.5 caddies, while this one was at least 100 stone, or 750 caddies. He realized he only beat Lu Tiet because of the advantage he had underwater. His raw strength was still far inferior to his opponent's. Aotui quickly composed himself, turned to Nox Long with a smile, and said, "You're joking. Big Brother 2, I could only hold it for a single breath. I'm still a long way off." He admired the bow and asked directly, "Are you giving this to me?" Nak Long grinned and asked back, "Does the summary report mention Lu Tiet ever using this weapon?" Atui's eyes lit up as he answered immediately, "Huh, no, it doesn't." Nak Long grinned widely. "Then this is a weapon you brought to deal with Lu Tiet. You just never got the chance to use it." Aotui was still hesitant. "Won't this become a weakness?" Nak Long said bluntly. "It could be. Confiscating assets has always been a lucrative temptation for people." He paused for a few seconds. Then his lips curled slightly. "Let me teach you something else. Don't try to be perfect. Leaving a few minor, unimportant weaknesses will be good for you." Nak Long clapped Atui on the shoulder and casually advised, "Don't shoulder all the responsibility yourself. And don't be so strict about absolute justice. You're not a god. You're a man." At that point, he suddenly changed the subject. Catching Atui off guard, I asked around. "I heard that little brother of yours really liked the baked pastries from the corner shop when he was alive. How about we go try some?" Nak Long suggested with a smile. Atui understood his meaning. The corner of his mouth twitched into a slight smile, and he replied decisively, "Okay." The scene shifts to the bottom of the water, where Afai and Tai Hoangach were staring blankly at the object before them. In a hidden corner, a giant seashell lay dormant, as if it had been sleeping for a very long time. After a moment, a curious Afai swam closer, peering at it for a better look. The very next second, a shrill voice rang out, making him jump. "You shameless fat fish, what do you think you're doing to me?" The seashell snapped open, and a tiny figure slowly crawled out. As soon as he was steady on his feet, the old creature snapped, "You stupid fish, why did you needlessly disturb my peaceful dreams?" On his way back, Atui scratched his head and sighed in relief. "Finally home. I can finally get a peaceful night's sleep." He then rubbed his chin, recalling the messages. A few days ago, Afai had kept sending him messages about some treasure. He wondered what it was all about. As soon as he opened the door, Atui saw that no one was home. He looked around the empty room and muttered, "The great master isn't here. Did he go out? Uncle Lu and Fuang Di don't know I'm back, so they wouldn't have come." Just then, Atui stepped out into the backyard to look at the small pond he had dug himself. Ever since he learned that the underground spring beneath the well connected to the great river, he had a pond dug next to the well for Afai to rest in when building the house. In a flash, he saw Hoan Yach and Afai sleeping soundly and chided them affectionately. These two are sleeping in again. Seeing them groggily approach, Atui waved a reassuring hand. "It's all right, I'm fine." Suddenly, he bent down to look at a strange object, his gaze freezing. "What is this?" Atui cried out in shock. "Why is there such a huge river mussel here?" The object immediately shook violently and shouted, "You disrespectful brat. This old man is not a river mussel. I am a giant clam." Hearing it speak, Atui's eyes widened in astonishment. "It can talk," the old creature growled, firing off questions. "Can you hear this old man's words? Who are you? Why did you send that fat fish to kidnap me?" Hearing this, Atui was about to awkwardly clarify, "Kidnap," when Afai mumbled from the side, Without hesitation, Atui quickly apologized and promised, "I'm truly sorry. Afai was just playing a prank. My apologies, old sir. Tomorrow, I will find a suitable place for you to live." After a moment, the giant clam nodded in approval. "You, on the other hand, young man, are quite the gentleman." Atui mused thoughtfully that this world was truly full of strange things. A giant clam that could talk on its own. This creature shouldn't even have vocal cords. Just then, he frowned, trying to peer deeper inside the shell. Inside, the old man was panting, his breaths coming in heavy, long gasps. Without hesitating, the giant clam pointed a finger and demanded to know, "Kid, what's your name?" Atui cried out in alarm. "A spirit clam," the old man retorted irritably. "I take back what I said before. You're a disrespectful brat." Atui sighed in confusion. It seemed it wasn't the giant clam speaking, but that old man's voice. But how could he see and hear him? In that moment, he suddenly realized the key must be the soul-suppressing treasure, the Track Ding. Could it be that the Track Ding itself had granted him this ability? The clam immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "You're cut from the same cloth as that fat fish. Let me out of here now." Atui frowned and asked in return, "Old master, can't you leave on your own?" The old man wailed in frustration. "I'm just a spirit form. Have you ever seen a giant clam walk by itself? This is just bullying an old man." Hearing this, Atui suddenly recalled the knowledge he'd read in ancient texts. A spirit. I've seen records about this kind of thing. He recalled the contents of the book. All things in creation can develop a spirit intelligence. A spirit is consciousness. and the conditions for its birth are incredibly harsh. But the weapons of martial saints are the most likely to create one. Atui wondered why this particular giant clam would have a spirit intelligence. The clam grew even more annoyed. You really enjoy picking on the elderly, don't you? Suddenly, the Tai Hoan Ngach gently touched his hand, startling Atui, who asked, "You can't move. What's wrong with you?" Looking at the white worm in its mouth, Atui was stunned. What in the world is this? He picked it up to examine it. Noticing mysterious patterns covering its body, this looked like a silkworm, but the feeling was completely different. There were even inscriptions on its skin. The clam confirmed bluntly, "That is a formation worm." Hearing the name, Atui feigned ignorance and asked, "Old master, you're familiar with this. What exactly is a formation worm?" The clam immediately and arrogantly refused. "And why should I tell you?" Atui quickly resorted to flattery. "Old master, your knowledge is as profound as the ocean. You must have reached the level of a grand scholar. I beg you to enlighten me and broaden my horizons." Hearing this, the clam flushed with pride and began his explanation. "Don't think that will get you off the hook. I'm only doing this out of respect for your thirst for knowledge." The clam recounted the legend of the ancient immortal isles. There were 3 islands, Mount Penglai, Fangzhang, and Yingzhou, and each had its own strange creatures and unique treasures. The immortal isle of Mount Penglai was always shrouded in a white mist sprayed by the formation worms. These creatures have mystical patterns on both sides of their bodies, which are as white as jade. Anyone who breathes in the white mist will fall into an endless dream. After hearing the explanation, Atui asked excitedly, "So what is this formation worm used for? How do you use it?" The clam shrugged helplessly. "How would I know? I've never used one. It's just a legend. It might not do anything at all." Atui clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Fine. Then, I'll just set it aside and figure it out tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave. "I'm going to rest. Don't you forget your promise." The clam called out in a panic, "Remember to let me out tomorrow." Night fell, and Atui gradually drifted into a deep slumber. On the table, the formation worm suddenly quivered slightly, then released a strange, sweet fragrance. A thick, dense aura began to spread out, enveloping the soundly sleeping Atui. In his dream, a single drop of rain suddenly landed on his face. Atui stood in the middle of a downpour, looking around in shock. "Where am I? Wasn't I just sleeping in my house?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. "Liangju, we meet again." He spun around and asked, "Who's there?" Lu Tiet appeared, roaring with aggression. "I told you, I'd be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs." Atui stared at him, bewildered. What is this? I've never heard of anything like this happening. He was shocked by the resentful spirit, a man who was already dead, now standing right in front of him. Faced with this bizarre and nightmarish scene, Atui dropped to his knees and wondered, could it be that the Yellow Springs actually exist in this world? Lu Tiet remained as arrogant as ever, declaring, "Liangju, I told you, you're a dead man." Atui looked around and realized Aoi was nowhere to be seen, and this place looked exactly like the streets of Aothui Town. Don't tell me there's an Aothui Town in the Yellow Springs too. While he was still lost in thought, Lu Tiet suddenly charged at him. Could it be? Lu Tiet roared like a madman. "Liangju, this is my final attack." Atui decided to bet everything on one last gamble. If it's come to this, there's only one path left for me to take. Atui bravely swung his spear, shouting, "Emperors, dragon cleave." The moment the words left his mouth, the phantom image of a godlike being instantly appeared. The sight before him left Atui completely stunned. It actually appeared. The Divine Lord closed his eyes, his aura converging, as an unseen power was summoned in a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, Atui channeled his divine power, focusing his will into a single, decisive strike. Slash. Lu Tiet's eyes widened in horror. Lu Tiet, who in the world are you? As the figure's form slowly faded, Atui instantly understood. This was indeed a dream created by the formation bug. Although the Emperor Lord's phantom was fake, the power it unleashed was far beyond his imagination. Just then, The Divine Lord's voice suddenly rang out, probing, "Who are you?" That voice made Atui pause for a moment, a flicker of doubt rising in his heart before it could fully form. In the next instant, Atui jolted awake with a loud shout, cold sweat drenching his back. He thought back to the phantom's last words before it vanished. The Emperor Lord is still alive. What could that possibly mean? Did he recognize the tracked in? Atui's gaze fell upon the formation bug, and he immediately understood. The mist it had spewed was the cause of all this. It seemed the dream was finally over. He then quickly made a calculation. This formation bug was too bizarre. He couldn't just summon the Emperor Lord's phantom again. However, it was perfectly suited for training. Atui tensed his muscles and was surprised to notice a change. The battle in the dream seemed to have had a direct effect on his physical body. Just as he was thinking, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. A servant said, "Master Atui, you're awake. An official asked me to bring something for you. They said it's very valuable." He replied joyfully, "The items I traded for have arrived." The scene shifts to the garden, where Atui sat on the ground, holding a tightly sealed wooden box in his hands. He opened it to observe the two rare items he had just received. These were the water-type spirit plants he had exchanged for two major merits, with his big brother's help in choosing them, following the instructions. Atui placed a petal in his mouth and quickly focused his mind to enter a meditative state. Instantly, the system's voice rang out. Essence of the water marsh plus 3,200. Essence of the water marsh plus 5,200. As the energy flooded his meridians, Atui was overjoyed to feel two streams, one hot and one cold, merging within his body. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his entire being. It felt absolutely incredible. Hearing the loud commotion, the giant clam was stunned and exclaimed, "This kid causes such a huge disturbance just by cultivating." The old creature scoffed disdainfully. "Huh, all flash and no substance. Back in my day, I saw a true dragon." At that very moment, the Trokdin inside Atui's body began to tremble violently. The giant clam's eyes widened in terror as it gasped. "This is..." In the blink of an eye, the Trokdin shot out, its form expanding to an immense size. The giant clam trembled, pointing a shaky finger, and stammered incoherently, This is..." Suddenly, a character struck it on the head, and its body froze. The giant clam immediately prostrated itself, swearing an oath in a panic. "I understand. I swear on my life to protect the exalted immortal's secret," finishing his cultivation. Atui let out a long breath as his aura gradually stabilized. The giant clam cautiously raised its head and asked, "Is it over?" Seeing the old creature still hanging around, Atui asked with suspicion, "Old sir, aren't you leaving?" The giant clam changed its tune, trying to curry favor. "Seeing as you're so humble and polite, this old master has decided to stay a few more days, to teach you a few secrets." The old creature began to boast. "I've lived for several thousand years and know quite a few secrets." Atui was stunned and asked, "Several thousand years? Then have you ever seen a true dragon? I heard there used to be one in the Hawaii River." The giant clam smirked to itself. "Of course I have. This kid has no idea about the origin of that thing inside him. Compared to that, a true dragon is nothing." Thinking about the future, the old creature marveled silently. This boy's future potential is immeasurable. The scene shifts to a dark, damp dungeon, filled with a chilling atmosphere. Inside, Van Duong was tied to a table, his body covered in marks from interrogation. A cold voice echoed, tempting him, "If you want revenge, then pray to Mother to grant you power, but you must offer everything you have as a sacrifice." Faced with the tempting offer, Van Duong replied with a tremor in his voice, "I understand. For revenge, I am willing to sacrifice everything I have." The voice moved closer and asked again, "Tell me your name." Van Duong's voice shook as he confessed, "My name is Lu Van Duong." Then, the other being asked for his target. "Who do you want to kill with this power?" Van Duong gritted his teeth and replied, "I want to kill Lu Tiet." Back at the estate, Atui was now leisurely sipping tea with a calm expression on his face. He stared at Han in shock and blurted out, "So, a total of 3 true dragons have appeared since the death of the Hawaii River's Dragon King. Does that mean the one currently in the Dragon Palace is a real dragon?" Tai Tuong nodded slightly in confirmation. That's right. That's exactly it. Hearing this, Atui grew suspicious again. How does the old sir know this so clearly? It's not like you can move around freely. Old man Hoch Moi immediately puffed out his chest with pride. Of course. This old master has his sources. But inwardly, he was fuming. There's no way I can admit I heard this from the gossip of some small fry shrimp and prawns. At that very moment, a sudden knock on the door echoed, sharply pulling his attention away. The moment the door opened, the village chief, panting for breath, said immediately, "Atui, I came today to discuss this year's post-harvest festival with you." Hearing the request, he paused to think. "After the ritual, I'm counting on you, my boy." After they settled in, Atui hesitated as he poured the tea. Village chief. Shouldn't this kind of matter usually be discussed with the local wealthy families? He offered a gentle smile and got straight to the point. "I'm not sure how I can help," the village chief explained in a low voice. "Atui, my boy, you know that many outsiders have been coming and going from Gyahung lately. It's made organizing the ritual much more complicated. We need those masters from out of town to contribute funds, and for that, we need you to step up." Hearing this, he could only give a wry smile. "Me, even though I'm a river god, this isn't something I have authority over." Seeing this, the village chief quickly put down his teacup and corrected himself. "No, that's not what I meant." Then, his expression turned serious as he stated his true intention. "I want you to be the one to preside over the ritual." Scene changed to the imperial palace during the day, sunlight bathing the stone steps. At the go-board, Dai Thuan made a move and asked with a smile, "Why is it that you have the leisure to play Go with me today?" He gave a faint, sarcastic laugh. A newly promoted martial saint, not announcing it to the world, but hiding in the imperial palace to play Go. How amusing. Hearing this, Nin Hao laughed and replied, "Your Majesty is joking. If this matter were announced publicly, some of the little pests would scurry away and hide." He lowered his voice, reminding him with a meaningful tone. "And at that point, wouldn't your Majesty be the one in an awkward position?" Dai Thuan's smile faded as he changed the subject. "I heard your men have traced the whereabouts of the Huang branch of the Guimao." Nin Hao nodded seriously in response. "That is indeed the case. This branch has been making quite a stir in Binduong, so I sent people to investigate." As he finished speaking, he frowned at their recklessness. "I just didn't expect this group to be so audacious." Dai Thuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Oh, and what are they doing?" Nin Hao lowered his voice to reveal, "They are searching for the secret art of immortality." Hearing this, Dai Thuan asked coldly, "Have they found it?" He analyzed rapidly. An ordinary person who reaches the Galloping Horse realm lives for just over 100 years. Reaching the True Form Grandmaster level only gets you to 300. Even a martial saint at the Demon Dragon realm lives for just over 600 years. Lifespan has always been a taboo. Searching for this secret art is no different from seeking death. Nin Hao showed his agreement and placed a stone on the board. That goes without saying. Dai Thuan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "What is the enemy's personnel structure?" Nin Hao immediately reported, "There are 2 hidden True Form Grandmasters. The others are of no concern." Hearing this, Dai Thuan's mood darkened slightly. Neither the 3 Law Division nor the River God Department in Binduong has a True Form Grandmaster. So how can they be captured? Nin Hao confidently volunteered for the task. "I will handle this personally. The time will be half a month from now. I await your Majesty's decision." Dai Thuan laughed, stood up, and gave his approval. "My dear subject, since you are sharing my burdens, I certainly have no objection. The remnants of the previous dynasty still linger." Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Thuan gave the cold command, "Then just kill them." Nin Hao clasped his hands, bowed his head, and accepted the order. "Your humble servant obeys." The conversation ended, and he leisurely departed from the garden. The space immediately fell into a heavy silence. On the go-board, the unfinished game still revealed a perilous move. Suddenly, a small ant crawled onto a white go stone. The moment its leg touched the surface, a fine crack appeared on the stone. In the blink of an eye, the entire go-board and the stone block beneath it cracked wide open. Immediately after, the stone table shattered into countless pieces. Scene changed to the docks, where the crew members shouted in unison, "Quick, Unfurl all the sails, raise the anchor. The atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring. The group quickened their pace, rushing straight for the equipment room. As they walked, Atui asked, "Brother Niem, what's going on?" Trong Thuk replied without hiding anything. "This is a serious matter, a joint operation by the 3 divisions, led by the River God Department, with the 3 Law Division and the Demon Suppression Division coordinating." Hearing this, his eyes narrowed slightly. The 3 divisions moving together, this can only be because of the Guimao cult. Seeing Atui's stunned expression, he nodded in confirmation. "That's right. After locating the den of a Guimao cult branch, we're going to wipe them out this time." Trong Thuk continued his deadly analysis. The Guimao cult has a great grandmaster of the true form realm, but their biggest problem is lifespan. They are all from the old era, hundreds of years old, and the limit for the true form realm is only 500 years. Their current strength is less than 1/10 of what it was. He reassured them with their thorough preparations. "This time, we are fully prepared. We even borrowed 2 sacred weapons, the Dragon Elephant Purgatory, Suppressing Blade, and the Sea-Startling Robe." Faced with such a terrifying reputation, Atui couldn't hide his shock. 2 sacred weapons. Each one is forged over the entire lifetime of a Demon Dragon Realm martial saint. They've developed their own consciousness and can take an enemy's head from a great distance. Calming down, Atui raised a question. Then why is the Merchant Guild also part of the team this time? What's the point of their involvement? Trong Thuk explained with a slight smile. "It means this operation is 90% certain to succeed." Atui was taken aback and asked, "Why?" He emphasized the deeper objective. This is the best opportunity to display the Imperial Court's power and, at the same time, suppress those with ill intentions. Trong Thuk continued to reveal the benefits. The Silver Cloud Merchant Guild was providing full funding, and while it looked like a huge expense, they would also gain a great deal in return. Understanding the intention, Atui nodded in agreement. The Silver Cloud Merchant Guild was nominally a guild that worked directly with the Imperial Court, so the reputation of their goods would skyrocket. This was essentially a publicity move. Just then, a familiar voice startled them both. "Brother Luong." Veitu approached with a friendly greeting, and upon closer inspection, he did look familiar. It really was Brother Luong. He smiled brightly, cupped his hands, and stated his name. "I am Veitu. It's an honor to meet you." Brother Luong, which made Trong Thuk ask with suspicion. "Veitu, you're not with Commander Vei. What are you doing here with me?" Atui frowned slightly as he tried to recall. He had heard that Vei Lan enjoyed taking in adopted sons, and Veitu was one of them. But what did he want with him? Keeping his distance, Atui asked directly. "I wonder what business Lord Vei has with me." Veitu put on a friendly facade and began to flatter him endlessly. "I heard that Lord Luong single-handedly wiped out the Qin gang in the town of Aotui, destroyed the lair of the Ghost Mother cult, and saved the people from their suffering. I truly wish to become your friend." Seeing him try to get closer, Atui immediately stopped him. "If you have something to say, my lord, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." Veitu immediately let out a sinister laugh. "All right. Brother Luong is as straightforward as they say." He quickly made a tempting offer. "Since ancient times, the second-in-command has always had less power than the leader. Brother Luong has achieved great things, but the deputy commander hasn't rewarded you much. Come work for us. If you just come over, I'll personally gift you a yellow dragon pill." Faced with that promise, Atui calculated in his head. A yellow dragon pill required 3 major merits to exchange for, yet he was just offering it as a gift. He immediately nodded in agreement. "All right. If Lord V gives me the yellow dragon pill right now, I'll start working for you immediately." Hearing that, Vitu's face darkened. "Are you joking with me, Brother Luong?" Atui gave a faint smile in return. "Weren't you the one who started joking first?" Veitu was furious and spat out a sarcastic remark. "Deputy Commander 2 has certainly recruited a fine subordinate," Atui retorted bluntly. "Not as good as Lord Vei's father." "Oh, my apologies. I mean your adoptive father," hitting a sore spot. Veitu gritted his teeth and growled. "An opportunity like this doesn't come along every day. I'm just afraid someone doesn't know their own place and thinks they're better than others." Trong Thuk then stepped forward and taunted, "Vatieu, did you come here just to make a fool of yourself?" He narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You tried to provoke someone but got provoked instead. Now you want to get reckless. This isn't your adoptive father's ship, if you've got a problem. Let's go a few rounds." Vatieu snorted coldly in response. "Niem Trong Thuk. I'm not an idiot." Atui quickly stepped in to mediate. "Luong Ku, I was just kidding earlier," Vatieu continued, "but now I'm giving you a chance. Come work under me, and I guarantee your career will be smooth sailing." He immediately changed his tone to a threatening one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if an accident happened while on duty. Trong Thuk flew into a rage and shouted back, "Vatieu, are you threatening him?" Atui quickly pulled Tran An back. "Miss Neem, this is a trap." Without hesitation, Atui answered bluntly, "I can also make it clear to you, it's impossible." Vatieu immediately gritted his teeth in anger. "Luong Ku, you will regret this." He turned his head and gave a decisive order. "We're leaving." Trong Thuk frowned, confused. How strange. How dare he try to poach someone right in front of me? Atui nodded in agreement. "I know. Right." From a distance, Vatieu flashed a cold, sinister smile. "Luong Ku, I told you, you will regret this." As soon as the Vei family members were out of sight, the entire cabin fell silent, with everyone holding their breath. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Trong Thuk excitedly brought something up. "Oh, right. I heard the Silver Cloud Merchant Guild has an event tonight. Don't forget to grab a good spot." Atui asked blankly, "What event?" Trong Thuk smiled brightly and announced, "The Cloud Sea Auction." Night fell quickly, and the boats came to a halt, dropping anchor one after another and filling the dock. Against the hazy night sea, an ancient, magnificent building appeared, sparkling brightly in the darkness. In the dazzling auditorium, Bin San walked onto the stage and gave a loud greeting. "Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, to the Cloud Sea Auction tonight." He clearly introduced himself. "I am your host for this auction, Chu Bin San." Facing the packed seats, he clasped his hands and offered praise. "Your presence tonight, my lords, makes this auction truly extraordinary." Bin San clapped his hands decisively. "I won't waste any more time. Let's begin tonight's auction. Bring out the symbol of the Silver Cloud Merchant Guild, the Jade Red Bridge Tree." In a flash, a beautiful young woman carrying a precious vase walked out, drawing everyone's gaze. The entire hall was immediately abuzz, with everyone's eyes glued to the carefully held item. Atui blurted out, "The Jade Red Bridge Tree. What is this? Some kind of rare plant?" Trong Thuk, standing beside him, explained, "You could consider it a rare plant, but it's quite special. It doesn't grow with water." Atui then asked, "If not water, then what does it live on?" As the liquid from the vase was poured onto a small bean, Trong Thuk confirmed that it was a saint's blood, leaving Atui stunned. A saint's blood is this color. Immediately after, the small bean trembled slightly and then cracked open, with a sprout bursting forth in an instant. The tree grew to a gigantic size, and Trong Thuk exclaimed in shock, "The space inside this tree is different from the outside. It can store a great many precious items." He continued his praise, explaining that it could even feign death by turning into a seed, keeping any precious items stored within it perfectly intact, making it a top-tier storage artifact. Then he sighed regretfully. But to awaken it, one must use the blood of a saint, a harsh condition, as the blood of a saint is not easy to come by. Atui's eyes widened in amazement. A precious plant that required the blood of a saint to awaken felt no different from a sacred weapon. Bin San then enthusiastically announced, "Next, we will begin the auction for the first item of the day. This is the Crimson Luck Jade Flower Tree from Lanzhou. It is said that its owner will be blessed with great fortune." He continued to describe its uses. "This item has healing properties, and its sprouts can even be refined into medicinal pills." Bin San announced the opening price. "The bidding starts at 300 taels. Let's begin." The calls came one after another. 340 taels, 500 taels, 520 taels, 1,400 taels. He immediately closed the bid. sold for 1,400 taels. The atmosphere seemed to explode and then freeze in an instant. Bin-san smiled and offered his congratulations. The gentleman from Sohaba, number 32, has won this tree. Immediately after, his expression turned serious as he offered a reminder. For all the gentlemen attending this auction for the first time, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Bin-san clarified the rule. If only two people are locked in a bidding war, they may fight on the dueling ring to determine the final owner, but this only applies when there are exactly two bidders remaining. He moved on to the next item. The next auction item is the Scarlet Gold Sacred Fan. Atui was stunned. 1,400 taels spent with a single wave of a hand. These lords in the city don't even blink. Trongthuk glanced around and asked Han, Brother Luong, have you seen anything that catches your eye yet? Atui gave a bitter smile and thought to himself, not yet. I only have a little over 1,000 taels. At most, I can only afford one item. Bin-san snapped his fingers and announced loudly, everyone. Next up is our centerpiece item for today's midday auction. He immediately revealed its origin. This treasure was acquired by our merchant guild from the central region. Without any more delay, Bin-san reached out and touched the cloth covering the treasure on the tray. He yanked the cloth away and announced decisively, these are a pair of golden eyes from an adult gold star beast. Atui's head spun instantly. What? These are… The vibrating object inside him suddenly trembled violently. His mansion crest seemed to flare up with an irrepressible desire. Could this item be related to my mansion velvet? Bin-san began to describe their power. Everyone knows that taming an azure water gold star beast allows one to ride it through the heavens and seas. Its eyes shine like the sun, able to distinguish loyalty from deceit, and break illusions to reveal the truth. These golden eyes have just been removed. Their essence has not yet dissipated. The starting price is 800 taels, with each bid increase no less than 100 taels. Hearing its uses, Atui's blood boiled with determination. I cultivate an eye technique. The power of Vo Tree Ki resonates within me. This is a heaven-sent martial core. Could these golden eyes also grant a special ability? I have to get them. He immediately raised his paddle, decisively placing the first bid, 900 taels. As soon as he called out, an interrupting voice from behind startled him. 1,200 taels, Bin-san excitedly announced. The gentleman number 78 bids 1,200 taels. Atui looked back and immediately recognized the person. Vetieu. Atui gritted his teeth and raised the price. 1,300 taels. Damn it, I don't have enough money. At the same time, on the high platform, Donghung stood silently, his gaze locked on the unfolding events below. Dudon, standing beside him, couldn't hide his surprise and asked, Little Ninth is cultivating an eye technique. Master. Donghung immediately sent a telepathic message to reassure him. Little Ninth, just keep bidding, your master is here. Hearing this, Atui's heart trembled slightly as he silently called out, Master. At that moment, Valan also signaled for Vetieu to continue raising the price. He immediately broke into a triumphant smirk. It's my foster father. A cold, stern expression was clear on Valan's face, his eyes showing a firm resolve not to let the treasure go. Vetieu excitedly shouted, 1,700 taels, while inwardly snarling, Luong Ku, don't even think about getting these eyes today. The hall immediately erupted in murmurs. People began to discuss the feud between the two. That young man can't compete. That's Vetieu. But there's still one other way. Someone whispered in speculation. Could it be a duel on the ring? A man sneered and remarked, Vetieu is at the mid-stage galloping horse realm. I'm afraid that young man doesn't stand a chance. Seeing this, Trongthuk worriedly tried to persuade him. Luong Ku, maybe you should just let this one go. Perhaps you can try negotiating with Lord Tu later. Atui shook his head decisively. Brother Neem, say no more. He stood up and spoke clearly. My master once said that what a martial artist fights for is a single breath of conviction. Atui continued firmly. That conviction is about contending with the heavens. Contending with the earth. His gaze locked onto his opponent, and he said in a cold voice, and contending with others. Atui stepped out from his seat and shouted his opponent's name. Vetieu. Without hesitation, he pointed to the stage and demanded a decisive battle. We both want this item. so let's settle it on the dueling ring. The chatter rose again. Is this Luang-ku crazy? That's a mid-stage galloping horse realm cultivator. I heard he once defeated someone in the galloping horse realm back in Aothui town. Someone analyzed with a serious face. Vatu isn't an ordinary galloping horse realm practitioner. There's a huge difference between someone with a lineage and someone without. Finally, the crowd concluded. Even if they're in the same galloping horse realm, the difference in their combat power is like heaven and earth. Vatu gave a sinister, mocking laugh. You've got some nerve, kid. Daring to challenge me. Your lucky weapons aren't allowed this time. Otherwise, your master would be crying over your corpse. Aothui silently admitted it. Half a month ago, he truly wouldn't have been a match for him, but things were different now. He recalled the past few weeks, sparring every day in his dreams against Lu Tiet and all sorts of galloping horse realm experts. Accumulating experience. Hunting underwater monsters in exchange for precious plants had increased his fusion rate. And just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. Aothui lowered his center of gravity and entered a fighting stance, wondering just how strong he had become. The system immediately displayed his status window. Vatu roared and charged forward. You little brat. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Aothui dodged every single one of them cleanly, seizing the perfect opportunity. Aothui threw a straight punch right into the center of Vatu's chest. The entire crowd was stunned. No one could believe it. He had actually sent Vatu flying. Vatu growled in fury. Brat, you've really pissed me off now. He let out a cold laugh. That's the swimming tiger step. Vatu's ultimate move. Even though it's only a mid-tier martial art, he's mastered it to perfection. Vatu shouted with excitement. On land or in water, this movement technique is invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Aothui. Aothui watched the attack intently. A tiger. Huh, he replied in a low voice. I have one too. Vatu closed in step by step, his aura pressing down on him. The moment he got close, Aothui threw a punch straight into his gut. Vatu was horrified. How is this possible? He broke my technique in a single move, Dudon asked in shock. Master? That martial art? Did we? Donghung quickly replied. I'm not playing favorites. I don't know that technique either. Donghung smiled with satisfaction. This kid's fortune is truly profound. Tu Hoi also looked intrigued, as expected of Duong Thuk's disciple. Veilon watched silently from the sidelines, assessing him internally. A martial art from the Zhuankong Temple. This Luang Ku is certainly interesting. Aothui took the initiative and declared, You've lost. If you want to keep fighting, I can oblige. Forced into a humiliating position, Vatu roared in anger. You. Veilon immediately stopped him, scolding angrily. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Adoptive father, Without wasting words, Veilon directly announced the winner. The Golden Star Beast belongs to Luang Ku. Aothui looked up and observed him, realizing internally that this man was Commander Veilon. Bin-san quickly stepped forward to announce, Congratulations, young master. The Golden Star Beast is yours. The Merchant Guild will deliver it to your room shortly after we've processed it. Aothui let out a silent sigh of relief. He'd finally gotten it. A while later, back in his room, he began to consider how to use this item. Aothui wondered curiously, do I just eat it directly? With that thought, he lifted the object in his hand, preparing to take a bite. In that very instant, Atoui's eyes lit up, and a powerful aura of light erupted from his entire body. Clearly feeling the change, he exclaimed happily. It really works when you're about to break through. Looking at the Golden Star Beast in his hand, Aothui decided to try it again. Just then, urgent shouts echoed from outside. Prepare for battle, hurry, hurry, hurry! On the ship, many people shouted in unison, We've docked. Drop anchor, it's starting. The entire team immediately got busy with preparations as a tense atmosphere spread. In his room, Aothui had also finished getting ready and prepared to head out. The scene changes to a series of boats anchored close to the shore. On a lush green lawn, a grasshopper was slowly munching on a plant, absorbing its nutrients. Below, a hidden frog silently watched its prey. In just an instant, the grasshopper was inside the frog's mouth. Just then, the sound of human footsteps echoed nearby. The group immediately reminded each other to lower their voices. Everyone, Be careful, watch your step. Trong Thuk scanned the area and warned cautiously. The Ghost Mother guards are skilled at ambushes and hiding. Everyone, pay attention to any movement around you. With that said, the team continued deeper inside. Atui suddenly felt something was off and immediately spoke up. Something's not right. Boss Niem, the fog around here is getting thicker. Trong Thuk immediately reminded them, everyone, stay focused and watch your surroundings. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a figure appeared up ahead, and the group was startled, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" However, the figure quickly vanished. Trong Thuk's gaze turned cold as he immediately gave the order. We're going after it. Hearing this, Atui laughed with excitement. All right, Boss Niem. After running a few steps, Atui suddenly slowed down, looking around in doubt. There's something wrong with this fog. Boss Niem was right here just a moment ago. His expression darkened. They had somehow gotten separated. Atui carefully sensed his surroundings, growing more and more astonished. Even auras are being concealed. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him and making him turn around. Luong Ku. The person who appeared was Trong Thuk. He explained, I turned around and no one was there. Your auras vanished, so I came right back. This fog is a problem. Atui nodded in agreement. You're right. Boss Niem. In this situation, should we still head southeast as arranged by the Death Commander? Trong Thuk quickly agreed. Then let's proceed according to the Death Commander's arrangements. The moment he finished speaking, a spear suddenly shot straight towards him. Trong Thuk clutched his face, questioning in horror. Luong Ku, what are you doing? Atui stared coldly at the person before him and said flatly, Let me tell you something. Boss Niem would never call him by his full title, Death Commander. He only calls him Brother 2. He activated his golden eyes to observe closely. Your disguise is full of flaws in my eyes. Van Duong gritted his teeth and cursed. I can't believe Luong Ku has a trick like this. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted my time with a disguise. He dropped his disguise and sneered. In that case, there's no need to act anymore. I'll just kill you. Atui's voice was low as he demanded, Who are you? I don't remember ever seeing you before. Are you related to one of my enemies? The underlings laughed contemptuously. Don't waste your breath. The four of us are all experts at the half-step galloping horse stage. Killing him will be a piece of cake. I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward aggressively. Let me get a taste of you, little brat. Atui didn't dodge, but counterattacked, punching his opponent straight in the face. The man's body immediately flew backward and he fell unconscious. Van Duong witnessed this firsthand and was stunned. Is he really only at the half-step galloping horse stage? With no time to think, the whole group charged forward at once. Let's get him together. They attacked relentlessly, but Atui dodged every move cleanly and struck back. He struck one man squarely on the chin, sending him tumbling to the ground. Another took a full kick to the stomach and was sent flying. The tip of Atui's spear turned and locked onto Van Duong, who was crawling on the ground. Damn you. Van Duong roared with venomous hatred. It's all your fault. My life, my studies, my everything. He screamed with indignation. Everything was ruined because of you. Atui didn't let him struggle any longer and finished him off directly. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Lu Tiet had a missing son, so you joined the Demon Mother cult. How did you find me? Atui analyzed coldly. Your father founded the Gold Gang, bled the common people dry and preyed on them. I was just enforcing the law, and the law is impartial. Those words made Van Duong back away. You. Just then, a gloomy voice echoed out. Young Master. It hurts so much. Young Master. Atui frowned slightly, thinking. They say the Demon Mother Guards have one in the light and one in the shadows. If he's the one in the light, then where is the one in the shadows? Immediately after, another figure crawled out from Van Duong's body. It hurts. Young Master. It hurts so much. The sight before him couldn't help but startle Atui. What is this? Van Duong snapped irritably. Tu Ki, why are you only waking up now? He didn't answer, but stared intently at Atui. I remember you. You're the one from the River God Department who killed the old man. Van Duong immediately suggested. Tu Ki, if we team up, we can definitely kill him and avenge my father. The other immediately agreed. I became like this because of him. I have to fuse him into my body. The two of them gripped their weapons and charged into battle at the same time. A single clash of blows was powerful enough to blast through several large trees. Model. Dust swirled up as Atui squinted, assessing the situation. After that guy woke up, his strength had somehow shot straight to the galloping horse realm. The bodies of Van Duong and Tukai charged forward at the same time. Liangju, it's time to die. Atui tightened his grip on his long spear, preparing to fight. Although his opponent had reached a new realm, he was ultimately just a scholar who had never practiced martial arts. In a brief moment, he spotted a weakness. The man had raw power but didn't know how to use it. A single spear thrust pierced straight through one of Tiu Kai's arms. He immediately used his free limbs to block Van Duong's counterattack. Just as the two were unable to react, a swirling vortex of water appeared. Atui unleashed a punch with the roar of a dragon and a tiger, slamming his opponent flat on the ground. Tiu Ki, gasping for breath on the ground, still tried to argue. Liang Ju, you climbed to power over the bones of my entire family, didn't you? Atui's gaze turned ice cold. Are you finished? You people are nothing but a stain on my path. After dealing with those two, Atui didn't linger and immediately turned to leave, his mind preoccupied with when Brother Niam had disappeared. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deep within the forest, making him freeze as his heart tightened with a sense of unease. Following the source of the noise, Atui was surprised to see two figures confronting each other in midair. Marquis Ui Nin, you've actually become a saint. His eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling as he spoke. Is that a saintly weapon? The aura is immense, but immediately after, Atui noticed something unusual about where he was standing, and a sense of danger enveloped his entire body. All around him, tendrils of black mist crept silently forward, trying to invade Atui's body, but were all blocked. It was as if he had an invisible protective layer. The Dragon Lake golden body activated on its own. This mist is definitely trouble. Realizing the situation was rapidly deteriorating, Atui scanned his surroundings, knowing he had to find a way to escape. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing windows and a towering structure standing right in front of him. When his vision cleared completely, Atui couldn't help but be stunned. This place was a house. Unsure of its origin, he still stepped inside cautiously, vaguely guessing in his mind, is this the house of the fence ghost mother? As he was thinking, Atui noticed a stack of papers neatly placed on a table. The words, Great Chen Martial Saint, Truong Kong Dong, made him instantly recognize the identity. The mist still swirled about, and in a corner of the courtyard, a coffin lay silently, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Just then, a sound came from inside the coffin, making the scene even more bizarre. A hand with long, sharp claws crawled out and scraped against the wooden surface, creating a continuous, horrifying sound. Before Atui could even process the situation in front of him, his attention was drawn to other things inside the house. He saw a completely pitch-black fish swimming in a basin of water, a ghost fish. Why have I never heard of such a thing? Atui raised his hand and manipulated the water, enclosing the fish in a sphere and gently lifting it out of the basin. Watching the fish being transferred into a small, compact flask in his hand, he smiled faintly. An unexpected gain, indeed. But Atui was completely unaware that a figure had appeared behind him at some point. Hearing footsteps, he immediately spun around into a defensive stance. Who's there? In front of him was a corpse that was neither human nor demon, blocking the doorway and staring intently at him. That body had no life force, only white bones and a cold, sinister aura. It let out a low, guttural roar that was both jarring and made his scalp tingle. Atui immediately recognized his opponent's realm. This aura, it's the wolf smoke realm. The dried corpse gave him no more time to think, lunging forward to attack. Atui reacted quickly, channeling his energy to retreat from the danger zone. But his opponent stuck close, not letting up, forcing him into a position where he couldn't dodge. Knowing he couldn't retreat any further, Atui chose to counterattack, thrusting his long spear straight out. Unexpectedly, the dried corpse easily caught his attack with a single hand. It followed up with a powerful kick straight to his abdomen. The force was astonishing. The blow sent Atui slamming into the stone wall behind him, which immediately crumbled. At the same time, the fish was knocked from his hand, breaking free from his magical control and flying up in front of him. The fish's body bent into a graceful arc as a faint layer of light radiated from it. The system immediately detected it. Innate primal chi. Before Atui's eyes, an image appeared. A shimmering golden fish, carrying a treasure that glowed with a brilliant light. A series of notifications rang out. Water loach essence increased. The system attempted to awaken its unconscious host. Spirit loach power continuously rising. Atui lay weakly amidst the rubble, still showing no signs of waking up. After repeated system prompts, Atui finally, slowly opened his eyes. The power of water quickly enveloped him, a fresh current of energy helping him to his feet. With this new, surging power, Atui slowly propped himself up as his body began to heal, little by little. The status window was clear. Atui had refined the spirit loach to a certain level of fusion, obtaining a divine martial art, enhanced innate water system skills, and expanded beast-taming abilities. Atui couldn't help but be amazed. Had he really leveled up while he was unconscious? A thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood. It was all because of that fish. Atui stared intently at the notification for his new skill. Whirlpool. It could create a small pocket to store water vapor and then absorb it into his body. This was his new power. He lifted his finger, gathering the water vapor hovering around him and concentrating it at the tip. The test complete. Atui clenched his fist and glared at Sak-ko. It was time to fight. His opponent's ugly, bald head let out a guttural growl in response, its ferocious aura flaring out. Elsewhere, a crowd of people were hurrying onto a boat, urged on by frantic shouts. Everyone on board. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Nearby, Niaman stood with Nach-Long and asked anxiously, Commander 2, what in the world happened? Why is the mission delayed? Nach-Long scowled, clearly irritated. Don't even mention it. If those imposters want to die, fine, but they're dragging everyone else down with them. This black mist is a product of their research, thinking of the white human bones mixed among animal carcasses. He couldn't help but curse, using the lives of 2 martial saints to cultivate this monstrosity, that damned demon mother cult. Niaman grew even more anxious. Then, what about my brother? Nach-Long understood her concern and tried to reassure her. Your brother should be fine. After all, he's a Wolfsmoke Realm martial artist. It's just, he hadn't even finished his sentence when a man ran up and interrupted him. Commander 2, we have a huge problem. Seeing Trong-Thuk return, Niaman immediately asked, Brother. Nach-Long looked around and, seeing he was alone, pressed, what happened? Where is Luang-Ku? Trong-Thuk lowered his head, his face grim. It's all my fault. I didn't realize Luang-Ku and I had been separated, and I was wounded by a member of the Demon Mother cult, disguised as him. Nach-Long gazed into the deep forest and sighed heavily. All we can do now is leave it to fate. I have to report this to Duong-Thuk. Meanwhile, inside the mist, Sak-ko was fiercely battling Atui. Atui controlled orbs of water, simultaneously dodging and launching a relentless barrage of counterattacks. Sak-ko passed through the dense curtain of attacks, but its body was completely unharmed. In an instant, it closed the distance to Atui with terrifying speed. Its skeletal hand, tipped with sharp claws, shot out to grab him. Atui refused to back down, pointing his spear straight at Sak-ko and thrusting forward. The tip of the spear pulsed with the ferocious power of a dragon. The spirit energy coursing through the wave subduer spear surged violently, aimed directly at Sak-ko. The 2 sides clashed head-on, their power evenly matched, neither giving an inch. The illusion vanished. Sak-ko gripped the long spear tightly, but Atui had disappeared. When it realized something was wrong, it spun around, searching frantically. At that exact moment, Atui's figure appeared right behind it. His 2 fingers jabbed straight into the center of Sak-ko's forehead. The scene transformed into a mystical formation, with Sak-ko locked at its center as Atui poured all his energy into sealing it. At the edge of the forest, the boat still hadn't left the shore. A line of people stood waiting in silence. All eyes were fixed on the depths of the forest, as if awaiting an outcome. Trong-Thuk was pacing anxiously, seeing no sign of movement. He prepared to charge in, but Nak Long stopped him with a single word. Don't. The black mist has almost completely enveloped the area. How can I be calm? The deeper you go, the more terrifying its power becomes. Luong Ku. Hey. Dong Hung remained calmer than the others. Tu Ku's fate won't end here. Something else must be holding him up. Someone in the crowd voiced their doubt. Master Vuri. That Luong Ku fellow probably just got lost. Vatu immediately chimed in. With his level of strength, he wouldn't last half an hour in that black mist before he's dead. Another person behind them added, That's right. Vice Commander 2 is making us wait for him, forcing the boat to stay docked. Isn't he just gambling with our lives? The whispers spread through the crowd, fueling their resentment. Yeah, why should we have to wait for him? Who the hell does he think he is? Vaetieu stood to one side, a smug grin on his face as he thought to himself, Luong Ku. That day, I smeared image-revealing powder on your gauntlet. Even if you sprouted wings, you wouldn't be able to escape me. Before coming here, in a small alley, Haknan gave him the items, including a vial of powder he was ordered to apply on Luong Ku. Vaetieu had wondered, Sir, why are you so interested in Luong Ku? But the man just treated him like an errand boy and couldn't be bothered to explain. Are you questioning me? Vaetieu quickly retracted his words. I wouldn't dare. After waiting a little longer, Valan gave a cold command. It's time. Let's move out. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring Nashlong's words from behind. Valan, I still have men who haven't returned. Valan boarded the ship without stopping, his sharp gaze sweeping over Naklong. Start the ship. Out of respect for Elder 2, I'll overlook this insubordination this time. Naklong's face turned pale with anger. Valan, but he was cut off before he could finish. But there won't be a next time. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. There's a light in the fog. Yeah, what is that? Naklong and Trong Thuk immediately turned their heads, looking toward the forest where a figure was emerging. It wasn't until the person's feet were completely clear of the black mist that his face slowly came into view. Holding a faintly flickering candle, a Tui walked out. It was Luong Ku. The large ship cut through the water, and soon, rows of houses came into view. They were about to dock. Two men on the ship were so busy gossiping they didn't notice someone approaching from behind. You have no idea. Man. Luong Ku walking out of that black fog with that lamp made everyone's jaw drop. And get this, it's the very thing that made two martial saints basically kill themselves for it. A Tui stood behind them, listening to every word, silently committing everything they said to memory. He squeezed through the crowd, looked up at the sky, and let out a soft sigh, the feeling of being alive. It was good. No one knew how much he had risked in that forest, how he had pushed himself to the absolute limit, using all his strength to execute the slashing blade 2 times just to take down the withered corpse. If he had been a split second slower, he would have been the one who died. Dong Hung approached from a distance to check on him. Little Ku, I heard you were almost trapped on Wilderness Village Island. Dudon followed behind, also asking, Junior brother Ku, are you all right? Atui's eyes brightened despite his weary face as he replied softly, Thank you for your concern. Master, senior brother, I'm fine. I just got trapped and couldn't find my way out. Dong Hung was relieved to hear that and praised his good fortune. That's good to hear. I heard you found an evil warding lamp. Your luck is truly profound. That must have been something the Ghost Mother cult prepared for their own people. From a distance, an urgent voice called out, Young Master, Young Master. Di Huang rushed up to Atui. I heard the people from the River God Department were returning today, so I came right away. He asked, Auntie Huang, is something wrong? She spoke quickly in a panic. Young Master. The backyard is usually off limits to us, but for the past few days, there have been very strange noises coming from it. When he got home, Atui followed Di Huang's directions to the courtyard gate. Just as she said, screams were echoing from inside, curious and suspicious. He slowly pushed the gate open and stepped inside. What was that sound behind the gate? Besides his own pets, there shouldn't be anything else in here. Did something sneak in? The moment the gate creaked open, Atui's expression changed instantly. What is this? On a stone slab, A beaver was unexpectedly standing there, screaming its head off. A Thai and Huang Gach stood nearby, also looking clearly annoyed, their expressions tense. Tai Tuong was covering his ears, yelling at the beaver, all right. You don't have to throw a destructive tantrum every time you're slightly displeased. And also, stop screaming." Just then, the old man noticed Atui and turned to greet him. "Ah, little Luong, you're back." Atui crouched down and asked in surprise. "Old sir, who is this?" Tai Tuong replied. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you." As he spoke, the old man leaped up and hugged the beaver's head, which was several times larger than his own. "This is Hai Lai, a genius this old man discovered many years ago." Tai Tuong continued, explaining his sudden appearance. "I noticed before that you seemed to be struggling with model creation." Hai Lai raised a chubby paw and waved a greeting. He only came here out of respect for this old man. Atui understood and replied with a smile. "For this, I truly thank you. Old sir, this beaver's IQ seems to be far beyond that of a normal one." Outside, a servant came to report again. "Young master, the village chief has sent someone to deliver new clothes for the sacrificial ceremony." Atui was startled back to his senses, his mind racing. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony. Night fell, but the light in his small room remained on. The air was quiet, yet tense. Atui sat cross-legged on his bed, 5 orbs of water floating and rotating around his body. As his spiritual energy circulated, the small droplets of water began to draw in moisture from the air. A swirling vortex then formed on his index finger, continuously absorbing. In his hand, the vortex constantly changed shape and gradually grew larger. I was in too much of a hurry last time to fully understand its effects, but now I finally get it. After a period of careful observation, Atui now fully understood how the vortex worked. It transformed the acupoints on his body into spatial storage mouths, which he could open with his consciousness to absorb and store water essence. He clenched his fist, a glint in his eyes. The amount of water he could control right now was only a tiny fraction of his true potential. Atui channeled his technique, directing the vortex to fly next to a flower vase, and at the same time, he discovered something extremely interesting. The vortex continued to operate ceaselessly, even siphoning life force, causing the flowers in the vase to wither rapidly. It seems I brought back a few remnants from that island. The blue glow of the water gradually turned a dark gray. The things that had been retained were clearly not dead objects. They seemed to possess some form of consciousness. After recalling them, Atui thought to himself that he might be able to command them in the future, giving him a new trick up his sleeve. However, there were other matters to attend to for now, but the most important thing was tomorrow's river ceremony. Atui walked to the table, his heart stirring slightly as he looked at the scroll. Last time, just by watching the ceremony, he had received a tiny fraction of the reward. He picked up the scroll and slowly unrolled it. This time, he was the one officiating the ceremony. How much would he receive? Looking at the contents, his feelings were completely different from before. A clear sense of anticipation was rising within him. The next day, the river ceremony officially began, and the scene became incredibly lively. Lap Ba stood next to Kiet Shuang and sighed. "I can't believe Atui has grown so much in just one short year." Kiet Shuang lazily replied, "Tell me about it. I don't even know where I lost to him." Lap Ba shot him a disdainful look, as if you could ever compare. Kiet Shuang flared up at that, raising a threatening fist. "You little punk, are you looking for a beating today? How dare you talk to me like that?" The adults behind them just watched and chuckled. Those two kids are still the same as ever. Ah, to be young, Lam. They looked at village chief Lai beside him and said, "For Nhia Hung to have someone like Luong Su Gia, your contribution is not small." Triuan laughed happily at the praise. "Ever since Atui was a child, I knew he would become a great man." Tungan suddenly ran up to Lam's side and shouted, "Father, Brother Luong is here." Instantly, the chattering crowd fell silent and turned to look in the same direction. Atui appeared with a confident air, his robes neat and tidy. The river ceremony had officially begun. He held the scroll in his hands, walking slowly between 2 rows of people toward the ceremonial altar. His every step was steady as he ascended the stone stairs. With his ascent, The majestic sound of drums began to beat in a rapid rhythm, before the eyes of all the villagers. Atui solemnly took his position to begin the ritual. He opened the scroll, his voice ringing out clearly. By the merits of the divine ministers and the martial emperor, the providence of this land flows. The surging Huai River is the sole domain of the southern realm. Every word was spoken with deep reverence. We honor the sacred spirits, whose virtues shine with the heavens and the earth, who swallow the 9 marshes, embrace the stars, and gaze past the mountains to encompass the 8 wildernesses. As Atui spoke, a vision of the landscape seemed to appear, where spirit turtles and serpents hide, where fish and dragons bring fortune. The nation is prosperous and the people are at peace. The villagers could almost feel the spiritual energy spreading. The way of heaven is profound. Today, I lead the elders to offer incense in reverence to the gods. Atui's expression was solemn. To the great guardian of the Huai River, I stand here in Nghia Huang town by your waters, representing the people to convey their heartfelt wishes. A notification appeared. Huai River ceremony completed with infinite sincerity. The river's favor has increased by 0.007. Joy was evident on his face. Officiating the ceremony really did grant a much higher level of favor. Deep beneath the river, the body of a dragon was still lost in slumber. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, a brilliant red light flaring in the darkness. The power of the ceremony had awakened it. The dragon's body stirred slightly. Who has stolen what is mine? The green dragon was filled with suspicion. The spiritual essence of the Huai River had diminished. Who could it be? The dragon's body coiled and shot up out of the water. Far away, within the imperial city of the capital, an emperor, reclining on his throne, furrowed his brow slightly. A fire of rage flashed in his deep eyes. This wretched beast is courting death. A colossal sword instantly appeared, blocking the green dragon's path. Vile beast. Are you trying to start a war? This power was far beyond the green dragon's ability to resist. A sliver of divine sense attached to the sword erupted with pressure. A thunderous voice roaring. Go back where you came from. The force slammed into it. The green dragon roared, unwilling to yield, its thoughts surging like waves. One of you humans has stolen from me. The being on high coldly dismissed it, his mind resolute, completely disbelieving the dragon's words. Nonsense. A decisive will poured immense power into the sword, the suppression growing deeper and tighter, crushing the green dragon. Be gone. The green dragon could not bear it. Its fury exploded in a wind-tearing shriek. Investigate. Send word down. Investigate this for me. Atui, still unaware that he had angered another existence, remained focused on the changes within his body. Officiating the ceremony had caused a significant increase in the river's favor. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He could feel the power rising, but he knew it still wasn't enough. The crowd suddenly felt the world shift as a strange aura descended upon them. They all began to whisper, "What is that?" The spiritual energy gathered, chilling the air and becoming visible to the naked eye as the silhouette of the river god slowly materialized before them. Amidst the villagers' cries, he realized the strange phenomenon was spreading. From primordial chaos, heaven and earth were born. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers manifest their will. The river's favor skyrocketed. Data streamed through his consciousness. Plus 0.3, then plus 0.12. The numbers climbing relentlessly without stopping. Trio An knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly by the bridge as his reverent voice rang out, pleading for the river god to protect our home. A notification chimed in his mind again. A cold confirmation. River's favorability. 1.23. The number holding steady. His eyes flew open in astonishment, his mind reeling from the shock. The favorability had actually surpassed the 1-point mark. Before Atui, space suddenly distorted slightly and then cracked, the fissure spreading open like a doorway. What was this? Beyond the spatial rift, a familiar image came into view, the deep blue planet, his home, Earth. The system issued a new directive in its flat, a motionless voice. Permanent mission. Return to your homeland. Atui stood frozen, unable to believe what he had just heard as a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. I can really go home. Model.